Chapter 1. My 6-year-old daughter came knocking on my door when I was just starting college. Lin Muhong, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? In front of the teaching building, a girl suddenly rushed out of the crowd and blocked Lin Muhong's way. Her cheeks were flushed, like newly blossoming peach blossoms, and she held the keys to her Maybach tightly in her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Seeing this, Lin Muhong already had his answer in his heart and was about to refuse when a sweet, childlike voice suddenly rang out. No, Auntie, you can't take Dad away from me and Mom. The adults all say that a woman who steals another woman's husband is a bad woman, she's called a mistress. Although my dad is very outstanding, that's absolutely no excuse for you to be a mistress. What? You already have a child? Upon hearing this, the girl was stunned. She never expected that one day she would be rendered speechless by a child. Wa'ada. Perhaps because of the sudden heartbreak, or perhaps because the little guy's words broke down her defenses, the girl covered her face and fled the scene in a disheveled state. Lin Muhong watched the girl's departing figure, a smile playing on his lips. He was just wondering how to reject her confession. Only then did he lower his head to take a closer look at the little girl in front of him. She looked about 5 or 6 years old, wearing a white shirt and a bright red skirt. 2 braids hung playfully on either side of her face, and she wore a white fisherman's hat, making her look both delicate and cute. Lin Muhong took a liking to the little girl at first sight. Her cuteness struck a chord deep within him, making him want to reach out and pinch her rosy cheeks. He even secretly thought to himself that if he had such a beautiful and lovely daughter, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. So he knelt down, gently stroked the little girl's head, and said softly, "Little girl, thank you for helping me out of that situation. Consider this lollipop a reward for you." After saying that, Lin Muhong took out a lychee-flavored lollipop from his pocket, handed it to the little girl, and then turned and left satisfied. However, the little one was not happy about this. Instead, she pouted and sobbed pitifully, "Daddy, don't you want Wan anymore?" As she spoke, she burst into tears, a sight that evoked pity in everyone who saw her. Lin Muhong was most afraid of girls crying, especially a little girl as beautiful as an angel in front of him. He quickly knelt down, frantically trying to comfort her. "Baby, it's not that I don't want you, it's just that I'm not your father at all. You are my dad." Wan sobbed and shook her head. Clinging to the little one, Lin Muhong glanced at his watch helplessly and said, "So how did you get here? Do you remember?" Wan shook her head, clinging to his leg and refusing to let go. Seeing this, Lin Muhong said helplessly, "Then I'll take you to find your father in a little while." "I told you, you are my father," Wan insisted stubbornly. Lin Muhong thought the child was talking nonsense, so he picked up Wan and walked towards the classroom. This is his major course, and if he's not present when roll call is taken, he'll probably fail the final exam. Arriving outside the classroom, Lin Muhong looked through the window and then squatted down to say to Wan, "Sweetie, wait here for Uncle. Uncle will be right back." When Wan saw her father was about to leave, she immediately became anxious. "Daddy, where are you going?" Lin Muhong felt a headache coming on. He was clearly still a single young man, so where did this daughter come from? "I'm not your father." "Fine, I am, whatever. Anyway, you stay here and don't move, understand? Here's a lollipop for you, as a reward." Wan's eyes lit up immediately when she saw the lollipop, and she nodded repeatedly, "Yes, Wan will be good." Lin Muhong sneaked into the classroom and sat in the last row. 15 minutes later, the professor began calling roll, and Lin Muhong passed through the roll call without incident. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the voice from the loudspeaker suddenly blared, "Which department are you in? What's your name?" A sense of foreboding rose in Lin Muhong's heart. He looked up and saw that the little girl had appeared on the podium at some point. "My name is Lin Wan, and I'm from your department." Upon hearing this, the whole class burst into laughter. "How did you get into the classroom? Who are you looking for?" The professor looked at the soft and adorable little girl in front of him, and his voice softened involuntarily. "I'm looking for my dad," Lin Wan said sincerely, blinking her big eyes. "So who is your father?" the professor asked curiously. "Lin Muhong." Lin Wan pointed to the seat behind her and shouted. As soon as she said this, the whole class burst into laughter. Anyone could see that the little girl could not possibly be Lin Muhong's daughter. Just then, the bell rang, and Lin Wan happily ran to Lin Muhong's side. Seeing the surprised look in the other person's eyes, the little one instantly looked aggrieved and said, "Dad, you told me to wait outside, but I waited for a long time and you didn't come out, so I came in." "You're not angry with Wan, are you?" How could I? Lin Muhong looked at the adorable little guy, her heart filled with tenderness. You're so cute, how could I be angry? On the playground, Lin Muhong stared intently at Wan Wan. He suddenly realized that the child's eyebrows and eyes were quite similar to his own. Especially when she called out her name in front of the whole class, Lin Muhong couldn't help but wonder, could this child really be his daughter? That can't be. This child looks 5 or 6 years old, while I had never even held a girl's hand when I was 12 or 13. How could I have such a big daughter? Seeing such a pretty little girl, I must be going crazy wanting a daughter. Am I a born daughter lover? Ding! Father and daughter reunite life winner system successfully activated. What the hell? A life winner system? Oh, no, father and daughter? Lin Muhong's gaze shifted to the pretty little girl in front of him. She really is my daughter? Feeling her father staring at her like that, Lin Wanwan playfully asked, Daddy, is there a flower on Wanwan's face? No, Lin Muhong answered subconsciously. In just a short while, he had completely regarded himself as Wanwan's father. Then, he asked gently, Wanwan, you said I'm your father, so what's your mother's name? Dad's so stupid, he doesn't even know what mom's name is, Lin Wanwan said mockingly, then answered, Mom's name is Xia Wanning. After saying that, she didn't forget to tell Lin Muhong, Dad, you must remember mom's name. Mom can be very fierce when she gets angry. She'll make you kneel on a washboard. Lin Muhong was taken aback when he heard this. He hadn't expected that he was actually henpecked. But on second thought, this is not necessarily a bad thing. After all, even the gambling king said that listening to one's wife will bring prosperity. But what surprised him most was that his future wife was Xia Wanning. He might not have known her before, but after entering university, the name Xia Wanning was the one he heard most often. This is a prominent figure at Shanghai University, known as the most beautiful campus belle since the university's founding. He couldn't help but be filled with curiosity about how he and she would meet, fall in love, and eventually get together. At this moment, Lin Wanwan took a photo out of her backpack and placed it in front of Lin Muhong. Chapter 2 Dad, Wanwan's tummy is hungry. Dad, this is Mom. On the left are Grandpa and Grandma, and on the right are Grandma, Grandpa, and Uncle. Looking at the photo, Lin Muhong was completely captivated. The elderly man on the left in the photo was none other than his parents, only they looked a bit older than he remembered. Upon seeing this, Lin Muhong completely believed that Lin Wanwan was his daughter. At that moment, Lin Wanwan snuggled into his arms like a kitten, rubbing her tummy, and said in a childish voice, Daddy, Wanwan is hungry. Can you cook me some food? Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong couldn't help but feel a bitter smile. His culinary skills are so poor that even describing them as indescribable would be too mild a word. Looking into his daughter's expectant eyes, he could only gently comfort her, Wanwan, shall we go out for lunch today? Upon hearing this, Wanwan frowned, shook her head in her childish voice, and said seriously, No, Mommy says the food outside is unhealthy and won't let us eat outside. Lin Muhong smiled helplessly, but for now, all he could do was try to persuade his daughter, It's okay, we'll just have it once. Wanwan, do you want a hamburger? At the mention of hamburgers, Wanwan's eyes lit up immediately, and she waved her little arms excitedly, I want to eat one. Then, she smiled mischievously, leaned close to Lin Muhong's ear, and whispered, Daddy, we can't tell Mommy about us sneaking food, okay? Okay, I won't say. Lin Muhong agreed with a smile, but secretly resolved in his heart that he must learn to cook in the future so that his daughter could eat healthy and delicious meals. He held Wanwan's chubby little hand, and the two walked towards the school gate. Across from the school was a KFC. Lin Muhong ordered a kid's meal and brought it to Wanwan. The little guy's eyes lit up the moment he saw the hamburger and fries, and he even swallowed hard. His innocence and cuteness made Lin Muhong feel a surge of affection for him. At this moment, Wanwan placed the hamburger in front of Lin Muhong and asked obediently, Daddy, do you want some? I don't want to eat it, you eat it. Lin Muhong smiled happily. Upon hearing this, Wanwan couldn't help but take a big bite. It was clear the little one was really starving. Watching his daughter wolf down her food, Lin Muhong felt a surge of warmth in his heart. After eating and drinking her fill, Wanwan leaned on her father's shoulder, yawning, and said sleepily, Daddy, when is Mommy coming back? I miss Mommy. Lin Muhong gently stroked her daughter's head and said softly, Mom is busy. She can come back to be with Wanwan when she's done. He knew that such a small baby couldn't live without a mother, but how could he convince the other person of this absurd idea? Soon, Lin Muhong heard even breathing sounds. He turned his head and saw that the little guy had fallen asleep sweetly. Watching her daughter's long eyelashes flutter gently and her plump lips slightly parted, Lin Muhong's heart was filled with happiness and contentment. However, a practical problem confronted him. His daughter was asleep, so where should he put her? Across from the school stood numerous simple yet affordable guesthouses, costing only 50 yuan per night. Lin Muhong specially booked a room near the school gate and carefully placed the sleeping Wanwan on the bed. Ding! System has issued a task, bring Xia Wanning to Lin Wanwan. System reward, a 2-bedroom apartment in Junwan Villa. What? Upon hearing the system issue the task, Lin Muhong instantly felt a headache coming on. How could the other party possibly believe all this absurd nonsense? He could only hope that Xia Wanning wouldn't treat him like a fool when the time came. If the other party insists on not coming, kidnapping them should still be enough to complete the system task. Lin Muhong gently stroked Wanwan's chubby little face and said softly, "Wanwan, Daddy will bring Mommy to you now." He carefully tucked the blanket around the little one, and after making sure everything was in place, he locked the door and left in a hurry. To make his argument more convincing, Lin Muhong pulled out the precious family photo from deep inside Wanwan's backpack. He prayed silently that Xia Wanning wouldn't think he was a fool after seeing the photo. While searching for Xia Wanning, Lin Muhong focused on communicating with the system. "System, what functions do you have?" Lin Muhong's voice was filled with anticipation. "Alright, host, I will now introduce you." The system paused for a moment, its voice carrying a hint of mechanical tone, and said, "In addition to completing the tasks assigned by the system also has a lottery function, where various rare skills will randomly drop. In addition, the host can purchase them in the system shop using heart points." Heartbeat points? Lin Muhong was slightly taken aback, then asked. "The so-called heartbeat value refers to the degree to which Xia Wanning is attracted to you. After successfully pursuing Xia Wanning, the system will undergo a major upgrade, unlocking more abundant rewards." The system's explanation was concise and clear. The specific rules are for the host to explore on their own. The final interpretation right belongs to the system, and no rebuttals will be accepted. The system's voice rang out again, carrying an unquestionable tone. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Muhong understood. Although pursuing Xia Wanning had brought him many rewards for falling for her, that wasn't Lin Muhong's true intention. His main concern was that his precious daughter needed her mother's company. Thanks to Xia Wanning's popularity at Shanghai University, Lin Muhong quickly gathered her class information, dormitory number, and detailed course schedule on the school forum. After checking, he was delighted to find that Xia Wanning had no classes this afternoon, which meant that she was likely in her dormitory at this time. So, Lin Muhong arrived at the front of Building 8 of the girls' dormitory. At that time, a lot of boys had gathered downstairs, eagerly waiting, but he was different from them. Looking at the girls coming and going, Lin Muhong was afraid that he would be kicked out by them. He had a sudden inspiration, pushed open the dormitory supervisor's door and window, and said sincerely, "Auntie, I'd like to find someone, could you let me in for a moment?" When the dormitory supervisor heard this, she refused him without hesitation. "Every day, boys want to find someone. How can we let boys into the girls' dormitory so easily? Figure it out yourself." After saying that, he closed the window and locked it tightly. With this path blocked, Lin Muhong fell into deep thought. How could he get Xia Wanning to come downstairs? He browsed the forum again, hoping to find Xia Wanning's contact information, but unfortunately, he couldn't. Left with no other choice, Lin Muhong resorted to the most direct and clumsy method. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Xia Wanning, I have something to tell you, come down now. Xia Wanning, Xia Wanning." These shouts instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. Although Lin Muhong felt embarrassed, he couldn't care less about anything else when he thought of his daughter's longing for her mother. For his daughter's sake, this father had no choice but to swallow his pride and use every trick in the book. Chapter 3. We have a 6-year-old daughter. Girls' dormitory, room 308. Xiao Xiao, wearing a pink nightgown, was busy hanging up the clothes she had just washed on the balcony when suddenly, a series of noisy sounds came from downstairs. Xiao Xiao curiously peeked out, then excitedly turned around and called out to Xia Wanning inside the room. "Ning Ning, someone downstairs is calling you, come and see." Xia Wanning was sitting on a chair by the bed, a pair of white wireless earphones gently hanging by her ears, blocking out the noise from the outside world. She wore a simple yet elegant white dress, her long hair cascading naturally on both sides like a waterfall, and her skin as white as snow, like a fairy who stepped out of a painting. Hearing Xiao Xiao's call, she gently took off her headphones, a hint of doubt in her eyes. "Xiao Xiao, what did you say? Is someone calling me?" Xiao Xiao grabbed her hand and ran to the window, saying with a gossipy look, "Ning Ning, look. There's a boy downstairs calling your name. Could it be another love-struck guy confessing his feelings to you?" Xiao Wanning smiled slightly, a hint of helplessness on her face. Many people had confessed their feelings to her, but this was the first time someone had been so crazy. She couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Oh dear, it's all because our Ning Ning is so beautiful that her suitors are practically lining up all the way overseas. Xiao Wanning glanced out the window, then returned to her chair and sat down. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao blinked and said with a mischievous smile, "Ning Ning, why don't you go down and take a look? What if he's a super handsome guy? It would be a shame to miss him." Xiao Wanning shook her head, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Go ahead and go, I don't have the time." Downstairs, Lin Muhan was shouting Xiao Wanning's name over and over again. His voice echoed through the empty campus, attracting many curious glances. After calling for a long time, no one came down from upstairs. Lin Muhan couldn't help but wonder if he hadn't called loudly enough, or if Xiao Wanning wasn't in the dormitory at all. He was unwilling to give up like this, so he had a bright idea. He went to the school gate and bought a loudspeaker for 20 yuan from an old man who roasted sweet potatoes. The old man looked at him with curiosity and confusion in his eyes, but Lin Muhan didn't care about that and ran back with the megaphone in hand. Soon after, the name Xiao Wanning began to play on a loop at the entrance of Building 8. The sound was deafening, and all the girls in the building heard it. Many girls pressed their faces against the windows, peering down curiously, eager to see who this daring boy was. Looking at the lively scene upstairs, Lin Muhan felt secretly pleased. He thought that this would be enough to get Xiao Wanning to come down. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no sign of her. He couldn't help but wonder, that shouldn't be the case. Xiao Wanning should have come down after hearing that. Could it be that she really isn't in the dormitory? Just then, a middle-aged dormitory supervisor with curly hair stormed over, snatched the megaphone, and slammed the shut-off button. "Young man, I asked you to find a solution, not to disturb the peace." The aunt's voice was sharp and stern, clearly showing her dissatisfaction with Lin Muhan's behavior. "The loudspeaker has been confiscated. You'd better watch yourself." With that, the aunt turned and left, leaving Lin Muhan standing there alone. "Hey! Auntie, I don't need it." Lin Muhan wanted to persuade her to stay, but his aunt completely ignored him. Lin Muhan not only failed to get his future daughter-in-law called, but also ended up losing a big loudspeaker. He truly lost both his wife and his army. He sat on the curb, pondering a solution, when suddenly, a girl in a white dress walked out of the dormitory building Xiao Wanning. She didn't want to come, but the loudspeaker kept playing on repeat, which angered the crowd, so she had no choice but to come down. Xiao Wanning walked up to Lin Muhan, gently patted his shoulder, and asked with a mix of indifference and curiosity, "Were you the one calling me? Is there something you need?" Lin Muhan looked up and was immediately stunned. He looked at the other person in confusion. Who are you?" Seeing this, Xiao Wanning said speechlessly, "You keep calling my name, but you don't recognize me? Is this some kind of ploy to get me?" Hearing her say that, Lin Muhan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the girl in front of him was the one he was looking for. "Oh, it's you." He smiled awkwardly, but was incredibly happy. Actually, Lin Muhan didn't intentionally fail to recognize Xiao Wanning. He had only heard of her name but had never seen her in person. Furthermore, the photo in his hand depicted Xiao Wanning's future appearance, which was indeed quite different from her present self. Therefore, when he first saw Xiao Wanning, he did not immediately recognize her. Knowing his daughter could wake up at any moment, Lin Muhan decided to give her a heads up before getting straight to the point. "Xiao Wanning, I know what I'm about to say might seem unbelievable, but I hope you can believe me and not treat me like a fool, okay?" His eyes were full of sincerity and pleading. Xiao Wanning looked at him and nodded, indicating that she was willing to listen. "Okay, go ahead and say it." Lin Muhan took a deep breath and began to speak. "We got married in the future and have a 6-year-old daughter. Our daughter traveled from the future to our present world, and she misses you very much." Xiao Wanning's brows furrowed deeper as she listened. Although she had prepared herself mentally, she couldn't help but sneer when she heard the other party's absurd words. "Hey classmate, if you want to pursue me, you don't need to make up so many unbelievable stories, do you?" Her eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhan's heart tightened, but he did not give up. "I'm sorry, I know it's hard for people to believe, but what I said is true. You can take a look at this photo," he said, taking a photo out of his pocket and handing it to Xiao Wanning. Xiao Wanning took the photo and examined it carefully. There was a picture of herself in the photo, but that she looked more mature and charming. What surprised her even more was that her parents were also in the photo. She found that her parents looked older than she remembered, with more signs of aging on their faces. Upon seeing these, Xia Waning's expression turned serious. How did you get my parents' photos? What exactly do you want? Seeing this, Lin Muhang quickly waved his hand and explained, I don't want to do anything, really. Although this is a bit unbelievable, please let me explain. Xia Waning tacitly agreed, and then Lin Muhang pointed to the photo and said, my parents are on the left in the photo, and our daughter Lin Wanwan is in the middle. She looks like you. After listening, Xia Waning's gaze lingered on the little girl in the middle. She looked her over carefully and was surprised to find that she looked 7 or 8 parts similar to herself when she was a child. Even so, she still found it hard to believe. After all, she had never even held a boy's hand, so how could she possibly have a 6-year-old daughter? Chapter 4, Will the innocent school beauty become this fierce later? Seeing this, Lin Muhang pleaded, I know it's hard to believe, but my daughter really is in the small hotel across from the school. You'll know once you meet her. Upon hearing this, Xia Waning instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, in this complex society, there are many news reports of female college students being trafficked. However, when she saw the sincerity and determination in his eyes, she found herself following Lin Muhang as if possessed. As soon as Lin Muhang stepped into the small hotel, he could clearly hear the intermittent crying of a child coming from the innermost room on the first floor. The sound was filled with helplessness and fear, piercing straight into his heart. Upon hearing the crying, Lin Muhang's heart skipped a beat, as if something had suddenly gripped it. His expression instantly turned anxious, and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he sprinted to the door and opened it with trembling hands. Upon opening the door, the scene before him made Lin Muhang's heart clench. Wanwan was barefoot on the ground, her pink little feet standing out brightly in the dim light. Her little face was streaked with tears, which flowed like 2 little streams from the corners of her eyes to her chin, making her look pitiful. When she woke up, she found the room empty and the unfamiliar environment made her feel very scared. The moment Wanwan saw Lin Muhang, she buried herself in his arms, clinging tightly to his leg, and sobbed, Daddy, Wanwan thought you didn't want me anymore. Her voice was filled with grievance and unease, which broke Lin Muhang's heart. He immediately took the little one into his arms. Wah, wah. Wanwan's little body trembled in Lin Muhang's arms, crying like a little kitten who had suffered a great injustice. Lin Muhang gently patted Wanwan's shoulder, tenderly comforting her. Wanwan is Daddy's precious baby, how could Daddy not want you? Dad just went to take care of some things, I didn't expect Wanwan to wake up so quickly. Seeing that his daughter was still sobbing, Lin Muhang forced a smile and looked at Wanwan, saying, Baby, look who Daddy brought? After Lin Muhang finished speaking, he gently turned Wanwan's face towards the door. At this moment, Xia Waning, who was standing outside the door, could see the child's appearance clearly. She froze, her eyes wide open, as if she had seen the most incredible thing in the world. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have found it hard to believe that the other person looked 7 or 8 parts like her. The eyebrows, the nose, the mouth, they were practically a miniature version of her. Seeing this, Xia Waning's eyes were filled with shock, and her heart was filled with turbulent waves. How is that possible? How could such a coincidence happen in the world? She couldn't help but doubt her eyes. Was she seeing things? But the child was clearly standing there, crying so sadly. Just as she was in shock, Wanwan opened her arms and said with a sweet, childlike laugh, Mommy, you're back. Wanwan missed you so much. Her voice was full of innocence and anticipation, wanting her mother to hug her. Facing this unfamiliar child, Xia Waning stood there dumbfounded, unsure of how to react. She felt a mix of emotions, surprise, doubt, and bewilderment. She looked at Wanwan's expectant little face, but couldn't bring herself to take that step to hug her. Seeing that she was unmoved, Wanwan's little face fell instantly, her little mouth pursed, and tears welled up in her eyes again. Then she pouted, leaned against her father's shoulder with a wronged expression, and said in a tearful voice, Does Mommy not like Wanwan anymore? That's why she doesn't want to hold Wanwan. She snuggled closer to Lin Muhang, as if seeking a final bit of comfort. Did Wanwan do something wrong? Why are Daddy and Mommy pretending not to know me today? Wanwan's voice was filled with confusion and bewilderment. She couldn't understand why her parents had suddenly become so unfamiliar. Hearing his daughter cry, Lin Muhang felt a pang of pain in his heart. He quickly comforted her, Daddy and Mommy both love Wanwan. Mommy was thinking about something just now, that's why I didn't hold Wanwan. Wanwan is so cute, how could anyone not like her? His voice was full of gentleness and firmness, trying to give Wanwan the strongest support. Really? The little one asked, tears welling in his eyes, a hint of uncertainty flickering in them. Of course it's true. Lin Muhang nodded with a smile, hugging Wanwan tightly, as if he wanted to pass on all his love to her. Then, he touched Wanwan's little feet, and the icy feeling made him frown. He said affectionately, "Sweetie, shall Daddy put your shoes on for you?" "Mum." Wanwan nodded, then sat obediently on the bed, stretching out her little feet for her father to put on her shoes. Throughout the time, Xia Wanning kept her eyes fixed on Wanwan, her gaze filled with complexity and contradiction. She didn't know how to face this child who looked so much like herself. She didn't know why, but when she heard her crying just now, her heart ached a little, and that inexplicable pain left her feeling somewhat helpless. Could it be that the other person is really my daughter? This thought, once it popped into Xia Wanning's mind, lingered there. What on earth is going on? Xia Wanning's mind was a tangled mess, impossible to unravel. Beside her, Lin Muhang was busy putting shoes on Wanwan. The little one was wearing a pair of pink sandals decorated with cute little flowers. However, no matter how hard Lin Muhang tried, he couldn't button the shoes up, and he was sweating profusely with anxiety. Who bought these shoes? Why are they so hard to wear? Lin Muhang couldn't help but complain. As an 18-year-old young man who had never raised a child and was impatient, he naturally became a little annoyed by such a small thing. Upon hearing this, Wanwan quickly covered his mouth with her chubby little hands, then glanced at Xia Wanning. A hint of worry and fear flickered in her eyes, as if she was afraid that her father's words would upset her mother. A moment later, the little guy whispered in Lin Muhang's ear, "Daddy, shoe. These shoes were bought by Mom. If you dare to criticize anything Mom bought, she won't let you into the room." Wanwan's little face was full of seriousness and earnestness, as if this was a very serious matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhang instinctively glanced at Xia Wanning, only to see her standing there with a somewhat embarrassed expression. He couldn't help but think to himself, is this the kind of innocent school beauty going to be so fierce? Xia Wanning may have heard Wanwan's words as well. She lowered her head, her face flushed, and she couldn't believe it. Was that me? Chapter 5 Mom, make Dad kneel on the board. Seeing Lin Muhang clumsily fiddling with the straps on her sandals, Xia Wanning stood gently to the side, her voice as soft as a spring breeze. "Let me do it." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhang's face showed a hint of embarrassment. He then stepped aside and scratched his head sheepishly. "Okay," he replied softly, his eyes shining with gratitude. Xia Wanning squatted down, her long hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall. With a gentle twist and a snap of her nimble fingers, she secured the straps of her sandals, her movements skillful and elegant. At this moment, Wanwan jumped off the bed, her rosy cheeks puffed up like two plump peaches. Like a happy little bird, she spread her little wings and ran straight towards Xia Wanning. Her small lips gently pressed against Xia Wanning's cheek, leaving a wet, warm kiss mark. "Mommy, thank you." The little one's voice was as clear and melodious as a silver bell, captivating all who heard it. The soft touch startled Xia Wanning, and a strange joy welled up in her heart. Looking at Wanwan's innocent smile, she was somewhat dazed. Could all this absurd and beautiful thing really be real? Just then, a crisp system notification sounded in Lin Muhang's mind. Ding! The Life Winner system has detected that the host has successfully brought Xia Wanning to Lin Wanwan. Reward, a 2-bedroom apartment in Yunwan Villa. As soon as the system's voice finished speaking, Lin Muhang took out a brand new key from his pocket. Before he could even feel happy, Xia Wanning turned to Lin Muhang and asked calmly, "What are your plans next?" Lin Muhang's gaze became firm and profound. He glanced affectionately at Wanwan, who was playing nearby, and said firmly, "My daughter, of course I must take responsibility for raising her." However, when he saw the lingering hesitation and struggle on Xia Wanning's face, he expressed his understanding. "As for you, it's okay if you don't want to take responsibility. Neither my daughter nor I will make things difficult for you." His tone was full of tolerance and understanding. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning felt a pang of disappointment. She quickly explained, "If Wanwan is truly my daughter, I will definitely take on the responsibilities of a mother." Her tone was full of firmness and determination, as if she were proving something to Lin Muhang. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhang nodded slightly and then said, "Then let's go to the hospital now and do a paternity test, so you'll know the truth." The three of them left the shabby little hotel, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the First Central Hospital of Shanghai. The hospital corridor was dimly lit and warm, and the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. Lin Muhong squatted on the ground and suddenly pointed to the west, saying to Wan Wan, do you see anything fun over there? The little girl turned her head curiously, while Lin Muhong swiftly and deftly plucked a hair from her head. When Wan Wan realized she had been tricked, her little face was immediately filled with grievance and anger. Her cheeks puffed up like two air-filled glutinous rice balls, and her lower lip was so pouty that it could hold a weight. With her hands on her hips, she angrily said to Lin Muhong, Daddy is bad, he just teases Wan Wan, Wan Wan won't play with you anymore. After saying that, the little one ran to Xia Waning's arms for comfort. She pointed at Lin Muhong and complained, Mommy, Daddy bullied me, Mommy, you have to stand up for me. She looked both cute and pitiful. Xia Waning looked at the little baby in her arms, and a gentle smile appeared on her lips. She pinched Wan Wan's chubby cheeks and said indulgently, How do you want me to make the decision for you? The little guy thought for a moment, then said proudly, Make Daddy kneel on the board. His tone was as if a little queen was giving orders. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong couldn't help but touch his knees, thinking to himself, a man's knees are worth gold, how could I possibly kneel down so easily in the future? Moreover, could he really marry a wife like that? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Xia Waning felt extremely embarrassed upon hearing these words. She quickly plucked a hair from her head and handed it to Lin Muhong, urging, Hurry up and send it in for testing, don't dawdle. Lin Muhong took the hair, nodded, and turned to walk towards the laboratory. Time seemed to stretch out and agonize at that moment, each second feeling like a year. The three sat on a bench in the corridor, silently waiting for the result. Finally, 3 hours later, a nurse called out in the hallway, holding a report, Is Lin Muhong here? Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong immediately stood up and replied, Yes. His voice carried a hint of anticipation and nervousness. Your test results are in. After saying that, the nurse handed the report to Lin Muhong. He took the report and immediately handed it to Xia Waning. Although he hadn't seen the results, he was already certain that Lin Wanwan was his daughter. Xia Waning took the report and turned to the last page with slightly trembling fingers. The report clearly stated, parent-child relationship confirmed. These words were like a reassuring pill, finally putting a weight off her heart. For some reason, she felt a sense of relief upon seeing the result. Is Wanwan really her daughter? If things go according to plan, then the man opposite her will be her future husband? Thinking of this, Xia Waning couldn't help but scrutinize Lin Muhong closely. He was dressed in casual sportswear, his posture as upright as a pine tree, and his 180 centimeters height made him stand out in the crowd. Beneath thick eyebrows, a pair of eyes were as deep as the night sky, with a high nose bridge and thin lips slightly pursed. In particular, the dark cinnabar mole beside the nostril was unforgettable at first glance. If my future husband is this handsome, it doesn't seem so bad. Xia Waning smiled secretly with satisfaction. Just then, Wanwan's sweet, childlike voice rang in her ears. She blinked her big eyes and, standing about an arm's width away from Xia Waning, asked curiously, Mommy, why are you staring at Daddy? Does Daddy have flowers on his face? Hearing this, Xia Waning suddenly came to her senses and met Lin Muhong's deep eyes. Her face turned red, and she muttered to herself, Xia Waning, what are you thinking about? As I left the hospital, the sky had already turned pitch black, and the streetlights were lighting up one by one, guiding people home. Just then, Wanwan's little belly started rumbling at an inopportune moment, with a particularly loud gurgling sound. She stuck out her tongue shyly, her eyes narrowed into slits, and 2 red clouds rose on her cheeks as she said somewhat embarrassedly, Oh dear, I'm hungry. The little one suddenly grabbed Xia Waning's smooth, jade-like hand, swayed her little body, and began to whine, Mommy, Wanwan wants to eat the food you make. Chapter 6, How can a college student raise a 6-year-old child? Xia Waning stood there dumbfounded. Cook? All she knew how to do was eat. Seeing this, Lin Muhong, who was standing to the side, smiled amusedly and asked, You can't cook? Xia Waning scratched her head and said sincerely, Yes, cooking instant noodles counts. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong shook his head with a look of disgust. If cooking instant noodles counts as being able to cook, then wouldn't he be a 5-star chef? He thought to himself that he would at least add a ham, an egg, and some vegetables to his instant noodles. Xia Waning noticed the disdain in his eyes and muttered in dissatisfaction, Then can you do it? There was a hint of challenge in her eyes, as if to say, If you can do it, then you do it. Lin Muhong waved his hand awkwardly and said with a wry smile, No. He secretly regretted it. If he had known he would have to cook for his daughter, he would have learned cooking skills from his mother. Now, all he could do was cook instant noodles. It was so embarrassing. At this moment, Xia Wanning rolled her eyes at Lin Muhong, then looked at Wan Wan gently and said softly, "Baby, mommy will cook for you another day. How about we eat out today?" Her voice was full of apology. Upon hearing that they could eat out, Wan Wan's little eyes immediately lit up, like two sparkling gems. Her little head bobbed like a rattle drum, nodding excitedly, "Okay, okay. We'll eat out today, and next time we'll eat mom's cooking." Xia Wanning smiled and patted Wan Wan's head, asking, "What would you like to eat, my darling?" Her eyes were full of doting affection, as if she wanted to give Wan Wan the best of everything in the world. Wan Wan tilted her little head and thought for a moment, then said in her childish voice, "Mommy, can I eat noodles?" "Of course." Xia Wanning immediately agreed, her eyes sparkling with maternal love. Before long, the three of them arrived at a cozy little noodle shop. Lin Muhong ordered a bowl of clear soup noodles for Wan Wan, while the other two ate pea and minced meat noodles. Wan Wan sat on a small stool, her chubby little hands supporting her chin, her eyes fixed on the kitchen, as if she was looking forward to the arrival of delicious food. Finally, the noodles were served. Xia Wanning carried the bowl over and saw that it was topped with a dense layer of cilantro, its emerald green color looking particularly tempting under the light. Lin Muhong couldn't stand it after seeing it. He couldn't understand how anyone could like cilantro. He frowned, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Wan Wan looked around and saw that there was nothing in her bowl except noodles and vegetables. Then, her eyes lit up and she saw the cilantro in Xia Wanning's bowl. She said in her sweet, childlike voice, "Mommy, I want some cilantro too. Can you share some with me?" Xia Wanning smiled and patted Wan Wan's head gently, saying, "Mommy will get you some more, okay?" Wan Wan nodded obediently, her little face beaming with a happy smile. A moment later, when Xia Wanning put the cilantro into Wan Wan's bowl, the little girl smiled contentedly. Seeing this, Lin Muhong thought to himself, the daughter takes after her mother, the father, is just a laborer. Just then, Xia Wanning suddenly spoke up, "Lin Muhong, how much does a paternity test cost? I'll send you half the money in a bit." Her voice carried a hint of seriousness, as if she were discussing something very important. Lin Muhong didn't make a fuss. After all, he was just a freshman in college, and his mother had already transferred half a semester's worth of money to his account when he started college. After the paternity test, his wallet was completely empty. He couldn't even afford to feed himself, let alone support Wan Wan. He nodded and said, "Okay." Hearing her parents talking, Wan Wan hugged the bowl, which was bigger than her face, with her chubby little hands and started slurping the noodles. She bit her chopsticks, looked at Xia Wanning with a puzzled expression, and asked in a childish voice, "Mommy, you usually call Daddy husband, why didn't you call him that today?" Her eyes were full of curiosity. "Ha? Husband?" Upon hearing this word, Xia Wanning trembled in surprise, and her ears suddenly turned red. She secretly glanced at Lin Muhong's reaction, only to find that he was acting as if nothing had happened, eating and drinking as usual, while she was the only one who was too shy to answer. She thought to herself, this little guy knows everything. However, when faced with her daughter's questioning gaze, her eyes darted away, and her heart pounded like a rabbit's. Does she really have to call her husband before her daughter will give up? She thought about it, but still felt too shy to say it. Just then, Lin Muhong put down his bowl and chopsticks, looked at Wan Wan and teased, "The noodles are getting cold. If you don't eat quickly, Daddy will take your food away." His voice was tinged with a hint of a joke. Upon hearing this, Wan Wan immediately pouted and said angrily, "Humph, Daddy's so mean, he just bullies little kids." Her eyes held a hint of grievance, as if she were accusing Lin Muhong of his evil deeds. "When we get back to Grandpa and Grandma's house, I'll tell on you." Wan Wan continued to threaten, her little face full of dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Lin Muhong laughed even harder. He patted Wan Wan's head and said, "Okay, then Daddy will wait for Wan Wan to go and complain." Because her dad was always there to snatch her noodles, Wan Wan ate incredibly fast. Her little mouth kept chewing, making her look as cute as a little hamster. In no time, a third of the large bowl of noodles was gone. For a 6-year-old to have this much appetite is quite amazing. After finishing her meal, Wan Wan patted her round little belly and said contentedly, "Wan Wan is full, Daddy can eat the rest of the noodles now, I won't be angry with you." Her voice still carried a touch of childishness. "Okay." Lin Muhong patted Wan Wan's head and nodded with a smile. He picked up the rest of Wan Wan's noodles and ate them in big mouthfuls. Seeing Lin Muhong eating so heartily, Wan Wan couldn't help but smile. Xia Wanning sat to the side, watching the two of them, and a warm feeling suddenly welled up in her heart. Thinking about this, she suddenly realized a very serious problem. both of them were college students, how could they raise a 6-year-old child? She frowned, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Our school has room checks, and it's inconvenient for Wanwan to stay at either your place or mine. What should we do? Xia Wanning looked at Lin Muhong, her voice full of worry. Seeing this, Lin Muhong immediately comforted her. It's okay, I have an apartment across from the school, Wanwan will live with me. Lin Muhong had already thought of this when the system issued the reward. Xia Wanning nodded, feeling slightly relieved. However, she still asked with some concern, what if you check the dorms? Her eyes shone with concern, as if she were thinking of Lin Muhong. Lin Muhong smiled and said easily, my roommate is the class monitor. I'll have him find someone to cover for me. It won't be discovered. His voice was full of confidence, as if everything was under his control. After hearing this, Xia Wanning finally felt relieved. She nodded and said, that's for the best. After finishing their meal, the three of them got into a taxi and headed back to Lin Muhong's house across from the school. Wanwan sat in the middle, holding Xia Wanning's hand with one hand and Lin Muhong's hand with the other, her little face beaming with a happy smile. Chapter 7 Why was Dad acting so clumsy today? Yunwan Villa, Building 8, Unit 1, Room 1201. Pushing open the door, you are greeted by a very cozy house. The room is spotless and filled with a faint, fresh fragrance. All kinds of furniture and appliances are available and arranged in an orderly manner. The house had clearly just been renovated and showed no signs of being lived in, so everything looked brand new. Wanwan took small, quick steps, curiously looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings, her clear, watery eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity. She looked at Lin Muhong with a puzzled expression and asked in a soft, sweet voice, Daddy, why did we come here instead of going back to our own home? Her little brows furrowed slightly, her face full of confusion. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong felt a bit embarrassed. He wanted to, but this was the present, not the future. Then, he bent down, gently patted Wanwan's head, and asked softly, Wanwan, do you know the name of our neighborhood? I know. The little one nodded vigorously, his little hand unconsciously poking his father's nose, a naive smile on his lips, as if he had discovered some amazing secret. Why is Daddy acting so silly today? Our house is like Thompson Riviera. Upon hearing the name Thompson Group 2, Lin Muhong couldn't help but gasp. That's the most famous affluent area in Shanghai, and even China. The people who live there are either rich or powerful. It seems that I must be very successful in my future career to be able to provide my daughter with such a superior living environment. Thinking of this, Lin Muhong secretly made up his mind that if he wanted his daughter to live a life free from worries about food and clothing in the future, he would have to work twice as hard. At that moment, he gently held Wanwan in his arms, his eyes filled with tenderness and determination. Baby, we'll be living here for a while from now on, okay? Yes, as long as Daddy and Mommy are here, Wanwan is fine. The little one said in a soft and sweet voice, her face beaming with a happy smile, her eyes curving into crescent shapes, revealing two cute little tiger teeth, making her look exceptionally playful and adorable. Then, Lin Muhong gently placed Wanwan on the soft sofa and affectionately patted her little head. Baby, play here for a while, Daddy and Mommy have something to talk about. Okay. Wanwan nodded obediently, then took out a colorful storybook from her backpack with her chubby little hands, found a comfortable position to curl up on the sofa, and quietly started reading. Her little hands turned the pages of the book from time to time, her face full of focus and seriousness, as if she were immersed in this wonderful story. Xia Wanning felt a warm current well up in her heart as she watched the scene. Her baby is so well behaved, so sensible and adorable, it makes you want to give her all your love. In the restaurant, Lin Muhong and Xia Wanning sat facing each other. Lin Muhong looked at her and said calmly, now that we've reached a consensus, we'll raise Wanwan together. You have no objections, right? No. Xia Wanning shook her head gently, then added, the future doesn't matter, the present is the present. I am Wanwan's mother, and you are Wanwan's father. Other than that, we have no relationship. Agreed. Lin Muhong nodded in agreement. We won't interfere with each other's lives. No problem. Both of them were very satisfied with the decision. Afterwards, they added each other on WeChat, and Xia Wanning transferred half of the money for the paternity test to Lin Muhong. Seeing that it was getting late, Xia Wanning knew she had to go back, otherwise the school gates would close soon. She glanced at Wanwan with a hint of reluctance, then stood up, walked over to the little one, and gently patted her head. Baby, Mommy has to go out for a bit. I'll come see you again tomorrow, okay? Upon hearing this, Wanwan immediately looked up, her little face filled with reluctance and worry. Mommy, where are you going? You're not going to abandon Wan Wan and Daddy, are you? Her voice trembled slightly, and her little eyes were full of tears, as if she might cry at any moment. Wan Wan doesn't want you to leave. She hugged Xia Wanning's leg tightly, her little face full of attachment and reluctance. Seeing this, Lin Muheng quickly squatted down to comfort her. Mom has work to do, she won't abandon Wan Wan and Dad. After he finished speaking, he looked at Xia Wanning and raised his eyebrows slightly. Xia Wanning immediately understood what he meant and quickly echoed, "That's right, Wan Wan, how could Mommy bear to leave you?" Her words were full of love and reluctance, trying to make Wan Wan believe that she would really come back. Mom will come back to see you first thing tomorrow morning and bring you some delicious food, okay? Xia Wanning gently coaxed Wan Wan, trying to distract her with food. All right then. The little guy pouted and nodded reluctantly. Although she was reluctant to see her mother leave, she knew her mother had work to do, so the little girl said worriedly, "Mom, come back early tomorrow." No problem. Xia Wanning smiled and nodded, then gently pushed open the door. Just as she was about to leave, Wan Wan suddenly rushed out and flew into her arms like a little swallow. She gave her mother a quick kiss on the cheek, then smiled sweetly and said in a soft, sweet voice, "Goodbye, Mommy." Goodbye. Xia Wanning waved, her face beaming with a happy smile. She touched the spot where the little one had kissed her, unable to let go for a long time. At that moment, she felt as if she had experienced the purest happiness and contentment in the world. Let's go home. Lin Muheng took Wan Wan's little hand and led her back to the room. Wan Wan sat on the bed, half kneeling, her little face showing a hint of drowsiness and sleepiness, as if she were about to fall asleep at any moment. She unconsciously rubbed her eyes with her little hands, nodding her head little by little, looking exceptionally cute. The room was fully furnished with all the necessary furniture and appliances, but the little one didn't have any clothes or pajamas. He was thinking that he must take his daughter to buy some new clothes and pajamas tomorrow, so he would just make do with what she has today. Then, he took off his t-shirt and gently put it on Wan Wan. This t-shirt is a bit too big for Wan Wan, but it's just right to wear as a nightgown. Wearing her father's t-shirt, she looked exceptionally petite and adorable, like a little elf. Wan Wan, lie down quickly, Daddy will patch you to sleep, Lin Muheng said softly, trying to get Wan Wan to fall asleep as soon as possible. The little one lay obediently in bed, his little eyes almost closed. She said to Lin Muheng in a sweet voice, "Daddy, is there any milk? I drink a glass of milk every night before bed." He had just checked the refrigerator and found nothing. Lin Muheng shook his head and then assured him, "Sweetie, we're out of milk today. Daddy will buy you some tomorrow, okay?" Lin Muheng spoke gently, trying to soothe the little guy's emotions. He currently knows nothing about Wan Wan's habits and tastes, he can only discover them gradually in the future. The little one responded softly, then pleaded in a sweet, childish voice, "Daddy, then read me a bedtime story." No problem. Lin Muheng nodded with a smile, then searched for bedtime stories suitable for children on his phone. Soon, a magnetic voice rang out in the bedroom. Once upon a time, there was a little kitten who loved to eat fish. It could never get enough of it, and it always thought, if only one fish could turn into many, many fish. Lin Muheng's voice was gentle and captivating, as if it possessed a magical power that gradually lulled Wan Wan into a dream. A satisfied and happy smile graced her little face, as if she were having a sweet dream. Soon her breathing became even and calm, and she had clearly fallen asleep. Looking at Wan Wan's appearance, Lin Muheng felt a warm current well up in his heart. He gently covered Wan Wan with the blanket and then quietly left the room. Chapter 8 Creative Ability? Can this stuff be eaten as food? At the same time, a crisp system notification sound suddenly rang in Lin Muheng's mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host is reading bedtime stories to his daughter. This heartwarming and loving act deserves a reward. The host is hereby awarded for his children's story creation ability. As soon as the system finished speaking, it was as if a Pandora's box had been opened in Lin Muheng's mind. Countless wonderful bedtime stories flooded in like a tide, each story full of whimsy and imagination. This creative ability was simply the ultimate manifestation of a fountain of inspiration. Creative ability? Can that put food on the table? Lin Muheng thought to himself, while his mind was racing with ideas for ways to make money. Thinking about the wonderful life Wan Wan will have in the future, he vowed to give his beloved daughter an even better life. So how could he make money quickly? Lin Muheng first looked through the part-time job groups on his phone and found that although the hourly wage for waiters was good, at 20 yuan per hour, 10 hours would only amount to 200 yuan. Although it was enough to make a living, it would mean no time to take care of Wan Wan. Knowing that human traffickers are rampant in society, he would never feel comfortable entrusting his child to someone else's care. In an instant, he rejected all the seemingly feasible ways to make money. Just as Lin Muhong was deep in thought, a sudden inspiration struck him. The system had just rewarded him with his creative ability, so perhaps he could try writing bedtime stories and see if anyone would be willing to buy them. As soon as the idea came to him, he immediately took action and started searching for relevant information online. Unexpectedly, he actually found a website called Childhood Fun that specializes in buying high-quality children's stories, and the prices are quite high. A good story can sell for as much as 1,000 yuan, with no upper limit. Lin Muhong was secretly delighted. He believed that with the creative abilities granted by the system, he would definitely be able to write a high-quality story that would satisfy everyone. So he quickly registered as an author on the Childhood Fun website and began to conceive his first work. In less than an hour, he successfully created and published 3 bedtime stories full of childlike fun and imagination. After posting, he logged off the website with satisfaction, eagerly awaiting the editor's call the next day. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Xia Wanning was tossing and turning in bed, feeling inexplicably empty inside. She stared at her phone, wondering what Wan Wan and her father were doing right now. She opened Lin Muhong's WeChat chat window, her fingers hesitating on the keyboard. She wanted to ask him what he was doing, but she was worried that her initiative would seem abrupt and inappropriate. Am I being too proactive? Xia Wanning wondered to herself, her finger hovering over the send button. Never mind, I won't ask anymore. I'll see her tomorrow. She tried to convince herself to let go of her worries, but the longing for Wan Wan grew wildly in her heart, impossible to suppress. Wan Wan is my daughter, it's normal for me to ask, right? After some struggle, Xia Wanning finally mustered up the courage to send Lin Muhong a message. Is Wan Wan asleep? Soon, Lin Muhong replied with a message, along with a photo. In the photo, Wan Wan is sleeping soundly, her long eyelashes drooping gently, and her chubby little face is filled with a happy and content smile, making people want to kiss her. I've been asleep for a while, Lin Muhong replied truthfully. After replying to the messages, perhaps because I had been busy all day, I quickly fell asleep. Meanwhile, Xia Wanning looked at the photos and messages sent by Lin Muhong and felt a warm current welling up in her heart. She thought for a moment and decided to ask the two of them what they wanted for breakfast the next day. So she sent another message. What do you want to eat tomorrow? I'll bring you and Wan Wan breakfast when I come over. However, this time she did not receive a timely reply from Lin Muhong. Time passed by, but Xia Wanning's phone screen remained silent, without any movement. Could she have fallen asleep? Xia Wanning thought to herself, then, realizing she wasn't sleepy at all, she angrily pulled the blanket over her head. She usually sleeps very well, but tonight she unexpectedly had insomnia. Meanwhile, the 3 bedtime stories published by Lin Muhong quietly stirred up a storm among mothers. Zhang Meiyan is a full-time stay-at-home mom with 2 children, the youngest of whom is 5 years old this year. Every night before bed, the little one would pester her to read stories, and the last thing she wanted to do was read stories to her daughter. When she read the story of Grandma Wolf, her daughter sighed helplessly, "Mom, you've read this story 8 times already. I already know what happened next." The little guy pouted, looking dissatisfied. How about Mom reads Little Red Riding Hood to you again? Zhang Meiyan asked helplessly. But the daughter shook her head and said angrily, I want to hear stories you haven't told before. This stumped Zhang Meiyan. Seeing her daughter's stubbornness, she reluctantly opened the new story section of the Children's Fun website. Among the many stories, one titled Star Candy in the Moonlight Forest caught her eye. She started reading it with a let's give it a try attitude, but she never expected that she would be unable to stop reading once she started. This story is not only interesting, but it also teaches children some common sense and life philosophy. Most importantly, after hearing the story, the daughter didn't resist at all, but instead fell asleep happily. After leaving her daughter's room, Zhang Meiyan excitedly shared her discovery in the mom's group. Sisters, I found a really good bedtime story, you should all read it to your kids. The news immediately caused an uproar in the mother's group. Someone replied, Sister, you're a lifesaver. I was just wondering what stories to read to my daughter. She's heard almost all of them. It's really tough on this old mother of mine. My daughter is the same way. It takes her ages to find a story, and she has to listen to a bedtime story every day before she'll go to sleep. Being a woman is hard, being a mom is even harder, another person sighed. The women in the group echoed each other, sharing their own troubles and helplessness. In no time, Lin Muhong's bedtime stories became a hit among mothers. People forwarded, liked, and left comments, and some even donated a cruise ship worth more than 2,000 yuan as encouragement and support for the author. However, these mothers are not just in one group. They also keep in touch with each other in various ways: local, out of town, acquaintances, and strangers. One person tells 10, 10 tell 100, and Lin Muhong's bedtime stories quickly became popular on the internet. Within just 2 hours of its release, the 3 stories garnered over 100,000 views, a staggering number compared to similar works. Meanwhile, the author, Lin Muhong, was fast asleep, completely unaware that his work would become such a sensation. Chapter 9 Mom, Wan dreamed about you yesterday. The next morning, Lin Muhong woke up as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains. Upon opening his eyes, his first reaction was to turn his head to look beside him to check if Wan was still there. Fortunately, the little guy was curled up in a ball, fast asleep. However, this little one is a very restless sleeper. The blanket that was carefully placed over her was kicked to her feet by her at some point. Her sleeping position, which originally faced east, was completely changed during the night's tossing and turning. Now she was upside down, facing the foot of the bed. Fortunately, she didn't actually fall to the ground, which made Lin Muhong secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Muhong gently covered the little guy with the blanket again, and then quietly left the room. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Lin Muhong thought about the stories he had uploaded yesterday. As soon as he opened the Tongchu.com app and it went live, a flood of notifications came in, catching him off guard. Once the comments were opened, they were overwhelmingly positive, with netizens praising his content. To his even greater surprise, he received over 3,000 yuan in tips overnight. Lin Muhong now sincerely apologizes for his doubts yesterday. His creative ability can not only make money, but also save money to drive a Land Rover. He tried to exchange the gift for cash, and to his surprise, the system credited his account instantly. This unexpected joy finally put his mind at ease. At least, my precious daughter won't have to live a life of hardship with him anymore. Knock knock. Just then, a knock came at the door, breaking the tranquility of the morning. Lin Muhong wondered, who could it be so early? He hurriedly put on his slippers, went to the door, and looked through the peephole to see Xia Wanning. She wore a pink floral dress, the hem of which swayed gently with her steps. Her long, black hair cascaded down her sides like a waterfall, with a few strands dancing lightly in the wind, adding to her gentle beauty. She wore a pair of simple white low-heeled sandals, which made her look even more graceful and beautiful. However, when Xia Wanning saw Lin Muhong behind the door, she suddenly seemed to have been burned and quickly covered her eyes with her hands, her face turning so red that it looked like it could bleed. Lu Mang. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Her voice was tinged with shyness and panic. I'm dressed, just without a shirt, Lin Muhong explained helplessly, then stepped aside from the doorway. Wan didn't have any pajamas, so I gave her my t-shirt to wear as pajamas. The little one hasn't woken up yet, and we don't have any other clothes here, so this is all we can do. He shrugged, a hint of innocence on his face. After hearing this, Xia Wanning responded softly, slowly moving her finger away from her eyes. She breathed a sigh of relief when she realized that Lin Muhong was no longer in front of her. In that fleeting glance, she vaguely saw his toned abs, and a ripple of emotion stirred within her. She gently placed the breakfast on the table, glanced shyly at the living room, and said softly, I asked you what you wanted to eat last night, but you didn't answer, so I just bought some random things. The food is still warm, come and eat first. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong quickly opened his phone to check his WeChat messages and indeed found the message Xia Wanning had sent him yesterday. He scratched his head sheepishly and replied, I was too tired yesterday and fell asleep. I didn't mean to not reply. It's nothing. Xia Wanning shook her head gently, a tender smile on her lips. She picked up a steamed bun and took a bite, but her eyes involuntarily drifted towards the living room, as if searching for something. She lowered her head, glanced at Lin Muhong, and looked like she had done something wrong. When her gaze fell upon his faintly visible abs again, her cheeks flushed even more, and some inexplicable thoughts involuntarily surfaced in her mind. I wonder what they feel like. She thought to herself, a strange flutter rising in her heart. How much was breakfast? I'll transfer the money to you, Lin Muhong said, looking up at Xia Wanning. Distracted from her thoughts, Xia Wanning lowered her head shyly, her voice barely audible. It's only a few dollars. I'll buy it today, and you can buy it tomorrow. All right. Lin Muhong nodded and continued looking down at his phone. He wondered to himself, why hadn't the editor from Tongchu.com contacted him yet? Could it be that the editor hadn't started work yet? Just as he was thinking, the bedroom door was gently pushed open, and Wanwan walked out barefoot, wearing that baggy white nightgown. Her hair was a little messy, like a little elf who had just escaped from a dream. The little guy frowned, rubbing his eyes with the back of his hand, looking like he wasn't fully awake yet, and he was incredibly cute. However, when her gaze fell upon Xia Waning, her eyes lit up instantly. Wanwan laughed excitedly and ran into Xia Waning's arms like a happy little bird. "Mommy, you're back." Wanwan dreamed about you yesterday. The little one blinked her big, watery eyes, her face beaming with a sweet smile. Xia Waning held Wanwan in her arms affectionately, gently stroking her hair, and asked softly, "Wanwan, you dreamed about Mommy yesterday, didn't you? What was it like? Can you tell Mommy about it?" Upon hearing this, Wanwan poked her little hands together playfully, and a brighter smile bloomed on her face. Then, the little one said in a sweet, childish voice, "Mommy took Wanwan out shopping and bought her ice cream. That ice cream is pink and strawberry flavored," she added, as if she could already smell its sweet aroma. Upon hearing this, Xia Waning smiled gently, pinched the little one's nose lightly, and said affectionately, "I think the little glutton in Wanwan's tummy wants ice cream." Hee hee. The little guy grinned, revealing 2 adorable dimples, a look that could melt anyone's heart. At this moment, Lin Muhong looked at Xia Waning and asked, "Do you have any plans for today?" "No." Xia Waning gently shook her head. Since there are no classes at Shanghai University on Saturdays and Sundays, she plans to spend both days with her beloved daughter. Moreover, the school isn't checking dorm rooms these days, so she doesn't need to rush back. "Are you busy?" Xia Wanning asked in return. "If you're busy, I can bring Wanwan today." "I'm fine too." Lin Muhong shook his head and continued, "Wanwan was only wearing one set of clothes when she came, and she didn't have any change of clothes. Today we'll take her to buy some new clothes and daily necessities." Before Xia Waning could answer, Wanwan jumped up excitedly, clapping her hands and smiling until her eyes were crescent-shaped. "Yay! Wanwan loves shopping for clothes. Mom, let's go, okay?" She shook Xia Waning's arm, her coquettish manner making it impossible for anyone to resist. Chapter 10. Dad, who's prettier, me or Mom? Looking at her adorable face, Xia Waning felt a warm feeling well up inside her, and nodded with a smile. "Mom didn't say she wouldn't take you." "Yay, Mom is so great. Wanwan loves Mom the most." The little one shouted happily and gave Xia Waning a big kiss on the cheek. The crisp smack made her smile from ear to ear. Seeing this, Lin Muhong pretended to be unhappy and looked at Wanwan, complaining, "Daddy suggested taking you shopping, but Wanwan only likes Mommy and not Daddy. Daddy is so sad." "No." Wanwan waved her hand anxiously, then ran to Lin Muhong and kissed him. Wanwan loves Daddy the most too. Daddy and Mommy are Wanwan's favorite people." Seeing her father finally smile, Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest with her chubby little hands, as if to comfort herself. At this moment, Xia Waning gently stroked Wanwan's head and said with a smile, "Baby, hurry up and eat breakfast. After you finish, I'll take you to buy new clothes." "Mum." Wanwan nodded, taking big bites of the xiaolongbao soup dumplings, shaking her head as she ate, looking extremely happy. After breakfast, Xia Waning gently helped Wanwan change her clothes and carefully tidied her braids. After changing her clothes, Wanwan slung her little bag over her shoulder and ran out happily. Xia Waning looked at the white t-shirt on the bed, unconsciously picked it up, and gently smelled it. A faint fragrance wafted into her nostrils. It was Lin Muhong's unique scent, which smelled wonderful. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and a strange shyness welled up inside her. After folding the clothes, Xia Waning came to Lin Muhong and said shyly, "Your clothes." Taking the clothes, Lin Muhong smiled gently. "Thank you." He put it on, then took Wanwan's hand and went out. Wanwan was overjoyed as her father held her hand. She skipped and hopped along the way, like a happy little elf. The family of 3 hailed a taxi at the entrance of their residential compound and quickly arrived at a nearby shopping mall. As soon as Wanwan entered the mall, she was attracted by the ice cream shop next door. She held Xia Waning's hands, her eyes wide, and said sweetly, "Mom, you promised Wanwan you'd buy her strawberry ice cream this morning." "Okay, you little glutton." Xia Waning pinched Wanwan's little nose, then took her little hand and led her to the beverage shop. She smiled at the shop assistant and said, "Give me a strawberry ice cream." The shop assistant quickly made it, and soon a pink strawberry ice cream was handed to Wanwan. Wanwan held the ice cream, her eyes shining, her rosy little face filled with satisfaction and happiness. Although she really wanted to try the delicious ice cream right away, the little one obediently asked, "Mommy, you bought the ice cream, so I'll give you the first bite." Xia Wanning felt a warmth in her heart, and she declined, saying, "Mom doesn't want to eat, Wan can eat it." But after Wan's strong recommendation, she still took a small bite. "Okay, Mommy is done eating, Wan, you can eat now." Then, the little one ran up to Lin Muhong with the ice cream and said in a childish voice, "Daddy, have a taste too. Strawberry ice cream is really delicious." Lin Muhong bent down, took a small sip of the ice cream, and then gave a thumbs up, praising, "It really is delicious." Hearing her father approve of her taste, Wan was overjoyed and her smile became even brighter. Xia Wanning stood aside, watching the heartwarming interaction between the father and daughter, and a sense of inexplicable comfort welled up in her heart. However, when she noticed that Lin Muhong was sipping the very spot she had just eaten, her cheeks flushed again, and her heart pounded like a rabbit's. Does this count as an indirect kiss? She wondered shyly, touching her lips. Realizing her own chaotic thoughts, she slapped her cheeks and scolded herself, "What nonsense are you thinking?" After buying ice cream, the family went straight to the third floor where children's clothing was sold. The mall was bustling with people, but Wan wasn't scared at all, curiously observing everything around her. Xia Wanning asked Wan gently, "Baby, what kind of clothes do you like?" Wan tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said seriously, "I like pink clothes with little animals on them." "Oh." Xia Wanning nodded, and then began to choose clothes according to her beloved daughter's request. She wandered among all kinds of children's clothes when she noticed a pink tutu with a bunny pattern on it in the store on her right. It was so cute. Her eyes lit up, and she pointed to the dress, asking, "Honey, do you like that dress?" Wan followed her mother's finger and was immediately drawn to the pink tutu. She nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Yes, I like it." Upon seeing this, the shop assistant rushed over, her face beaming with smiles. "Young lady, you have excellent taste. That pink tutu is the latest style this year, it just arrived yesterday. You still have all your sizes available, why don't you try them on?" Xia Wanning nodded, then pulled Wan into the changing room. A moment later, the door to the changing room opened gently, and a fairy-like figure skipped and hopped out. Wan was wearing a pink tutu dress, the hem of which swayed gently with her movements, like a blooming flower. She came up to Lin Muhong, blinked her eyes, and smiled sweetly, saying, "Daddy, am I pretty?" She looked so adorable that you couldn't help but want to hug her and give her a big kiss. Looking at the beautiful and adorable little one in front of him, Lin Muhong felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. He sincerely praised, "Beautiful. Our Wan looks like a fairy descending to earth in this little dress." Wan blushed after hearing this. She lowered her head and unconsciously clutched the hem of her skirt, making her even more endearing. Suddenly, Wan looked up and asked Lin Muhong with a mischievous smile, "Daddy, is Mommy prettier, or is Wan prettier?" These words immediately attracted the attention of those around them. Xia Wanning also stared at Lin Muhong, feeling both expectant and nervous, wondering how he would answer this life or death question. Being stared at by the two girls, Lin Muhong felt a chill run down his spine. He had a sudden inspiration and replied with a smile, "Of course it's because Mom is beautiful. Otherwise, how could she have given birth to such a beautiful daughter like Wan?" These words immediately won applause and praise from those around him, with some even exclaiming, "How come I didn't think of that?" However, at that moment, a woman suddenly shouted, "I want the dress the little girl is wearing." Chapter 11. Daughters should be raised in abundance. Upon hearing this, Wan's fair and delicate face instantly filled with worry. Her big eyes blinked as she looked at Lin Muhong and Xia Wanning, as if she were begging her parents not to give the pink tutu to someone else. Seeing this, Lin Muhong gently patted Wan's little head and nodded. He then turned to the woman and spoke politely, but his voice carried an undeniable firmness. "Sorry, we liked this dress first." Seeing this, the saleswoman quickly put on a smile and explained to the woman who had spoken earlier, "Madam, I'm very sorry, there's only one of these dresses, and the person who came first was also the one who received it." Her tone was somewhat apologetic, but she tried her best to maintain a professional smile. "Don't worry, we have many other beautiful dresses in our store. You can take your time to choose, and you're sure to find one you like," the saleswoman said enthusiastically, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Upon hearing this, the woman smiled gently, waved her hand lightly, and said, "I want this dress, but I need a size smaller than this little girl's." Her gaze lingered on Wan for a moment, her eyes sparkling with maternal warmth. "I haven't seen my daughter in a long time. When I saw this little girl trying on the dress, I couldn't help but think of my daughter. She would look so beautiful in this dress." The woman's voice was filled with longing for her daughter. "By the way, my daughter is 4.5 years old this year. Should she be able to wear a size smaller? She asked the sales clerk again to confirm. Yes, you can wear it. Of course you can wear it. The sales clerk nodded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong and Xia Wanning breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the lady wasn't trying to take the dress from their precious daughter, but rather choosing a gift for her. As a mother herself, Xia Wanning couldn't help but feel some sympathy for the woman. However, she knew she would be unable to bear not seeing Wan Wan for a long time. No matter how bitter or difficult it was, she would keep Wan Wan by her side. Thinking of this, she secretly glanced at Lin Muhong, muttering to herself, for Wan Wan's sake, should I try to find out more about him? Besides the pink tutu, Xia Wanning carefully selected several other fresh and cute dresses for Wan Wan from the shelf. Thinking of Lin Muhong's shirtless appearance that morning, Xia Wanning suddenly remembered that there was still an important thing she hadn't chosen. So she looked at the sales clerk, smiled, and asked, "Hello, where are the pajamas?" "This way, please follow me." The sales clerk warmly guided Xia Wanning to the pajama shelf. Wan Wan followed behind her mother curiously, her eyes wide open like two shining black gems. She looked at the various patterns on the pajamas on the shelf, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Pointing to a pink cat-patterned pajama, she said, "Mommy, I like this pajama." "Okay, this one will do." Xia Wanning smiled and nodded, taking the kitten pajamas off the shelf. Xia Wanning carefully selected clothes for Wan Wan, from top to bottom and inside to outside. Looking at her overflowing shopping bags, she felt a great sense of accomplishment. Lin Muhong took the initiative to handle the checkout. He carried the clothes to the front desk and prepared to pay. A moment later, the sales clerk looked up at him, smiled, and said, "Hello sir, your total bill is 1,288 yuan. Upon hearing the price, Lin Muhong couldn't help but gasp. He never expected that just a few children's clothes would cost more than 1,000 yuan. Kids are money-devouring beasts. However, despite the high price, Lin Muhong didn't feel the pinch at all. After all, you should buy the best for your daughter so that she can feel your love and care from a young age. Moreover, daughters should be raised in comfort so that they won't be easily tricked away by other boys with a flick of their fingers." Meanwhile, the employees of Tongchu.com had just started working. Data clerk Xiaoli, holding his laptop, excitedly knocked on the editor-in-chief's office door. "Come in." Editor-in-chief Song Qianyue's voice came from inside the door, carrying a hint of authority and competence. Xiaoli pushed open the door and walked in, placing the computer in front of Song Qianyue. He said, "Editor-in-chief, last night an author named Zhong Qianyi posted 3 bedtime stories, which have already garnered 500,000 views." "What?" Upon hearing this news, Song Qianyue's face showed an expression of disbelief. She pulled the computer closer to her eyes, carefully examining the numbers displayed on it, still feeling a sense of unreality. It's worth noting that even after all these years, those popular bedtime stories and fables have only garnered around 10 million views. And these 3 stories by Zhong Qianyi garnered 500,000 clicks in less than one night, which is simply terrifying. A surge of excitement welled up in Song Qianyue's heart. She thought that if they could sign Zhong Qianyi as an exclusive author for Tongchu.com, their website would definitely secure its position as the industry leader. Thinking of this, she could no longer contain her excitement and hurriedly instructed Xiaoli to quickly find out Zhong Qianyi's contact information. Soon, Xiaoli quickly approached Song Qianyue with a piece of paper and said, "Editor-in-chief, this is the mobile phone number left when Zhong Qianyi registered on the website." "Okay, I understand." Song Qianyue took the note, suppressed her excitement, and quickly dialed the other party's phone number. A male voice came from the other end of the line very quickly. "Hello, are you the author Zhong Qianyi?" "I am." Lin Muhong nodded, his brows furrowing slightly, a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Who are you?" "I'm Song Qianyue, the editor-in-chief of Tongchu.com. I'd like to discuss a contract with you. Are you available now?" Song Qianyue's voice was filled with urgency and anticipation. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong glanced at Wan Wan, grinned, and said, "I'm busy right now. Add me on WeChat first, and I'll get back to you when I have time." After hanging up the phone, Song Qianyue quickly submitted a request to add the contact, silently praying that the other party would approve it soon. On the other side, Wan Wan walked excitedly ahead, like a lively and adorable little rabbit. She kept turning back to look at Lin Muhong, and seeing that he was still standing there, she waved to him in her childish voice and said, "Daddy, come quick." Looking at his daughter's adorable appearance, Lin Muhong felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, Dad will catch up with you soon." Xia Wanning sensed that he was busy, so she said understandingly, "Lin Muhong, if you have something to do, go ahead and do it." I'll keep Wan company. I'm fine. After saying that, he strode over and ran towards Wan. When the little guy saw his dad chasing after him, he was so scared that he turned around and ran away, giggling as he ran, as if he was playing hide and seek with his dad. Looking at Lin Muhong and Wan's warm and lovely backs, Xia Wanning also smiled. However, when she thought about how excited and happy Lin Muhong was when he answered the phone, she couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. She snorted and muttered to herself, "The girl has already called to urge you, and you're still acting like nothing's wrong. Pa! I even wanted to get to know you, what a scumbag." Chapter 12. I'm not just any ordinary girl. After buying clothes, the family of 3 went to the supermarket to select some household items. Excitedly, Wan grabbed her parents' hands and skipped and hopped among the dazzling array of goods on the shelves. When the group reached the vegetable and seafood section, Wan's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had discovered a treasure. She pointed to the lively, wriggling shrimp on the shelf, her chubby little face full of anticipation. Wan looked at Xia Wanning and said in her sweet, childlike voice, "Mommy Wan wants to eat your shrimp and tofu stew. Can you make it for Wan for lunch?" The little one's eyes seemed to sparkle like stars, a sweet smile played on his lips, and his chubby little hands would occasionally make a please gesture. Xia Wanning looked down at Wan's coquettish appearance, and her heart was melting. She couldn't resist the little guy's onslaught and nodded indulgently, "Okay, Mom will make it for you." Upon hearing the affirmative answer, Wan was so happy she almost jumped for joy, a bright smile spreading across her face. "Smack Mommy, you're the best. Wan loves you." She kissed Xia Wanning on the cheek, and her chubby little hands made a big heart shape. That pure and innocent love completely warmed Xia Wanning's heart. At this moment, she would be willing to pluck the stars from the sky if her daughter wanted them. Immediately, she took out her phone and began searching for recipes for shrimp and tofu casserole. The words on the screen danced before her eyes, and she nodded as she read, seemingly confident in her ability to make the dish. "What's so difficult about that? It's just cooking, how could it be difficult for a top student like me?" Xia Wanning thought to herself. After buying all the ingredients needed to make shrimp and tofu stew, the family of 3 went for another walk to make sure they had all the other necessities before returning to Yunwan Villa. After arriving home, Xia Wanning rolled up her sleeves, took the ingredients, and went into the kitchen. Lin Muhong carefully put Wan's new clothes into the washing machine to wash them. After finishing tidying up, Lin Muhong went to the kitchen, a hint of worry in his eyes, and asked softly, "Are you sure you can handle lunch?" He didn't have high hopes for Xia Wanning's cooking skills, since she usually only knew how to cook instant noodles and knew almost nothing else. "Okay." Xia Wanning nodded readily, sensing Lin Muhong's worry, and thought to herself, "Who do you think you are? I'll blind you with my brilliance in a bit." However, Lin Muhong still asked again, "Are you sure there's nothing I can help with?" "No." Xia Wanning replied without turning her head, then said sourly, "You should contact that girl instead, don't keep her waiting." Upon hearing Xia Wanning's words, Lin Muhong suddenly remembered that the editor-in-chief of Tongchu.com was waiting for his reply. He smiled and nodded, then took out his phone to contact the other party. Just then, a loud chopping sound came from the kitchen. Lin Muhong turned to look at the kitchen, thinking to himself, "Why is the school beauty so temperamental? Has she taken a tantrum?" In the living room, Wan was watching cartoons intently, occasionally letting out a silvery laugh. Lin Muhong entered the room and accepted the other party's WeChat request. Soon, a detailed contract arrived. He read the contents of the contract carefully, his brows furrowing more and more. Although this contract is nominally a formal agreement, it is in reality more like a contract of servitude. The signing fee was high, but the conditions were extremely harsh. 30 fairy tales must be created within a month, and each story must be at least grade B, with the highest grade being S. If you create fewer than 30 pieces or your work is rated below B, you will face hefty fines. Lin Muhong was well aware of his creative abilities, and he was indeed capable of fulfilling these requirements. The problem is that he only wants to create part-time and doesn't want to be restricted by this contract, limiting his freedom and time. More importantly, he doesn't want to neglect his daughter because of work. Therefore, he declined the invitation without hesitation. Meanwhile, Song Qianyue, the editor-in-chief of Tongchu.com, was smugly waiting for Lin Muhong's reply. She was confident that no one could resist such an attractive signing fee. However, when she received Lin Muhong's rejection message, the smile on her face froze instantly, as if she had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Song Qianyue clenched her fists, her face flushed red with anger. Even the fish in the fish tank sensed her murderous aura and scurried to the corner. She snorted coldly, this Zhongqiani is really ungrateful. He won't sign such a high signing fee. Who does he think he is? After calming down, Song Qianyue suppressed her anger and dialed Lin Muhong's number. Her voice carried a hint of displeasure, yet she maintained her professional politeness and courtesy. Sir, Tongchu.com is very sincere in wanting to cooperate with you. If you are not satisfied with the signing fee, we are willing to pay 3 million a year, and we will give you 20% of the revenue share. This is the highest offer we can make. You should really consider our terms. However, Lin Muhong's attitude remained firm. I'm sorry, I still can't sign. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Song Qianyue, on the other end of the phone, was furious, her face turning ashen. She hadn't expected to be rejected so decisively by an online writer. She gripped her phone tightly, her fingers turning white from the force. Seeing the editor-in-chief's angry expression, Xiaoli cautiously asked, has the other party still not signed? Song Qianyue shook her head. Seeing this, Xiaoli couldn't help but sigh, alas, what a genius in creating fairy tales, it's such a pity he didn't sign in. What a pity! Song Qianyue looked sharply into the distance, a cold smile curling at the corner of her lips. If he can't be used by us, then let him remain unknown for the rest of his life. Let's see how long he can be arrogant. Her decisiveness and ruthlessness sent chills down one's spine, as if she wanted to completely suppress Lin Muhong. See? Soon he'll be begging us to sign him. Song Qianyue smiled, her eyes gleaming with determination. After leaving the room, Lin Muhong suddenly heard a scream, sharp and urgent, seemingly coming from the kitchen. His heart tightened, and he rushed inside to check the situation. Xia Wanning frowned, her voice tinged with grievance, and blood streamed from her index finger. Just now, she accidentally cut her finger while handling shrimp, and blood instantly stained her fingertip. Seeing this, Lin Muhong quickly put Xia Wanning's hand into his mouth and gently sucked on the wound. Xia Wanning's eyes widened instantly upon witnessing this scene, and her cheeks burned as if on fire, the sensation spreading rapidly to her ears, her embarrassment barely concealed. She spoke softly, with a hint of panic and embarrassment, "What are you doing? Let me tell you, I'm not that kind of girl." Chapter 13, Are they living together so soon? Lin Muhong was somewhat puzzled by these words. He gently tapped Xia Wanning's head with a hint of helplessness. What strange and wonderful things do you think about with your little head all day long? I was stopping your bleeding, you idiot. Lin Muhong shook his head speechlessly, taking Xia Wanning's hand out as he spoke. See, the bleeding has stopped. After hearing Lin Muhong's explanation, Xia Wanning felt a surge of heat in her heart, and her face flushed red, like a ripe apple. Being so bluntly criticized made her want to disappear into the ground. How could she have had such a thought? She dared not think any further and simply lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting together. Then, Lin Muhong's gaze fell on Xia Wanning's fingers. The wound was still very deep, with a trace of blood still visible, which made his heart tighten. Sit here for a while, I'll go downstairs and buy you a band-aid, don't move. His words were full of concern, but his eyes revealed an undeniable domineering air. Okay. Xia Wanning nodded, her heart fluttering inexplicably. Just then, Wanwan heard the noise and ran from the living room to Lin Muhong's side, her big eyes blinking like two shining black gems. She tugged at her father's clothes and asked in a childish voice, "Daddy, are you going out?" Lin Muhong squatted down and affectionately pinched Wanwan's little cheek. "Mommy's hand is hurt. Daddy will go buy a band-aid. You stay home and take good care of mommy, okay?" Wanwan listened to her father's words and nodded obediently, her little face full of seriousness. "Don't worry, Dad, Wanwan will take good care of Mom." After her father left, Wanwan immediately ran to Xia Wanning like a little adult. The little girl stared at her mother's injured hand, her eyes instantly turning red. She touched her mother's hand tenderly and said in a tearful voice, "Mommy, does your hand hurt? Wanwan will soothe it for you." As he spoke, the little guy gently blew on Xia Wanning's hand. The warm breath brushed against the wound, melting Xia Wanning's heart. She gently stroked Wanwan's head, her eyes filled with relief and emotion. "Baby, mommy's hand doesn't hurt. It'll be fine in a little while. Don't worry, Wanwan, really." Upon hearing this, Wanwan shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes before finally spilling out and rolling down her cheeks like beads from a broken string. "It's all Wanwan's fault. If Wanwan doesn't eat shrimp and tofu stew anymore, mommy won't get hurt." Her little voice was full of self-blame and guilt, which made Xia Wanning feel heartbroken. She shook her head, smiled, and gently touched Wanwan's cheek, saying softly, "Mommy's injury has nothing to do with Wanwan. It's just that mommy was too careless. Besides, mommy also likes to make shrimp and tofu stew for Wan, but I'm afraid I can't make it today. How about I make it for you next time? After hearing her mother's words, Wan nodded vigorously, her eyes still filled with tears, and a look of expectation appeared on her little face. Okay, Wan likes anything mom makes. Soon, the sound of the door opening came from the entrance, and then Lin Muhong walked in carrying a plastic bag. He walked over to Xia Wanning and then opened the packaging of the band-aid. Afraid of hurting Xia Wanning, he carefully placed the band-aid on her finger, his gentle manner warming Xia Wanning's heart. Then he instructed, "Don't get it wet during this time, or you'll get sick. If you need any help, just let me know." His words were full of concern and thoughtfulness, which made Xia Wanning feel extremely at ease. Mum. Xia Wanning nodded, looking at the other person's tall back. A strange feeling of emotion welled up in her heart. She spoke hesitantly, her voice tinged with shyness, "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong turned around, a gentle smile appearing on his face. "Why are you being so polite with me? You're Wan's mother, after all." His eyes were full of tenderness, which made Xia Wanning's heart skip a beat. After saying that, he took the plastic bag and went into the kitchen to start preparing lunch. Soon, a flurry of activity filled the kitchen, followed by an enticing aroma. A short while later, Lin Muhong came out carrying 3 steaming bowls of instant noodles. "I'll just have some instant noodles for lunch today." Each person had a bowl of instant noodles, topped with a golden egg, which looked incredibly tempting. Wan smelled the aroma and nodded in satisfaction. As she ate, she praised, "Daddy's noodles are so delicious." Suddenly, Wan's little eyes widened as if she had discovered a new continent. "Wow, there are shrimp in there," she exclaimed excitedly, then happily put the shrimp into her mouth, her little face full of happiness. Xia Wanning took a bite of the instant noodles, and perhaps because of the fresh shrimp, the delicious flavor immediately spread throughout her mouth. She couldn't help but exclaim, "It smells delicious and tastes great." However, Lin Muhong was somewhat flattered by the school beauty's sudden praise. He was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but wonder to himself, could she have taken a liking to me? After eating and drinking her fill, Wan played for a while before getting sleepy. Her eyelids started to droop, and finally, unable to resist the sleepiness, she fell into a deep sleep. Seeing that the little one had fallen asleep, Xia Wanning felt a little awkward being there. After thinking for a moment, she went to Lin Muhong and said softly, "Wan is asleep, so I'll go back to school first. Tell me when she wakes up so I can come over." After hearing this, Lin Muhong frowned and said, "It's too much trouble to come back and forth. Just treat this place as your own home. Wan was very reluctant to see you leave last night." Then, he pointed to the room and continued, "There are 2 rooms here. You and Wan can sleep in the master bedroom tonight, and I'll sleep in the second bedroom. What do you think?" A hint of expectation flickered in his eyes. After all, children are very attached to their mothers. It might be easy to fool them at first, but Wan would definitely become suspicious over time. "Ha!" Xia Wanning frowned upon hearing this, a wave of panic washing over her. They were moving in together so soon? She wasn't ready at all. Seeing Xia Wanning's hesitation, Lin Muhong assumed she had concerns, so he said with utmost sincerity, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I just hope you can stay here and keep Wan company." His eyes were full of earnestness. Looking into Lin Muhong's sincere eyes, Xia Wanning thought for a moment and then nodded, "Okay, then I'll stay." To avoid making Lin Muhong overthink things, she continued, "Don't think I stayed because of you. I just didn't want Wan to wake up and not see me." Hearing this, Lin Muhong was speechless. This person really knew how to flatter himself. Chapter 14 was banned across the entire industry. Inside the room, Lin Muhong stared at his bank balance and instantly felt a pang of heartache. This morning, he happily withdrew the money from the tips and bought Wan some pretty clothes and daily necessities. Now he has less than 1,000 yuan left in his account. Adding the money Xia Wanning transferred, the total amount was less than 3,000. Lin Muhong gave a wry smile. You really don't know the cost of living until you're in charge of the household. He used to think that as long as he had enough money, it was fine, and he never did the math. Now he realizes that money is needed for everything in life. He believes that if he succeeds in his career in the future, he can fulfill any wish his daughter has, but he can't do that now, and he doesn't want his daughter to suffer. Without his daughter, he could live on that 3,000 yuan for 2 months with Wan, he'd be lucky to live on it for 20 days. Lin Muhong wondered if he should call his mother and ask her to spend some gold coins to help him out. As soon as the thought popped into his head, he immediately shook his head. Although his parents were always willing to help him unconditionally, how could he continue to rely on them? Wouldn't that make him a freeloader? He originally wanted to get rich quick by selling children's bedtime stories, but he cut off that path himself. He didn't want to ruin his future for some signing fees. He'd rather continue living a poor but free life. At this moment, Lin Muhong thought to himself, there shouldn't be only one website for making children's books, Tongshu.com. My stories are so popular, submitting them to other websites shouldn't be a problem. Lin Muhong believes in her talent and that her story can touch more people. He then immediately took action, searching online for contact information for companies that wanted to acquire children's story websites. Before long, he found several websites that looked good and added them on WeChat. Next, Lin Muhong immersed himself in the world of creation. He wrote 3 bedtime stories full of childlike fun and imagination, which he prepared to submit to these websites. Soon, the person in charge of a website called Tree Baby approved his request to add him. Lin Muhong was overjoyed, and soon the other party sent a message, "Hello, would you like to submit a manuscript?" Yes. Lin Muhong's heart tightened. He sent over his 3 latest stories and waited anxiously for the other party's reply. He stared at his phone screen, afraid of missing any messages. A short while later, the other party replied, "Hello, I've read your 3 stories, they're really good articles." Excellent. When Lin Muhong saw the message, a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He knew that his efforts had not been in vain and that his story had been recognized. Then, the other party sent another message, "I can offer 3,000 yuan for an article, are you willing to sell it?" Lin Muhong's eyes lit up when he saw the reply, and he was filled with surprise. He was very satisfied with the price of 3,000 yuan for an article. Lin Muhong pondered, if he could create 10 bedtime stories of this quality a day, each worth 3,000, 10 stories worth 30,000, wouldn't he be rich? He quickly replied, "Yes. Absolutely." The other party replied quickly, "Okay, I'll prepare the contract and get back to you in a bit." However, at that moment, an accident occurred. As Zhou Shudong, the person in charge of Tree Baby, was preparing the contract, his boss suddenly sent a message in the work group. "Attention all editors, this author named Zhong Qianni cannot be signed, and his articles cannot be bought. Please forward this message to each other." When Zhou Shudong saw the message, he felt a chill. The profile picture looked very familiar to him, and he suddenly remembered that the author who had just contacted him had the same profile picture. He quickly checked his WeChat messages and found that it really was the same person. Zhou Shudong felt a pang of regret. He had finally encountered such a talented author, but he never expected that his boss would refuse to sign him. Although the boss sent a message in the group, Zhou Shudong really didn't want to miss out on such a talented author. He took the 3 articles sent by the other party and knocked on the door of his boss's office. The boss, Su Guaran, was dressed in a sharp suit, with his legs propped up on the desk. The large gold chain on his chest gleamed brightly, making him stand out. Seeing Zhou Shudong enter, Su Guaran asked with a smile, "Editor-in-Chief Zhou, what brings you here?" Zhou Shudong mustered his courage and said, "President Su, the author Zhong Qianni has contacted me. Every story of his is a bestseller. It would be like a fool not to sign someone like that, to not pick up money off the ground." He spoke with some excitement because he was very confident in his judgment. Su Guaran listened with a frown for a while, then said with a helpless expression, "Zhong Qianni has offended Tongshu.com. Is it worth it for a small company like ours to offend the industry leader for one person? Editor-in-Chief Zhou, I want our website to survive for another 2 years. Let's forget about signing Zhong Qianni. There's no point in discussing that." Zhou Shudong felt a pang of disappointment. He knew he couldn't persuade his boss. He silently turned and walked out of the office, his heart filled with helplessness and regret. Soon, Lin Muhong received a reply from the other party. He thought it was a contract and was overjoyed. However, he was stunned when he saw the contents. Lin Muhong asked, puzzled, "Didn't you take a liking to my article? Why are you not cooperating now?" Zhou Shudong was also very helpless. He replied, "Did you offend someone? They're going to blacklist you from the entire industry. I'm sorry, although your article is well written, we have to bow our heads when we're under someone else's roof. It's unlikely that other websites will accept your article." When Lin Muhong saw this message, his face was full of surprise. He never expected to be blacklisted by the entire industry, which was undoubtedly a heavy blow to him. He carefully recalled his recent experiences, and if he had offended anyone, it could only be Tongshu.com. He gave a bitter laugh, his heart filled with indignation. It's really wicked to retaliate like this just because I refused their invitation to sign a contract. He was glad he hadn't signed a contract with the other party, otherwise he didn't know what kind of predicament he would be in now. However, with the manuscript not selling, how to make money became a problem, and Lin Muhong fell into deep thought. Just then, Wanwan pushed open the door and walked in. She tilted her head and looked at her father curiously, asking, "Dad, what are you busy with? Why do you look unhappy?" Lin Muhong felt a warmth in his heart when he saw his daughter's innocent smile. He forced himself to remain calm and said with a smile, "Daddy isn't busy with anything, I'm just thinking about some things." "Don't worry, Wanwan." He patted his daughter's head as he spoke, trying to reassure her. However, Wanwan seemed to sense her father's troubles. She took his hand and said in a sweet voice, "Daddy, don't be sad. Let's go to the park, okay?" Chapter 15. Lin Muhong discovers a new business opportunity. Okay. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong's lips unconsciously curled into a gentle smile. Making money is something you can't rush, as the old saying goes, haste makes waste. As they left home, Wanwan held her father's hand with her left hand and her mother's hand with her right, her steps light and quick as if she were jumping musical notes, each step filled with laughter. The park is located not far from Yunwan Villa, just a 15-minute walk away. Upon arriving at the park, the little one immediately spotted the swings. Like a little rabbit, she hopped and skipped over to them, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Sitting on the swing, she gently swung her legs, her smile blooming like a flower. At this moment, she waved to Lin Muhong, her voice as soft and sweet as cotton candy, "Daddy, come push me, I want to fly high." Okay. Lin Muhong nodded with a smile and quickly stepped forward. As the swing swayed, Wanwan's laughter was as clear and melodious as a silver bell. Her laughter seemed to have a magical power, instantly dispelling the gloom in Lin Muhong's heart and making him feel that all his troubles had vanished. As night falls, the park lights gradually come on. The park was bustling with activity, especially with the children, whose laughter and chatter filled the air. Wanwan quickly became friends with everyone, and her lively and adorable appearance made people want to get close to her. Xia Wanning and Lin Muhong sat on a bench nearby, quietly watching their daughter's carefree smile, their hearts filled with happiness. "I'll transfer the money to you how much I spent on clothes for Wanwan this morning. It cost less than 1,300, just transfer 600 to me," Lin Muhong said. "Okay, I've turned it over. Please take it." Xia Wanning quickly completed the transfer on her phone. However, when she saw the balance information sent by the bank, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. It seemed that she would have to do some part-time work to earn money. So she sent Xiao Xiao a message, "Xiao Xiao, let me know if there are any part-time jobs that pay well. I want to earn some money." Just then, Wanwan came running back, panting, and buried her face in her parents' arms. In her sweet, childish voice, she said, "Wow, it smells so good over there. There must be something delicious. Shall we go check it out? Is your little glutton hungry?" Xia Wanning gently tidied Wanwan's hair, lightly brushed the tip of her nose, her tone full of affection. Upon hearing this, Wanwan lowered her head shyly and buried it in her mother's arms. Then, Lin Muhong held Wanwan in his arms, and the family of three walked towards the snack street. The food street was bustling with noise and excitement. Wanwan clung tightly to her father's neck, afraid that they might be separated by the crowd at any moment. Since none of them had eaten dinner yet, and neither Lin Muhong nor Xia Wanning were particularly good at cooking, they decided to have dinner at the food street. Suddenly, Wanwan sniffed and excitedly pointed to a stall in front of her, saying, "Daddy, Wanwan wants to eat those noodles. They look so delicious." Lin Muhong looked in the direction the little guy was pointing and saw that it was a stall selling hot dry noodles. He smiled and nodded, then went to the stall and ordered 3 bowls of hot dry noodles. While waiting, the family of 3 sat down on a small stool. Soon, the owner placed 3 steaming bowls of noodles on the small table and said warmly, "If you're not full, I'll give you more noodles." "Oh, thank you, boss," Lin Muhong replied with a smile. Wanwan ate with great relish, her little face beaming with a satisfied smile. She skillfully picked up the noodles with her chopsticks and ate them bite by bite, making slurping sounds from time to time. Lin Muhong felt gratified seeing his daughter eating so happily. At this moment, he was surprised to find that since his daughter found him, the little one had eaten several meals, mostly noodles. However, he couldn't help but wonder, he was from the south and didn't usually like eating noodles, so why did Wanwan have such a fondness for them? He turned to look at Xia Wanning and asked in confusion, "Where is your hometown?" Lin Muhong asked, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Xishan Province," Xia Wanning replied briefly, then seeing Lin Muhong's look of sudden realization, she asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" No. Lin Muhong waved his hand with a smile, thinking to himself, so that's it. No wonder my daughter loves noodles. It turns out her mother comes from a province famous for its noodles. I've heard that people in Xishan province can eat noodles 3 times a day, but I don't know if it's true or not. Xiao Wanning looked at Lin Muhong's furtive behavior and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Soon, the hot dry noodles were all gone. Wan patted her little tummy and smiled contentedly. As the family of 3 walked home, Xiao Wanning was lost in thought, thinking that this kind of life was actually quite good. Just then, Wan suddenly pointed to the bookstore next door and said, "Daddy, shall we go in and take a look?" Wan has finished reading all her storybooks. Her voice carried a hint of pleading and expectation, making it impossible to refuse. "Okay, Dad will take you inside." Lin Muhong looked at the bookstore in front of him, a strange excitement welling up in his heart. It's a good thing that he loves reading, and as a father, I must do my best to satisfy that. Inside the bookstore, the walls and aisles were piled high with all kinds of books. Wan excitedly wandered among the bookshelves, picking out her favorite books. Lin Muhong followed behind his daughter and said with a smile, "Take whichever book you want to read, Dad will buy it for you." "Yay, Daddy is the best." Wan cheered happily, and then started choosing. Xiao Wanning also picked up a storybook and looked at it. When she saw the price at the back, she was stunned. She couldn't help but complain, these children's storybooks are really expensive. One book has more than 50 pages, yet it costs more than 40 yuan. That's outrageous. But nowadays children are very precious as long as they love reading, parents are very willing to spend money. After hearing Xiao Wanning's words, Lin Muhong seemed to have been awakened. He excitedly grabbed Xiao Wanning's shoulders and asked, "What did you just say?" Xiao Wanning was a little stunned, then repeated, "As long as the children love reading, they are very willing to spend money." Lin Muhong shook his head and continued to press, "No, the first sentence. The storybook is expensive. It has more than 50 pages and costs more than 40 yuan, Xiao Wanning replied patiently. Yes. Lin Muhong nodded excitedly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He thought to himself, if Tanchu.com has blocked me, can't I sell online or offline? With such high profit margins in children's books, so many cities across the country, and so many children, the market potential is enormous. Growing increasingly excited as he calculated, Lin Muhong hugged Xiao Wanning tightly, saying, "Thank you." Chapter 16 My dad and mom slept with me. Suddenly being held in someone's arms, Xiao Wanning felt extremely flustered, her heart pounding wildly like a deer. She stood there, stunned, her hands clasped awkwardly at her sides. She had never been so close to a man before, and her cheeks quickly warmed up, as if 2 flames were burning inside her. She was so hot that she almost wondered if she had a fever. Just then, a delicate little figure came skipping over, clutching several carefully selected storybooks tightly in her hands. When Wan saw her parents hugging, her bright eyes instantly narrowed into crescent shapes, and a playful smile appeared on her lips. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing?" As Wan spoke, she playfully poked her chubby little face with her soft, delicate hand. "We're outside, you two are being shy." Her words carried a touch of childish teasing, making people chuckle. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanning's cheeks instantly flushed red to her neck. As if she had been burned, she quickly and gently pushed Lin Muhong away. Lin Muhong realized his lapse in composure. He scratched his head sheepishly, a hint of apology flashing in his eyes. "I was too excited just now, I'm really sorry." It's nothing. Xiao Wanning lowered her head and shook her head shyly. Recalling the moment she was tightly hugged just now, a warm current welled up in her heart. It turned out that being held in someone's arms was so warm and reassuring. Seeing his beloved daughter's mischievous antics, Lin Muhong quickly hugged her and gently pinched her little nose, scolding her. "You little brat, you don't understand anything. Daddy will take you to pay the bill." His tone was a mix of doting and helplessness. After being told that by her father, Wan immediately became proud and arrogant. She raised her round little head, pouted her pink lips, and began to complain. How could Wan not understand? Her little face was full of grievance and confusion. "Dad and Mom used to hug each other a lot at home, and I even saw you bullying Mom." Her words carried a sense of justice, and her eyes shone with a resentful light, as if she were speaking up for her mother. Hearing this, Lin Muhong was taken aback and asked in confusion, "How did I bully your mother?" "You spank Mommy's bottom." Wan answered without hesitation, her eyes full of innocence and naivety. Although her words were simple and direct, they made Lin Muhong and Xiao Wanning feel somewhat embarrassed. Lin Muhong glanced at Xiao Wanning subconsciously, only to see that her cheeks were even redder, as if she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He smiled somewhat awkwardly and quickly continued to ask, Wan, do you know what happened next? I don't know, Wan is asleep, the little one replied in a childish voice. But Lin Muhong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, his daughter didn't see what happened next, otherwise it would have been truly inappropriate for children. It seems that I'll need to be in a separate room when doing embarrassing things in the future. Lin Muhong thought to himself, a mixture of relief and helplessness on his face. However, at that moment, he suddenly realized, this is something that will happen in the future, why am I worrying about it? After paying the bill, the family of 3 walked home hand in hand, their shadows stretched long under the streetlights. After returning home, Wan sat obediently on the sofa, quietly flipping through the storybook in her hands. The weather was lovely today, sunny and bright. The sheets and duvet covers I washed at noon are now dry and have a light, pleasant fragrance. Lin Muhong spread the clean sheets and duvet cover on the bed. Watching him bustling about, Xia Wanning couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Soon, Lin Muhong finished tidying up the room. He came to Xia Wanning and said with a smile, the master bedroom is ready for you. You can sleep there with your daughter tonight. Okay, sure. Xia Wanning nodded gently. At the same time, a crisp system notification sound suddenly rang in Lin Muhong's mind. Ding! The system has detected a change in Xia Wanning's affection level. Her current affection level is 25, and she can draw a prize once. Would you like to participate in the lottery now? Droll Lin Muhong answered without hesitation, his mind filled with only a few thoughts, winning $1 billion jackpot, or 1,000-fold return. He thought to himself, it would be great if the grand prize I won was not only a lot of money, but I wouldn't have to work hard at all. The turntable began to spin slowly, its speed increasing, and Lin Muhong's heart pounded along with it. Finally, the speed of the spinning wheel gradually decreased, and the pointer began to slowly approach those tempting grand prizes. However, just when Lin Muhong thought the grand prize was about to be his, the pointer predictably passed over the $1 billion prize and then settled steadily on the small reward. 100% ownership of the publishing house? Lin Muhong was stunned. What the hell is this? He couldn't help but roar in his heart. However, at that moment, he suddenly remembered his great business of selling books. If the system grants publishers equity, wouldn't selling children's storybooks be much more convenient? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little relieved this system was actually somewhat reliable. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Muhong held a warm cup of milk, looked at Wan tenderly, and said softly, Baby, you can read the book tomorrow. Let's go to sleep. Oh. Wan blinked her bright eyes, obediently closed the book gently, placed it on the table, and then hopped over to Lin Muhong's side like a little rabbit. Here, drink this glass of milk. Wan obediently drank the milk in big gulps, and soon the milk was all gone. Lin Muhong carefully wiped away the milk stains left on the corner of her mouth with a tissue, his actions full of affection. He took Wan's little hand and led her into the master bedroom, whispering, Baby, you'll sleep with mommy tonight. Daddy, where are you going? Wan asked anxiously, her little face full of worry. Dad isn't going anywhere. Upon hearing this, Wan's big, bright eyes darted back and forth between Xia Wanning and Lin Muhong. She frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Daddy, did you and mommy have a fight? No, that's not true. Lin Muhong quickly waved his hand, his smile tinged with helplessness. Dad and mom are doing well. You're lying. Wan pouted and said angrily, pushing her father with her little hands. We only sleep in separate rooms when you two are arguing. Can you two stop fighting? Wan doesn't like seeing you like this. As she spoke, Wan suddenly grabbed her father's hand, her eyes shining with pleading light. Dad, if you kneel on the board, Mom will forgive you. Please. Baby, Daddy and Mommy really didn't fight, Lin Muhong explained, both amused and exasperated, but Wan didn't believe him at all. She put her hands on her hips, her little face puffed up with anger. I don't believe you. I won't believe you two didn't fight unless Dad and Mom sleep with me together. Chapter 17 Children's Fun Network trips us up. In the master bedroom, on the big bed, Wan held her mother's hand with her left hand and her father's hand with her right hand, her little face beaming with a satisfied smile, as if she owned the whole world. Suddenly, the little guy turned his head cleverly, his clear, watery eyes looking at Lin Muhong, his soft voice carrying a hint of coquetry. Daddy, can you tell me a story? Lin Muhong smiled slightly. Well, then Daddy will tell you a story about a little bear looking for honey. Once upon a time, in a dense forest lived a cute little bear named Sambu. His favorite thing to do was to explore the forest and search for sweet honey. As Lin Muhong's deep and magnetic voice rang out, even Xia Wanning, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but drift off to sleep. Seeing this, Lin Muhong gently covered the two of them with the blankets, then lay down beside them and soon fell into a deep sleep. However, at the same time, Tongchu.com was bustling with activity. Since Lin Muhong started publishing his bedtime stories, they have quickly attracted the attention and love of a large number of fans, with the number of clicks continuing to soar. Some people have even left messages below urging him to update with new stories as soon as possible. Some enthusiastic fans, in order to express their love and support for Lin Muhong, did not hesitate to give several gifts worth more than 2,000 yuan. However, this is not good news for the management of Tongchu.com. The next day, Song Qianyue sat in a chair, her bright red lips and cold expression giving off a strong sense of oppression. She looked at Xiaoli standing opposite her, her eyes revealing a condescending attitude, and asked in an icy tone, "Has the news been spread? What's the situation?" Xiaoli bowed slightly and replied respectfully, "Zhong Qianyi did contact several websites, but because of us, none of them signed him." "Very good." Song Qianyue crossed her arms, propped her elbows on the table, and her eyes gleamed with smugness. "I want to see how long he can hold out." Then she pressed on, asking, "What about the website's data?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoli shook his head, glanced at the data on the screen, and then replied softly, "Zhong Qianyi's 3 stories are still getting a crazy number of clicks. He's incredibly good at making money, and there are many stay-at-home moms urging him to update. In comparison, the data of other authors is mediocre, just like usual." Upon hearing this, Song Qianyue's face instantly darkened. She glared at Xiaoli, her voice tinged with displeasure. "Isn't there anyone else on our website?" Xiaoli shrank back in fright, not daring to look Song Qianyue in the eye. After calming down for a moment, Song Qianyue took a deep breath and ordered, "Block Zhong Qianyi's account. He can forget about withdrawing the money from those tips. Also, don't allow fans and stay-at-home moms to comment on his account and his works. Make him reject our conditions. This is the consequence of going against Tongchu.com." "Yes." Xiaoli nodded and then quickly went to carry out the order. Meanwhile, after finishing his morning run, Lin Muhong bought breakfast from outside, his face covered in sweat. With nothing else to do, he opened the back end of Tongchu.com to check the account status. However, when he saw that the amount of tips in his account had reached 7 or 8,000, he couldn't help but smile with surprise. He was overjoyed and wanted to withdraw the money, but no matter what he did, he couldn't withdraw it successfully. Shortly after, his account was also forcibly logged out and he could no longer log in. Lin Muhong immediately realized that this must be the work of Tongchu.com. They really went to great lengths to force him to sign an unequal treaty. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips as he thought to himself, "You have your clever schemes, and I have my own ways to get around them. We'll see." During the meal, Lin Muhong's cell phone suddenly rang in his pocket. He answered the phone, and a man's voice came through. "Hello, are you Mr. Lin Muhong?" "Yes, that's me." Lin Muhong nodded. Upon hearing this, the other party smiled and said, "Hello, I am Zhang Guangping, the owner of Worry-Free Publishing House. You bought my publishing house yesterday. When will you come over so we can sign a transfer agreement?" Lin Muhong then remembered that the system had rewarded him with a publishing house yesterday. After thinking about it, he replied, "I'll go there in a bit." "Then I'll send you the address," Zhang Guangping replied. After hanging up the phone, Lin Muhong looked at Xia Wanning and stammered, "I have to go out for a while, and I might need you to look after Wanwan." "I'm Wanwan's mother, this is no trouble at all." Xia Wanning waved her hand and then blurted out, "Come back soon." Lin Muhong nodded, not knowing why, but he felt like he needed to inform his wife before going out. After leaving home, Lin Muhong hailed a taxi and headed straight for Worry-Free Publishing House. The publishing house is located in a building within the 5th Ring Road. The elevator doors on the 12th floor slowly opened, revealing a young man in a suit with his hair parted in the middle. He stood at the doorway, his eyes filled with a mixture of doubt and anticipation. Upon seeing Lin Muhong, he tentatively approached and asked, "Hello, are you Mr. Lin Muhong?" "Yes, that's me." Lin Muhong nodded with a smile. Upon seeing this, the young man immediately extended his hand and warmly introduced himself, "Hello, I am Zhang Guangping." Lin Muhong smiled and shook hands with him, and then the two walked into the office together. Zhang Guangping personally made a cup of coffee for Lin Muhong and handed it to him, saying, "President Lin, please." Lin Muhong took the coffee and took a sip. At that moment, the other party placed a folder in front of him and said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, this is the transfer contract. Take a look at it first, and if there are no problems, you can sign it." Lin Muhong nodded and picked up the contract to read it carefully. Seeing that there were no problems with the contract, he picked up a pen and solemnly signed his name on it. Seeing this, Zhang Guangping said with a smile, "President Lin, let me show you around the publishing house." Soon, the two arrived at a spacious office. A woman with a slender figure, wearing a red bodycon skirt, was seen sitting at her desk, busy at work. Her long, wavy hair was casually draped over both sides of her neck, and her makeup was exquisite and charming. However, the perfume she wore was a bit too strong, making Lin Muhong want to sneeze. Hearing the noise, the woman looked up at the doorway. When she saw Zhang Guangping and Lin Muhong, she immediately stood up and greeted them politely. "Mr. Zhang, you've arrived." Chapter 18. That's not my sister, it's my daughter. Zhang Guangping smiled and nodded, then introduced Lin Muhong. "Xiaowu, let me introduce you. This is our publishing house's new boss, President Lin Muhong. You'll have to work hard for him from now on." Upon hearing this, Hu Lili immediately turned her gaze to Lin Muhong. She scrutinized him carefully, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and surprise. She was surprised to find that her new boss was so young he looked like a college student who hadn't graduated yet. A moment later, she extended her hand and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Hu Lili." "Hello." Seeing this, Zhang Guangping smiled and said, "President Lin, Xiaohu is the head of our publishing house, so don't mistreat him." "That's for sure." Lin Muhong nodded with a smile. Soon, Zhang Guangping excused himself and left the office. Looking at Lin Muhong's young and handsome face, Hu Lili couldn't help but tease, "President Lin, you can always ask me for anything." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong gave an awkward smile and then instructed, "Then call everyone to my office, and we'll have a meeting together." Seeing the other party's reaction, Hu Lili covered her mouth and smiled, then stood up and replied, "Okay, President Lin, I'll arrange it right away." Soon, the conference room was filled with people, and Hu Lili followed closely behind Lin Muhong. Then, she stood in front of everyone, clapped her hands lightly, and introduced everyone with a smile. "This is President Lin Muhong, the new boss of our worry-free magazine. Let's give him a warm welcome." Upon hearing these words, everyone was stunned and looked at each other, clearly not expecting that the boss had changed. Some employees stared in astonishment, while others whispered amongst themselves. After a moment, everyone snapped out of their shock and began to applaud, saying, "Hello, President Lin." "Hello everyone." Lin Muhong sat on the bench and looked at everyone, saying, "Everyone is still doing their job. Apart from the change of boss, nothing has changed." "Yes," everyone responded in unison. After giving some instructions, Lin Muhong called Hu Lili to his office and asked, "Editor-in-Chief Hu, I have a children's storybook. How long will it take to get it on the market?" "Mr. Lin, you can just call me Xiao Hu." Hu Lili smiled charmingly, and when she saw the other party's serious expression, she also became professional. From topic selection, typesetting, printing, transportation, sales, etc., it will take at least a week. Lin Muhong nodded. "Okay, I'll send you the story tonight. You can organize it and then start printing and selling it." "Okay, no problem." Hu Lili nodded. Although it was her first day working with this new boss, she felt a strange sense of trust. Perhaps it was the confidence in his bones that made her want to follow him. On the other side, after finishing breakfast, Xia Wanning took Wanwan's little hand and came out of the house. Wanwan was wearing a pink dress, with 2 cute bows in her hair, and her face was beaming with an innocent smile. She held her mother's hand tightly with her little hand and skipped along. At that moment, from a distance, Xia Wanning saw a familiar figure and waved, smiling as she called out, "Xiao Xiao, over here." Xiao Xiao looked up at the sound and saw Xia Wanning leading a little girl who looked about 70–80% like her walking towards her. As she approached, she smiled and pinched Wanwan's chubby little face, then praised, "Ningning, is this your little sister? She's so pretty." Wanwan giggled as she was pinched, her eyes curving into crescent shapes and revealing 2 adorable dimples. She excitedly tugged at Xiao Xiao's skirt and called out in a sweet, childlike voice, "Hello, Aunt Xiao Xiao. Wanwan missed you so much." Her voice was soft and sweet, making one's heart flutter. Xiao Xiao was amused by Wanwan's adorable appearance and laughed heartily. Suddenly, she remembered something and looked at Xia Wanning with wide eyes in confusion. "Ningning, didn't you say that there was only you and your brother and sister in your family? When did you get a little sister?" Upon hearing this, Wanwan blinked her big, bright eyes and asked playfully, "Mommy, what is Aunt Xiao saying? I don't understand. What little sister?" Her little face was full of confusion and curiosity. The most confused was Xiao Xiao. When she heard Wanwan's words, she pointed at the 2 of them incredulously. "Mom? You too? her brows furrowed, her face filled with disbelief. Ning, when did you have such a big daughter? Is she your biological daughter? Xia Wanning rolled her eyes in annoyance. Of course he's her biological son. But it's a long story. Xiao Qiao blinked her eyes with a gossipy look on her face and asked curiously, who is the child's father? Do I know him? Is he from our school? Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning couldn't help but think of Lin Muhong. Her face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head shyly. I'll introduce you to her if we meet again in the future. Seeing this, Xiao Qiao grinned and said, all right. I'll have to see who this amazing person is who can win over our school beauty. Suddenly, she changed the subject, raised her eyebrows, and asked lecherously, you didn't go back to the dorm last night because you were with your child's father, right? Ha ha. I didn't expect you to be the first in our dorm to find a partner. You'll have to ask your boyfriend to treat you to a meal. Xiao Qiao grinned from ear to ear, seemingly even happier than if she had found a partner herself. Oh dear. Let's talk about this later. Xia Wanning was so embarrassed by her best friend's words that she could barely lift her head. Suddenly, she changed the subject and asked, Xiao Qiao, you said there's a high-paying part-time job. What kind of part-time job is it? Wearing a mascot costume and handing out flyers, 300 a day, and they have to do it for 2 days straight. After saying that, Xiao Qiao frowned and added, this job is not easy. Wearing a mascot costume in the middle of summer is very hot and very hard. Can you do it? Ning, how much money do you need? Should I lend it to you first? Xiao Qiao asked with concern, her eyes full of worry, afraid that her best friend would suffer. No need. Xia Wanning looked at Wan and gently shook her head. Relying on borrowed money to raise her child is not a long-term solution. She must find a way to earn money herself. I don't have classes tomorrow or the day after, so I'll take this part-time job. Xia Wanning gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Send me the contact information. Raising a child is not a one-person job, and besides, she didn't want to put all the pressure on Lin Muhong. Seeing that her best friend was determined, Xiao Qiao could only nod helplessly. Okay. I'll send you the information in a bit. She knew Xia Wanning's temperament. Once she made up her mind, it was difficult to change it. Chapter 19. You are Ning's boyfriend? As the two were talking, Wan suddenly pointed excitedly out the window with her chubby little hand. Hey? Daddy! Immediately, the little one, like a cheerful little bird, patted Xia Wanning's shoulder and excitedly said, Mommy, Daddy's outside. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, and her little face flushed slightly with excitement, as if she were sharing a huge secret. I'm going to find my dad. After saying that, the little guy couldn't wait to jump off his seat and skip out the door. At the door, she called out in a sweet, childlike voice, Daddy, Wan is here. Then, she waved her chubby little hands, as if afraid her father hadn't seen her. Daddy, look here, look here. Fearing that Wan might fall, Xia Wanning quickly followed after her, her eyes full of worry. As she walked, she kept reminding him from behind, Wan, slow down, slow down. Having overheard their conversation, Xiao Qiao looked out the window curiously. A tall and imposing man stood by the roadside. Although he was some distance away and his features were not clearly visible, it was still obvious that he was handsome. Xiao Qiao couldn't help but wonder where she had seen this face before. Since they happened to meet this opportunity, Xiao Qiao naturally wouldn't let it slip by. She ran up excitedly, her eyes sparkling with gossip, and shouted, Ning, you have to give me a proper introduction this time. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Xiao Qiao winked mischievously, looking smug. After getting out of the car, Lin Muhong seemed to hear his daughter calling out. He looked around and his gaze quickly settled on the entrance of the milk tea shop next to the school. There stood the little guy, waving his chubby little hand at him. Upon seeing this, he smiled and said happily, Wan, stand there and don't move. Daddy will come find you. Soon, Lin Muhong crossed the road and walked over from the other side. He happily hugged Wan in his arms and said affectionately, Wan, what are you doing here? Where's Mommy? Mommy's inside, Wan answered in her childish voice, pointing her little finger inside the milk tea shop. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Wanning walked out of the milk tea shop. When she saw Lin Muhong, she smiled faintly and said softly, You're back so soon. Lin Muhong nodded. Just then, a rough yet enthusiastic voice came from behind them, You're Ning's boyfriend? After Xiao Qiao finished speaking, she looked Lin Muhong up and down. She saw that he was very tall. Standing next to him, Xiao Qiao suddenly looked like a dwarf, with a height difference of more than a head and a half. Lin Muhong has distinct features and a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes, especially the beauty mark on the tip of her nose, which makes it impossible to look away. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, "He's so incredibly handsome. I never knew there was such a handsome guy in school before." Seeing Xia Wanning and Lin Muhong standing together, Xiao Xiao nodded in approval. Especially with the adorable Wan Wan in the middle, they look more like a family of three. After reading it, Xiao Xiao silently gave Xia Wanning a thumbs up, raised her eyebrows, and looked at her with a teasing expression, as if to say, "Well done, sister, you have good taste. I agree to this marriage." Lin Muhong looked at Xia Wanning with confusion and bewilderment at the suddenly appearing little girl in front of him. Boyfriend? Hee, she's talking nonsense. Xia Wanning laughed awkwardly, her cheeks slightly flushed. She quickly winked at Xiao Xiao, signaling her not to say anything inappropriate. Moreover, she only said that the other person was the father of her child, not her boyfriend. She frowned, glancing worriedly at Lin Muhong, thinking to herself, "Does he think I have any improper thoughts about him?" Xiao Xiao smiled and nodded at her best friend's subtle suggestion, indicating that she understood. Her way of addressing him was indeed a bit problematic. She shouldn't have simply called him boyfriend, she should have called him husband. She knows all about the fun and romance between husband and wife. "Xiao Xiao, don't you have something to do? Go ahead and get busy," Xia Wanning urged, wanting to end this awkward topic as soon as possible. However, Xiao Xiao looked at the other person with a puzzled expression and asked, seemingly unaware, "Is something wrong with me?" Her expression was full of innocence and confusion. How could she not know that something was wrong with her? Seeing her best friend's dismissal, Xiao Xiao quickly smiled and nodded, "Look at my forgetful mind, I get so busy I forget things. I have things to do, so I won't bother your family any longer." As she spoke, she affectionately waved to Wan Wan, "Bye-bye." "Goodbye, Wan Wan." "Goodbye, Aunt Xiao." Wan Wan waved her chubby little hand and said in her childish voice. Xia Wanning finally breathed a sigh of relief as she watched her best friend's departing figure. Seeing this, Lin Muhong smiled and looked at Xia Wanning, asking, "Is she your roommate?" Xia Wanning nodded, an awkward smile on her face. She seemed to want to explain the boyfriend thing from earlier, and then said, "She knows Wan Wan is my daughter, that's why she called you that. Don't take it to heart." "It's nothing." Lin Muhong waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. For some reason, he felt inexplicably happy and satisfied to be called Xia Wanning's boyfriend. He smiled as he looked at Xia Wanning and Wan Wan, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. Suddenly, Lin Muhong slapped his forehead, thinking to himself, "I must be crazy. The school beauty is so fierce, she might even become abusive in the future." In order to make the storybook available to readers offline as soon as possible, Lin Muhong started writing the story after Wan Wan fell asleep. Fortunately, the system gave him creative talent, otherwise he would have been writing these 50 fairy tales in a million years. The 3 articles he previously published on Tongchu.com did not get a contract, but he created 3 more stories when he submitted them later. Now he only needs to write 44 more. Time passed by, and before 6 o'clock, the 44 fairy tales were finally finished. He stretched, let out a long sigh, and smiled with satisfaction. Then Lin Muhong sent the 50 fairy tales to Hu Lily's WeChat. "Editor-in-Chief Hu, thank you for working overtime and getting this done as soon as possible." Soon, the other party received the document and then sent a voice message, "No problem, Mr. Lin. Just remember to treat them well. When sales are good, all employees at our publishing house receive bonuses." Lin Muhong replied, then quickly put his phone aside. Listening to Hu Lily speak, he couldn't help but shudder. That affected, pretentious voice gave him goosebumps. His future wife's voice was much nicer. Chapter 20. Xia Wanning distributes flyers. At night, in the cramped rented room, the lights illuminated every corner. Hu Lily, wearing loose pajamas and black-rimmed glasses, nestled on the bed. She turned on her computer and started reading the fairy tales her boss had sent her. This image is so different from her alluring self during the day, it's as if they are two completely different people. Gradually, she became immersed in the world of the story. The stories are interesting and imaginative, and they cleverly incorporate profound truths and everyday knowledge, which is really great. Her lips unconsciously curled up, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. She was initially worried that the stories chosen by her boss might be questionable, but she was surprised to find that they were both interesting and educational, and that mothers would definitely love them. With this in mind, Hu Lily began to carefully organize the story, carrying out a series of tasks such as typesetting and proofreading. Then came the nightmare time for every new mother, telling bedtime stories to her babies. Zhang Meiyan picked up her phone and opened the Tongchu.com website. A few days ago, she read all the stories uploaded by Zhong Qianyi to her baby, who listened with great interest. A few days passed, and she thought that the other person might upload new stories. However, when she clicked on Zhong Qianyi's profile picture, she found that she couldn't open it and couldn't even comment on the story. She frowned, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. What's wrong with this children's website? Why can't I even leave a comment? She tried refreshing the page, but the result was the same. I finally found an author I like. What's going on here? I think this website is going to ruin itself sooner or later. Zhang Meiyan muttered with some dissatisfaction. I had just finished complaining when I heard my daughter's impatient voice. Mommy, why aren't you reading me a story yet? I can't wait. Zhang Meiyan turned to look at her daughter and comforted her. Okay, Mom will read it to you right away. In desperation, she could only find another story to replace it. However, the new story didn't seem to suit the little one's taste. She listened somewhat absent-mindedly and occasionally frowned. It took Zhang Meiyan a lot of effort to finally coax the little one to sleep. She tiptoed out of her daughter's room, turned on her phone, and found that the mother's group was in an uproar, all discussing the Zhong Qianyi account being blocked. Sisters, I was reading a story to my daughter tonight when I was surprised to find that Zhong Qianyi's account was banned and I can't comment anymore. What happened? Who knows? My daughter loves his stories, and now she can't hear any new ones. It's really worrying me. Do any of you ladies know why someone's account got banned? Could it be that the website blocked it? No way, his story is so good, the website would be crazy to block him. The mothers were discussing it animatedly in the group chat, with all sorts of speculations and worries filling the chat. At this time, a mother sent a message saying, my husband works at tongchu.com and he told me that Zhong Qianyi has been blacklisted by the industry. The moment those words were spoken, the group chat exploded. Sister, what's going on? Tell me the details. Upon hearing about the gossip, the lurking mothers instantly perked up and urged the mother to reveal more information. I heard that tongchu.com offered an astronomical signing fee. In the early morning, just as dawn was breaking, Xia Wanning woke up and carefully removed Wanwan's chubby little hand from her body. Little Wanwan was sleeping soundly, her little face rosy like a little apple, and a sweet smile on her lips. Looking at her daughter's adorable appearance, Xia Wanning felt a surge of tenderness in her heart. After tucking Wanwan in, she quietly left the room. After washing up, she slung her bag over her shoulder and quietly closed the door, afraid of waking the two of them. Today is her first day of part-time work, and she needs to arrive at work early. Fortunately, the place I worked part-time wasn't far, it was only 2 subway stops away. Upon arriving at the meeting point, Xia Wanning was the only girl, the rest were all boys. They stood aside, waiting for the boss to arrive. 5 minutes later, a middle-aged woman dressed in a well-fitting modern Chinese-style outfit and wearing a bright green jade pendant around her neck walked over. This woman was the boss. Upon seeing a young woman working part-time, the boss looked at her with concern and said, young lady, wearing a mascot costume is tiring and hot. Are you sure you can handle it? Her eyes were full of concern. Xia Wanning patted her chest and said confidently, I'm fine. Her eyes were firm and bright, as if she were proving to her boss that she was definitely capable of handling the job. The boss nodded and began to explain the job duties and work location. A short while later, Xia Wanning appeared at the intersection of the park where they had been a few days ago, carrying a teddy bear costume. This is where she distributed flyers today. The intersection is bustling with people. It's 9 o'clock in the morning, and because it's a bright sunny day, the sun is very dazzling. She put on the bear costume and immediately felt like she was in a sauna, incredibly hot and stuffy. However, Xia Wanning did not back down at all, but quickly got into work mode. Hello, are you interested in buying a house? She held up a flyer and smiled as she handed it to passers-by. At the same time, Lin Wanwan had just woken up. She sat on the bed rubbing her eyes. The little one seemed to realize something was missing, blinking his big eyes and looking around. Upon seeing this, Lin Muhong affectionately pinched her cheek and said gently, Wanwan, you're awake. Wanwan looked around but couldn't see her mother. She asked, Daddy, where did Mommy go? Mom went out on something, Lin Muhong replied with a smile, reaching out to tidy his daughter's messy hair, his eyes full of doting affection. When he woke up, Xia Wanning had already left, but she left him a message, I have something to do these next 2 days. I need you to look after Wanwan. Thank you. After hearing her father's words, Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief, and a bright smile appeared on her little face. Seeing this, Lin Muhong said softly, Baby, hurry up and get dressed, let's go out for breakfast. Great. Wanwan's tummy is hungry, the little one said excitedly, putting on the princess dress her dad bought her, slinging her little backpack over her shoulder, and heading out the door. After breakfast, Lin Muhong brought Wanwan to the classroom. The little girl sat next to her father, watching cartoons intently. Before long, more and more students entered the classroom. One of the boys with dyed red hair pointed at Lin Muhong excitedly when he saw him. "There's a hangover there. I haven't seen him for days, and he still knows to come to class." As he spoke, the man walked towards Lin Muhong, and his two roommates followed him with smiles. The three of them sat down next to Lin Muhong, laughing and saying, "Ahang, what have you been up to these past few days? You don't even go back to the dorm at night now. You're not in a relationship, are you? You don't want to live with us anymore, are you?" the red-haired boy joked. Just then, a soft, sweet baby voice rang out from all around. "Daddy, this cartoon has finished airing." Chapter 21: Three Bad Uncles. Upon hearing this, a hint of tenderness flashed in Lin Muhong's eyes. He affectionately stroked Wanwan's head and said softly, "Daddy is playing the next episode for you." At this moment, the three people who were standing to the side were instantly stunned, their eyes wide open and their mouths seemingly big enough to fit an egg. They hadn't even noticed that there was a cute little girl next to Ahang, and the way she addressed him just now had left them momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Zijuan, with his red hair, looked at Lin Muhong in disbelief and exclaimed in shock, "Dad? Dad?" His voice was filled with doubt and disbelief. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong smiled smugly and nodded happily. He was overjoyed that someone called him dad, feeling as sweet as if he had eaten honey. Seeing this, Zhao Zijuan gave him a push, his eyes full of suspicion. "Don't change the subject. What's the deal with this little girl?" Seeing this, Lin Muhong said with a helpless yet sincere expression, "Just as you heard, she is my daughter." His expression made it seem as if he were saying something perfectly natural. However, all three of them looked incredulous, their eyes filled with suspicion and astonishment. The boy wearing the baseball cap was named Lu Xiaorong. He looked at Lin Muhong with a playful expression, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Ahang, this little girl looks about 5 or 6 years old. You're only 18 this year. Did you start messing with little girls when you were 12? What a beast." After he finished speaking, the other two were also indignant and cast reproachful glances at Lin Muhong. He shook his head and shouted, "Get out! What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I'm such a beast? Yes. Yes. Yes." The three nodded with smiles, but they didn't actually believe that the little girl was Ahang's daughter. Just then, the professor carrying a backpack walked in. Upon seeing this, Lin Muhong quickly turned down the volume on his phone, afraid of disturbing everyone. He looked down at Wanwan and said, "Sweetie, let's watch TV when we get home. Why don't you read a storybook first?" "Okay." Wanwan nodded obediently, and took out a storybook that her father had bought for her from her little backpack with her chubby little hands, and began to look through it carefully. Her focused little face is so adorable, you just want to give her a kiss. Sitting at the southernmost end, Wan Kailuan's eyes were full of affection as he watched Wanwan. Seeing how well behaved she was, he couldn't help but complain to the others, "My little nephew seems to be about her age, and he's never still for a moment. Is there really such a big difference between boys and girls? It's made me want to have a daughter from now on." Seeing this, Zhao Zijuan rolled his eyes and retorted, "You don't even have a girlfriend, what are you going to do about having a baby?" Each professional class lasted for more than 2 hours, during which Wanwan was very quiet and not naughty at all. She sat there, flipping through the storybook in her hands from time to time, her little face full of seriousness. Soon, the bell rang, but Wanwan was still engrossed in her storybook. Seeing this, Lin Muhong gently patted the little one's shoulder and whispered, "Wanwan, let's go home." "Okay." Wanwan blinked playfully, looking incredibly cute. She put the storybook into her little backpack, like a little adult. There were many students leaving get out of class, causing some congestion. Wanwan was held in Lin Muhong's arms, and only then could Zhao Zijuan and the other two really see what the little one looked like. Her face was fair and chubby, with round, blinking eyes and pink lips below her small nose. She was as cute as a Barbie doll. Who wouldn't love such a pretty little dumpling? Zhao Zijuan grinned and said to Lin Muhong, "Ahang, let me hug you." His eyes were full of expectation and pleading, as if he was afraid that Lin Muhong would reject him. "No, let me hold her first," Lu Xiaorong said, reaching out to grab Wanwan. Wang Kailuan, who spends all his time at the gym and has a rather muscular build, pushed the two of them aside and said with a grin, "Hung Ji, let me hug you first." Seeing the three of them grinning, Lin Muhong couldn't help but find it funny. However, when Wan Wan saw the three of them, a hint of panic flashed across her little face. She waved her hand anxiously, saying, Wan Wan doesn't want the bad uncle to hug her, no, no. Huh? Bad uncle? What's this all about? The group was very disappointed. They didn't know what they had done to offend the little dumpling. The three of them looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness and confusion. Seeing this, Lin Muhang smiled smugly, see? It's not that I don't want you to hug me, it's that she doesn't want to. Soon, they arrived at the dormitory building. Lin Muhang remembered that he didn't have any clean clothes at home and had to go back to the dormitory to get some. He thought to himself, he couldn't bring Wan Wan into the boys' dormitory, after all, she was a girl. After thinking it over, he squatted down and said to Wan Wan, Sweetie, Daddy's going back to the dorm to get some clothes. Can you play with those three uncles for a while? Those three uncles are all Dada's good friends, you don't need to be afraid. He continued to comfort Wan Wan, hoping that she could let down her guard. Wan Wan frowned upon hearing this, her little face full of confusion. She tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said in a soft, cooing voice, Daddy, didn't you tell me to stay away from these bad uncles? Why do you still want me to play with them? Her voice was filled with confusion and bewilderment. Did I say that? Lin Muhang frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered that it might have been his future self who had instructed Wan Wan. He asked with a smile, Do you know why? His eyes were full of curiosity. Wan Wan nodded, then said in a soft, sweet voice, These uncles all have big brothers, and they all want me to be their daughter-in-law. So Dad told me to stay away from them. Her little face was full of seriousness. Daddy, what does daughter-in-law mean? Is there anything delicious? She continued to ask, her little eyes sparkling with curiosity. Hearing this, Lin Muhang clenched his fists and cursed inwardly, You can't even have a daughter, so you want to take advantage of my precious daughter, you're animals. Although he was very angry, he was still very proud because he had a daughter, which made him a million times better than them. However, there's no need to worry about that now. They don't even know where their wives are, so there's nothing to fear. Lin Muhang comforted Wan Wan, Baby, you'll stay with these uncles for a while, and Daddy will come down to find you soon. Be good, and Daddy will buy you ice cream when we get back. Wan Wan, be a good girl. The little one's eyes lit up immediately when she heard about ice cream. She couldn't help but lick her tongue, her little face full of excitement. Then, Lin Muhang looked at Zhao Zijuan and the other two behind him and said, I'm going upstairs to get some clothes. You three take care of her. Okay, no problem. The three nodded happily. At this moment, Ren Kailuan asked Wan Wan curiously, Little baby, where did your dad and mom go? Chapter 22 Hua Hua, the School Beauty? Wan Wan pursed her cherry-like lips, two shallow dimples appearing on her cheeks, and said playfully, My dad just went upstairs to get something, and my mom went out. After saying that, the little girl rolled up the bag on top of her backpack, looking quite bored. Upon hearing this, Ren Kailuan glanced at the dormitory building across the street, then exchanged a look with the other two, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He asked again, incredulously, Is your father really Lin Muhang? Upon hearing this, Wan Wan stuck out her little tongue, made a face, and said playfully, I won't tell you, hee hee. The little girl remembered her father telling her not to talk to these bad uncles. Seeing this, Zhao Zijuan's eyes lit up and a plan came to mind. He walked into the supermarket, and soon he had several colorful lollipops in his hand. He smiled and walked over to Wan Wan, squatted down, waved the lollipop in front of her, and said gently, If you answer Uncle's question, Uncle will give you a lollipop, okay? Wan Wan's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had discovered a new continent, and her little face was filled with joy. Hesitating for even a second would be disrespectful to the lollipop, so Wan Wan nodded readily and said with a smile, Okay. He looked exactly like a little foodie. Seeing Wan Wan's reaction, Zhao Zijuan smiled smugly. He cleared his throat and asked, Sweetie, is your dad really Lin Muhang? Don't lie to your uncle. Wan Wan nodded her little head like a chick pecking at rice, Yes, yes. My dad is Lin Muhang. Immediately, her chubby little finger pointed at the lollipop in Zhao Zijuan's hand, as if afraid that he would change his mind. Wan Wan smiled happily after receiving the lollipop, but Zhao Zijuan and the other two looked incredulous upon hearing it. They might have thought Lin Muhang was joking before, but these words came from a child, so they couldn't be wrong, right? They looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaorong couldn't help but think to himself, Did Ah Hong really mess around with that young girl? Sure, keep your voice down, Ren Kailuan quickly reminded him, then continued, So, what's your mother's name? Wan Wan's little eyes lit up again. She pointed to the lollipop, indicating to Zhao Zijuan to give it to her first. Zhao Zijuan understood immediately and quickly handed one over. Wan Wan took the lollipop, squinted her eyes contentedly, and then said, "My mom's name is Xia Wanning." Ha! Upon hearing this name, the three were both shocked and surprised, and almost exclaimed in unison. Xia Wanning? Isn't that our school's most beautiful girl? Ren Kailuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected that Lin Muhong's wife would be their senior from school, and even 2 years ahead of them. Did Ahang and Xia Wanning know each other before? Zhao Zijuan frowned, his face full of doubt. That's not right. Ahang is from Shanghai, and I heard that Xia Wanning is from Shaanxi province. They shouldn't have any connection, right? What's going on? Could it be someone with the same name? Lu Xiaorong guessed. So, the group turned their attention to Wan Wan, trying to get more information from her. Wan Wan, where is your mother from? Ren Kailuan asked softly. Wan Wan held the lollipop with satisfaction and said with a smile, "This is the one." The little guy's answer was as good as nothing, but they also knew that he was only 5 or 6 years old and didn't know much. Unwilling to give up, Zhao Zijuan asked again, "Wan Wan, is your mother pretty?" A proud smile spread across Wan Wan's little face as she said in a soft, sweet voice, "Of course you're beautiful. Mommy is the most beautiful, just like a fairy." The group still had many, many questions to ask, and the little guy answered them all as long as there were snacks to be had. A short while later, Lin Muhong came down from the dormitory building with a backpack on his back. He looked up and saw his beloved daughter and her roommates sitting at the entrance of the supermarket across the street. When Wan Wan saw her father coming over, she jumped off the stool with joy and ran into his arms. She hugged her father's neck and said softly, "Daddy, you're back. Wan Wan missed you so much." After saying that, she kissed her father on the cheek. "Daddy misses you too," Lin Muhong said with a smile. When he noticed that his daughter was carrying a lot of snacks, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Wan Wan, where did all these snacks come from?" "They were all bought for me by my uncles," Wan Wan said proudly. Afraid that her father would misunderstand, she quickly explained, "It wasn't Wan Wan who begged for them, it was my uncles who gave them to me on their own initiative." After saying that, she proudly waved the snacks in her hand, as if showing off her trophies to her father. "Is that right, uncles?" Wan Wan asked playfully, her little face full of a sly smile. After seeing this, Zhao Zijuan and the others could only nod bitterly, acknowledging that what he said was indeed true. They had given it to them voluntarily. At this moment, the three of them pulled Lin Muhong aside, their hearts filled with doubts, as if they had 1,000 questions they wanted to ask. Seeing this, Lin Muhong looked at the group in confusion. "Why did you pull me aside?" Lu Xiaorong asked impatiently, "Is your wife Xia Wanning, the school beauty?" The three men's eyes gleamed with gossip as they stared intently at Lin Muhong's face, as if trying to glean something from his expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong saw Wan Wan happily sucking on a lollipop beside him and immediately understood where her snacks came from. He smiled helplessly, then confessed, "Xia Wanning is indeed Wan Wan's mother, so, she's also my wife." "You're a beast," Zhao Zijuan said through gritted teeth, but his eyes were full of envy. "What do you mean also counts? She's the school beauty." At this moment, Lu Xiaorong put his arm around Lin Muhong's shoulder and said with a smile, "Aren't we good brothers? Tell us the details." Lin Muhong smiled helplessly, "It's a long story." "Then let's get to the point." The three of them pulled Lin Muhong along, wanting to know more details. As they kept whispering in his ear, Lin Muhong had a sudden inspiration and came up with a plan. With a feint, he grabbed Wan Wan and ran away. The three realized they had been tricked, but it was too late. As her father carried her along, Wan Wan asked with some confusion, "Daddy, why are we running?" Lin Muhong smiled helplessly and said, "Those uncles are crazy. From now on, avoid them when you see them, understand?" Wan Wan understands. The little one nodded obediently, then hugged her father's neck tightly. After leaving the school, the father and daughter ate dumplings at a small restaurant near the school gate before returning home. Sitting on the sofa, facing her favorite cartoon, Wan Wan couldn't muster any interest. She turned to Lin Muhong and asked, "Dad, when is Mom coming back? I miss her so much." Chapter 23. Dad, talk to your wife. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong tenderly patted Wan Wan's head and gently comforted her, "Mom is busy today. She'll come back to see Wan Wan when she's done." Wan Wan pouted, her little face full of sadness, her ears drooping down, like a sad little rabbit. A moment later, the little one's eyes suddenly lit up, and she tugged at Lin Muhong's arm, saying sweetly, "Daddy, we can video chat with Mommy." Wanwan misses Mommy so much. "Dad, why don't you make a video call to Mom?" Her little hands gripped Lin Muhong's sleeve tightly, her face full of anticipation. Seeing the little one's determined look, her face flushed red, Lin Muhong could only helplessly flick Wanwan's nose and say, "All right. You're such a clever little devil. Daddy, you're so nice." Wanwan pouted and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, then sat up straight, her big eyes glued to the phone, eagerly awaiting her mother's arrival. Buzz buzz, the phone started vibrating. Xia Wanning was eating her boxed lunch when she heard the sound and glanced down at her phone. When she saw that it was Lin Muhong who had called to invite her to video chat, her heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly put the lunchbox on the ground, frantically grabbed her phone, and quickly tidied her sweat-drenched hair. Only after confirming that the other party wouldn't notice anything amiss did she cautiously press the call button. As soon as the screen lit up, Wanwan's adorable little face appeared before my eyes. "Mom, what are you doing? Wanwan missed you so much." Wanwan shouted excitedly as soon as she saw her mother, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with laughter. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning's eyes flashed with a smile, and she replied gently, "Mom misses Wanwan too. How about I come back to be with you as soon as I'm done with my work?" She could tell the little one was very unhappy. Her little mouth was pouting so much it could hold a weight. So she smiled and said, "Wanwan, be good. Mommy will bring you a little bear when we get back, okay?" When Wanwan heard about the doll, her eyes immediately lit up, like two sparkling gems. She excitedly hugged her phone, her little face full of anticipation as she asked, "Really? Of course it's true, how could Mommy bear to lie to Wanwan?" Xia Wanning replied with a smile, her eyes full of doting affection. "Okay then, Wanwan will wait for Mommy at home." "Love you," Wanwan said, sending a kiss from afar, her little face beaming with a happy smile. Xia Wanning was overjoyed when she saw it. All the hard work was worth it. Immediately afterwards, Wanwan handed the phone to Lin Muhong and said softly, "Daddy, you talk to your wife, I won't eavesdrop." After saying that, she blinked her big eyes, smiled mischievously, and ran into the bedroom. Lin Muhong smiled helplessly and then picked up his phone. Feeling awkward under her gaze, Xia Wanning asked, "Wanwan, were you well behaved today?" She tried to change the subject, not wanting Lin Muhong to see her disheveled state. "Very obedient." Lin Muhong nodded, then asked after a moment, "When will you be finished today?" "Around 8 or 9 o'clock, Xia Wanning replied. "Oh, okay." A sudden silence fell between them, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. At this moment, Xia Wanning's voice urged, "Time's up, let's get to work." Upon hearing this, she hurriedly replied, "I'm busy now, I'll hang up first." Without waiting for Lin Muhong's response, she quickly hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Muhong recalled the scene from earlier and couldn't help but wonder, Xia Wanning has something to do today, could she be working a part-time job? He didn't think about it any further, since the two of them had agreed from the beginning not to disturb each other's lives. At 8 p.m., Xia Wanning finally finished get off work. Her boss handed her 300 yuan and praised her, "You look so delicate, I didn't expect you to be so hard-working." "Are you coming again tomorrow?" the boss asked. "Come on." Xia Wanning nodded, her eyes full of determination. After all, 300 a day for a part-time job wasn't too much, especially since she also had to support Wanwan. "Okay, then come at the same time tomorrow," the boss said with a smile, and then left. Looking at the 300 yuan in her hand, Xia Wanning was very happy. This was her first time working a part-time job. Although it was tiring, it was worth it. On her way home, Xia Wanning saw a toy store next door and immediately thought of the teddy bear she had promised to buy for Wanwan, so she went inside right away. The store has a wide variety of dolls, all in different colors and shapes. Xia Wanning immediately noticed the pink bear hanging on the wall. It was fluffy, and she thought Wanwan would definitely like it. "Boss, how much is that doll?" Xia Wanning asked, pointing to the pink bear. The shopkeeper glanced up and said, 128. "Okay, I'll take it," Xia Wanning said without hesitation. Although it was a bit too expensive to buy a teddy bear at this price, she felt it was well worth it when she thought about the happy look on her daughter's face. Carrying the packaging bag, Xia Wanning couldn't wait to see Wanwan. At the same time, Lin Muhong stood up from the park bench, looked at Wanwan who was having fun in the distance, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. He called softly, "Wanwan, it's time for us to go home." "Here you are," the little guy called out, then waved goodbye to the other children with reluctance. Holding her father's little hand, she skipped and hopped along. Daddy, is mommy back yet? Wanwan asked curiously. She should be back by now. Wanwan will see her mother when she gets home, Lin Muhang replied with a smile. Great. Wanwan clapped her hands happily, eagerly anticipating going home to see her mother. On the other side, Xia Wanning was walking along when she suddenly felt someone following her from behind. Her heart tightened suddenly, and fear surged into her heart. She dared not turn around and could only quicken her pace. But no matter how fast she walked, that figure followed closely behind her, and her heart beat faster and faster, almost as if it would jump out of her chest. Suddenly, a man reeking of alcohol staggered into her eyes, a grin on his face, and said, "Little sister, you're really pretty. How about having a couple of drinks with me?" Ha ha. Xia Wanning's heart tightened, and she replied timidly, "I really can't drink, you should find someone else." As soon as she finished speaking, she tried to leave. However, the man suddenly grabbed her arm, his eyes gleaming with ill intent, and chuckled, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. It's okay if you can't drink, I'll teach you." His strength was astonishing. Xia Wanning struggled a few times, but she couldn't break free at all. "Come on, I've got plenty of money. Follow me, and I guarantee you won't suffer any losses," the man continued his seduction. Xia Wanning's voice trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with fear. "I don't know you. I won't go with you. From chapter 24 onwards, my son and I will protect you." Xia Wanning struggled to break free from the other party's pull, but due to the vast difference in strength, she couldn't escape at all. Taking advantage of the man's inattention, she kicked him hard in the groin. The man cried out in pain and let go of her. Immediately, she quickly took out a pepper spray from her bag and started spraying it indiscriminately at the man. The man was sprayed and forced to retreat, covering his eyes and screaming in pain. Perhaps feeling that this wasn't enough, she quickly grabbed a stick from the side and started hitting the drunk man wildly, shouting, "You think you're someone just because you've had a few drinks? You dare make me drink with you? Bah! I'll hit you for harassing a young girl, I'll hit you for being so audacious, let's see if you dare to do it again." With each slap, Xia Wanning seemed to be venting her anger with all her might. "Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me!" The drunk man finally felt the pain as the stick struck him hard. He quickly begged for mercy, his voice trembling. At that moment, the alcohol seemed to be jolted awake by the sudden pain, and the man became a little more sober. He quickly apologized, then limped away as fast as he could, afraid of being caught and beaten again. Watching the man's disheveled figure leave, Xia Wanning breathed a sigh of relief, her tense nerves finally relaxing. She immediately collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. What she had just witnessed had truly terrified her. She doesn't know where she got the courage from, and even now, thinking about it, she's still terrified, her heart pounding in her chest. Just then, a soft, sweet voice came from behind. "Mom, why are you walking so fast? Dad and I can't keep up with you." Xia Wanning was taken aback when she heard this, and then realized that it was her father and daughter behind her. She had thought they were bad guys. Wanwan ran happily to her mother's side, took her hand, and asked in her childish voice, "Mommy, why are you sitting on the ground? Isn't the ground cold?" The little guy's face was full of worry. Then he waved to Lin Muhang and said in a sweet, soft voice, "Daddy, quickly help mommy up." Seeing this, Lin Muhang quickly ran to Xia Wanning's side, gently placed Xia Wanning's arm on his shoulder, and carefully helped her up. Unexpectedly, as soon as Xia Wanning stood up, she hugged Lin Muhang's shoulders and started crying. Her tears fell like broken beads, soaking Lin Muhang's clothes, as if she wanted to vent all her fear. Why did it take you so long to get here?" Xia Wanning's voice was choked with sobs, making it sound especially heartbreaking. Lin Muhang's mind went blank, and he just let the other person hold him. He was at a loss and didn't know how to comfort her. Seeing this, Wanwan looked at her father with a resentful expression and said angrily, "Dad, did you bully Mom? Why is Mom crying so sadly?" "Dad didn't." Lin Muhang shook his head innocently. "What on earth happened?" After a while, Xia Wanning finally vented her emotions. She shyly pushed Lin Muhang away and lowered her head, not daring to look at him. "I'm sorry, I got your clothes wet." Xia Wanning's voice was still a little choked up. "It's all right, are you feeling better now?" Lin Muhang asked worriedly. "Mum." Xia Wanning nodded. Seeing this, Lin Muhang frowned and asked in confusion, "What just happened? Did you suffer some injustice?" Fearing that the other person would think he was meddling, he quickly explained, "You don't want Wanwan to worry, do you?" After listening, Xia Wanning described in detail what had just happened. Her voice was still trembling slightly, but it was much calmer than before. Lin Muhong was furious when he heard this, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Then, looking at Xia Wanning, he said firmly, "Don't worry, we'll protect you from now on." Then, he looked at Xia Wanning, held out his hand and said, "Give me your phone." "What are you doing?" Xia Wanning looked at Lin Muhong with a puzzled expression, only to see him operating something on his phone. After a while, he looked up and smiled. "I changed my emergency contact in your phone to me. Call me if you're in danger, and I'll be there immediately." Fearing that his actions might make Xia Wanning uncomfortable, he added, "After all, you are the child's mother. Wanwan doesn't want anything to happen to you, and I don't want anything to happen to you either." Xia Wanning was deeply moved upon hearing this. She smiled and nodded, tears welling in her eyes. "Thank you." At this moment, the clever little Wanwan tugged at her mother's hand and said in her sweet, childish voice, "Mommy, you have to be sincere when you express your gratitude." Her little face was full of earnestness and innocence. Wanwan kisses her dad when she thanks him, so let's kiss mommy too. Lin Muhong was quite looking forward to what his daughter had said. A smile flashed in his eyes as he looked at Xia Wanning with feigned composure, but he was already overjoyed inside. Urged on by her daughter, Xia Wanning's face turned so red it looked like it could bleed. She shyly looked up at Lin Muhong and found him secretly smiling. Xia Wanning's heart was pounding like a deer's. Wouldn't kissing like this seem too forward? Seeing that her mother wasn't moving, Wanwan gently nudged her, her little face full of anxiety. Xia Wanning was pushed by her daughter and lost her balance. She leaned forward and her lips pressed against Lin Muhong's face. The soft touch made them both feel dizzy and confused, as if an electric current was flowing between them. Lin Muhong, in particular, touched the spot where the other person had just kissed him and pondered to himself, "What kind of lipstick is that? The smell is really strong." At this moment, Xia Wanning blushed deeply and fled in panic, then grabbed Wanwan's hand and walked ahead, saying, "Baby, mommy bought you a little bear, shall we open it when we get home?" Watching the mother and daughter's retreating figures, Lin Muhong felt very content. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his head. Ding! The system has detected a change in Xia Wanning's affection level, currently at 40. The system shop is now open. Lin Muhong was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. He couldn't wait to open the system shop. The store was filled with a dazzling array of goods, including luxury villas, limited edition sports cars, and private jets. Looking at the heartbeat value above, Lin Muhong felt like he had stood up. A limited edition sports car only cost 30 heartbeat values, and a luxury villa cost 35. My god, this system is too generous. Last time, I used 25 heart points to draw a publishing house. After deducting the heart points from last time, I only have 15 heart points left to spend. If you save up, you can drive home a limited edition sports car. That's awesome. Chapter 25, Picking up the car at the 4S store. Just as Lin Muhong was having a good time, the system's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. Note, if your heart points are not redeemed within 24 hours, you will be considered to have forfeited the reward. Upon hearing this news, he couldn't help but curse, "What a jerk." The system must have learned from those unscrupulous merchants. Since the item would expire, Lin Muhong chose the one with the best value for money. After looking around, he realized that he could only redeem a car with 4 rings. He was utterly exasperated. "System, why don't you just give me this car directly? Why go through all this trouble? We must prioritize the host's experience." The system then fell silent. Lin Muhong was speechless. The system must be asking for a beating. However, it would be very convenient to get a new car, but cars need to burn gas, and filling up with 98-octane gasoline would bankrupt you. Oh no, I have to work hard to earn money again. The next day, Lin Muhong was tidying up the room when suddenly, a crisp cell phone ringtone broke the silence. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Muhong?" A gentle female voice came from inside. "I am. The car you ordered from our company has arrived. You can come and pick it up. When can you come?" Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong exclaimed excitedly, "I'll go pick up the car in a bit." "Okay, I'll wait for you at the company." After hanging up the phone, Lin Muhong was very happy. Although the car was not a limited edition sports car, it was still a car worth several 100,000 yuan, and its performance and appearance were quite good. He called out towards the living room, "Wanwan, come back and change your clothes, we're going out." "Oh? We're going out to play again? That's great." Wanwan ran over excitedly and immediately changed her clothes. After putting on her shoes, she stood up abruptly, slung her beloved little backpack over her shoulder, took her father's big hand, and went out. I hailed a taxi at the entrance of the residential area, and the Dior Forest store arrived in less than 30 minutes. Lin Muhan led Wanwan's little hand and walked inside. The salesperson saw a customer and smiled as she stepped forward to ask, "Hello sir, do you have an appointment?" "I'm here to pick up my car," Lin Muhan said with a smile, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "You must be Mr. Lin. Please have a seat here for a moment," the saleswoman said cheerfully, then walked towards the office in her high heels. Lin Muhan sat on a chair to the side, while Wanwan looked around curiously, her eyes wide open like two black gems. She was overwhelmed by the variety of cars on display in the showroom. Suddenly, she saw a small bug fly onto the body of a car. The little one immediately widened her eyes, carefully walked over, and gently shooed the bug away with her little hand, afraid of getting the beautiful car body dirty. At this moment, a man in a suit saw this, frowned, walked over irritably, and pulled Wanwan away. His movements were somewhat rough, which startled Wanwan. "What are you doing, kid? Get your dirty hands off me right now. If you damage the car, can you afford to pay for it?" the man said in a deep voice, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. Wanwan felt very wronged after being scolded. She pouted, tears welling up in her eyes, and looked at the other person's aggressive posture with some fear. Her little hands gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, too scared to make a sound. Hearing the commotion, Lin Muhan looked up and saw his precious daughter being scolded by a man, and a surge of anger welled up in his heart. He raised his hand and called out gently, "Wanwan, come to daddy." Daddy. Upon hearing his father's voice, the little guy immediately threw himself into Lin Muhan's arms, looking aggrieved. Held in her father's arms, she said softly, "Daddy, I didn't touch that car." Her little face was pressed against her father's chest, and her voice trembled slightly. "Yes, Dad knows." Lin Muhan nodded, his eyes revealing complete trust. He then looked at the male salesman and said, "You heard that, my daughter didn't touch the car. You're not only slandering her but also insulting her, so apologize to my daughter." His voice was serious and left no room for argument. The man first sized up Lin Muhan. Seeing how young he was and how plainly he was dressed, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. "Who knows if she's telling the truth or lying? You saw it, didn't you?" His tone was laced with provocation and disdain. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhan raised an eyebrow and said coldly, "If you don't believe me, then check the surveillance footage. I have plenty of time before things are cleared up." Seeing that Lin Muhan wouldn't budge, the man grinned, trying to ease the tension. "Let's just say you didn't touch the car, okay? It's such a small thing, why bother checking the surveillance footage?" His smile carried a hint of helplessness and perfunctoriness. "No, if we don't get to the bottom of this, my daughter will be criticized," Lin Muhan said firmly. He knew that not being able to clarify things would be a huge blow to a child's mental health. Just then, the woman walked over in high heels. She was dressed in a professional suit, looking capable and elegant. Upon seeing her, the man immediately adopted a respectful expression and greeted her, "Manager Sunday." The woman ignored him and went straight to Lin Muhan's side, saying respectfully, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. The paperwork for your Dior car is being processed." "What happened that upset you?" the woman asked with concern, her eyes showing a hint of worry. When the man heard what the supervisor said, he felt a little guilty. He had originally thought the other party was a poor guy, but he didn't expect him to be a big client of the company. He was suddenly a little scared. Seeing this, Lin Muhan nodded and said, "This person insulted my daughter and falsely accused her of hitting a car. I'm making him apologize to my daughter." His voice was filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, the woman gave the male salesman a sharp look, her eyes conveying, "You'd better apologize right now." Upon seeing this, the man said to Lin Muhan with great fear, "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't understand the situation just now. I'm so sorry." Lin Muhan replied with disdain, "Don't be like that. What if it really was my daughter who hit the car? Wouldn't you feel very wronged?" His tone was laced with sarcasm and dissatisfaction. "Please show me the surveillance footage and clear my daughter's name." Upon seeing this, the woman quickly replied, Okay, I'll check the surveillance footage right away." As she spoke, she immediately turned and walked towards the surveillance room. Soon after, the surveillance footage was brought up, clearly showing that Wanwan had only gently shooed away the insects and had not touched the car body. Upon seeing this, the man quickly apologized, "Sir, I misjudged you, I'm so sorry." His voice was filled with fear. Please, don't hold a grudge against me, the man continued to plead. Shouldn't you apologize to me? Lin Muhong said firmly, because he knew he had the backing of his precious daughter. Chapter 26. I'll pick you up tonight. Upon hearing this, the male salesman immediately bent down and squatted in front of Wan, smiling as he explained, "Little girl, I made a mistake just now. I apologize to you. I'm sorry." After hearing this, Wan did not respond. She hugged her father's leg tightly, her little face pressed against his body, her eyes still showing some fear and unease, clearly frightened by what had just happened. Seeing this, Lin Muhong gently hugged his precious daughter tightly in his arms, stroking her back softly to comfort her. Then, he looked at the supervisor and said, "How are the paperwork going? Can I drive it away?" "Any time is fine," the woman nodded and said with a smile. Soon, Lin Muhong completed the formalities and drove away in his brand new Dior with his daughter. The supervisor saw them off with a smile, then came up to the man, his face darkening, and said coldly, "From now on, you're fired from the company. Pack your things and get out of here. Manager, please give me another chance." "I promise I won't do it again," the man pleaded, hoping his manager would show leniency. But the supervisor remained unmoved. Offending clients is a major taboo in the sales industry, especially since he had offended one of the company's major clients. He simply couldn't stay there any longer. After leaving the 4S store, Lin Muhong drove Wan around. The little one sat in the spacious back seat, kicking her little feet excitedly. The window was wide open, and a gentle breeze blew in, brushing against her cheeks. Wan closed her eyes comfortably. Children's minds are always so simple and pure at this moment. She had completely forgotten the little incident that had just happened at the 4S store. Suddenly, Wan leaned on the seat, stretched out her chubby little hand, patted Lin Muhong's shoulder, and excitedly shouted, "Daddy, let's go find Mommy." Looking at his daughter's expectant face in the rearview mirror, Lin Muhong patiently persuaded her, "Mommy must be busy. How about Daddy takes you to the amusement park?" He thought Wan would excitedly agree as before, but this time the little one shook her head and said anxiously, No, Wan wants to go to the amusement park with Daddy and Mommy." Her little face was slightly flushed with anxiety, and her big eyes sparkled with a stubborn light. Seeing her daughter's insistence, Lin Muhong had no choice but to give up. Then, Wan leaned closer and asked, "Dad, can you ask Mom if she's done with her work? Let's go to the amusement park together." Wan blinked her big eyes, which were full of anticipation. Seeing the expectant look in his daughter's eyes, Lin Muhong couldn't bear to refuse. So, he gently tapped on Xia Wanning's WeChat video call interface. At this moment, Xia Wanning had just finished a busy morning of work, and had just taken off the heavy mascot costume she was wearing, and was about to have lunch. Just then, her phone rang in her pocket. She took it out and saw that it was a video call request from Lin Muhong. She was slightly taken aback, then answered the phone. As soon as the connection was established, Wan's chubby little face eagerly came closer, instantly taking up the entire screen. She called out sweetly, "Mommy, are you done with work? Wan misses you so much." As she spoke, she made a big heart shape in the air with her little hands, looking incredibly cute. When Xia Wanning saw her daughter's adorable little face, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. She said gently, "Mommy misses Wan too. After I'm done with work today, Mommy will spend some quality time with you, okay?" Upon hearing this, Wan pouted and nodded obediently. Suddenly, she blinked her big eyes and asked, "Mommy, what are you doing now? Can Daddy and I come to see you?" Wan asked eagerly, her little hands gripping the phone tightly, afraid that her mother would refuse. Xia Wanning checked the time and then said, "Mom is going to eat. Have you eaten yet?" The little guy's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he shook his head with a smile. "I haven't eaten yet. How about Dad and I come find you to eat now?" Xia Wanning thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, give the phone to Dad." Her voice carried a hint of shyness and anticipation. When she saw Lin Muhong appear in front of the camera, she asked shyly, "Are you free to come over now? I have to start work at 2 o'clock, so I don't have much time to spend with you." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong quickly replied, "That's convenient. We haven't eaten yet. Send us your address and we'll come find you." "Mum." Xia Wanning nodded, and after hanging up the phone, she waited at the bus stop. Less than 15 minutes later, a black sedan slowly stopped in front of him. Immediately afterwards, the car window rolled down, and a familiar little head popped out. When Wan saw her mother, her eyes narrowed into slits with a smile. She called out in a soft, cute voice, "Mommy, get in the car quickly." She looked like an adorable little angel. At this moment, Xiao Wanning sat in the car, her face full of doubt. She looked at the brand new car and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. As soon as Wan got in the car, she grabbed her mother's arm and said with great pride, "Mom, this is the new car Dad bought. Although it's not as comfortable as our old car, it can pick you up." Her little face was beaming with a happy smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong involuntarily coughed lightly, secretly thinking to himself that in the future, he would live in a luxury mansion in Thompson Riviera and drive a car that was priceless and extraordinary. However, at this moment, he knows that he needs to work even harder to give his daughter the same comfortable life she used to have. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Xiao Wanning's eyes involuntarily drifted towards Lin Muhong, a shy blush rising on her face, as beautiful and charming as a peach blossom in spring. At this moment, Lin Muhong asked, "When will you be finished with your work today?" Xiao Wanning smiled slightly and replied, "Around 8 o'clock. After hearing this, Lin Muhong said calmly, "Then Wan and I will drive to pick you up tonight." Fearing she might refuse, he cautiously added, "Don't overthink it. I just think it's unsafe for you to come back so late and walk alone, especially after what happened yesterday." His voice was full of concern and worry for Xiao Wanning. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanning's face lit up with a bright smile, and she said gratefully, "Thank you." Lin Muhong waved his hand and replied with a smile, "Don't be so polite, it's because you're Wan's biological mother." "Just my biological mother?" Xiao Wanning blurted out, her mind in turmoil. She couldn't understand why she had that thought just now. Could it be that she was falling for him? Lin Muhong was busy driving and didn't notice. He turned his head and asked, "What did you just say?" Chapter 27 Tongshu.com called again. Inside the office, Song Qianyue, the editor-in-chief of Tongshu.com, and her employees sat together in a somber atmosphere. The employees were all very careful, afraid that they might accidentally run into the editor-in-chief's gun that could explode at any moment. At that moment, Song Qianyue looked around, her eyes filled with suppressed anger, and asked in a low voice, "Is there anything else to report?" An employee responded timidly in a low voice, "These past 2 days, users have been spamming Zhong Qianni under the author's story, and there are so many comments that we can't even delete them all." "We can't exactly ban user comments," another employee added cautiously. Upon hearing this, Song Qianyue clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force, and she forced herself to finish the meeting while suppressing her anger. After the meeting, Song Qianyue suddenly pushed open the office door, strode to her desk, and in a fit of anger swept the documents, pen holder, and even the computer mouse off the floor. "You, Zhong Qianni, how dare you go against the website? You really don't know your place," she growled through gritted teeth. Shaoli, who witnessed this scene, didn't dare to breathe and stood quietly to the side, afraid of becoming the next target of anger. After a while, Song Qianyue finally calmed down. She slowly sat down in the chair, took a deep breath, and asked, "Is there any latest news about Zhong Qianni online?" Shaoli quickly replied, "No, since we banned him, other websites haven't dared to sign him either, so there's been no news about him." Upon hearing this reply, Song Qianyue's lips curled into a cold smile. "It doesn't feel good to be suppressed, does it? Let's see if you dare to refuse my conditions this time." A moment later, she stood up, walked to the French windows, gazed at the bustling scene outside, and pondered in her heart. She dialed Lin Muhong's number, her eyes gleaming with determination. On the other end of the phone, Lin Muhong picked up his phone and saw that it was an unnumbered account. He hesitated for a moment before answering. "Zhong Qianni, how have you been?" Song Qianyue's voice came, carrying a hint of provocation and smugness. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong frowned, his face full of disdain. "You are the editor-in-chief of Tongshu.com? What, do you need me for something?" Song Qianyue grinned, her voice full of temptation. "Being blacklisted isn't a pleasant experience, is it? As long as you agree to my signing terms, a signing fee of 10 million will be deposited into your account immediately. You know, many people can't earn that much money in their entire lives, so I advise you to think it over carefully." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong's eyes were full of disdain, and he firmly replied, "I've already made up my mind." "Ha, I knew you'd agree." Song Qianyue laughed triumphantly, as if victory was already in her grasp. Lin Muhong shook his head helplessly, shocked by the woman's shamelessness. "You haven't heard my formal answer yet. Go ahead and tell me, I'm listening." Song Qianyue was full of confidence. She believed that any normal person would make the right choice. Lin Muhong smiled, his tone firm and resolute. "I don't want to. This stupid Tongshu.com is for whoever wants to go. Even if you call me dad, I won't go." After saying that, Lin Muhong hung up the phone without hesitation. He didn't want to get entangled with Song Qianyue any further. She was probably seriously ill. Hearing the busy tone of the line, Song Qianyue was still in shock, wondering if she had been rejected again. She stared in disbelief, a nameless fire rising within her. Recalling Lin Muhong's arrogant demeanor, she angrily slammed her phone to the ground and shouted, "Xiaoli!" Hearing the editor-in-chief's shout, Xiaoli hurried to the office and cautiously asked, "Editor-in-chief, what can I do for you?" Song Qianyue said through gritted teeth, "The words Zhongqiani are not allowed to appear on the website. Delete them immediately. Ban accounts that post too much." Xiaoli asked worriedly, "Editor-in-chief, won't this provoke public outrage among our users?" Upon hearing this, Song Qianyue coldly shook her head, "No, we're a top website, they can't do without us. A dog will come back when it's hungry." After receiving the instructions, Xiaoli began to handle the relevant matters. At this moment, Lin Muhong had just come out of the classroom, feeling extremely relieved. Just then, his phone rang again. He thought it was Song Qianyue calling, and after answering impatiently, he started cursing, "I already said I'm not going, do you really want to be a coward?" However, the voice on the other end of the phone was Hu Lily's sweet, coquettish voice, "President Lin, what are you saying?" Lin Muhong got goosebumps after hearing this and said impatiently, "Stop speaking in a rude manner and speak properly." "Oh," Hu Lily responded, then began her report, "President Lin, the sample of the storybook is ready. I'll take it over for you to see." "Okay, then bring it over now, and I'll send you the address," Lin Muhong said. Going to and from the company takes a lot of time, not to mention that he and Xia Wanning had made an appointment to take Wanwan out for grilled fish later. In the office, Hu Lily looked at the address sent by President Lin, which showed that it was Shanghai University, and her eyes were full of doubt. Is President Lin really a college student who hasn't graduated yet? After taking the storybook sample, Hu Lily hailed a taxi and arrived at the gate of Shanghai University in less than 30 minutes. After getting out of the car, she sent a voice message to Lin Muhong, "President Lin, I've arrived." "Where are you?" "Turn around, to the coffee shop," Lin Muhong replied briefly. Hu Lily turned her head and saw that Lin Muhong was sitting by the window. She was wearing 10-centimeter high heels and swaying her waist as she walked in. As soon as the coffee shop door opened, all eyes turned to Hu Lily. Although she wasn't exactly stunningly beautiful, she had a hot figure and dressed sexily. Today, she was wearing a black strapless bodycon dress, and her chest bounced as she walked, attracting a lot of attention. However, Lin Muhong was unmoved by this. In fact, he was somewhat disgusted by it. He glanced at Hu Lily indifferently and gestured for her to sit down. Hu Lily walked over to Lin Muhong with a charming smile and sat down, saying, "Mr. Lin, you need to reimburse me for my taxi fare to and from here, it's business." Lin Muhong nodded, but felt somewhat displeased. He hadn't even made much money yet, but he was already putting his own money into it. It was really tough. Then he looked at the other person and asked, "Where's the storybook?" "Let me see." Hu Lily took out a storybook from her bag and placed it in front of Lin Muhong. He carefully flipped through it, examining every detail from the color scheme of the illustrations to the accompanying pictures. After a moment, he nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, when can it be put on the market?" "I've asked the factory to speed up production, and it should be available in the bookstore as early as tomorrow night," Hu Lily replied. "Okay, let's make it according to this version." Lin Muhong nodded. "The work is done well, and if sales are good, we'll give everyone a bonus." "Then I'll thank President Lin on behalf of everyone," Hu Lily said sweetly. Chapter 28. Oh no, Dad's made Mom angry. Seeing this, Lin Muhong frowned slightly, shrank back a little awkwardly, and asked, "Is this how you always talk?" Hu Lily was taken aback for a moment, only to see Lin Muhong continue, "Do whatever makes you comfortable. You don't need to pretend in front of me, just be yourself." Hearing this, Hu Lily was somewhat dazed. Be yourself? That seems like a long way off. She came from a small town, and in order to be liked, helped, and noticed by others, she seemed to have been unable to be herself for a long time. As Hu Lily left the coffee shop, she was very grateful for what Mr. Lin had said. She suddenly hugged Lin Muhong gratefully and said, "Mr. Lin, thank you." However, Lin Muhong, who was being held, was very flustered. He hurriedly pushed Hu Lily away, his cheeks slightly flushed with nervousness. "Let go quickly, it won't be good if someone sees us." Seeing Lin Muhong's nervous expression, Hu Lily chuckled, "President Lin, you really are a naive and innocent young man." Immediately afterwards, Hu Lily handed over her WeChat payment QR code, a playful smile playing on her lips. "Boss, I'll reimburse your travel expenses." Lin Muhong glanced at it and then swept the money over. After seeing the transfer amount, Hu Lily asked in confusion, "Isn't the round-trip fare 80? Why did you only transfer 55? Go back and take the subway," Lin Muhong said irritably. Who told her to touch him inappropriately? What if his future wife saw it? His reputation would be ruined. However, in the distance, there were indeed two pairs of eyes staring intently at him. Wanwan looked up, her big eyes blinking with curiosity. Mommy, who is that auntie? Why is she hugging Daddy? Oh, that's probably Dad's good friend, Xiaowaning said calmly, but she felt a tightness in her chest, as if a large stone was pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. She scrutinized Hu Lily closely, noticing that the woman had a pert bottom and a full bust, and that she herself would definitely prefer her type if she were a man. Thinking of this, Xiaowaning couldn't help but look down at herself. Her buttocks weren't perky, and she didn't even have a cleavage. How could she compare to others? I guess Lin Muhong probably likes this too, she thought to herself, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Wanwan didn't seem to notice her mother's strange behavior. She happily ran into her father's arms and said in a babyish voice, "Daddy." Her little face was rosy, like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite. Lin Muhong affectionately pinched Wanwan's chubby little face, his eyes full of love. "Baby, did you listen to mommy today?" Wanwan is very obedient, she just misses her dad so much, the little girl said sweetly, and Lin Muhong's heart melted when he heard it. The thought that all of his roommates would have sons filled Lin Muhong with immense pride and joy. I am so lucky to have such a lovely daughter. Seeing Xiaowaning come to his side, Lin Muhong said with a smile, "I don't have class this afternoon, I'll take Wanwan with me." Okay. Xiaowaning nodded, then followed the two of them toward the grilled fish restaurant. However, her steps were somewhat heavy, as if she were stepping on cotton, and she seemed a little absent-minded. Inside the grilled fish restaurant, Wanwan sat with Lin Muhong, her little body ramrod straight, like a little adult. Seeing that Xiaowaning had only eaten a few bites before putting down her chopsticks, Lin Muhong quietly asked Wanwan, "Baby, mommy looks listless. Is she sick?" Upon hearing this, Wanwan frowned and asked doubtfully, "No way, Mom was very happy when she was with me, she didn't seem sick." Her little hand was supporting her chin, and she looked like she was thinking seriously, which made people smile. After hearing her daughter's words, Lin Muhong frowned in confusion. If she wasn't sick, why did she look unhappy? He secretly pondered to himself that something must have happened, but since it involved someone's privacy, Lin Muhong didn't dare to ask. After finishing their grilled fish, the family of three was walking down the street when Wanwan suddenly pointed at the supermarket, her little eyes sparkling with excitement. "Daddy, Mommy, I want to eat fruit." "Let's go in and take a look," Lin Muhong said affectionately, then pushed the shopping cart and put Wanwan in the cart. What fruit does Wanwan want to eat? Watermelon or banana? Lin Muhong asked, with Xiaowaning following behind, her eyes vacant. When they arrived at the fruit section, Wanwan pointed at this and that with her chubby little fingers, looking every bit the little foodie. However, when Xiaowaning saw the papaya, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she felt a sudden impulse. She didn't know if the papaya would work, but she couldn't resist taking one and putting it in her shopping cart. Xiaowaning's movements were somewhat stiff, as if she were doing something sneaky, afraid of being discovered. However, Wanwan still saw it, and the little one asked in confusion, "Mom, what kind of fruit is that? Is it delicious?" Xiaowaning's face flushed red, as if it were on fire. She said shyly, "This is called papaya, it should taste good, right?" Her voice carried a hint of uncertainty, yet also revealed her anticipation for the papaya. Oh. Wanwan nodded, her gaze suddenly drawn to other fruits. Her little body wiggled around in the shopping cart like a lively little fish. Besides buying some papayas, Xiaowaning unconsciously slowed down her pace when passing the snack section. A hint of struggle and hesitation flashed in her eyes, but she still couldn't resist buying some chicken feet, a lot of them, both red and white. Upon seeing this, Lin Muhong secretly made a mental note of it, so she likes to eat chicken feet. From the supermarket to the school gate, Xiaowaning followed silently without saying a word. Only Wanwan's little mouth kept chattering away, like a cheerful little bird. Seeing this, Lin Muhong couldn't help but look at Xiaowaning and ask, "Are you, something bothering you?" Xiaowaning was taken aback and looked at him in confusion, only to see Lin Muhong say in a very irritating way, "Since you're so unhappy, then tell me so I can be happy." He wore a playful smile, trying to ease Xiaowaning's gloom with light-hearted words. However, his words were like a thorn piercing Xiaowaning's heart. She squatted down and gently stroked Wanwan's little face, saying, "Baby, Mommy has to go to class now. You play with Daddy, and Mommy will come back to see you after class." "Okay, Wanwan will be a good girl." Wanwan nodded with a smile. Lin Muhong thought Xiaowaning would give him some instructions, but to his surprise, she just rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Lin Muhong stood there innocently, thinking to himself, "I saw she was unhappy, so I wanted to cheer her up, but it just made her even more unhappy. Seeing this, Wanwan shook her little head and said gleefully, "Daddy, you're in trouble, you made mommy angry." Chapter 29 Chicken Claw Papaya? Woman, what do you want to do? After parting ways with Lin Muhong and his daughter, Xia Wanning returned to her dormitory carrying heavy shopping bags. Xiao Qiao was sitting on the edge of the bed. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw her enter, and she curiously leaned forward. "Ning Ning, let me see what delicious things you bought." "You see for yourself, I need to go find a racket first." With that, Xia Wanning gently placed the bag on the table. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao eagerly opened the plastic bag and peeked inside. When she saw the bag full of chicken feet and a huge papaya, her eyes widened, her face full of suspicion. "Ning Ning, are you trying to wipe out the chicken family? Why did you buy so many chicken feet? Could it be?" Suddenly, Xiao Qiao had a flash of inspiration. She smiled and moved closer to Xia Wanning, her eyes gleaming mischievously as she stared at Xia Wanning's chest. She teased, "Ning Ning, you bought so many chicken feet, you wouldn't be trying to get bigger breasts, would you?" Xia Wanning blushed at Xiao Qiao's words, secretly wondering to herself, "Am I that obvious?" However, she wouldn't admit it so easily, so she stubbornly said, "I bought the chicken feet for you. I saw that you really like them. As for papaya, I haven't tried it yet, I just want to try the taste." Xiao Qiao smiled, clearly not believing her words, and thought to herself, "This woman is the most stubborn of all. She clearly wants to get breast augmentation, but she just won't admit it." However, she didn't expose her, but just smiled and nodded, saying, "Then I won't be polite." After saying that, she took out several chicken feet from the bag and started gnawing on them with relish. Seeing this, Xia Wanning became a little anxious and quickly muttered, "Hey, at least leave some for me." Before they knew it, it was time for afternoon classes. Xiao Qiao and Xia Wanning had signed up for tennis lessons. After the PE teacher finished teaching the basic movements, it was free time, and the two found a shady spot to sit down. Suddenly, Xia Wanning looked at Xiao Qiao curiously, blinked, and said, "You've eaten so many chicken feet, how come your breasts haven't gotten any bigger? Is the chicken feet breast enhancement a scam?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao immediately laughed smugly and whispered, "See? You said you weren't buying chicken feet to enlarge your breasts, but you've already given yourself away." As she spoke, she deliberately poked Xia Wanning's chest, making Xia Wanning's face turn even redder. Having her thoughts exposed, Xia Wanning lowered her head and remained silent, but her heart was pounding like a rabbit's. Seeing this, Xiao Qiao became even more smug. She said with a smile, "Actually, chicken feet do have some uses, but why do you suddenly want to enlarge your breasts? Could it be that your boyfriend is disgusted with you?" After saying that, she deliberately winked and put on a gossipy look. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning quickly covered her mouth and said coquettishly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't I explain to you before that our situation is a bit complicated? Besides, he doesn't have any romantic feelings for me." As she spoke, a hint of melancholy flashed in her eyes. Xiao Qiao nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, I understand. You have those kinds of feelings for her." After she finished speaking, she deliberately leaned close to Xia Wanning's ear and whispered, "Stop pretending, I can see through you." "Oh, I'm not talking to you anymore." Xia Wanning, her thoughts exposed, turned her head away shyly, thinking to herself, "Could I really have fallen for him? How could that be?" Her mind was in turmoil, and the image of that hot girl kept popping into her head, making her lose herself in thought for a moment. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Suddenly, a hurried shout came from beside her, interrupting Xia Wanning's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao hurriedly pulled Xia Wanning to the side to dodge, but they still couldn't avoid it. A baseball hit Xia Wanning squarely on the ankle, causing her to shudder in pain and furrow her brows. "Ouch, that hurts." Xia Wanning couldn't help but cry out, her face full of pain. Seeing this, Xiao Qiao angrily yelled at the boy playing basketball, "How did you play that? You hurt someone. Do you even know how to play basketball?" Seeing this, the boy ran up to him with a guilty look on his face and said, "I'm so sorry, I made a mistake just now." Then, he looked at Xia Wanning and asked, "Are you alright? Are you serious? Should we go to the infirmary to check on you?" Xia Wanning waved her hand, declining the offer of kindness, and said with a forced smile despite the pain, "Never mind, it's alright. I'll be fine in a bit. It hurt just now, but it's much better now." Watching the boy's departing figure, Xiao Qiao said worriedly, "Ning Ning, are you really not going to the infirmary? I see your ankle is all red." Xia Wanning smiled and shook her head, saying, "Really, it's not necessary. I just need to rest for a bit." She was grateful for Xiao Qiao's concern, but didn't want to make a fuss over such a minor injury. Seeing how stubborn she was, Xiao Qiao sighed helplessly. After a while, Xia Waning's ankle was swollen very high. Xiao Qiao said worriedly, "Your foot is injured. Will you be able to go back later? Why don't we call Wanwan's father now and ask him to come and pick you up?" Xia Waning shook her head and said, "No need, I don't want to trouble him. I can go back by myself." Seeing this, Xiao Qiao snatched her best friend's phone and said, "Don't be stubborn. How are you going to walk back with your injured foot? I'll call Lin Muhang right now." After saying that, she walked to a spot where Xia Waning couldn't grab a phone and dialed Lin Muhang's number. The call was quickly connected, and Lin Muhang's calm voice came from the other end. Xiao Qiao quickly replied, "Hello, I'm Xiao Qiao. We met at the entrance of the milk tea shop the other day." "Oh, it's you. Where's Xia Waning?" Lin Muhang asked, puzzled. "Ningning hurt her ankle in PE class when a classmate hit her with a ball. Would you be able to come and help her?" she said, glancing at Xia Waning, who was staring at her nervously. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhang's heart tightened, and without thinking, he agreed, "Okay, I'll be right there." After a while, Xia Waning felt very nervous when she saw Xiao Qiao walking over. She asked nervously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, "Will he come?" Xiao Qiao nodded and said with a smile, "I'll be there soon, just wait a bit." Xia Waning nodded, a happy smile appearing on her lips. However, as time passed, Lin Muhang still did not appear. People were coming and going on the playground, and the next group of students who were going to have a physical education class started their lesson. Xiao Qiao frowned, her face full of impatience. Why hasn't this person arrived yet? They promised, are they going to go back on their word? Xia Waning felt a little disappointed, but she still tried to remain calm and said, "They're probably on their way." Chapter 30 Carrying Xia Waning home. As she spoke, she gazed into the distance, hoping to catch a glimpse of Lin Muhang, but the doorway was empty, not even a bird in sight. Just as she was feeling disheartened, a familiar figure suddenly appeared at the entrance to the playground. Lin Muhang carried a plastic bag and looked around, searching for Xia Waning's whereabouts. When he saw Xia Waning sitting there with her head down, his heart tightened and he rushed over. A moment later, he stood in front of Xia Waning, gently touched her shoulder, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I went to buy medicine earlier and I'm late. How's your foot? Does it hurt?" As he spoke, he took out a bottle of liniment from the plastic bag and handed it to Xia Waning. Xia Waning looked up and saw Lin Muhang looking at her with concern, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. She took the ointment, tears streaming down her face, and said, "Thank you." Seeing this, Lin Muhang said with concern, "Your feet are all swollen, let me take you home." After saying that, he bent down and prepared to carry Xia Waning on his back. Upon seeing this, Xia Waning quickly waved her hand and refused, saying, "No need, I can walk by myself." She was actually a little shy, after all, apart from her father and brother, no man had ever carried her on his back. However, Lin Muhang said firmly, "Don't be stubborn. How can you walk with your injured foot? Come on up." His tone left no room for argument, and Xia Waning, unable to resist him, had no choice but to obediently lie on his back. Feeling Lin Muhang's broad back, her heart was filled with warmth. Xiao Qiao watched her best friend clinging happily to the man's back, a look of envy in her eyes. She smiled, waved her hand, and said, "Don't worry about me, go ahead." "Then we'll be going now," Lin Muhang replied, and Xia Waning waved goodbye as well. She felt incredibly safe and secure lying on Lin Muhang's back. However, as she passed by the girls' dormitory, Xia Waning reminded her, "I've just passed my dormitory." "I know." Lin Muhang continued walking steadily without stopping. "Your foot is inconvenient. At our home, Wan and I can take care of you." Lin Muhang spoke casually, but her heart was filled with ripples. Finally home, Lin Muhang gently placed Xia Waning on the sofa, his movements tender and careful. He looked down at Xia Waning's swollen ankle, his brows furrowed, and a hint of heartache flashed in his eyes. He said thankfully, "Fortunately, I didn't break any bones or tendons. After the swelling goes down, my foot will be fine in a few days." Hearing this, Xia Waning couldn't help but feel curious. She looked up at Lin Muhang, her eyes sparkling with inquiry, "You can treat illnesses?" Lin Muhang shook his head and smiled, "No, my grandfather is a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, so I know a little about it too. I'll apply some safflower oil to your feet. Try to avoid getting out of bed and moving around too much." After saying that, Lin Muhang took out the medicine he had bought and carefully poured it onto Xia Waning's feet, then gently massaged them to help the oil absorb. His technique was skillful and gentle, but Xia Waning's feet were swollen badly, and even with his gentle movements, she still gasped in pain. Xia Waning bit her lip, occasionally hissing, her face showing pain. Lin Muhang felt a pang of heartache seeing Xia Waning enduring the pain. Finally, the massage ended, and he gently put Xia Waning's feet down. She looked at Lin Muhang gratefully, her voice trembling slightly, "Thank you. There's no need for thanks between us." Lin Muhang scratched his head and smilingly. Just then, a rustling sound came from inside the bedroom, and then a cute little head peeked out. Wan Wan, clutching her teddy bear, rubbed her eyes as she walked out of the house. Her eyes lit up when she saw her father and mother. She excitedly rushed forward, her little feet kicking adorably. Lin Muhang squatted down, gently hugged Wan Wan in his arms, pinched her little nose, and smiled, "Our little princess has woken up?" His voice was full of affection, and his eyes shone with the light of fatherly love. "Mum." Wan Wan nodded, her little face beaming with a happy smile. Suddenly, Wan Wan's eyes caught sight of Xia Waning's bare feet, which were bright red. The little girl's brows furrowed immediately, and her eyes were filled with worry. "Mommy, are you hurt? Does it hurt?" Wan Wan's voice was trembling with tears, and her little face was full of heartache. She held her mother's hand tightly, as if trying to use her own strength to ease her mother's pain. "It doesn't hurt," Xia Waning replied warmly, not wanting her daughter to worry. However, Wan Wan's little eyes immediately turned red, as if she was about to cry at any moment, and her little mouth turned down. "Mommy is talking nonsense. It must hurt a lot to be so red." "Wan Wan, blow on it for mommy." After saying that, Wan Wan gently blew on Xia Waning's ankle. Seeing how sensible her precious daughter was, Xia Waning's heart melted. She hugged Wan Wan tightly, her eyes glistening with tears of happiness. Then, Wan Wan took Lin Muhang's hand and came to Xia Waning, saying in a soft voice, "Daddy, blow on mommy's skin too, so she'll get better faster." "Okay." Lin Muhang smiled helplessly. He did whatever his daughter said. Xia Waning looked at his serious expression, her mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. At the same time, a system notification sound suddenly rang in Lin Muhang's mind. Ding! The system has detected a change in Xia Waning's emotional connection to the host. Her current emotional connection is 45, with 5 available. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Muhang was puzzled and asked, "What can I do with a heartbeat value of 5? He had checked the system shop before, and the cheapest item still required 10 heart points. Upon hearing this, the system immediately replied, "Because the host's strategy has been remarkably effective, an exception will be made to allow the host to draw a prize once." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhang couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. He muttered to himself, "Did I even do the walkthrough?" He hadn't done anything at all. He scratched his head, looking completely bewildered. But none of that matters. What matters is the chance to win a prize. If I win $1 billion prize, I won't have to work so hard to earn money anymore. Immediately, Lin Muhang had a thought, and the wheel in his mind began to spin to draw a lottery. He stared intently at the roulette wheel, silently chanting, "Win 100 billion, win 100 billion, win 100 billion." However, the $1 billion prize slipped through his fingers again. Lin Muhang shook his head helplessly, muttering to himself that his luck was just too bad. However, he was still somewhat satisfied with the prizes displayed on the system, since he had drawn a god-level cooking skill this time. "System, begin the exchange," Lin Muhang silently instructed. In an instant, all the cooking tutorials and menus flooded his mind. It's no exaggeration to say that he could now prepare state banquets. Lin Muhang was eager to show off his culinary skills. He looked confidently at the mother and daughter on the sofa and asked, "What would you like to eat tonight?" Xia Waning and Wan Wan exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with worry. Wan Wan, in particular, whispered in her mother's ear, "Mom, please don't eat Dad's cooking." Chapter 31, Parents Are True Love. Wan Wan is an accident. Why? Xia Waning frowned in confusion, her eyes full of bewilderment. "Because Daddy's cooking is so awful," Wan Wan said in her childish voice, gesturing with her hands as if trying to describe how bad it was. Her little face was full of seriousness, and her big, watery eyes blinked. Then the little one continued, "Daddy's cooking is dark and doesn't look good. It even tastes bitter. Mommy's cooking is much better. Mommy's cooking is the best food in the world." Upon hearing this, Xia Waning was both amused and exasperated. She gently pinched Wan Wan's little cheek, thinking to herself, "It seems this has left a shadow on my daughter. It seems that Lin Muhan can only make delicious instant noodles, she can't try anything else." However, her cooking skills are, to put it mildly, questionable these days. Sensing the disbelieving looks from the mother and daughter, Lin Muhang patted his chest and solemnly assured them, "Don't worry, my cooking skills are absolutely fine this time. Just trust me this once," Lin Muhang added, his voice tinged with a pleading tone. Seeing this, Xia Wanning felt a surge of tenderness in her heart. She comforted the little one, saying, "Daddy is very confident this time. Why don't you trust Daddy one more time?" "Okay." Wanwan finally nodded, a sweet smile spreading across her little face. She said in a childish voice, I want to eat cola chicken wings, can Daddy make them?" "Yes, Dad will make it for you." Lin Muhang agreed with a smile, then looked at Xia Wanning with tenderness and inquiry in his eyes. "What do you want to eat?" Xia Wanning thought of a dish that didn't require any cooking skills: scrambled eggs with tomatoes. After finalizing the menu, Lin Muhang went out to buy groceries. Before he left, he told Wanwan, "Baby, take good care of Mom at home. Dad will be back soon." "Yes, Wanwan will take good care of Mommy." Hearing the little one's answer, Lin Muhang finally felt relieved and went out. When Lin Muhang arrived at the market and was buying chicken wings, he suddenly saw very white and tender pig's trotters displayed in front of the stall. A thought struck him: he wanted to nourish Xia Wanning, since pig's trotters are a good thing, and the principle of like cures like applies here. Immediately, Lin Muhang said to the shopkeeper, "Give me another pig's trotter." With the groceries in hand, Lin Muhang went home satisfied. After arriving home, he began preparing the ingredients with practiced skill and focus, while Xia Wanning stayed by Wanwan's side, playing with building blocks with her. Time flew by, and Lin Muhang brought all the dishes to the table. He called out to the two of them with a smile, "Dinner's ready." Knowing that Xia Wanning had difficulty walking, he hurried over and saw her slowly moving along. Lin Muhang's heart tightened immediately, and he said with heartache, "I'll carry you over." "No need, I can do it myself," Xia Wanning said, a little embarrassed. "Listen to me," Lin Muhang said domineeringly, then gently held Xia Wanning in his arms and carefully placed her on the bench. His movements were gentle and careful, as if he was afraid of hurting Xia Wanning. Sitting there, Xia Wanning's heart was pounding like a deer's. As she watched Lin Muhang's busy figure, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. At this moment, Wanwan sat in her chair, looking at the beautifully presented dishes on the table, and asked in great surprise, "Dad, did you make all of these dishes?" "Yes." Lin Muhang nodded, smiling as he stroked his daughter's head and asked, "Is there a problem?" No, Wanwan waved her hand and said in a soft voice, "Daddy has never made such beautiful dishes before. They used to be all dark and didn't look appetizing." Lin Muhang was extremely embarrassed after hearing this. He thought to himself, "It seems that my cooking skills were really indescribable before." He smiled and placed a chicken wing into Wanwan's bowl, looking forward to it with great anticipation. "Sweetie, try Daddy's cooking." The little guy hesitated for a moment after seeing it. She picked up the bowl and smelled it first. Only after smelling the aroma did she dare to taste it with peace of mind. She took a small bite of the chicken wing, and her eyes lit up instantly. "Dad, this chicken wing is so delicious. It tastes so good, did you buy it from outside?" Wanwan looked at Lin Muhang with some doubt, as if she couldn't believe that her father had made it by hand. "What are you thinking with that little head of yours?" Lin Muhang smiled helplessly. "This was made by your father himself, it's absolutely genuine." Seeing this, Xia Wanning also picked up a piece of egg and tasted it. Her eyes lit up instantly, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. "It's delicious. I didn't expect you to have such a talent for cooking. Eat more if you like it." After saying that, Lin Muhang picked up a small bowl, scooped a spoonful of soup and placed it in front of Xia Wanning, instructing her, "Drink more of this, it's good for your health." "What is this?" Xia Wanning asked in confusion. Although she hadn't tasted it yet, she could already smell the aroma of the soup. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhang smiled and said, "The pig's trotter soup was specially prepared for you." After hearing this, Xia Wanning coughed awkwardly, thinking to herself, "Is this some kind of eat what you need to replenish what you lack advice?" But she still said gratefully, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Lin Muhang waved his hand. Watching her parents interact, Wanwan pouted and crossed her arms, looking very unhappy. Her little face was filled with grievance and dissatisfaction. She looked at Lin Muhang with a resentful expression and complained, "Humph. Daddy's biased." "Huh? How am I being biased?" Lin Muhang looked at Wanwan in confusion, not understanding why she suddenly said that. Wanwan immediately said, "Dad serves soup to Mom but not to Wanwan, that's being biased." "Humph. Daddy's mean, Wanwan's ignoring you. After saying that, the little one turned her head away haughtily, refusing to look at Lin Muhong again, as if she was really angry. Seeing this, Lin Muhong smiled helplessly. He wanted to take Wanwan's little hand to explain, but the little girl just wouldn't let him touch it. Sure enough, all girls are the same when they're angry, whether they're adults or children. At this moment, Xia Wanning smiled and comforted Wanwan, saying, "Baby, hurry up and eat. If you don't eat, Daddy will eat all the chicken wings right away." Upon hearing this, Wanwan immediately picked up her chopsticks and began to eat heartily, but still ignored her father. Seeing this, Lin Muhong specially took a small bowl, filled it with soup, and placed it next to the little guy. "Baby, this is your pig's trotter soup, drink it quickly." When Wanwan saw this, she pouted and said dismissively, "Humph. They didn't serve me any just now." As expected. Dad and Mom are true love, Wanwan was an accident. Ha! Both of them were extremely surprised to hear this. Where did such a young child learn all this nonsense? Chapter 32 Mom, that aunt looks so bad. The next day at noon, the family of 3 enjoyed a cozy lunch. During the meal, Lin Muhong's phone suddenly rang. It was Hu Lily calling, saying there was an urgent matter at the company that required his attention. Seeing this, Xia Wanning said understandingly, "You go and handle it. I don't have classes this afternoon. Wanwan will be with me, so don't worry." Okay. Lin Muhong gave her a grateful look and left with peace of mind. He picked up his car keys, strode to the parking lot, opened the car door, stepped on the gas, and the car steadily drove out of the residential area, heading straight for the publishing house. Lin Muhong parked his car downstairs at the publishing house. Upon entering the company, Hu Lily was already waiting at the entrance, but Lin Muhong didn't notice her and walked straight in. However, Hu Lily became anxious and hurriedly called out, "President Lin, please wait for me." Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Muhong turned his head and looked at her. After a moment, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. "You are Hu Lily?" He looked the woman up and down, hardly believing his eyes. The woman in front of me was dressed very casually, wearing a white t-shirt, black wide leg pants, and black high heels. Not only that, the woman's face no longer had the heavy makeup of the past, but rather a light makeup, and her body no longer had the strong perfume smell, but instead had a faint fragrance. "Yes, Mr. Lin." Hu Lily nodded with a smile. She thought she looked too ordinary, but Lin Muhong smiled and nodded, praising her, "This outfit is much more comfortable. Wear it like this from now on, it suits you very well." Okay. Hu Lily replied with a smile, feeling as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Then she followed and walked into the office with Lin Muhong. The office was full of people, all busy working. Lin Muhong sat in the main seat, looked at everyone, and asked, "How is the printing of the storybooks going? How many copies have been printed?" His voice was steady and powerful. One of the girls wearing a beret immediately stood up and replied, "President Lin, 100,000 copies of the storybook have been printed and are being shipped to various places, but we can only prioritize those near Shanghai, since the print run is not large." Lin Muhong nodded and continued, "How much are similar books priced?" Another employee quickly flipped through the documents in his hand and replied, 35, 32, and 45, but most are 30. He looked at Lin Muhong as he spoke, afraid that he might have said something wrong. "Okay, then let us price this book at 29.9. Lin Muhong said. Upon hearing this, Hu Lily frowned in confusion and asked, "President Lin, isn't our price too low? After all, the content of our storybooks is of very high quality. I've read all those stories, they're sure to become classics." After hearing this, Lin Muhong smiled and said to everyone, "Our goal in making storybooks is to make them affordable for every ordinary person. It doesn't matter if the profit is low, as long as many people buy them. I'm confident that the little ones will love that storybook." Okay. Hu Lily nodded, her eyes sparkling with appreciation. She hadn't expected her new boss to be such a sentimental and meticulous person. Next, everyone continued their meeting and discussion regarding the books. Meanwhile, on the other side of the school, Xia Wanning took Wanwan's little hand and led her to the student council's activity room. After entering the classroom, she gently said to Wanwan, "Sweetie, be a good girl and read your book here. Mommy has something to do later, so please don't make any noise and disturb others." "Okay, sure." Wanwan nodded obediently, then skipped over to the window seat and sat down, picking up a picture book and starting to read it attentively. Xia Wanning is the president of the student union. She had just received a notice from the college that a debate competition would be held. She quickly took out her phone to send a notice to the members and asked them to come to the meeting to discuss it. Soon after, many members arrived after receiving the notification. When they entered the classroom and found a cute little girl sitting inside, they all gathered around her. "Little friend, why are you reading here?" one of the girls, with a high ponytail, asked gently, her voice full of curiosity and affection. "I'll wait for mommy here," Wanwan said in her sweet, childlike voice, her little eyes sparkling with innocent light. The members assumed she was a teacher's daughter, so they didn't disturb her reading and found a place to sit down. Soon, all the student council members had gathered. Xia Wanning walked up to the podium, cleared her throat, and said, "Everyone, please be quiet. I called you all here today because the school is holding a debate competition, and our opponent is the student council of the school across the street. The topic of this debate is silence more terrifying or ignorance more terrifying? Our topic is, silence is more terrifying. We need 4 participants for the debate competition." She looked around at everyone in the classroom and continued, "Everyone is encouraged to sign up. We will hold an open selection process. If you win the debate, the prize money is 10,000 yuan per person." Xia Wanning added. As soon as she finished speaking, a gasp of surprise rang out in the classroom. After all, a prize of 10,000 yuan was a very tempting offer for college students. At that moment, the girl sitting in the first row with her hair in a bun raised her hand and asked, "President, do you also need to participate in the selection?" "Of course," Xia Wanning replied with a smile. "For a competition to be fair and just, those with the ability should be given priority, and I am no exception." Seeing that everyone was silent, she smiled and said, "If there are no problems, everyone can go home and think about your points of view, how to move and persuade people." After the meeting, everyone left the classroom to prepare for the debate. The girl with the high ponytail and the girl next to her walked and whispered to each other, "Gao Xinyue is going to compete with the president again this time." The girl next to her overheard this and whispered, "Gao Xinyue also wanted to be the student council president back then, but she didn't get elected." Later, the two of them competed for the national scholarship in the department, but she still lost to him. This time, there's going to be a good show. No sooner had they finished speaking than they saw a girl with her hair in a bun stride angrily over. She walked up to Xia Wanning and said fiercely, "Xia Wanning, so what if you're a little prettier than me? What's there to be proud of? This debate is all about ability, and I'm definitely better than you. We'll see." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning simply smiled faintly and replied, "I look forward to your performance." Her eyes were full of confidence and composure. After everyone left, Wanwan walked up to Xia Wanning, looked up at her with a worried expression, and said, "Mommy, that auntie looked really mean." Xia Wan gazed out the window, then gently took Wanwan's hand and said, "She's just a little stubborn. Let's go home." With that, she picked up Wanwan and walked out of the classroom. Chapter 33. Now, let's start saving up for Wanwan's dowry. In the evening, bookstores near Shanghai and in surrounding cities quietly began stocking Lin Muhong's storybooks. At this moment, Zhang Meiyan, a mother, was holding her 2 children's hands as they walked home from the park. As she passed the brightly lit bookstore, her steps involuntarily slowed down. "Lately, my youngest daughter has been pestering me to listen to bedtime stories every night, but the stories online are either too cliché or too long. She's very picky and it always takes her a while to fall asleep." The thought of another bedtime story battle tonight gave Zhang Meiyan a headache, and a helpless and tired smile appeared on her face. "Mom, let's go to the bookstore." The eldest daughter excitedly pointed to the bookstore sign, and the younger daughter jumped for joy as well. Zhang Meiyan thought for a moment, and realized that if she couldn't find a satisfactory story online, perhaps she could find a surprise offline. So she nodded and led the children into the bookstore. The bookstore was filled with a faint scent of books. Zhang Meiyan's eyes darted across the bookshelves, searching for children's books. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as a familiar pen name caught her eye: Zhongqiani. She was overjoyed and quickly picked up the storybook. Zhang Meiyan opened the book, and the first story felt especially familiar to her. She wondered, isn't this the same article that was published on the children's website? Zhang Meiyan remembers that she and her daughter were engrossed in reading it at the time, and she never expected to find a physical copy of the book here. She randomly flipped to a page, and the story was wonderful, full of imagination and childlike fun, just the kind of story children love. Without hesitation, Zhang Meiyan took the storybook and went to the counter to pay. Seeing this, the owner smiled and said, 29.9. "How much?" Zhang Meiyan was stunned for a moment, her face full of surprise. In her memory, such a beautiful storybook would cost at least several tens of yuan, right? Seeing this, the shop owner's face darkened, and he said irritably, "You think it's too expensive? If you think it's too expensive, then don't buy it. He muttered to himself that the books were cheap, and he hadn't even wanted them in the first place, fearing they weren't good books and wouldn't sell. He wouldn't have kept it if they hadn't said they could return it if he couldn't sell it all. Zhang Meiyan quickly waved her hand, her smile tinged with embarrassment in an attempt to explain, "It's not that I think it's too expensive, it's not expensive at all." As she spoke, she quickly took out her money to pay the bill, afraid that the owner would change his mind. After paying, she happily led her two daughters out of the bookstore. After returning home, Zhang Meiyan helped her daughters wash up and then sat down on the bed to tell them a story. The little girl lay in bed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Perhaps today's story was particularly to her liking, for the little one listened with complete absorption and eventually fell asleep without realizing it. Looking at her daughter's sleeping face, Zhang Meiyan felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She gently closed the storybook, a satisfied and gratified smile on her face. Honestly, Zhang Meiyan is very grateful to Zhong Qianni. His stories not only appeal to children, but also save her, as a mother, a lot of worry. After leaving her daughter's room, Zhang Meiyan opened her WeChat group and found that the mothers in the group were still complaining about not being able to find good storybooks. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly took out her phone to take a picture of the storybook and sent it to the group chat. "Sisters, I have great news to share. Zhong Qianni has published a physical book," she excitedly shouted in the group chat. As soon as the photo was posted, the group chat exploded. "Zhong Qianni actually published a book? Where can I buy this book?" a mother asked eagerly. "Sister, where are you from? Where did you buy this book?" another mother asked eagerly. Seeing how eager everyone was, Zhang Meiyan quickly replied, "I bought it at a bookstore near my home for only 29.9 yuan. It's such a great deal." Upon hearing this, the mothers eagerly replied, "There's a bookstore near my house, I'll go check if they have any. I'll go take a look too, since my daughter is clamoring to hear a story." Before long, some mothers in the group started posting pictures of the books they had bought to show off. "I was just trying my luck, but I didn't expect that the bookstore downstairs from my house would actually sell it. I bought it too, I'm so happy, my daughter has a story to listen to now." However, some mothers looked distressed and said, "Where are you all from? Why don't we have a bookstore here? It's not fair." Their faces were full of disappointment and envy. The mothers in the group were a mix of joy and sorrow, but thanks to their promotion, the book sold 90,000 copies in just one night. This news shocked everyone. The bookstore owner, who had previously complained that the books were too cheap, called the manufacturer the very next morning to urge them to deliver the goods as soon as possible. He sold all 100 copies yesterday, and now the store is empty and he urgently needs to restock. The next day after arriving at work, the manufacturer reported the bookstore's booming business to Hu Lily. When she heard the news, her eyes widened, and her face was filled with shock and joy. She couldn't believe her ears, the book was selling so well. Immediately, she dialed Mr. Lin's number to tell him the good news. But Lin Muhong was in class. He glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Hu Lily's number. He had just hung up the phone when he received a WeChat message from Hu Lily, "Boss, 90,000 storybooks were sold last night, and bookstores are placing orders one after another." Lin Muhong looked at his phone screen, a smug smile spreading across his face. He believed his book would be a bestseller, but he never expected it to be such a bestseller. He did the math and, after deducting costs and labor expenses, he actually made 1 million in one night. He left 500,000 yuan for the operation and development of the studio, and had Hu Lily transfer the rest of the money to his account. Seeing the text message notification from the bank, he felt a strange sense of security. He no longer has to live in fear, he can buy whatever his daughter likes. During lunch, Wanwan noticed that her father's face was full of smiles. The little one is very perceptive about emotions. She tilted her little head and asked curiously, "Daddy, why are you so happy today?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lin Muhong affectionately patted Wanwan's head and said with a smile, "Because something good is happening today." Seeing how happy he was, Xia Wanning felt happy too. Suddenly, she thought of something and looked at him, saying something. "I've transferred the money for your meals and shopping to you. Please accept it." Lin Muhong waved his hand and said with a smile, "No need, you can keep it yourself." He now has a net worth of 500,000, which is enough to support his wife and children. Xia Wanning shook her head stubbornly and said, "No, we agreed before." She wasn't the kind of woman who depended on a man, she wanted to contribute to the family as well. Seeing this, Lin Muhong smiled helplessly. He knew he couldn't persuade her otherwise, so he said, "Then you should save the money and use it to prepare a dowry for Wanwan in the future." Xia Wanning was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then muttered to herself, "Isn't it a bit too early to start saving up for a dowry now?" Chapter 34 You are Zhong Qianni? In the past few days, thanks to the enthusiastic sharing of mothers, Lin Muhong's storybooks have sold 300,000 sets. This number is an achievement that any author could be proud of. However, Lin Muhong knew in his heart that this was only the tip of the iceberg. In many remote cities, his storybooks are not yet available in bookstores, so the actual sales volume will certainly far exceed 300,000. The publisher has increased production, printing, and binding day and night, but even so, many mothers are still complaining on social media that they can't buy the books. All I can say is that this storybook is incredibly popular, to the point that it caught everyone off guard. The book has even become a minor hit on short video platforms, and the pen name Zhong Qianni has become popular among mothers. Many mothers posted suggestions online, hoping to read about Zhong Qianni's story. These suggestions flooded in, making Zhong Qianni's name even more well-known online. Zhou Shudong, who had previously submitted a post to Lin Muhong, had his eyes light up after seeing the comments from netizens, as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. He sat in front of the computer, his fingers lightly tapping the desktop, a surge of impulse rising within him. Currently, major websites are blocking Zhong Qianni. If his story could be posted on their own websites, wouldn't it attract a lot of people? The more Zhou Shudong thought about it, the more he felt it had potential. He could almost see his website experiencing a surge in traffic because of the Zhong Qianni story. He quickly picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Muhong. "Hello, Zhong Qianni, I saw your storybook post and would like to discuss a collaboration. Do you have time?" After sending the message, Zhou Shudong nervously gripped his phone, fearing that the other party would reject him because of the previous rejection. On the other side, Lin Muhong was stunned when he received the message. He never expected the other party to approach him to discuss cooperation. This was practically a business opportunity delivered to his doorstep, so why not take it? He immediately replied, "I have time." Since online communication was inconvenient, the two quickly arranged to meet in person. Zhou Shudong was so excited that he barely slept all night, imagining the scene of meeting Lin Muhong, and his heart was filled with excitement. Finally, the appointed day arrived, and Zhou Shudong was the first to arrive at the coffee shop, choosing a seat by the window. He kept glancing towards the door, hoping for Lin Muhong's arrival. Soon, the doorbell rang at the coffee shop, and a handsome, sunny young man walked in. He was dressed in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, looking like an ordinary college student. Upon seeing this person, Zhou Shudong instinctively felt that this could not possibly be Zhong Qianni. In his mind, Zhong Qianni should be a middle-aged man with rich life experience and profound writing skills. How could he be such a young man? He shook his head and turned to look out the window, continuing to wait. However, at that moment, a clear voice rang in his ears, "Are you Zhou Shudong?" Zhou Shudong turned his head and saw that it was the young man he had just seen. He was stunned. Immediately, he asked in utter astonishment, You are Zhong Qianni?" His eyes were filled with disbelief. "Yes, it's me." Lin Muhong smiled as he sat down opposite. Zhou Shudong was still very surprised. He stared at Lin Muhong with wide eyes, as if he were looking at a monster. After a long while, he regained his composure and gave an embarrassed smile. Seeing this, Lin Muhong smiled and said, "Didn't your website say you didn't want to accept my articles? Why do you still want to collaborate with me?" Zhou Shudong scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, and said with a wry smile, "It's not Tree Baby that's looking for you to cooperate, it's me who's looking for you to cooperate." His eyes revealed sincerity and expectation. Lin Muhong raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled. He hadn't expected Zhou Shudong to say that, and he couldn't help but feel curious. Zhou Shudong took a deep breath and slowly said, "I resigned from Tree Baby and raised some investment to start a website. I'm here today to ask you to license the story to our website. You can name your price." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong grinned. He hadn't expected Zhou Shudong to resign and start his own business. He looked at Zhou Shudong with admiration and said, "Aren't you afraid that other websites will team up against you and try to destroy you?" Zhou Shudong nodded, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. "I've thought about it. After all, we're a new website, far behind other websites, but I want to take a gamble. I believe your story can attract enough users." "Okay." Lin Muhong nodded, admiring Zhou Shudong's boldness and decisiveness. He smiled and agreed, "All right, I agree. How much of the agency fee can you come up with?" Zhou Shudong scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly and said, 300,000. He knew the price was a bit low. After all, Lin Muhong's story consisted of 50 chapters, and the market price would be at least 500,000 a year. After hearing this, Lin Muhong smiled and nodded. Okay, then it's 300,000 yuan, and you'll be the exclusive agent for 3 years. His eyes revealed his trust and support for Zhou Shudong. I will not authorize this story to other websites, since they all block me, and I will not cooperate with them. I hope your website can keep going, Lin Muhong said with great anticipation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shudong felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He looked at Lin Muhong gratefully and said, "Thank you, I won't let you down." After returning home, Lin Muhong received a payment notification from Zhou Shudong. 300,000 yuan had been deposited into his account, bringing his total account balance to 1.3 million yuan. Moreover, book sales are still rising, and he will earn even more in the future. Looking at the numbers on his phone screen, a sense of accomplishment welled up inside him. At the same time, Song Qianyue, the editor-in-chief of Tangshu.com, also saw the video online. She sat in her office, gritting her teeth, a flash of anger in her eyes. She never expected that the story of Zhong Qianyue would become so popular and cause a sensation on short video platforms. She finally understood why the other party not only didn't beg for mercy under her pressure, but was also smug. It turned out that he had already prepared a way out and switched to offline books. Song Qianyue also keenly sensed the business opportunity. Although she wanted to trample Zhong Qianyue underfoot, she had to bow her head in the face of profit. She decided to take over Zhong Qianyue before other websites could react. Soon, Song Qianyue picked up her newly purchased phone and dialed Lin Muhong's number. Looking at the unsigned phone number, Lin Muhong hesitated for a moment before answering. Unexpectedly, the voice on the other end was that of someone she disliked. "Zhong Qianyue, this is Song Qianyue from Tangshu.com. I'm calling to discuss a collaboration with you." Chapter 35 The Caterpillar app launched. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong's lips curled into a cold smile. He said coldly, "If you want to talk about licensing my storybooks, then forget it. I will not give them to your Tangshu.com. His tone was full of firmness and determination. A person should have principles. Tangshu.com's previous behavior was too ugly. Even if they offered an exorbitant price, Lin Muhong would not give it to them. He didn't want to cooperate with a website that only cared about profits. However, Song Qianyue seemed unconvinced. She said smugly, "Don't be so absolute. Let me tell you my quote first." Her tone was full of confidence. "We are willing to spend 2 million to buy the rights to your fairy tale for 3 years. After 3 years, we will have priority rights to your rights." Song Qianyue did indeed offer a price higher than the market price, thinking that this would sway Lin Muhong. However, Lin Muhong answered very firmly, "No." There was no hesitation or wavering in his tone. Upon hearing the rejection, Song Qianyue frowned, and her anger inexplicably surged. But she still suppressed her temper and said in a gentle tone, 2.5 million is the highest price our website can offer. No other website could possibly offer that much. It's still no good. I won't give it to you." "Forget about it," Lin Muhong said coldly. Upon seeing this, Song Qianyue's forehead veins bulged, and she angrily roared, "Zhong Qianyue, you really won't listen to reason? Are you going to fight our website to the end?" Her voice became sharp and shrill with anger. Lin Muhong didn't answer. He hung up the phone directly. When you encounter a madwoman, the best thing to do is to treat her like she's invisible. In the office, after hearing the busy tone of the phone, Song Qianyue angrily slammed her foldable phone to the ground. Her eyes flashed with anger and resentment, as if she wanted to devour Lin Muhong alive. When Shaoli saw it, he felt extremely sorry for the phone on the ground. No wonder it's a trifold phone, it looks good no matter how it's dropped. After returning home, Zhou Shudong, with a hint of anticipation on his face, began preparing for the online release of the Zhong Qianyue story. "The story I wrote has been entered into the database, and the voice acting has undergone countless adjustments, finally reaching a perfect state. The children's book website he's running is still a small website and not very well known." Seeing how popular video accounts were, he frowned. An idea came to him, and he quickly registered a video account and posted a video. In the video, he said with a slightly nervous yet excited expression, "Dear readers, good evening. The wonderful story of the author Zhong Qianyue will be exclusively launched on the Caterpillar app tonight at 8 p.m. We sincerely invite you to tune in on time, don't miss it." Perhaps because the term Zhong Qianyue is currently very popular, the number of views for the video skyrocketed as soon as it was released. Comments, attention, and likes flooded in like a tide, leaving him unable to calm down for a long time. Below the video, the replies from mothers surged. Some mothers were overjoyed, their fingers rapidly typing on the screen. I just made a wish this morning that I could see the story of Zhong Qianyi online, and I didn't expect it to be online tonight. It's so fast, I must go and support it. Some mothers, with a hint of doubt and a furrowed brow, wrote in the comments section, Caterpillar app, is this a new website? I've never heard of it. Is it a scam or a way to attract traffic? Other mothers, eager to hear the story, replied with expectant expressions, I haven't bought the storybook yet, but it's great to be able to hear the story online. I'll download Caterpillar now. Many mothers expressed their full support. I support Zhong Qianyi's story. I really love his works. Half an hour after posting, Zhou Shudong saw the notification that the post had received 99 plus notifications in the backend. His eyes widened, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He really didn't expect his video to attract so much attention, and he felt both surprised and nervous. After paying Lin Muhong the endorsement fee, he had very little money left in his account. In desperation, he thought of using this method to attract traffic, and the effect was surprisingly good. Zhong Qianyi really was his lucky star. After a long time, there was a knock on Zhou Shudong's door, and a technician walked in with undisguised joy on his face. Mr. Zhou, in less than 2 hours, our app has been downloaded by 10,000 people, and the number of downloads is still growing. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shudong stood up abruptly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Good, very good. It's almost 8 o'clock. We need to maintain the backend properly, because I'm worried that it might lag when there are a lot of people online. The technician nodded, a happy smile on his face, and then left. At 8 p.m. sharp, mothers opened the Caterpillar app one after another. Fortunately, Zhou Shudong had made preparations in advance and increased the server capacity, otherwise, the system would definitely have experienced lag with so many users. Upon entering the homepage, the words Zhong Qianyi appeared at the top, much to the delight of the mothers. Some mothers even jumped up excitedly at home, shouting, Great! We can finally see the story of Zhong Qianyi. Some mothers even took screenshots of the homepage and commented under Zhou Shudong's video, I went to see it just to see what would happen, and I didn't expect it to be true. From now on, I'm sticking with Caterpillar. Screw that Tongchu.com. That's right, I'll only use the Caterpillar app from now on, and I'll delete all the other apps, another mother chimed in. Zhou Shudong sat in front of his computer, looking at the flood of positive reviews, and felt extremely excited. A smug smile spread across his face, because he had made the right bet. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Muhong also opened the Caterpillar app to take a look. A moment later, he sent Zhou Shudong a WeChat message, the app is very well made. Keep up the good work. I believe in you. Zhou Shudong was very surprised when he received the message. He did not expect that Zhong Qianyi would also visit his website. A warm feeling welled up in his heart. He quickly replied, Thank you, I certainly won't let you down. That night, Zhou Shudong tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep due to his excitement. He was filled with anticipation, thinking that the website would have even more users the next day. However, at the same time, Zhong Qianyi was so upset that she couldn't sleep. Zhong Qianyi was her calamity, always going against her, and she was powerless to do anything about it. The next day, Zhong Qianyi arrived at the company looking exhausted. As soon as she stepped into the company entrance, she was surrounded by employees, and one piece of bad news after another followed. Chapter 36 Sending a Lawyer's Letter to Zhong Qianyi. Editor-in-Chief, our website lost 2/3 of its users last night. Editor-in-Chief, the number of people uninstalling our app last night was the highest ever, reaching a staggering 20,000. Editor-in-Chief, last night a website called Caterpillar stole a lot of our users. Editor-in-Chief, the authors of Zhong Qianyi are all exclusive on the Mao Mao Chong website, and the number of users on other platforms is also declining. Hearing the employees' reports, Zhong Qianyi felt like her head was about to explode. She raised her hand to stop them and said, Take it one by one. Her brows were furrowed, and her eyes were filled with anxiety and unease. After hearing this terrible news, Zhong Qianyi's mood plummeted, and her face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip from it. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and a delivery man in a red uniform stepped out. He shouted, Which of you is Zhong Qianyi? Zhong Qianyi raised her head and said weakly, I am. Her eyes were empty and lifeless, as if all her strength had been drained away. Seeing this, the courier smiled and handed the document to her, saying, This is the document I mailed to you. Please sign it. Zhong Qianyi took the pen, her hand trembling slightly as she signed her name on the paper. Her lips were tightly pressed together, and she appeared extremely nervous. At that moment, Shali caught a glimpse of the words Caterpillar written in large characters on the document, and he guessed with a puzzled look on his face. Editor-in-chief, this isn't a file from Caterpillar, is it? His brows furrowed even more, his eyes filled with unease. What can he possibly send us? Xiao Li wondered to himself. Upon hearing this, Song Qianyue immediately opened the document, which contained a blank sheet of paper. Her gaze froze instantly. The paper read, Lawyer's Letter. Song Qianyue glanced at it briefly, then angrily tore the paper to shreds on the spot. Fine, Zhong Qiani, Caterpillar, I'll remember you. Immediately, she ordered, take down the 3 stories that Zhong Qiani posted on the website right now. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li advised, Editor-in-chief, those 3 articles attracted a lot of users. If we take them down, we... His words were tinged with hesitation, and his eyes flickered with reluctance. Before Xiao Li could finish speaking, Song Qianyue turned to look at him, her eyes blazing with fury, her gaze as cold as if she could kill. Is this something she wants or doesn't want? They've already sent her a lawyer's letter. If she doesn't take it down, the company will have to pay compensation. When Xiao Li saw the editor-in-chief's murderous glare, he quickly did as he was told. No sooner had one problem been solved than another arose. Just as Song Qianyue sat down in her chair, the phone on the table rang again. She picked up the phone in frustration and roared, "What happened now?" Her voice was tired and impatient, and her brows were furrowed. Upon hearing this attitude, the other party frowned and said in a low voice, "Come to my office." Upon hearing her boss's voice, Song Qianyue felt a chill run down her spine. A hint of panic flashed in her eyes, and she immediately replied, "Yes, Mr. Zhang." Upon entering the boss's office, the atmosphere was extremely tense. She stood in front of the desk, waiting for the boss to speak. Mr. Zhang tapped his fingers on the table. After a moment, he looked up and asked, "Xiaoya, how many years have you been working at Tongsu?" His eyes were deep and serious. "It's been 15 years since I graduated from university," Song Qianyue replied softly. After saying that, Mr. Zhang angrily threw the documents on the table at her and roared, "You've been doing this for so many years, and you can't even do such a small thing, right?" Seeing this, Song Qianyue lowered her head, a hint of guilt flashing in her eyes. "President Zhang, I made a mistake. I caused losses to the company. I'm sorry." Mr. Zhang lit his lighter, exhaled a puff of smoke, and pondered, "Your biggest mistake was not crushing them completely, giving them a chance to turn the tables. Now that they've gained power, they'll be a threat to us." His eyes flashed with wisdom and sternness. Song Qianyue pleaded, "President Zhang, please give me a chance to make amends." Seeing Mr. Zhang's tightly closed eyes and his silence, she knew that this was her only chance. As Song Qianyue stepped out of the office, her eyes darted around, and she had already come up with a plan. She dialed a number and chatted with the other person with a smile. These past 2 days, Xia Wanning has been busy with the debate competition. After all, the prize money is 10,000 yuan. After class, she went to Lin Muhong's house. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Wan running over with a smile and jumping into her arms. "Mommy, what have you been busy with lately? Why haven't you had time to spend with me and Daddy?" Wan asked sweetly, her little eyes blinking so brightly that you couldn't help but want to give her a kiss. "Do you know how much your dad and I miss you?" The little guy's words melted Xia Wanning's heart. She smiled and hugged Wan tightly, saying gently, "Baby, Mommy's been busy with the debate competition lately. After a few days, Mommy won't be so busy anymore, and I'll spend time with you then, okay?" Her eyes were full of love and doting affection. "Yay! Mom and Dad, can you take me to the amusement park? I want to ride the pirate ship," Wan said excitedly, jumping up and down, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Okay, if Dad agrees, Mom will agree to your request," Xia Wanning said, glancing at Lin Muhong. Upon hearing this, Wan immediately ran into her father's arms, tugged at his arm, and pleaded, "Daddy, please agree. Wan wants to go to the amusement park, okay?" Her little face was full of pleading. Okay. Shaking his daughter, Lin Muhong felt dizzy, but his eyes were full of doting affection. When Wan heard this, she was overjoyed. She was finally going to the amusement park with her dad and mom. A little while later, the little guy was playing with building blocks intently when Xia Wanning came to Lin Muhong's side and tentatively asked him a question. "Are you free tomorrow? Our club is having a small discussion competition, would you like to come and watch?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and nervousness, as if she were afraid the other party would refuse. Lin Muhong smiled and nodded after hearing this, "Okay." Then he continued, "Wan and I will go cheer you on." "Okay." Xia Wanning smiled happily. With two very important people going to the event, she had to prepare well for the debate and secure her qualification to participate. Meanwhile, Song Qianyue had booked a private room in advance and was waiting in the room. Soon, people began to enter the private room in small groups. Soon, the room was full of people. There were 8 people in total, including her. Seeing that everyone she had invited had arrived, Song Qianyue was very satisfied. At this moment, a woman in a white shirt spoke first, asking, "Song Qianyue, what do you want to do by gathering all of us here?" Chapter 37. You little rascal, see how daddy deals with you. Inside the restaurant's private room were the editors-in-chief of various websites, and the woman speaking was named Zhang Anren, the new editor-in-chief of Tree Baby and Zhou Shudong's apprentice. Upon hearing this, Song Qianyue sneered, "Zhang Anren, what you're saying makes it sound like I have ulterior motives. I called you all here for the sake of the website's survival. As far as I know, the user churn rate must be quite high because of the collaboration between Zhong Qianyi and Maya Meikongnut." Zhang Anren's lips twitched slightly. After all, what the other person said made sense. Since yesterday, the number of people on their website had decreased sharply. If this continued, the website would probably have no choice but to shut down. She gave a wry smile, trying to save face. "Your Tongshu.com is definitely losing more users, so let's not compare ourselves. Quickly tell us why you called us here." Upon hearing this, all the editors present turned their attention to Song Qianyue. They knew that since Song Qianyue had called them here, she must already have a solution. Song Qianyue smiled smugly, her smile brimming with confidence. "As long as everyone follows my plan, the caterpillar is nothing to fear." After hearing Song Qianyue's plan, everyone raised their glasses, their faces beaming with smug smiles, as if they could already see Caterpillar going out of business. As night fell, Lin Muhong carefully filled the bathtub with water. He tested the temperature with his hand and, finding it to be about right, gently called out, "Wan Wan, come here, it's time for a bath." "You're here." Wan Wan's voice was clear and melodious. She took Xia Wanning's big hand and walked in with a smile. The bathtub was filled with many cute little ducks and colorful ocean balls, all of which are Wan Wan's favorites. She stood in the bathroom, impatient, and called out to her mother in her childish voice, "Mommy, hurry up, Wan Wan wants to play with the little ducks." "Okay." Xia Wanning nodded gently, then carefully helped Wan Wan take off her clothes. After undressing completely, the little one entered the bathtub, and his eyes lit up instantly as he looked at the white bubbles in the tub, filled with immense joy. She played with the little duck while blowing bubbles, her face beaming with an innocent smile. Soon, a sly look appeared on the little girl's face. Taking advantage of her father's inattention, she blew bubbles onto Lin Muhong's face. After succeeding, Wan Wan laughed so hard she almost fell over, and pointed at her father, teasingly saying, "Daddy looks like he has a white beard on his face, it's so funny." "You little rascal, see how daddy deals with you," Lin Muhong said affectionately, then blew bubbles at his daughter. Seeing this, the little one hurriedly ran behind Xia Wanning and said in a spoiled tone, "Mom, Dad is bullying me, you have to stand up for me." Upon seeing this, Lin Muhong burst into laughter, calling for "Mom won't work, Dad's here." At this moment, the bathroom was filled with the cheerful laughter of the family of 3. After a while of playing and frolicking, Wan Wan reluctantly got out of the bathtub. She was wrapped in a bath towel and carried out by her father, her little face full of lingering enjoyment. Seeing her daughter's pouty little mouth, which could hold a weight, Lin Muhong gently comforted her, "Baby, the water in the bathtub is cold. We'll play again next time. Daddy will bring you lots of little ducks, okay?" "Okay." Hearing this, the little guy's smile returned. At that time, Lin Muhong was responsible for drying the little guy off, while Xia Wanning went to get the body lotion and other things she had bought for him. As her mother walked in, Wan Wan tilted her head and asked curiously, "Mom, what are you wearing underneath? It looks like glasses." Her words were filled with curiosity. "Huh? Why are these glasses pink?" the little one said sweetly, then jumped up happily. "Grandma bought me a pair of pink glasses when we went on a trip before, but unfortunately, I'm not with her now. But I really miss my grandparents right now, and I also miss my maternal grandparents." The little guy kept talking to himself, completely unaware of his parents' embarrassed expressions. Xia Wanning looked down at herself and saw that her chiffon blouse was soaked through and clung tightly to her body, yet she hadn't even felt it. What embarrassed her even more was that the glasses her daughter was referring to were actually her bra, which was being stared at by her daughter and Lin Muhong. Xia Wanning felt so embarrassed she wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground, especially since her pink and delicate lingerie style made her blush so much her face was practically bleeding. Her heart was racing, her hands were gripping the hem of her clothes tightly, and her feet felt frozen in place. She didn't know what to do. Seeing this, Lin Muhang said gently, "Go change your clothes, I'll help Wanwan put on her pajamas." His words were gentle and considerate, trying to ease Xia Waning's embarrassment. "Okay." Xia Waning nodded, then took the towel and went to the next room. When she took off her clothes, she realized that she didn't have any of her own clothes at all. The clothes I wore earlier were soaking wet, making them look like see-through clothing. Wearing them again would only be more embarrassing. Just as she was feeling helpless, Xia Wanning heard Lin Muhang's footsteps, and then shyly called out through the door, Lin Muhang?" Her voice carried a hint of nervousness and unease. "Yes, I'm here." Lin Muhang answered as he approached the door of the second bedroom after hearing the call. Then, Xia Wanning said shyly, "Could I borrow your clothes for a bit?" Fearing the other party might misunderstand, she quickly explained, "My clothes are wet, and I don't have any clean clothes here." Lin Muhang smiled and nodded after hearing this. "Of course, please wait a moment." After saying that, he went back to his room, grabbed a white t-shirt, and knocked on the door of the second bedroom. "I've put the shirt on the doorknob. I'm going to heat up some milk. Open the door and get it." "Okay." After hearing Lin Muhang's footsteps leaving, Xia Wanning covered her chest and awkwardly opened the door to grab her clothes. She clutched the white t-shirt tightly, her heart pounding. Xia Wanning lowered her head and sniffed the clothes, then smiled. It smelled like Li-Bai laundry detergent. After getting dressed, she came out of the room shyly and just saw Lin Muhang walking over with a glass of milk. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she dared not look directly into Lin Muhang's eyes. Xia Wanning clutched the hem of her clothes and said gratefully, "Thank you for lending me your clothes. I'll get them back to you after I wash them." "Okay, sure." Lin Muhang nodded. After the two entered the room, Wanwan, while drinking her milk, noticed Xia Wanning's clothes and said in a sweet voice, "Mommy, why are you wearing Daddy's clothes? Is it because Daddy's clothes look good?" The little one tilted his head and thought for a moment, then shook his head excitedly and said, "Oh, I know, it must be because Daddy likes to see Mommy wearing Daddy's clothes, especially when she's sleeping, right?" Chapter 38. This child actually spoke the truth. After saying that, Wanwan blinked her big eyes, hoping for her mother's approval. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhang looked up and met Xia Wanning's eyes. Seeing her blushing face, as red as an apple, he quickly explained, "Wanwan must be talking nonsense, don't take it seriously." His voice was tinged with embarrassment and helplessness, and he muttered to himself, "This little darling is leaking air, she's really a pain in the ass." Hearing her father's explanation, Wanwan didn't buy it. She put her hands on her hips arrogantly, stomped her little foot, and stubbornly said, "I'm not talking nonsense, Dad. Don't you like seeing Mom dressed?" After saying that, she tilted her head and looked at her father with a questioning expression. Seeing this, Lin Muhang was embarrassed and secretly lamented, how could this child speak the truth? He coughed, trying to change the subject, "Baby, you should go to sleep now, or Daddy won't make you xiaolong bao tomorrow." As he spoke, he reached out and pulled Wanwan into the quilt. When Wanwan heard about xiaolong bao soup dumplings, her eyes lit up immediately. She loved her dad's xiaolong bao the most. So she obediently lay down, her little fingers still tightly gripping the corner of the blanket, as if afraid the blanket would run away. Just then, she blinked her eyes and looked at Xia Wanning playfully, saying, "Mommy, will you tell me a story tonight?" "Okay." Xia Wanning smiled gently. She sat on the edge of the bed and softly read the story on the phone that Lin Muhang handed her. Watching this scene, Lin Muhang couldn't help but think to himself, he just published a storybook, and now he has to read it aloud from his phone. How pathetic. In less than 15 minutes, Wanwan had fallen asleep. Xia Wanning thoughtfully covered the little one with the blanket and then quietly left the room. She handed the phone to Lin Muhang and exclaimed, "The story you found is really good, Wanwan loves listening to it." Lin Muhang grinned, but didn't answer. He simply saw Xia Wanning off into the elevator. Only after the elevator doors closed completely did he turn around and go back into his room to wash up. However, at that moment, he was surprised to find that the story on his phone had been taken down. He frowned, filled with doubt and confusion. He refreshed the page several times, but there was still no response. Lin Muhang frowned, puzzled, what exactly is going on? To find out what was going on, he dialed Zhou Shudong's number. At this moment, Zhou Shudong was extremely busy. When he saw Lin Muhang's call, he went to a secluded corner to answer it. He knew the other party was calling because of the story being taken down, and sure enough, Lin Muhang asked about it as soon as he spoke. After hearing this, Zhou Shudong sighed and then said, "I received a call from the State Administration of Radio and Television tonight. They said that some of the scenes in your story were described as cruel, and the story must be taken down." It can only be put back on the shelves after the rectification is approved. Lin Muhong was extremely puzzled when he heard this. How could he possibly write a cruel story? He's a father now, and he knows all too well how fragile and innocent children's hearts are. He asked, puzzled, what part of the plot is cruel? Upon hearing this, Zhou Shudong angrily replied, people say you wrote about the big bad wolf eating the little white rabbit, saying how could such a cute rabbit be eaten? His voice carried a hint of mockery and helplessness, as if he were recounting something utterly absurd. Some mothers said that their babies were very upset after hearing this story, and then they complained about and reported your stories. Zhou Shudong's tone was full of helplessness. Lin Muhong was so angry at this answer that he laughed. He had never been so speechless before. Although he was very angry when he heard the reason, he knew that the matter was not so simple and that there must be people behind it who were stirring things up. He then said, we're definitely being targeted. I don't even need to think to know who it is. Zhou Shudong nodded inside, this time it's not just Tongshu.com. I received information that some well-known websites have teamed up to target us and try to bring us down. Today these few articles cause trouble, tomorrow they'll find another reason to mess with the rest of the articles, and they won't stop until they've ruined the website, Zhou Shudong continued, his voice filled with anger and resentment. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong smiled knowingly, since Tongshu.com made the first move, then don't blame us for being impolite. You're doing this. After hearing this, Zhou Shudong asked doubtfully, will they listen to us then? He was still filled with worry. Don't worry, Lin Muhong said confidently. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Shudong began contacting the relevant personnel one by one. Although he was somewhat skeptical of Lin Muhong's idea, he had no other choice at the moment. From the moment she got up in the morning, Xia Wanning was busy with the debate competition. She is the president of the student council and is in charge of organizing this debate competition, which is a great responsibility. At that time, the venue for the debate competition had been confirmed as Lecture Hall 101. To ensure fairness and impartiality in the competition, the school specially selected 50 students from each grade to serve as scorers for the debate. The contestants were also ready, and they were all in high spirits and full of fighting spirit. Before the start, everyone drew lots to determine the order in which they would go on stage. There were 12 students participating in the competition. Xia Wanning was very lucky and drew the last place. She was busy arranging things at the front, while the students were making their final preparations. At that moment, a figure quietly entered from backstage. She quietly opened Xia Wanning's backpack, took out a laptop, and quickly browsed the content of the debate competition. After reading it, her eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. She hated herself for not being as good as Xia Wanning despite her hard work this time. Jealousy can distort a person's appearance. She noticed the cup in her hand, which contained water she had just filled from the water dispenser. Without hesitation, she unscrewed the bottle cap and poured the water onto the computer. As she watched the computer screen gradually dim, a strange sense of pleasure welled up inside her. After doing all this, she happily came out from backstage. The woman was filled with anticipation this time. First place was definitely hers, and she would also be the team leader for the debate competition. At this moment, Xia Wanning stood at the classroom door, eagerly waiting. Soon, she saw the father and daughter. Wan, dressed in a pink tutu and with 2 little pigtails on her head, hopped and skipped towards her. She looked like an adorable little angel, making you want to hug her. Mommy, am I pretty today? Wan ran up to Xia Wanning, tilted her head up and asked with a smile. Beautiful. Our Wan is the most beautiful. Xia Wanning affectionately pinched Wan's little cheek, then led the two into the classroom. Chapter 39. Wan cheers for her mother. Arriving at the window seat, Lin Muhong took Wan's little hand and gently lifted her onto the seat. After sitting down, the little guy, like a busy little bee, laboriously pulled his small backpack onto the table. With a gentle touch, a lot of dust flew up on the table, and Wan's fair little hands also got a little dusty. She picked up the bag and saw that the bottom was already dirty. Instantly, the little one's face scrunched up, her little mouth pouting, looking very unhappy. Ha! The bag is dirty, how could this happen? Her voice was filled with a bit of grievance and confusion, making Wan want to comfort her. Seeing this, Xia Wanning gently patted Wan's little head and comforted her tenderly. Mommy will go get you some wet wipes now, and you'll be clean after wiping. Don't be sad. Wan listened to her mother's words and nodded obediently, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation. Then she sat motionless in the chair and waited, looking extremely cute. Xia Wanning turned and walked backstage, picked up her school bag, and rummaged through it for wet wipes. Suddenly, she frowned, her face full of confusion and surprise. She muttered to herself in confusion, "Why is my bag so wet? What's going on?" Xia Wanning thought to herself, there was no water in the bag, only wet wipes and a laptop, and the wet wipes were in small packets, so it was impossible for them to print so much water. She hurriedly emptied her bag and was shocked to find that the computer was covered in water stains. Her heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly pressed the power button on the computer, but the computer did not respond at all, and the screen was completely black. Her heart sank. The competition was just around the corner. What was she going to do? Her computer was broken, and all her manuscripts were on it. Xia Wanning was so anxious that she paced back and forth, and in the end, she could only run out from the back office with her computer. At this moment, Gao Xinyue saw the scene and a smug smile appeared on her lips. She secretly rejoiced, "Xia Wanning, let's see how you compete with me now." Xia Wanning approached Lin Muhang anxiously, clutching her computer tightly in her hands, and asked in a slightly trembling voice, "My computer is broken, can you fix it?" Lin Muhang took the computer and examined it carefully. There were still water stains on it, indicating that water had gotten into the computer case. He might be able to tinker with other minor problems, but he wasn't confident he could fix something like this computer that had gotten wet. He'd have to take it to a professional. Seeing Lin Muhang's furrowed brows, Xia Wanning knew in her heart that there was little hope. Moreover, if she takes it out to be repaired now, it won't be enough time before she goes on stage to give her speech. Lin Muhang looked at Xia Wanning apologetically, and was about to apologize when a system notification suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! The system has detected an emergency situation for Xia Wanning and has issued a quick computer repair course and repair tools. As soon as the system finished speaking, knowledge about computer repair flooded into his mind like a tidal wave, and repair tools magically appeared in his pocket. Lin Muhang took out his pocket and saw that the repair tool was just a 3-in-1 utility knife about the size of his palm, but it seemed to be enough. Just as Xia Wanning was about to leave with her computer to look for other solutions, Lin Muhang stopped her, saying, "How about I give it a try? But I can't guarantee I can fix it." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope, as if she had grasped the last straw. She quickly nodded and said, "Okay, you can give it a try." Soon, the debate began in a tense atmosphere, with the contestants presenting their views one by one on stage, and time ticking away second by second. At this moment, Gao Xinyue stepped down from the podium, her eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. So far, she has the highest score of the game, 91 points. She firmly believed that she could win first place, lead her school to compete against the opposing school, and become the pride of her school. Backstage, she ran into Xia Wanning and said smugly in her ear, "Your computer is broken, let's see what you have to compete with me this time." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning's expression shifted. She turned to look at Gao Xinyue and questioned, "Did you break my computer? You really are relentless in achieving your goals." Gao Xinyue shrugged innocently and said, "I never said I broke it. Don't falsely accuse an innocent person." After saying that, she patted Xia Wanning on the shoulder and then walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Xia Wanning clenched her fists and secretly vowed in her heart, "It's not the last moment yet, I hope you can still smile when the time comes." The success or failure now rests on Lin Muhang. Xia Wanning doesn't know why, but she trusts him completely, as if some inexplicable sense of trust is supporting her. Soon, the 11th contestant went on stage, with 5 minutes remaining. Xia Wanning paced anxiously backstage. It was almost her turn to go on stage. Just then, Lin Muhang rushed backstage with his laptop. When he saw Xia Wanning, he smiled knowingly, fulfilling his mission. "The computer is fixed, take a look." Lin Muhang handed the computer to Xia Wanning. She looked at the computer screen that had lit up, then suddenly hugged Lin Muhang, her voice choked with emotion, and said, "I knew you could do it, thank you." Lin Muhang was caught off guard by Xia Wanning's sudden enthusiasm. He smiled and felt Xia Wanning's softness. After realizing what was happening, Xia Wanning shyly let go of Lin Muhang, then excitedly said, "It's my turn to go on stage soon, I'm going to get ready." After saying that, she skipped and hopped away from the backstage area like a little deer. Lin Muhang waved his hand, grinned, and then came to Wanwan's side. Wanwan was sitting obediently in her chair looking at her drawing book, and her serious little face was so endearing that it was hard not to smile. Lin Muhang gently closed the book and said softly, "Wanwan, it's almost Mommy's turn. Shouldn't we cheer Mommy on?" "Yes." Wanwan nodded her little head like a pestle being pounded, then quietly waited for her mother to come on stage, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation and excitement. Soon, Xia Wanning walked to the podium with her notebook in her arms. She was wearing a white dress and her hair was styled in a bun, making her look very capable. A round of applause immediately erupted from the audience, especially from Wan Wan, whose chubby little hands clapped enthusiastically, her face beaming with a proud smile. Seeing this scene, Gao Xinyue felt a pang of panic and unease. She clenched her fists tightly, muttering to herself, "Impossible. I saw her computer break down with my own eyes, how could it be fixed so quickly? That must be her last struggle, yes, that must be it." She tried to reassure herself, but she was extremely anxious and uneasy inside. Chapter 40, Finding a Stepmother for Wan Wan? Watching her mother's confident and poised demeanor on the stage, Wan Wan excitedly leaned close to Lin Muhong's ear and whispered, "Dad, Mom is so amazing on stage. I want to be like Mom when I grow up, shining brightly on stage and making everyone applaud for me." Hearing this, Lin Muhong felt a warmth in his heart. He gently pinched the little guy's nose and said with eyes full of affection, "Then you have to do your best, Dad believes in you." Wan Wan nodded vigorously, clenched her little fists, and said with a determined look, "Dad, don't worry, I will definitely try my best." As they spoke, the father and daughter turned their gaze back to the podium, where Xia Wanning was speaking eloquently, and Lin Muhong was completely captivated. He couldn't help but sigh to himself, it seems that marrying the school beauty as a wife is really great. As Xia Wanning's speech progressed, the atmosphere in the classroom became increasingly enthusiastic. When she concluded her speech with a powerful and resounding statement, thunderous applause erupted in the classroom. In the end, the judges gave their scores, and Xia Wanning won first place with a high score of 96. Wan Wan jumped up excitedly from below the stage, clapping her little hands and cheering. Gao Xinyue was so angry at the sight that she felt like her lungs were about to explode. She gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and was filled with resentment and rage. She prepared for the competition so hard and so diligently, even going so far as to destroy the other person's computer to prevent her from giving a speech. Why is she still able to ride on my head? Was she destined to be second best forever? She refused to accept it. She truly refused to accept it. Just then, Xia Wanning stepped onto the stage and announced the list of participants for the debate competition. Besides Gao Xinyue, 2 other boys were also selected. As everyone applauded and congratulated her, Xia Wanning suddenly put her arm around Gao Xinyue's shoulder and whispered in her ear, "What goes around comes around. You reap what you sow. You are also very talented, why do you have to get stuck on this one point? I'll let this go this time, but I hope you'll behave yourself." Upon hearing this, Gao Xinyue froze, her heart filled with mixed emotions, unsure of what to say. After all, there was no back-end monitoring, so a guess was not reliable, and Xia Wanning did not want the other party to continue making mistakes. The debate ended, and everyone left the classroom. Wan Wan, holding Lin Muhong's hand, skipped along, saying, "Daddy, let's go congratulate Mommy. She's so amazing." Lin Muhong smiled and nodded, and was about to take Wan Wan forward to offer his congratulations when a man suddenly walked into the classroom. The tall man, dressed in a basketball uniform, exclaimed with delight, "Ning Ning, congratulations." Wan Wan turned her head curiously, looked at the unfamiliar uncle, blinked, and asked, "Daddy, who is he? Why does he call Mommy so affectionately?" Lin Muhong's heart tightened. He didn't know who this man was, but hearing him call out so affectionately, and seeing Xia Wanning's happy expression, made him feel inexplicably uncomfortable. He knelt down and hugged Wan Wan, saying softly, "That's Mommy's friend. Mommy's busy, so let's not bother her. Daddy will take you to eat, okay?" "Okay, fine." Although Wan Wan was a little reluctant, she nodded sensibly and left with her father. Xia Wanning ran up to the man and excitedly called out, "Brother Ditsong, what brings you here?" The man's name is Su Tsong, Xia Wanning's neighbor and older brother. Su Tsong is currently pursuing a doctorate, and he is also a good friend of Xia Wanning's older brother, so he also dotes on Xia Wanning like a younger sister. "I heard you were holding a debate competition, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect Ning Ning to be so amazing. She stunned everyone as soon as she opened her mouth," Su Tsong praised with a smile. Xia Wanning waved her hand modestly, but her face was filled with a happy smile. "Brother Ditsong, you flatter me. By the way, let me introduce someone to you." She then turned to look at the classroom, only to find that there was no one else there except for the 2 of them. She murmured, "Where did they go? They were just here a moment ago." Upon seeing this, Su Tsong smiled and teased, "Ning Ning, are you going to introduce your boyfriend to me? If your brother finds out, he'll fly back from abroad immediately." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning blushed deeply and quickly changed the subject, saying, "No, he's just a friend. He might have had to leave. I'll introduce you two next time." "Okay." Su Song nodded, and the two chatted for a while before parting ways. With her backpack on, Xia Wanning walked out of the classroom, took out her phone and checked it, only to find that Lin Muhong hadn't sent her a single message. She felt a little disappointed and hesitated whether to call the other party. However, when she passed by the cafeteria, she was surprised to find Lin Muhong eating and chatting happily with a girl. Moreover, her beloved daughter, Wan Wan, was by her side. When Xia Wanning saw this, her face immediately darkened, and she stomped her feet angrily. She stared wide-eyed at the girl, her heart filled with jealousy. Xia Wanning muttered to herself as she looked at the two of them, "You, Lin Muhong, are already starting to look for a stepmother for Wan Wan? You're something else." Humph. She had been busy all day and her stomach was growling with hunger. She wanted to have lunch to celebrate her victory, but when she saw the scene, she instantly lost her appetite. Xia Wanning turned and left angrily, her heart filled with grievance and dissatisfaction. Inside the cafeteria, Lin Muhong looked at Hu Lily across from him speechlessly. The way she wolfed down her food made it seem like she had never eaten before. "Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you," Lin Muhong couldn't help but complain, adding that he was also feeling a bit annoyed because he was still thinking about Xia Wanning. Hu Lily didn't take it to heart when she heard this. Instead, she praised, "President Lin, the food in your school cafeteria is really delicious. You haven't tried takeout before. It's 100 times worse than this." Seeing this, Lin Muhong shook his head helplessly. He probably hadn't experienced the hardship of working people ordering takeout, so it was hard for him to empathize. He laughed and said, "Then why don't you just order something delicious?" Hu Lily blinked her eyes with great anticipation and said, "The food is too expensive. How about Mr. Lin, you give us a raise?" Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong was speechless. Good heavens, this was what was waiting for him. He smiled helplessly. "Next time we pay salaries, we'll give everyone a bonus of 10,000 yuan each. The company has about 30 employees, each earning 10,000 yuan, which adds up to about 300,000 yuan. Although Lin Muhong felt bad about the money, he also knew how hard his employees worked. Moreover, everyone worked together to meet the deadline for the storybook and put in extra hours to produce it. These are all rewards they deserve. President Lin is so generous. I thank you on behalf of everyone," Hu Lily said with immense gratitude. Lin Muhong smiled and waved his hand, then continued to ask, "How's the thing I asked you to prepare going?" Chapter 41: The misunderstanding between Xia Wanning and Lin Muhong. Hu Lily looked up at Lin Muhong, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. "Your boss is really heartless. At least let people finish their meal before talking about work." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong smiled wryly and said, "Fine, you eat, you eat." Having been in the workforce for several years, Lin Muhong, a new boss, was really struggling to keep up. However, he still enjoyed the feeling of getting along easily and pleasantly with his employees. During the meal, Wan Wan kept staring at Hu Lily, her big eyes filled with affection. Hu Lily felt her gaze and asked with a smile, "Little friend, why are you staring at Auntie?" Her voice was gentle, with a hint of teasing. "Because Auntie is very pretty," Wan Wan said playfully, blinking her eyes. Hu Lily was overjoyed to be praised for her beauty, especially by a child, since children don't lie. "Baby, how can you be so cute?" Hu Lily said, looking at Wan Wan with affection. Just then, the little one had a sudden inspiration, and her sweet, babbling voice rang out again, "Auntie, do you have a boyfriend? My uncle is very handsome, will you marry my uncle?" Hearing this, Hu Lily almost spat out her mouthful of rice. This little girl, so small, was actually acting as a matchmaker? She coughed twice and glanced at Lin Muhong out of the corner of her eye. She saw that his face was slightly red, and he looked a little embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong quickly tried to smooth things over. "The kid is just talking nonsense, don't take it seriously." Wan Wan persisted, puffing out her little chest proudly, and said, "Dad, I'm not making this up. Uncle is handsome and considerate, but unfortunately he doesn't have a girlfriend yet, which makes Grandma and Grandpa very anxious." Hearing the word dad, Hu Lily felt her mind go blank. A college-aged dad? A daughter about to start kindergarten? Was this some kind of role-playing game? However, she didn't ask. After all, he was the boss, and for an employee like her to pry into his family affairs would be like she was asking for trouble. Hu Lily smiled, patted Wan Wan's head, and joked, "Wow, your uncle is so nice, being his aunt wouldn't be a bad deal." Upon hearing this, Wan Wan's eyes lit up, and she said with a grin, "Wow, Auntie, you agree now? I'll tell Uncle when I see him." Her voice was full of anticipation and excitement, as if she could already see her uncle and aunt's happy appearance. "Okay." Hu Lily nodded with a smile. It's just coaxing a child, there's no difficult task involved. However, she never expected that her unintentional joke would actually get her into trouble. It seems you really can't just agree to anything blindly. After eating and drinking her fill, Lily began to report on her recent work. After the report was finished, Lin Muhang nodded and said, "There's a dinner party tonight. You'll have to come with me then." "Okay, no problem." Lily agreed readily and then left. As she was leaving, Wan playfully said to her, "Aunt Lily, wait for me to bring Uncle to find you." "Okay." Lily smiled knowingly, then left the cafeteria in her high heels. Meanwhile, Xia Wanning returned to her dormitory and sat on her bed, sulking. She was holding a bag of chicken feet in her hand, eating them angrily and taking big bites, as if she wanted to vent all her dissatisfaction on the chicken feet. After entering the dormitory, Xiao Xiao saw her roommate sitting on the bed with a resentful look in her eyes and asked gossipily, "Ning, you didn't get selected for the debate competition? How could that be?" Hearing this answer, Xiao Xiao smiled and then sat on the bed, saying with a smile, "Did you have a fight with Lin Muhang?" "No way." Xia Wanning said excitedly, her coy manner making it clear she was lying. Seeing Xiao Xiao covering her mouth and giggling, Xia Wanning angrily sat down next to her, saying with a troubled expression, "Actually, we didn't really quarrel." Her voice carried a hint of helplessness and grievance. "What happened?" Xiao Xiao asked, puzzled. Xia Wanning hesitated for a moment, then told Xiao Xiao the whole story. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao indignantly confirmed again, "He didn't tell you when he left the classroom, and he was eating with Wan and chatting and laughing with other girls?" She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, saying, "Is this kid really going to find Wan another stepmother?" Hearing her roommate's analysis, Xia Wanning's sense of crisis intensified. She admitted that she was somewhat selfish, but she just didn't want to see Lin Muhang with other girls. She secretly wondered to herself, could it be that she had really fallen for him? But Lin Muhang probably already had someone he liked. Thinking about all this, she suddenly felt so sad, so very sad. Xia Wanning's eyes reddened slightly, and tears welled up in her eyes, but she held them back from falling. Seeing her roommate looking so listless, Xiao Xiao quickly comforted her, "Ning, you're Wan's mother, so you have an advantage. Even if Lin Muhang has someone he likes, the two of you can still develop your relationship while spending time with the child. With your looks, you'll definitely win him over." After listening, Xia Wanning nodded, her heart filled with hope. After all, they had spent so much time together as a family, and she believed she had a chance to win Lin Muhang's heart. After Xiao Xiao's words of comfort, she felt much better. After class, Xia Wanning was packing up her books when her phone suddenly rang. When she saw that it was Lin Muhang calling, her heart skipped a beat, but she answered happily. Soon, the other person's voice came through, "Are you free now? I have something to do tonight, so I might need you to look after Wan." "Okay, where are you?" "I'll come find you." Xia Wanning readily agreed. After hanging up the phone, Xia Wanning walked towards the school gate. Soon they saw a Dior car parked across from the school, with the window half open, and Lin Muhang and Wan sitting inside. Upon seeing Xia Wanning, Wan excitedly waved and shouted, Mommy, Daddy and I are here." Xia Wanning walked quickly to the car, where little Wan called out in her sweet, babyish voice, "Mommy, you're here." She jumped happily out of the car and threw herself into Xia Wanning's arms. Her little hands clung tightly to her mother's neck, as if afraid she would run away. Mom came right after class. "Was Wan a good girl?" Xia Wanning gently asked, tidying up the little tufts of hair on Wan's head. "Good girl," Wan said with a smile. Although Xiao Xiao's analysis was correct, Xia Wanning still felt a little awkward after meeting Lin Muhang, perhaps because she still felt some grievances and dissatisfaction. After all, seeing Lin Muhang and Lily together made her feel a mix of emotions. Lin Muhang felt the same way. When he saw Xia Wanning and Su Tsong's seemingly intimate interaction, he felt as if there was a thorn in his heart. He took a deep breath, trying to compose himself, and then said, "I might be back late tonight, so I'll leave Wan in your care." "It's alright, you can focus on your work," Xia Wanning replied softly, but her tone betrayed a hint of distance and politeness. Just as the two finished speaking, an urgent voice rang out. Chapter 42. Xia Wanning leaves her father and keeps her daughter? Lily said softly with a hint of apology, "I'm sorry I'm late." "It's not too late, get in the car," Lin Muhang replied calmly. When Lily saw her boss sitting in the driver's seat, she stood in front of the car door, hesitated for a moment, and glanced around the car. Sitting in the back seat? Wouldn't that be treating the boss like a driver? She muttered to herself, but in the end, she decided to sit in the front passenger seat, a look of relief on her face. When Xia Wanning saw that the person who came was the girl who had been chatting and laughing with Lin Muhong at noon, her eyes were full of jealousy. After seeing Hu Lily sit down, Lin Muhong smiled and turned to Wan Wan, his eyes full of doting. "Baby, Daddy will come back to be with you as soon as he's done with his work." "Mum." The little one nodded obediently, his big eyes sparkling with anticipation, then waved his little hand and said sweetly, "Goodbye, Daddy, goodbye, Aunt Lily." Lin Muhong's gaze lingered on Xia Wanning for a moment, his expression complex and profound. In the end, he said nothing, simply nodded slightly, and drove away. Watching the car slowly drive away, especially seeing Hu Lily sitting in the passenger seat, Xia Wanning felt a pang of sadness. A hint of sadness flashed in her eyes, and she bit her lower lip tightly, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Although Lin Muhong is Wan Wan's father, in Xia Wanning's eyes now, he is just a man who values women over women and has left Wan Wan with her so that they can have some alone time together. She stood there, reluctant to leave, her eyes shining with determination, as if she were silently making up her mind. If Lin Muhong didn't have time, she could take care of the child by herself. There's a saying, leave the father, leave the daughter. In the car, Hu Lily chatted idly for a while, then suddenly asked curiously, "President Lin, who was that person next to Wan Wan just now?" "She is Wan Wan's mother." Lin Muhong paused for a moment before speaking. After hearing this, Hu Lily nodded in sudden realization and laughed. "Oh, I see." No wonder she looked at me a little strangely. Her tone was somewhat teasing, yet it also revealed a keen insight. "What do you mean?" Lin Muhong asked, puzzled, his brows furrowing slightly, clearly surprised by the answer. After hearing this, Hu Lily smiled, winked, and said confidently, "She sees me as a rival in love." For some reason, hearing these words made Lin Muhong feel inexplicably happy, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. He began to reflect on his behavior. Could it be that he had really misunderstood the other person? At that time, in the private room of the restaurant, Zhou Shudong called over the editors-in-chief of all the websites except Tongshu.com. Everyone sat on the benches, looking at each other, somewhat puzzled by Zhou Shudong's idea to organize the gathering, their eyes revealing a mixture of doubt and curiosity. "President Zhou, why did you call all of us here?" an editor-in-chief asked first, his tone tinged with impatience. "You'd be better off revising your articles than wasting your time here," another editor chimed in, a mocking glint in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shudong cursed inwardly. As expected, it was these bastards who did this. But he remained outwardly calm, smiling as he said to everyone, "You'll find out soon enough why I called you here today. 2 more people will be here soon." Everyone present wondered who the newcomers were, with some even guessing they were from Tongshu.com. Zhou Shudong smiled without saying a word. 5 minutes later, the door to the private room was pushed open, and Lin Muhong walked in with Hu Lily, all smiles. Their appearance surprised the editors, since the circle is small and everyone knows each other. Surprise and curiosity flickered in everyone's eyes as they scrutinized the 2 unfamiliar figures. "Who are these 2 people?" someone asked Zhou Shudong, their tone tinged with doubt. He stood up from his chair with a smile, walked over to Lin Muhong, and solemnly introduced him to everyone. "This is the author Zhong Qianni, the one you've blacklisted." Upon hearing this, the editors all looked at Lin Muhong with disbelief in their eyes. After all, someone who can write such good children's stories can't be this young. Seeing everyone's doubts, Lin Muhong smiled and said, "I am indeed the real Zhong Qianni. I called everyone here today through General Manager Zhou because I have a business deal to discuss with you." "What kind of business?" Zhang Anren asked first, her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity and anticipation. "Please sit down and listen to me." Lin Muhong sat down first, and then continued, "I know that the launch of Caterpillar will have some impact on your website. But even if one caterpillar is gone, there are still thousands upon thousands of caterpillars. We should still look for a way out for the website. It's easy to say. If we could find a way out, we wouldn't." One of the editors said with a sneer, his eyes flashing with helplessness. Lin Muhong waved his hand and said with a smile, "Hey, you don't need to find this way out, I'll deliver it to you." He looked confidently at everyone present, and seeing that they were all very interested, he continued, "I know that cooperating with Tongshu.com was not your original intention, and I can understand that. But as the industry leader, it must be very difficult for Tongshu.com to be suppressed by them." Lin Muhong's words revealed a sense of resonance and understanding, as if he were speaking out for the editors. The editors looked at each other in bewilderment. After all, they were a small website and couldn't possibly compete head-on with the top websites. Now there's an opportunity to surpass it. Are you willing to give it a try? Lin Muhong's words were full of temptation and anticipation, making everyone very eager to try. You should tell us what kind of opportunity it is. After all, anyone can make empty promises, one of the bald editors said, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Lin Muhong grinned, thinking to himself, they're all old foxes, they won't act until they see the rabbit. He then looked at everyone and said with a smile, there are so many children across the country, and they read more than one storybook. If everyone compiles their most popular stories into a collection, there will definitely be a market for it, Lin Muhong said, his words brimming with confidence and anticipation. Parents nowadays care a lot about early childhood education, and popular stories would be very popular if they were made into animated films. After speaking, Lin Muhong looked at Hu Lily and continued, this lady next to me is Hu Lily, the editor-in-chief of Worry-Free Publishing House. You can contact her for publishing matters. Upon hearing this, Hu Lily looked at everyone and said with a smile, our publishing house is seeking cooperation in this area. To show our sincerity, we are willing to offer a 70% discount on the sales of animated films and storybooks. You just need to authorize us to tell you the story, and you don't need to worry about anything else. Just wait to get your share of the profits. Such a good thing exists in this world? The editors were somewhat incredulous upon hearing this, their eyes flashing with surprise and doubt. Chapter 43, Sold Out and Still Counting Money for Lin Muhong. Hu Lily nodded, a confident smile playing on her lips. Of course, we'll stick to the contract. If you still have any doubts, feel free to search online for the reputation of Worry-Free Publishing House. It speaks for itself. If you miss this opportunity to cooperate, it'll be a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and you'll regret it later. Her words stirred a ripple in the hearts of the editors present. They began to discuss among themselves, their eyes sparkling with excitement. At this moment, Jiang Anren broke the silence first. She stood up and replied with a smile, our tree baby is willing to cooperate with your publishing house. As soon as she finished speaking, the other editors-in-chief also expressed their willingness to work hand-in-hand with Worry-Free Publishing House to create a brilliant future together. Seeing that everyone agreed so quickly, Zhou Shudong was full of surprise. His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe his ears. Seeing this, Lin Muhong was secretly pleased. He raised his teacup, smiled, and said, since everyone is so agreeable, I'll drink to that first. It's a pleasure to cooperate. In high spirits, Hu Lily took out several pre-prepared contracts from her bag. She gently spread the contracts on the table and smiled at everyone, if there are no problems, you can take them back to your boss for signature. Our publishing house is very efficient. Once the cooperation is confirmed, we will start production immediately. The editors picked up the contracts and began to read them carefully. Hu Lily continued, after signing the contract tomorrow, mail it to our publishing house. Once the collaboration is confirmed, we will produce the storybook and age-appropriate animation as soon as possible. However, I must remind everyone that there are several websites involved, and we cannot produce them all at the same time. There will definitely be a priority order. Whoever sends the contract first, we will work on that one first. Her words carried a hint of slyness, as if she were implying that everyone should hurry up. The editors present all had their own thoughts when they heard this. They all took out their phones and secretly contacted their bosses. Some even used the excuse of going to the toilet to ask a courier to deliver the contract to their boss. Seeing this, Hu Lily's lips curled into a smug smile. She thought to herself, President Lin's move is really brilliant. He not only successfully attracted everyone's attention, but also cleverly made them feel a sense of urgency. A moment later, everyone sat back down in the private room. Lin Muhong said with a smile, since we're in a cooperative relationship, what about Tongchu.com? Before he could finish speaking, an editor interrupted him. Don't worry, we definitely won't listen to her. She's just bullying us younger ones because she's the senior one. Now that we have a new way out, she's nothing. Another editor chimed in, that's right, we're not afraid of her anymore. With the support of Worry-Free Publishing House, we're sure to be able to create even better content. Hearing everyone's opinions, Lin Muhong felt even more smug, and he nodded with a smile. Now that the matter has been resolved, there is no need for him to stay here. As he was leaving, he pulled Hu Lily aside and said in a deep voice, your work is finished. Go home now, and I'll reimburse your travel expenses. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lin. Hu Lily waved her hand and left with a smile. At this moment, Zhou Shudong suddenly chased after him from the restaurant and said hesitantly, President Lin, could our website also cooperate with your publishing house? Lin Muhong stopped and thought for a moment before replying, no, thank you. Why? Zhou Shudong asked anxiously. He didn't understand why Lin Muhong would cooperate with others but not him. Did he think his website was too small and not well known? Seeing this, Lin Muhong patiently explained, I set a trap for those websites this time. Although storybooks and age-appropriate stories can indeed make money, the return on investment is slow and takes a long time. Renting out the copyright directly is worry-free and profitable. Do you understand now? Oh, I understand. Zhou Shudong nodded in sudden realization. President Lin, you are truly my benefactor. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong waved his hand and said, don't mention it. Keep up the good work, and you might just become the boss in this industry in the future. Okay. Zhou Shudong nodded happily. After getting into the car, Lin Muhong drove towards home, his eyes full of joy. Although his proposed decision sounds beneficial to those websites, the publishers are the ones who actually make money. He secretly gloated, these websites were sold off and are still counting the money for him. When Lin Muhong got home, the room was dark. He turned on the living room light and found Xia Wanning sitting on the sofa. She was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, with her hair casually draped over her shoulders. Lin Muhong was startled. He hadn't expected Xia Wanning to be sitting here waiting for him. After a moment, he asked, is Wan asleep? Yes, I've been asleep for a while, Xia Wanning nodded in reply. She then stood up from the sofa, slung her bag over her shoulder, and said, now that you're back, I'll be leaving now. I'll come see Wan again tomorrow morning. Lin Muhong glanced at the clock on the wall and said worriedly, it's so late, don't leave. You sleep in the master bedroom with Wan, and I'll sleep in the second bedroom. All right then. Xia Wanning nodded. Today was Friday, so there was no room check. At this moment, Lin Muhong hesitated whether to ask the other party about the man in the lecture hall. However, when he saw Xia Wanning turn and walk towards the master bedroom, he finally withdrew his hand that had been trying to stop her. He was conflicted, even if he were to ask, in what capacity should he inquire? As Wan's father? But the two of them had agreed from the beginning that they would not disturb each other's lives. The question of love was too profound. Lin Muhong tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Xia Wanning, in the master bedroom, also had difficulty falling asleep. She lay on the bed, staring wide-eyed at the ceiling, her heart filled with complex emotions. Lying beside Wan, she thought about many things. Even if it meant leaving the father and keeping the daughter, they would need enough money. That evening, she received an urgent order for a comic convention, where she would cosplay anime characters. Xiao helped her find this part-time job, which pays 2,000 yuan a day. Although it might be a bit tough, she felt it was all worth it when she thought about providing Wan with a better life. As dawn broke, Xia Wanning left Lin Muhong's house. When he woke up, he saw the note left by Xia Wanning, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. On a sunny Sunday, Lin Muhong took Wan to the playground to bask in the sun. Wan, wearing a cute little dress, ran around on the grass, while Lin Muhong sat beside her watching her with a happy smile on his face. At this moment, a gaze fell on Lin Muhong. The person clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment. Chapter 44 Dad, do you like Mom? The woman strode angrily to Lin Muhong. She glared at him fiercely, her eyes seeming to spit fire, her tone full of reproach. Lin Muhong, are you going to find a stepmother for Wan? Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Muhong frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. He carefully examined the girl in front of him and felt that she looked familiar. After a moment, he remembered that she was Xia Wanning's roommate, the straightforward Xiao. However, when he heard what the other person said, he looked puzzled and frowned. When did I say I was going to find a stepmother for Wan? Did Xia Wanning tell you that? He asked in confusion, thinking to himself, no wonder Xia Wanning has been a bit distant from me these past 2 days. She misunderstood me. He felt extremely wronged, as if he had been greatly misunderstood. I had no such thought at all. How could she think that I wanted to find a stepmother for Wan? After hearing this, Xiao's tone softened slightly, but she was still indignant on behalf of her roommate. With her hands on her hips and a righteous expression, she said, on the day of Ningning's debate competition, you didn't wait for her and were having dinner chatting and laughing with other girls. Isn't that right? Her eyes shone with heartache for her friend, as if Lin Muhong were the heartless man. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong immediately understood the reason for the situation. He sighed helplessly and explained, the person I had dinner with is my colleague. We were discussing work-related matters that day. After saying that, a hint of dissatisfaction welled up in his heart. He frowned and said with a hint of complaint, on the day of the debate, Xia Wanning was chatting happily with a man, so I didn't disturb her. Xiao Xiao noticed that the other person seemed jealous. She smiled helplessly, her eyes filled with teasing and sarcasm. That's Ningning's neighbor, they grew up together, and he has a girlfriend. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong was instantly delighted, his brows relaxed, and a relieved smile appeared on his lips. Xiao Xiao continued, Ningning was heartbroken because she mistakenly thought you had found a stepmother for Wan Wan. It's clear she cares about you. And what's your attitude towards Ningning? Xiao Xiao asked gossipily, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong's ears instantly turned red, as if they were on fire. He lowered his head shyly and did not reply. Although the other party didn't reply, Xiao Xiao knew perfectly well that they both had feelings for each other. Since it was a misunderstanding, Xiao Xiao prepared to leave. Just as she was about to go, Lin Muhong suddenly stopped her and asked anxiously, do you know what Xia Wanning has been busy with lately? His eyes were full of concern. Don't you know? Xiao Xiao asked back, assuming the other person did know. She then replied, Ningning found another part-time job these past 2 days, cosplaying anime characters, at the Green 100 Plaza. Again? Lin Muhong repeated the word in confusion, a hint of heartache flashing in his eyes. Yes, she found a part-time job last time, wearing a teddy bear costume and handing out flyers. It was so hot, I don't know how she managed to keep going, Xiao Xiao said helplessly, her eyes filled with heartache. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong felt extremely sad, realizing that the other person was also working hard for the family in silence. He turned and called to Wan Wan, who was playing on the lawn, and said gently with a smile, Sweetie, let's go find mommy. Lin Muhong held Wan Wan in his arms, looked at Xiao Xiao gratefully, and said sincerely, Thank you. You're welcome. Just don't tell Ningning that I told her, or she'll definitely be unhappy, Xiao Xiao instructed. Don't worry. Lin Muhong nodded, then picked up Wan Wan and turned to go home. After getting the car keys, the father and daughter excitedly drove towards Green 100 Plaza. Before long, Lin Muhong led Wan Wan to the comic convention venue. The little guy seemed to have opened the door to a new world, his mouth agape in amazement and his eyes wide open. Wow, Daddy, this place is so much fun. Those ladies are wearing white wings, they look so pretty, she said, pointing at the cosplay characters with her little finger, her eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity. After saying that, the little guy tilted his head and looked at Lin Muhong with a puzzled expression, blinking his big eyes and asking, But Daddy, didn't we come here to find Mommy? What are we doing here? Lin Muhong affectionately patted her head and smiled, Because Mommy is here. Wan Wan, you'd better open your eyes wide and look for Mommy. Okay. The little one nodded obediently, then began to look around the venue, as if afraid of missing his mother. Then, the father and daughter strolled around the venue. Meanwhile, Xia Wanning was taking photos with anime enthusiasts. Because of her good looks and stylish appearance, many people wanted to take photos with her. She stood there and actively cooperated with everyone, her face beaming with a bright smile. Just then, Wan Wan suddenly pointed her chubby little finger into the distance and exclaimed in surprise, Daddy, isn't that Mommy? Lin Muhong followed the gaze and saw Xia Wanning standing there taking a group photo with someone. She was dressed in a gorgeous cosplay outfit, with white wings on her back, looking like a fairy from heaven. He nodded happily and said with a smile, Yes, that's Mom. Shall we go and find her? Okay. Wan Wan nodded, her pink lips praising, Mommy looks so pretty today. Daddy, do you like her? The little one asked sweetly, her eyes full of curiosity. Lin Muhong was both amused and exasperated upon hearing this. He flicked his nose and said, Baby, do you even know what like means? I know. Wan Wan nodded, and the little girl said earnestly, It's just like how Wan Wan likes to look at picture books. She feels very disappointed when she can't see them. Her tone was full of innocence and naivety. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong felt a pang of anxiety. He hadn't expected his daughter to be so insightful. He smiled and patted Wan Wan's head, praising, Our precious Wan Wan knows so much. Daddy, you haven't said whether you like it or not yet. The little girl asked curiously, looking eager to know the answer. She blinked her big eyes, looking forward to her father's reply. Lin Muhong smiled, nodded emphatically, and said, I like it. Hee, of course Daddy likes it. Because that's Mommy. After saying that, the little guy ran excitedly towards Xia Wanning. As she ran, she sweetly called out, Mommy, Mommy. Hearing the familiar voice, Xia Wanning looked in the direction of the sound and saw her rosy-cheeked daughter running towards her like a little angel. Her heart tightened, and she asked, Baby, how did you come to be? Where is your father? Chapter 45. Wan Wan takes a family photo with her dad and mom. Daddy's over there. Wanwan pointed her chubby little hand at Lin Muhong, who was walking slowly towards her. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and her tense nerves instantly relaxed. She thought he had abandoned his daughter again to enjoy some alone time with another woman. Thankfully not, otherwise she really wouldn't mind taking Wanwan away and taking care of her herself. Soon, Lin Muhong walked up to Xia Wanning with a gentle smile on his face. "Hi, did I disturb you?" "Excuse me," Xia Wanning said indifferently. After all, what happened on the day of the debate was still fresh in her mind, so she was annoyed to see Lin Muhong's indifferent attitude and even his very bad tone. Then, she squatted down and patiently said to Wanwan, "Baby mommy is still working now, why don't you play with daddy for a while? I'll play with you when I'm done with my work." "Oh, okay." The little guy pouted, his face full of reluctance, but he still nodded obediently. After speaking, Xia Wanning turned to look at Lin Muhong, her tone cold and distant. "I have to go to work now. You take Wanwan for a walk around here." "Okay, sure." Lin Muhong nodded. He sensed the other person's cold attitude and felt empty inside. He knew that the misunderstanding between them had not been resolved, but now was not the time to solve the problem. He would wait until he got home to explain things to the school beauty. Next, Xia Wanning continued to take photos with the tourists, a professional smile on her face, but her eyes would occasionally drift towards the father and daughter. She breathed a sigh of relief when Lin Muhong led Wanwan out of her sight. She felt very uncomfortable being watched by an acquaintance. However, at the end of the line, Lin Muhong pulled Wanwan into the long queue. The little one blinked his big, bright eyes and asked curiously, "Daddy, what are we doing?" "Wanwan, would you like to take a picture with mommy?" Lin Muhong squatted down, looked into her daughter's bright eyes, and asked gently. "Yes." Upon hearing this question, Wanwan jumped up happily, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Then, she hugged Lin Muhong's leg and said in a sweet voice, "Wanwan not only wants to take a picture with mommy, but also with daddy. How about we take a picture as a family of 3 in a little while?" Her little face was full of anticipation and excitement. "Of course you can." Lin Muhong smiled with relief upon hearing this. He looked up at Xia Wanning, recalling her attitude towards him, and then instructed Wanwan, "Baby, you should talk to your mother about taking photos. It won't matter if your father says so." There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Wanwan thought for a moment, then nodded, her little face full of seriousness and determination. "That's right, daddy has the lowest status at home and doesn't have much say. Then I'll take care of this." She patted her chest with her little hand, as if she were accepting a major mission. Lin Muhong was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. He had originally wanted his daughter to be his wingman, but he hadn't expected it to be so hurtful. The group moved forward quickly, getting closer and closer to Xia Wanning. The father and daughter would be next. After taking a photo of the previous tourist, Xia Wanning smiled and turned around, saying, "Hello." Upon hearing this, Wanwan hugged her leg, blinked her eyes playfully, and said, "Mommy, it's us." Xia Wanning was very surprised to see the father and daughter in the group. "What are you doing here?" Her voice was filled with confusion and doubt. "We want to take pictures with mommy," Wanwan said sweetly, then urged Lin Muhong, "Daddy, hurry up and take out your phone." Her little hand tugged at Lin Muhong's clothes, her eyes filled with eagerness. "Oh, okay." Lin Muhong nodded, then took out his phone and opened the camera. Seeing this, Wanwan tugged at Xia Wanning's arm and said sweetly, "Mommy, let's take a family photo. Mommy looks so beautiful today, I want to remember it." Her little hand gently shook Xia Wanning's arm, her eyes filled with anticipation. Actually, Xia Wanning wanted to refuse. Recalling Lin Muhong chatting and laughing with others made her very uncomfortable. Therefore, she strongly resisted interacting with Lin Muhong and did not want to pretend to be affectionate in front of the camera. Lin Muhong could see her hesitation and helplessness, so he took a step back and said, "Fine, I won't take any more pictures. I'll take pictures of you and your daughter instead." Upon hearing this, Wanwan shook her head, frowned, and looked unwilling. "No. I want my dad. I want my dad." Her little hands gripped Lin Muhong's hand tightly. Lin Muhong was very satisfied with his daughter's reaction, and he secretly gave her a thumbs up. Upon seeing this, Wanwan made an OK sign behind her back, then blinked her big, watery eyes at Xia Wanning, as if tears were about to flow from her eyes. Looking into her daughter's expectant eyes, Xia Wanning couldn't bear to refuse. She knew that it was a very happy thing for her daughter to be able to take pictures with her parents. So, she could only manage a forced smile and agree to the suggestion. "Okay, let's take a picture as a family of 3. Upon hearing this, Wanwan's face lit up with a bright smile, revealing two small dimples at the corners of her mouth. She jumped up excitedly. Great! We can take pictures together. Lin Muhong was holding his phone, with Wanwan sandwiched between the two of them, and Xia Wanning standing on the right. Seeing that her mother wasn't smiling through the phone screen, Wanwan immediately turned her head and poked Xia Wanning's cheeks with her chubby little hands. Mommy, smile. We want to take pretty pictures. Her little face was full of pleading. Seeing how supportive Wanwan was, Lin Muhong thought to himself that he must buy the little one an ice cream to reward her when he got back. Amid her daughter's accusations, Xia Wanning finally managed a forced smile, though it was somewhat strained. She was undeniably beautiful at that moment. Lin Muhong captured this moment on his phone. The family of three smiled so happily and contentedly. Lin Muhong was very satisfied with the photo, and so was Wanwan. She knew that this moment of happiness was given to her by her parents and was one of her most precious memories. Xia Wanning felt a pang of emotion when she saw the photo. The three people in the photo were smiling so happily. She felt a mix of emotions and thought to herself, I just wish we could still be a family of three in the future. After taking the photos, she urged the two of them, okay, you two go have some fun, I need to get back to work. Okay, Wanwan and I will wait for you to get off work, and we'll go home together, Lin Muhong said gently. Xia Wanning didn't reply and continued taking photos with the tourists. Chapter 46 The Voyeur. Next, the father and daughter continued their leisurely stroll through the comic convention venue. The venue was bustling with activity, with various cosplayers dressed as classic anime characters, as well as DIY figurine making and other activities that were dazzling to the eye. When Wanwan saw the exquisite figurines on display, the little girl's eyes lit up immediately, filled with great interest. She took Lin Muhong's hand and walked forward happily, looking like a lively and adorable little rabbit. A moment later, Wanwan pointed to one of the figurines and said with a smile, Dad, look, this looks just like Uncle. Upon seeing this, the man whom Wanwan called Uncle walked over with a smile. He was slightly overweight with a kind smile on his face. He was the shop owner, and Wanwan was pointing to his figurine model. Sensing a business opportunity, he asked enthusiastically, Little friend, would you like to make a unique figurine? Upon hearing this, Wanwan's eyes lit up, and she nodded excitedly, yes. She looked at Lin Muhong and said sweetly, Daddy, let's make one. Wanwan loves it. Okay, I'll make one. Lin Muhong said readily, his face beaming with a doting smile. Upon hearing this, the shop owner praised him even more enthusiastically, Little friend, your father is so good to you. What kind of figurine would you like to make? Upon hearing this, Wanwan tilted her little head and pondered for a moment. Then, her eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new continent. Can we take a family photo? She asked excitedly. Of course, no problem. As long as you have a photo, I can make it for you. The boss patted his chest and said confidently, as if there was no figurine in the world that he couldn't make. At this moment, Wanwan urged Lin Muhong beside her, Dad, quickly take out your phone and open the photos we just took together. While holding her phone, Lin Muhong asked, Wanwan, do you really want to take a family photo? Upon hearing this, the little girl nodded playfully, yes. A happy smile spread across her face, that way I can see Daddy and Mommy all the time. Okay. After hearing this, Lin Muhong gently stroked Wanwan's little head and said affectionately, then we'll listen to Wanwan. Hee, the little girl grinned, revealing sweet dimples. She handed her father's phone to the shopkeeper and said expectantly, Uncle, we want to make this figurine. The boss happily took the phone, looked at the family photo in the picture, and said with a smile, no problem, you can sit here and wait a moment, it will be done in less than 30 minutes. His voice was full of confidence. Okay, sure, Wanwan said, then sat down on a chair and waited. The little one craned her neck, full of anticipation, her little eyes fixed on the control room, but she couldn't see anything from outside. The equipment these days is high-tech. Just 20 minutes later, the shopkeeper called out to the two boys, holding up the finished figurines, Kids, your figurines are done. Come and take a look. Upon hearing this, Wanwan excitedly ran over, her speed even faster than a rabbit. When the little girl saw the figurines in the shopkeeper's hand, she was overjoyed. Wow, they look exactly like the real Dad and Mom, and Wanwan too. Uncle, you're amazing. She held the figurines in her little hands, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Hee, not bad, right? The praised boss rubbed his head and grinned sheepishly. At this moment, Lin Muhong asked, Boss, how much? I usually sell it for 400, but seeing how sweet the young lady is, I'll just give you 360, the shopkeeper said readily. Thank you, Uncle Wanwan smiled sweetly, happily bouncing around with the figurine, while Lin Muhong readily scanned the code to pay. Next, the father and daughter continued to stroll around. The venue wasn't large, but there were all sorts of stalls, making it hard to keep up with the sights. Soon, the two of them had finished browsing the entire venue. The father and daughter, tired from shopping, sat down on a public bench next to Xia Wanning and waited for her to get off work. Wanwan sat on the chair, her little feet swinging back and forth, looking relaxed and carefree. She would pick up the figurine from time to time and look at it as if it were her precious treasure. Xia Wanning was busy working at the time. She looked up and caught a glimpse of the two figures. Just then, Lin Muhong also looked at her, and their eyes met. Lin Muhong smiled, nodded, and greeted her. Seeing this, Xia Wanning felt a little embarrassed. She quickly looked away and awkwardly took a group photo with everyone. After that, she would occasionally glance at the two of them out of the corner of her eye, only to find that Lin Muhong was staring at her the whole time. His gaze was intense and deep. Xia Wanning felt both angry and delighted. She couldn't help but think to herself, this person is eating what's in his bowl while eyeing what's in the pot. How shameless. She simply stopped looking at the two of them and focused on her work. Wanwan, who was standing next to her father, was very curious because her father kept looking to one side. Her chubby little hands forcefully turned Lin Muhong's face towards her, and she asked in a childish voice, Daddy, what are you looking at? I wasn't looking at anything. Lin Muhong waved his hand and smiled at his daughter, saying, Honey, what's wrong? Wanwan covered her stomach a little shyly and said bashfully, My tummy is hungry, when will we finish, Mom? Lin Muhong gently stroked his daughter's head and said tenderly, It'll be soon, let's hang in there a little longer, okay? Okay. Wanwan nodded and waited obediently. She sat in the chair, her little feet no longer dangling, but quietly holding the figurine. Perhaps the little guy's battery had run out and he desperately needed to recharge. Just then, when Lin Muhong looked at Xia Wanning again, he suddenly noticed that something was wrong with the man beside her. The man was dressed casually and wore a pair of green sneakers that looked a bit old, but the surface of the shoes was unusually clean. When the photo was being taken, the man's shoes moved slightly toward Xia Wanning. The movement was very subtle, but it did not escape Lin Muhong's eyes. He glanced down at his feet, and when he saw what he wanted to see, a lewd smile spread across his face, a smile that made Wanwan vomit. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Muhong suddenly recalled a news story he had read before, about voyeurs who would install hidden cameras on their shoes to spy on women's skirts. Seeing his furtive manner, Lin Muhong became even more certain of his guess. A surge of anger welled up inside him, and his eyes turned cold. Then, he carried Wanwan to the man and grabbed his shoulder. He was very strong, and his grip caused the man some pain. Seeing Lin Muhong suddenly rush over and grab a tourist's shoulder, Xia Wanning asked in confusion, What are you doing? Upon seeing this, the man glared at Lin Muhong and demanded, Why are you grabbing my shoulder? Let go right now. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong gripped his shoulders even tighter and coldly replied, Are you going to take it out yourself, or should I take it out for you? What are you saying? I don't understand at all. The man replied, trying to appear calm, but a hint of panic flashed in his eyes, which he quickly concealed. He believed he had done everything perfectly and that no one could see the hidden camera in his shoes. But he didn't know that all his actions had been observed by Lin Muhong. Chapter 47 A couple working together creates miracles. The man struggled desperately, trying to break free from Lin Muhong's iron grip, but each struggle seemed to only intensify the pain. With no hope of breaking free, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he said menacingly, If you don't let go, I'm calling the police. Lin Muhong's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes firm and fearless, Go ahead and report it, let's see who the police arrest. Upon seeing this, a flicker of panic crossed the man's eyes. He quickly adjusted his expression, feigning a pitiful look, and turned to the people around him, his voice trembling with tears, Everyone, please be the judge. I don't even know this person, yet he's clinging to me and won't let go. What kind of logic is this? The man's tearful performance did indeed evoke sympathy from some people. They all cast strange glances at him, some began to whisper among themselves, while others directly rebuked him, saying, Young man, he said he doesn't know you, why are you still holding on to him? Let go of him right now. That's right. Even if you two have a conflict, you should talk it out. Why resort to violence? A young man wearing glasses chimed in, his eyes revealing his dissatisfaction with Lin Muhong. Everyone's right, you better let go right now. Seeing that someone was speaking up for him, the man turned to look at Lin Muhong, his eyes flashing with smugness, as if he thought that this would make Lin Muhong let go. Xia Wanning stood to the side, her brows furrowed, her eyes full of doubt. She knew Lin Muhong wasn't an impulsive person, there must be a reason he did this. So she quietly approached Lin Muhong and asked in a low voice, "Why did you arrest him? If this gets out of hand, you'll be kicked out by security," she tried to warn Lin Muhong, her eyes revealing a hint of anxiety. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong replied in her ear with displeasure, "He secretly filmed under your skirt." Although his voice was low, it was full of undeniable certainty. "Ha!" Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning's face flushed red, and she instantly felt a surge of heat rush to her head. She hurriedly lowered her head to straighten her skirt, her fingers trembling slightly, feeling both ashamed and angry. "Do you have any evidence?" she asked shyly. After all, it's hard to believe something like this without evidence, especially since the man would definitely deny it and wouldn't cooperate. Lin Muhong shook his head, his eyes still firm. "No, but I'm sure there's a hidden camera in his shoe." He gripped the man's wrists tightly with both hands, as if afraid the man would take advantage of the situation to do something shady. Xia Wanning and Lin Muhong exchanged a glance, understanding each other perfectly. Her gaze quickly swept over the man, finally settling on his right shoe. The left shoe was very dirty, but the right shoe was very clean. It's probably because it's cleaned regularly to take clearer photos. As the man struggled to break free, she pretended to be careless and lightly flicked her toe, kicking his shoe aside. She said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I'll go get your shoes right away." Her tone was full of apology, but a sly glint flashed in her eyes. When the man saw his shoe being kicked away, he panicked instantly. He tried to break free from Lin Muhong's grasp to pick up his shoe, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from Lin Muhong's hold. Seeing that his skein was about to be exposed, the man became somewhat furious. He glared at me and roared, "Let me go right now, I'm going to put on my shoes." His voice was hysterical, as if he had lost his mind. Seeing this, Lin Muhong's lips curled into a smug smile. He gripped the man's wrist tightly and said leisurely, "Didn't they say they'd bring it to you? Just wait." His tone was full of teasing and sarcasm, and he was even happier when he saw the man's anxious look. On the other side, Xia Wanning took advantage of the moment to grab the shoes and quickly squatted down to carefully search for any suspicious items inside. Her fingers gently explored inside the shoe and soon found a hard little thing. She was overjoyed and quickly pulled the thing out. It was indeed a pinhole camera. She excitedly held it up and shouted at Lin Muhong, "We found the camera." "What's going on? What camera?" The people around were stunned when they heard this. They all turned their curious eyes to find out what was going on. Upon seeing this, Lin Muhong quickly explained, "This man installed a hidden camera on his shoe to film up women's skirts. He's a complete voyeur." Ah! Upon hearing this, the girls in the group were shocked. They all squeezed their thighs together, their eyes filled with fear and anger. A girl rushed up angrily, clenched her fist and punched the man directly, saying angrily, "You pervert, you shameless bastard, Tui." After saying that, she took her phone out of the man's pocket, unlocked it with her face, and then opened the phone's photo album. Sure enough, the album was full of photos of girls' underwear, in all sorts of colors. Seeing this, the man had no strength left to resist. He lowered his face, a hint of despair flashing in his eyes. Lin Muhong took the phone and completely deleted the latest photo of Xia Wanning's underwear, because it was Xia Wanning's, and he didn't want any other boy to see it. The sheer number of photos showing underwear is enough to convict this voyeur. Lin Muhong then called the police without hesitation, and the police quickly arrived at the scene and arrested the voyeur. They handcuffed the voyeur and put him in a police car. Because the police needed to understand the situation at the scene, one of the burly men said to Lin Muhong, "It would be troublesome if you came with us to the police station to make a statement." Lin Muhong nodded. "No problem, it's what I should do." He turned to Xia Wanning and instructed, "I'll come pick you up after I finish giving my statement." "Wait for me." "Mum." Xia Wanning replied subconsciously, her heart warming as she watched Lin Muhong's departing figure. Suddenly, she slapped her cheeks, reminding herself, he's just Wanwan's father, and besides, he has a girlfriend. It's only on his way to pick me up. Upon arriving at the police station, Lin Muhong was led into a reception room. A policewoman in uniform, her hair tied up, walked over with a smile and asked, "Are you the person who just reported the incident?" "Yes." Lin Muhong nodded. "Come with me now, I'll take notes of what happened," the police officer said earnestly, then led Lin Muhong into an interrogation room to begin asking him about the details of what happened. Lin Muhong sat in the chair and recounted the events of the comic convention word by word, while the policewoman sat beside him, carefully recording every detail. A moment later, the policewoman closed her notebook and said gratefully, thank you for cooperating with our investigation. You're welcome. Lin Muhong waved his hand, a humble smile on his face. He knew he had only done what he should do. After walking out of the interrogation room, Lin Muhong saw Wanwan waiting in the lobby and smiled happily. Wanwan. Hearing Lin Muhong's voice, she turned her head and excitedly shouted, "Dad." The little guy hopped over and hugged his leg. Lin Muhong squatted down and hugged his beloved daughter with a smile, saying softly, "Wanwan, let's go pick up mommy and take her home." Chapter 48. Even the father has no say. After leaving the police station, Lin Muhong drove Wanwan to Green 100 Plaza. At that time, the staff began to dismantle the venue that had been set up. After circling around, the two finally spotted Xia Wanning sitting quietly on a public bench, holding her phone. When Wanwan saw her mother, her eyes lit up instantly. She ran over excitedly, her little braids bobbing as she ran, sweetly calling out, "Mama, mama." "Hey." Xia Wanning responded happily upon hearing the familiar voice. However, at that moment, a board used to build the stage behind her suddenly tilted and was about to hit her. Lin Muhong's heart tightened suddenly, and he shouted anxiously, "Be careful." He barely had time to think and his feet instinctively stepped forward. He ran quickly to Xia Wanning's side, and just as the board was about to fall, he raised his hands and used all his strength to lift it up. The board was incredibly heavy, but his gaze remained even more resolute. Xia Wanning's mind went blank upon seeing this. After a moment, she came to her senses and hurriedly asked, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" "It's nothing." Lin Muhong shook his head, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. He then instructed, "Go away quickly, and take Wanwan to a safe place." "It's not safe here." "Oh, okay." Xia Wanning nodded and quickly pulled Wanwan into her arms and walked towards a safe place. Wanwan seemed to be frightened by the sudden scene as well, her little face pressed tightly against her mother's chest, her big eyes filled with terror. Seeing that the mother and daughter had both reached a safe place, Lin Muhong dared to put the board on her body down heavily to the side. The moment it was placed down, a lot of dust was kicked up, and he coughed a few times because of the dust. Seeing that it was safe, Xia Wanning walked over with Wanwan, her eyes full of worry. "Let me check if you are hurt. Don't try to lie to me." "No, I'm not lying to you," Lin Muhong said casually. Xia Wanning didn't believe him and circled around him. She really didn't find any wounds and breathed a sigh of relief. She said coquettishly, but her eyes were full of tenderness, "Why did you come here? If you get hurt, I have no obligation to take care of you." Although Xia Wanning's words sounded somewhat harsh, Lin Muhong could hear the worry in them. Although they hadn't known each other for long, he understood her well. She had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, and she always said one thing but meant another. Lin Muhong smiled and said sincerely, "If I don't run, I'll just hit you." "Humph. Who needs your help?" Xia Wanning snorted coldly and turned her head away, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. She was truly touched, but also very worried. She would be heartbroken if Lin Muhong got hurt while saving her. Then, as if to hide her emotions, she deliberately pulled Wanwan away first, saying, "Baby, what do you want to eat tonight? Mommy made a lot of money today. I'll take you to eat something delicious, okay?" Xia Wanning looked at Wanwan with doting eyes, her eyes full of tenderness. "Great." Wanwan jumped up with joy upon hearing this. Then, she pursed her lips, put on a pitiful look, blinked her big eyes and said, "Wanwan's tummy has been hungry for a long time, I'm almost fainting from hunger." As she spoke, she deliberately rubbed her little tummy, looking extremely cute. "Oh? You're so hungry? Then we have to give Wanwan the best food." Upon hearing this, Wanwan's smile widened, and she excitedly gestured, "Mommy, Wanwan wants to eat meat, lots of meat." After saying that, the little one tilted her head, as if she had thought of some delicious food, and continued, "Mommy, can we have hot pot tonight? Wanwan wants to eat hot pot." "Of course, we'll do whatever Wanwan says. Our little cutie is starving." Watching the sweet interaction between the mother and daughter, Lin Muhong waved from behind and said, "You should at least ask for my opinion." His tone was somewhat teasing. Upon hearing this, Wanwan turned her head, made a funny face, and said with a grin, "Dad doesn't have a say, so asking you is pointless." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong immediately lost her temper, because her daughter was right. Soon, the family of three arrived at a very famous hot pot restaurant in Shanghai. It was lunchtime, and the restaurant was bustling with people eating. But perhaps they were very lucky they got a table as soon as they arrived. The waiter led the group to a clean table and placed the menu in front of them, saying with a smile, "Gentlemen, you may now order." Xia Wanning nodded, then smiled at Wan Wan and Lin Muhong, and said generously, "You two order, I made some money today, so I'll treat you to a good meal." Hearing this, Wan Wan was so happy that she danced with joy, her little face beaming with a bright smile. "Mommy is the best." Then she turned to Lin Muhong and said, "Daddy, Wan Wan wants to eat meat, lots of meat." Her little finger pointed to the pictures on the menu, her eyes full of anticipation. "Okay, Dad will order for you." Lin Muhong agreed with a smile, and then carefully checked off the items on the menu. "We chose one serving each of beef, lamb, and pork, and also specially selected some vegetables that Wan Wan likes to eat." After making his selection, he pushed the menu in front of Xia Wanning and said gently, "I don't know what you like to eat, so you can order the rest." "Okay." Xia Wanning nodded, took the menu, and browsed through it carefully. She checked off a few of her favorite dishes on the menu, then looked up at the waiter and said with a smile, "I'd like one clear broth and one slightly spicy broth." "Okay." The waiter nodded, then took the menu and left. This hot pot restaurant serves food quite quickly. The broth and various dishes were brought out very soon. The steaming pot broth emitted an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. Lin Muhong first put the meat that Wan Wan wanted into the clear soup pot. The little girl stared at the pot with wide eyes, full of anticipation. She kept swallowing, clearly drooling from her mouth. Then he got up to get some condiments. As he was leaving, he looked at the mother and daughter and asked, "Do you want oil-based dipping sauce or sesame sauce?" "Sesame paste," the mother and daughter answered in unison. Lin Muhong smiled bitterly to himself upon hearing this. He loves to eat hot pot with a dipping sauce. It seems his daughter didn't take after him at all. When he poured the sesame paste, he also made a point of putting some cilantro in both of their bowls. He remembered clearly that when the two of them ate noodles, the bowls were bright green and covered with cilantro, which showed that the two of them liked cilantro. When Xia Wanning placed the bowl of sesame paste in front of the two of them, her eyes were filled with surprise. She was surprised that Lin Muhong still remembered that she and her daughter liked cilantro, which touched her deeply. However, whenever Xia Wanning recalls that night when he left with that girl named Lily, she can't help but think to herself, "He's a pretty good father, but he's a womanizer." Chapter 49. The aloof school beauty has descended to earth? At that moment, Wan Wan stared blankly at the pot, which was bubbling away like a little dork. When she finally saw the bubbling broth and the tempting ingredients, the little one excitedly patted Lin Muhong's arm, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Daddy, can we eat now?" Lin Muhong smiled and nodded, his voice full of affection. "You can eat now. Daddy will put it in the small dish next to you. When you eat, you can take it from the small dish so you won't burn your little glutton." "Hee, thank you, Dad." Wan Wan's eyes were fixed on the meat, as if she was afraid the meat would grow legs and run away. The meat was covered in sesame sauce and cilantro, and it looked incredibly tempting. The little guy opened his mouth wide and stuffed the whole piece of meat into his mouth in one bite. Upon smelling the meat, Wan Wan happily shook her little head, her contented expression filling Lin Muhong's heart with joy. "Eat slowly, no rush. Daddy will give you some more meat after you finish this." Lin Muhong affectionately brushed the stray hairs from Wan Wan's forehead, his eyes filled with tenderness, as if they could drip water. "Yes, Daddy is the best." Wan Wan blinked her big eyes and said excitedly. Suddenly, the little one seemed to realize that Mom was treating everyone today. She looked sweetly at Xia Wanning, her eyes crinkling into crescent shapes, and said in a soft, sweet voice, "Mommy is the best too. Wan Wan loves you all." He acted as if he didn't offend anyone, like a master of balancing things. Xia Wanning smiled happily, her eyes full of doting and satisfaction. Looking at Wan Wan's adorable little face, she felt warm inside. The little one ate happily. Seeing that Xia Wanning was a bit reserved, Lin Muhong picked up some meat and put it in her bowl. "The meat is ready, so eat it quickly. You must be very tired after working part-time all day." "Thank you." Xia Wanning smiled and nodded, a hint of emotion flashing in her eyes. At this moment, the waiter came over with several plates of signature dishes and said with a smile, "Sir, madam, these are the pig brains and pork intestines you ordered. Now all the dishes are served. Please enjoy your meal." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong frowned slightly, looking at the signature dish on the plate with suspicion, and said, This wasn't what we ordered, was it? Did they send the wrong thing?" Seeing this, Xia Wanning said somewhat awkwardly, "It's my order, it wasn't delivered to the wrong place, thank you." She looked at the waiter and thanked him with a smile. To be honest, Lin Muhong never expected that Xia Wanning would like to eat things like pig brains and pork intestines. In his mind, the school beauty should be high and mighty, and should stay away from these strong flavored foods. However, now he only had one feeling: had the aloof school beauty descended to earth? Feeling Lin Muhong's scrutinizing gaze, Xia Wanning couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. She said softly, "If you don't like the taste, I'll put it in the pot after all the other vegetables have been cooked." "It's okay, I like it, I like it," Lin Muhong said with a smile. He really didn't expect her to have such a down-to-earth side. Lin Muhong thought he knew the other person well enough, but he realized that he only knew the tip of the iceberg. However, he was not discouraged. Instead, he became even more determined to get to know Xia Wanning better. Once the pig brains were cooked, Xia Wanning placed a small piece onto Lin Muhong's plate, her smile full of anticipation. "Try it." Lin Muhong frowned slightly as he looked at the brain-like object. However, he still mustered up the courage to put it in his mouth and savor it. Perhaps he really didn't like the taste, because a slightly unnatural expression flashed across his face. Seeing the other person's forced expression of enjoyment, Xia Wanning asked with a mischievous smile, "Is it good?" "Delicious, delicious." Lin Muhong nodded with a smile. He didn't want to disappoint Xia Wanning, so he could only bite the bullet and say it was delicious. "If you like it, have some more." After saying that, Xia Wanning thought of putting some more pig brains on his plate. Seeing this, Lin Muhong quickly refused, saying, "No need, you eat it." His voice was slightly flustered, as if he was afraid that Xia Wanning would put more food on his plate. Seeing Lin Muhong's stubborn expression, Xia Wanning couldn't help but smile. At this moment, Wanwan pouted and looked at the two of them with a smile, saying, "Daddy, Mommy, there's no meat left in Wanwan's plate." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong said affectionately, "Okay, Daddy will get you some." He then praised, "My Wanwan is so amazing, she eats so fast, even Daddy has to admit defeat." Hee Wanwan grinned, revealing her sweet dimples. Then, Wanwan placed the bowl of sesame paste in front of Lin Muhong, blinked her big eyes, and said, "Daddy, there's no more sesame paste in the bowl. Can you get me some?" "Okay, then you wait here." After saying that, Lin Muhong got up and went to the entrance. As he was serving the sesame sauce, a pair of eyes were fixed on him from behind. Upon seeing this, the woman's eyes flashed with excitement and surprise. She couldn't help but call out softly, "President Lin! President Lin!" Lin Muhong frowned, a little puzzled. Could it be that someone was calling him? He turned around and saw Hu Lily waving her hand and looking at him with a smile. "Mr. Lin, what a coincidence, you're here for hot pot too." "Yes." Lin Muhong nodded, then looked around and asked, "Did you come alone?" "Yes, I'm waiting for a table," Hu Lily said with a smile. In order not to disturb the other party, she waved her hand and urged, "President Lin, you go and eat first. It will be my turn in a little while." "Oh, okay." Lin Muhong nodded and turned to walk back. However, on the way, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Now that Xia Wanning has misunderstood our relationship, wouldn't it be best to take this opportunity to clarify the misunderstanding?" Thinking of this, Lin Muhong couldn't help but feel a little excited. He strode up to Hu Lily and said with a smile, "Since you're alone, why don't you join us for a meal?" His voice was full of enthusiasm. Seeing this, Hu Lily outwardly refused, saying, "That's not a good idea, Mr. Lin." However, her legs unconsciously moved forward. "There's nothing wrong with it, but it's not like you can just eat for free." Lin Muhong waved his hand, a sly glint in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Hu Lily thought to herself, "I knew there's no such thing as a free lunch. Anyone who becomes a boss is a shrewd businessman." Then, she asked curiously, "What are the conditions? When we eat later, you need to naturally clarify our relationship and what we did that night." "It's that simple," Lin Muhong said with a smile. He hoped that through Hu Lily's clarification, Xia Wanning could clear up her misunderstanding of him. Upon hearing this, Hu Lily pointed at Lin Muhong with great interest and said, "Oh President Lin, you want me to help you clear up the misunderstanding in front of the boss's wife?" "No problem." She patted her chest confidently and said, "Leave this to me." Chapter 50. The misunderstanding is cleared up. At the dining table, the bowl of sesame paste was taken away by her father. Wanwan kept turning her head back, her expectant look like a father-gazing stone. Finally, Lin Muhong's figure came into view. Upon seeing him, Wanwan immediately pouted her pink lips, with a hint of coquettishness. "Daddy, why did you take so long to come back? I've been waiting for you for so long." Lin Muhong walked over with a smile and said gently, "Dad ran into an acquaintance, so he came back late." "Oh." Wanwan nodded obediently. She picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. While chewing, she blinked her big eyes curiously and asked, "Who was the acquaintance Daddy met?" Just then, Hu Lily stepped out from behind Lin Muhong, smiling at Wan Wan. "It's me." Upon seeing her, the little one's face immediately lit up with excitement, his eyes shining like stars. "Wow, it's Aunt Lily, please sit down, please sit here." As she spoke, she patted the chair next to her with her little hand, looking incredibly cute. "Thank you." Hu Lily smiled and nodded, then sat down next to Wan Wan. Xia Wanning, who had been smiling, froze when she saw the person who had arrived. She felt even worse when she saw how much her daughter liked the other person. She gripped her chopsticks tightly, a subtle, complex emotion flashing in her eyes, but she forced herself to remain calm in front of Wan Wan. After everyone took their seats, Lin Muhong noticed that Xia Wanning's face was cold and expressionless. His heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. It seemed that she had misunderstood again. He quickly introduced her. "This is my colleague, Hu Lily." Upon hearing this, Hu Lily smiled brightly, stood up, extended her hand to Xia Wanning, and said warmly, "Hello, boss lady. It's all thanks to Mr. Lin for being so kind. He saw me waiting for a table at the door for ages before calling me over to eat with you." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning frowned, wondering to herself, "Boss lady, is she calling me? Is President Lin calling Lin Muhong?" She was somewhat puzzled, but remained outwardly calm. Regardless, since the man was speaking with a smile, she couldn't refuse, so she smiled and replied, "Hello, are you his employee?" she asked in surprise. Hu Lily nodded. Upon hearing this answer, Xia Wanning's gloom instantly dissipated. Could it be that she had been misunderstanding Lin Muhong's plan to find a stepmother for Wan Wan all along? She secretly breathed a sigh of relief since the other person wasn't her rival in love. She didn't need to be so nervous. She immediately became enthusiastic, smiling and saying, "You've been waiting for a while, haven't you? Hurry up and eat something. There's meat and vegetables. Order whatever you want, don't be shy. You're so kind, boss lady. I won't stand on ceremony then." After saying that, Hu Lily quickly picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Xia Wanning blushed instantly upon hearing this address. She secretly glanced at Lin Muhong and was even happier to see that he hadn't corrected her. Thinking about this, she felt a little guilty. She had been misunderstanding him all along. Should she go back and apologize to him? Afterwards, Hu Lily intentionally or unintentionally talked to Xia Wanning about her visit to their school and accompanying Lin Muhong to a dinner party. After listening, Xia Wanning realized that she had made a big mistake, and she couldn't help but feel apologetic when she thought about it. Hearing Hu Lily calling her boss lady repeatedly, Xia Wanning felt a little embarrassed. She smiled and said, "Don't call me boss lady, just call me Wanning or Ningning. This isn't a company, and I'm not your boss." "Okay, then I'll call you Ningning, and you can call me Lily." Hu Lily said happily, secretly thinking, "If I can please the boss's wife, a promotion and a raise won't be far away." At this moment, Wan Wan, who had been engrossed in her meal, suddenly looked up at Xia Wanning with a serious expression on her face. "Mommy, Aunt Lily has agreed to be Wan Wan's aunt. Is Uncle busy lately? Can Wan Wan ask Aunt Lily to go play with him?" The little girl blinked her big eyes, looking extremely sincere. Xia Wanning was startled when she heard her beloved daughter's words, and quickly apologized. "The child is just talking nonsense, don't take it seriously." To everyone's surprise, Wan Wan pouted and looked unhappy when she heard this. Wan Wan is not lying. Wan Wan is an honest and good child. Aunt Lily really agreed to be Wan Wan's aunt, right, Aunt Lily? She tilted her head and looked up at Hu Lily. Seeing this, Hu Lily nodded gently. "Yes, Wan Wan is so cute, of course I'd be willing to be your aunt." As she spoke, she reached out and gently pinched the tip of Wan Wan's nose, full of affection. Xia Wanning knew the other person was just trying to coax Wan Wan. She smiled helplessly and replied, "Uncle's been busy lately. Mom will tell you when he's not busy, okay?" "Okay, sure." Wan Wan nodded, then whispered in Hu Lily's ear, "Aunt Lily, my uncle is really amazing and handsome. You'll definitely like him when you see him." Then when your uncle has time, let's go visit him," Hu Lily said with a smile. She didn't expect Wan Wan to be so persistent. Since he's such a handsome guy, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. After having their fill of food and drink, the group walked out of the hot pot restaurant satisfied. Hu Lily smiled and waved to Xia Wanning and Lin Muhong, saying, "Ningning, President Lin, the subway station is just ahead. I'll be going now. Thank you so much for your hospitality today. I'll treat you again next time." Xia Wanning waved her hand and said with a smile, "You're welcome. Let's keep in touch." After spending some time together, she found that Hu Lily was straightforward and a very nice person. She was very comfortable to be around. It wouldn't be bad if Hu Lily could really be her sister-in-law. After returning home, Xia Wanning looked at Lin Muhong sitting on the sofa and asked somewhat shyly, "I'm a little dirty, can I take a shower here?" Lin Muhong rubbed his head and replied with a simple smile, "Of course you can. Make yourself at home and use it as you please." Xia Wanning smiled and turned to walk into the bathroom. On the other side of the city, inside a high-rise building, the light in the editor-in-chief's office was still on. Song Xianyue sat alone in a chair, her face haggard, and her eyes revealing a hint of anxiety. She looked at the story of the Caterpillar website still hanging on her computer screen, which had stolen a lot of traffic from her website, and her eyes were filled with anger and resentment. At this moment, Xiaoli rushed in, looking flustered, and said, "Editor-in-chief, I just received news that several other websites have joined forces with Caterpillar, and our situation is not optimistic." Upon hearing this, Song Qianyue's expression turned somewhat manic. "Fine. You dared to betray me? I'll make you pay the price." She picked up her phone, dialed a mysterious number, and said coldly, "Want to take a job? I have a big business deal to discuss with you." Chapter 51. She wasn't wearing anything underneath? In the living room, Wan hadn't seen her mother for a long time. She blinked her bright eyes and stared intently at the bathroom door, her little head full of questions. "Daddy, why hasn't Mommy come out yet? Could something have happened?" The little girl's face was full of worry. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong glanced at the clock on the wall. An hour had passed without him realizing it, and he began to feel a little worried. "You play first, Dad will go check on things." Inside the bathroom, after taking a shower, Xia Wanning paced back and forth in the cramped space, completely forgetting that this was Lin Muhong's home, not the school's bathhouse. She washed her underwear while taking a shower, only to realize that she didn't have any pajamas. Xia Wanning pondered repeatedly in her heart how to ask Lin Muhong for help. Just as she was caught in a dilemma, Lin Muhong's worried voice came from outside the door. Wan is a little worried because you haven't come out for a long time. If you have nothing to say, just let me know." Xia Wanning's heart tightened, and she quickly waved her hand in response, her voice sounding somewhat flustered through the crack in the door. "I'm fine, I'm alright." Immediately afterwards, her face flushed red, and she mustered up her courage to say shyly through the door, Could you find me some clothes?" Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then gently replied, "Okay, you wait here." He turned and went back to the bedroom, took a very large t-shirt from the closet, and went to the bathroom door, saying softly, "Here, take this." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning's heart raced. She nervously swallowed and then carefully opened the bathroom door a crack. A hand reached out in a panic, grabbed the clothes, and quickly closed the door. Holding the clothes, she said gratefully, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Lin Muhong chuckled, then turned and went to the living room to play with Wan. Xia Wanning emerged from the bathroom, her large t-shirt covering her completely, but the shyness on her face was hard to hide. She cautiously looked around and found that the father and daughter were engrossed in playing and had not noticed her unusual behavior. She quickly grabbed her underwear, ran to the balcony, and hurriedly hung the clothes up. Just then, Wan heard a noise coming from the master bedroom and suddenly ran over from the living room. Upon entering the house, the little one saw his mother standing on the balcony and excitedly ran over to hug her leg tightly. As the little one leaned closer to her, he took a deep breath and then said with a look of bliss, "Mommy, you smell so good." Xia Wanning lowered her head and gently stroked her daughter's little head, smiling as she said, "Wan smells so good after her bath." At that moment, Lin Muhong, who was standing next to Xia Wanning, inadvertently caught sight of the pink outfit in Xia Wanning's hand. His heart tightened and his cheeks flushed involuntarily. He quickly looked away, thinking to himself, "So, she's not wearing anything underneath?" The moment the thought crossed his mind, he quickly shook his head, trying to banish these unhealthy ideas from his mind. To break the awkward silence, he coughed lightly and called to Wan, "Baby, Daddy will take you to wash up. We'll go to bed when we get back." "Oh, okay." Wan pouted and obediently ran to her father's side, holding his big hand with her little hand, and skipped and hopped towards the bathroom. After washing up, Xia Wanning changed Wan into soft pajamas, and the little one happily snuggled into the blankets. Xia Wanning was holding her daughter's dirty clothes, intending to wash them herself, but Lin Muhong gently stopped her. "I'll do the laundry, you go and rest." He felt a little sorry for the other person, thinking that they must be exhausted after a long day of part-time work. "It's okay, you usually do the washing, but I have time today, so I'll do it." Xia Wanning insisted, her face showing a mixture of stubbornness and gentleness. Because of a piece of clothing, the two started to fight over it. Inadvertently, Xia Wanning slipped and lost her balance, falling backward. In a panic, she grabbed the wall next to her, while Lin Muhong was thrown forward by inertia, and the two instantly closed the distance between them. Lin Muhong instinctively raised his hand to support himself, but unexpectedly touched a soft spot on Xia Wanning's chest. Although it was small and delicate, its smoothness and warmth gave him a jolt, and his hand unconsciously tightened. When Xia Wanning felt Lin Muhong's large hand, her mind went blank for a moment, as if she had been struck by an electric current. A moment later, she suddenly realized what was happening, looked down at her chest, then looked up at Lin Muhong. A blush quickly rose on her face, and her eyes showed both shyness and a hint of panic. Lin Muhong realized he had touched the wrong place, and his face instantly turned bright red. He quickly withdrew his hand and awkwardly explained, I didn't mean to, I'm so sorry. His voice trembled slightly, clearly flustered by the sudden contact. Mum. Xia Wanning nodded shyly, her voice barely audible. I know you didn't mean it, don't take it to heart. Although she said that, a blush still lingered on her face. Lin Muhong looked at her apologetically, but his voice was firm, you can go out first. I'll wash Wanwan's clothes. All right then. Xia Wanning lowered her head and walked out of the bathroom in small steps, her heart pounding like a herd of deer. Recalling that moment of skin-to-skin contact, her heart raced again, and her face flushed once more. She secretly berated herself, Xia Wanning, you must be crazy. How could you feel nostalgic for something like this? After finishing the laundry, Lin Muhong went to the balcony and couldn't help but glance at the pink suit in the corner. So cute in pink. Just as he was about to leave the room, Wanwan suddenly pulled him aside and said sweetly, Daddy, will you read me a story today? Okay, Lin Muhong said gently, then picked up her phone and began to read. Wanwan held her parents' hands tightly, just like the little bear in the story, and fell asleep happily. She nestled between her parents, as if she had the whole world with her. However, Xia Wanning and Lin Muhong, who were lying next to each other, were unable to fall asleep for a long time, even though their eyes were closed. Xia Wanning felt a mix of emotions, and she couldn't help but start to overthink, will he mind that my breasts are small? These thoughts were like tiny hands, teasing her heart, making her feel both shy and uneasy. As for Lin Muhong, his heart was equally unsettled. Recalling the scene just now, an indescribable emotion welled up within him. At this time, children's book websites were in even worse shape. After midnight, the websites were attacked by unknown individuals and crashed. Song Qianyue felt extremely pleased as she looked at the caterpillar and tree baby websites, which were displaying nothing in the background. However, she soon received bad news. Chapter 52 Dad, I think you want to kneel on the board. Shaoli rushed in, looking flustered and frowning. Editor-in-chief, our website has also crashed. Upon hearing this, Song Qianyue abruptly raised her head, a flash of disbelief in her eyes, which was quickly replaced by anger. She stood up abruptly, slammed her hands on the table, and roared, What? Who did this? Startled by the sudden roar, Shaoli trembled and whispered, I don't know, but it should be Caterpillar's gang. They came in aggressively this time, and we. Song Qianyue gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury, and coldly snorted, Well done, you dare to mess with my website. Her clenched fists trembled slightly, and her anger intensified when she saw Shaoli still standing in front of her. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and fix the website. Upon hearing this, Shaoli nodded hurriedly, turned around and ran out, afraid that he would become the scapegoat again. At that time, the Caterpillar company was filled with jubilation. The employees sat together, cheering loudly, their faces beaming with pride. One of them said happily, Tangshu.com should be taught a lesson so they'll know the saying, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Yeah, that was really satisfying. A balding programmer waved his arms excitedly, his face beaming. They probably won't recover until morning. Zhou Shudong stood in the middle of the crowd, looking at everyone with a smile and said, Everyone has worked hard. This operation was a great success. Go back and rest now. They are too busy to take care of themselves. It turns out that several websites teamed up and used advanced technical means to directly compromise Tongsu.com's backend, and they won't be able to restore it for a while. The hackers that Song Qianyue hired had been utterly defeated and were powerless to fight back. This website was now facing a counterattack from all other websites, truly shooting itself in the foot. Soon, Song Qianyue received an anonymous call. The caller used a voice changer, and the voice sounded sinister. There are too many of them, we can't beat them, but we agreed that the money can't be refunded. Upon hearing this, Song Qianyue slammed her hand on the table in anger, stood up, and roared, "You took my money and you don't want to do anything? There's no such thing as a free lunch." Her eyes flashed with rage, as if she wanted to devour the person on the other end of the phone. "Aren't you a top hacker? You can't even handle such a small thing. What use are you to me?" Realizing that now was not the time to dwell on this, she took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She understood that the most important thing now was to restore the website as soon as possible, so she softened her tone. "I won't ask you to refund my money. If you fix our website, I'll give you another 50,000 yuan, how about that?" I thought the other party would agree readily, but they refused without hesitation. "No way. After being defeated by the other side, I can't interfere in your affairs. That's the rule of the game. Find someone else." After saying that, the other party's dial tone came through the phone. Song Qianyue gritted her teeth in anger, clenched her fists, and slammed them hard on the table. She was filled with resentment at how all her efforts had ended up like this. Song Qianyue received the news that the website had been restored at 6 o'clock in the morning. That night, she didn't sleep a wink, constantly thinking about where she went wrong and how she ended up in this place. Recalling the past, her heart was filled with hatred. If it weren't for Zhong Qianyu's interference, she wouldn't have made one mistake after another. Her hatred for Zhong Qianyu intensified. In the morning, before it was even time for work, General Manager Zhang learned about what had happened at the company and rushed over. With a livid face, he called Song Qianyue into his office. After Song Qianyue walked in, her usual arrogance vanished. She lowered her head and stammered, "President Zhang." Seeing this, Zhang Donglai looked at her angrily, his eyes filled with disappointment. He slammed his hand on the table and roared, Xiaoye, I gave you a chance, and this is how you repay me? Look at what you've done." Upon hearing this, Song Qianyue hurriedly pleaded, "President Zhang, I'm sorry. I didn't expect things to develop like this. Please give me another chance. I will definitely make those websites that oppose us shut down." Her eyes gleamed with pleading, but Zhang Donglai remained unmoved. He stared coldly at Song Qianyue, saying indignantly, "I gave you a chance, but you were useless. You know the price. Get out." Upon hearing this, Song Qianyue realized that she had no chance anymore. Looking at the place where she had worked for so long, she was filled with reluctance and unwillingness. Looking at the familiar place, her resentment towards Zhong Qianyu deepened. If it weren't for him, she would still be the high and mighty editor-in-chief. She silently packed her things and walked out of the company. The moment she stepped out of the company, everyone in the industry knew that she had been kicked out of Tongchu.com. Due to Song Qianyue's previous ruthless methods and suppression, she has now been blacklisted within the industry. Zhou Shudong and the others were overjoyed when they heard the news. He immediately shared the news with Lin Muhong, but the other person didn't seem particularly happy. Lin Muhong just smiled faintly, thinking to himself, Song Qianyue's fate is entirely her own doing. Just as I put my phone in my pocket, I heard Wanwan's sweet, soft voice, "Daddy, come quick. The flowers here are so pretty." After waving goodbye, the little girl admired the beautiful flowers, her big eyes sparkling with excitement. Suddenly, the little one looked up, blinked, and asked curiously, "Auntie, why are there so many uncles buying flowers? Who are they giving them to?" His voice was full of childlike innocence and confusion. Looking at the soft and adorable little dumpling, the proprietress felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She gently replied, "Today is May 20th, of course it's for the person you love." 520? Upon hearing this, the little guy's eyes widened, and he began to ponder. A moment later, as if she suddenly understood something, she excitedly exclaimed, "Does 520 mean I love you?" "Yes, my little one, you're so smart," the proprietress praised, her eyes full of envy. She thought to herself, how wonderful it would be if I had such a smart and beautiful daughter. Hearing the landlady's praise, Wanwan became even more smug. She skipped over to Lin Muhong's side, her little face tense, and said in a serious tone, "Daddy, today is 520. Lin Muhong looked relaxed, clearly not taking the date to heart. He casually asked, "What's wrong with 520? Seeing her father's indifferent attitude, Wanwan couldn't help but feel anxious. She pouted and complained, "Dad, I think you want to kneel on the board. Of course, you should give Mom flowers on 520. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong suddenly realized that he had really gotten used to being single and had even forgotten about the special holiday of 520. Looking at her confused father, Wanwan's eyes were full of disappointment. Like a little adult, she said earnestly, "Dad, why don't you choose a bouquet of flowers for Mom? She'll be very happy. Lin Muhong nodded, already thinking to himself that while everyone else was sending flowers, he wanted to send something different. Chapter 53, a special 520 gift. Thinking that he should give a gift that touched her heart, Lin Muhong pondered what Xia Wanning liked. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He knew there was one thing that was definitely her favorite. Then, he took Wanwan's little hand and led her to the shop next door. Seeing this, the little one blinked his big eyes and asked in confusion, "Dad, why are we at the convenience store? Don't you have enough of your secret stash to buy flowers for Mom?" After saying that, she pouted her little mouth in a serious manner, looking like she knew everything. Lin Muhong found it somewhat laughable. He was going to be a man living in Thompson Riviera in the future, so why would he need to hide money in his pocket? But looking at her sincere little expression and chubby cheeks, he was somewhat convinced that he would be penniless in the future, perhaps due to his family's tradition of being poor. Seeing his father looking like he was about to cry, the little guy opened the backpack behind him with his chubby little hands and said generously, "Dad, this is my allowance. You can take it and spend it." As she spoke, she stood on tiptoe and tried her best to hand a 100 yuan bill to Lin Muhong, her eyes filled with pride. Seeing this, Lin Muhong said with a wry smile, "Dad has money, you can keep your allowance. If Dad really runs out of money in the future, I'll borrow it from you, okay?" "Oh, okay." Wanwan nodded and carefully put her pocket money into her small backpack. Upon entering the store, Lin Muhong began searching for that special gift. The store was filled with a dazzling array of goods, but Lin Muhong's gaze remained unusually firm. Soon, he found it on the innermost shelf: chicken feet. That's right, it's chicken feet. Last time he and Xia Wanning went to the supermarket, he saw that she had a lot of chicken feet. She must really love them, which is why she bought them. This time, Lin Muhong bought some red and some white. After buying the flowers, he went to the flower stall across the street and said very sincerely, "Madam, could you please wrap all these chicken feet inside the flowers for me?" When the woman saw the chicken feet in the man's hand, her eyes were full of confusion. What does it mean to give a girl chicken feet on May 20th? She couldn't help but glance at Lin Muhong a few more times. Although she didn't understand, she was very supportive, since she couldn't turn down business that was delivered right to her doorstep. The proprietress smiled and nodded, "No problem, I'll get it done for you right away." Immediately, Lin Muhong chose a bunch of pink roses. The roses were so beautiful and vibrant. In less than 10 minutes, the proprietress used a stick to support the chicken feet and skillfully inserted them into the flowers. "Young man, it's done." "Thank you." Lin Muhong smiled and nodded, then carried Huahua and Wanwan home. At that moment, Wanwan stared at the unusual bouquet and muttered softly, "Will Mom really like this chicken claw flower?" Thinking of this, the little guy patted his chest and said with a confident smile, "It's okay, Mom, I'm here for you." After lunch, Wanwan pulled Lin Muhong to her side and said in her sweet, childish voice, "Daddy, today is May 20th, and I love Mommy too, so I want to use my allowance to buy her a gift. Will you come with me to pick one out this afternoon?" Her small eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if she were doing something incredibly great. "Okay." Lin Muhong nodded with a smile. Although he didn't receive a gift of his own, his heart was warmed. After waking up from her afternoon nap, Lin Muhong drove Wanwan to a nearby shopping mall. Once inside the mall, Lin Muhong looked tenderly at her beloved daughter and asked, "Wanwan, what gift do you want to give Mommy?" The little girl tilted her head and thought seriously for a moment. Then she said excitedly, "Let's buy Mom a water bottle. That way, Mom will think of me when she drinks water." A happy smile spread across her little face. "Okay, I'll listen to Wanwan." Lin Muhong affectionately patted the little one's head and then walked towards the jewelry store. Upon entering the jewelry store, the father and daughter went straight to the cup section, where all kinds of cups were displayed on the shelves, a dazzling array that was hard to look away from. Wanwan's little eyes darted back and forth, as if comparing which one was better. She picked up this one to look at, then picked up that one to examine, and she loved each one. However, there were too many beautiful cups, and she couldn't make up her mind. At this moment, she looked at Lin Muhong pleadingly and asked, "Dad, which cup do you think Mom will like?" Lin Muhong looked at the cups on the shelf carefully, then pointed to a pink pig cup and said, "Let's take this pink pig one. I think your mom will like it." "Okay, then I'll take this one," Wanwan exclaimed excitedly. After saying that, the little one took the pink pig cup to the front desk and said in a cute, childish voice, "Hello, Auntie, I want this pig cup." The cashier was instantly charmed when she heard the soft, sweet voice of a child next to her. She smiled and nodded, "Okay, Auntie will settle your bill." After scanning the code, the cashier smiled and put the pig-shaped cup into a bag, then bent down and handed it to Wanwan, saying, "Little friend, this pig-shaped cup is fragile, so please handle it carefully." "Thank you, Auntie, I'll take good care of it." Wanwan carefully carried the bag and walked out, happily holding her father's hand. She bought this gift for her mom with her own allowance. Since he was at the mall today, Lin Muhang remembered that he didn't have Xia Waning's pajamas at home, so he thought he would buy a set as a gift for her. Soon, he led Wanwan up to the second floor. However, as soon as he got to the second floor, Lin Muhang became very embarrassed. The shops selling pajamas all had panties hanging outside, especially the black lace ones, which made him too ashamed to look at them. Seeing this, Wanwan asked in confusion, "Dad, what's wrong? Why is your face so red?" Lin Muhang smiled awkwardly, "It's nothing, Dad's just a little hot." He fanned himself with his hand as he spoke, trying to hide his embarrassment. After browsing around, he still didn't have the courage to go into the store. Seeing this, Wanwan asked in confusion, "Dad, what are we going to buy here?" "Buy your mom a set of pajamas." As soon as Lin Muhang finished speaking, Wanwan grabbed his big hand and headed straight for the shop next door. Judging from the little girl's attitude, she seemed to despise her useless old father. To be honest, this was the first time Lin Muhang had ever stepped into a shop like this. You have to understand that he is still a naive college student. When the salesperson saw a customer enter the store, he walked up and asked enthusiastically, "Young man, what would you like to buy?" Before Lin Muhang could answer, Wanwan came up to him with a black lace camisole and said in a sweet voice, "Daddy, you like mommy wearing this style the most." When Lin Muhang felt the salesperson's scrutinizing gaze, he just wanted to disappear into the ground. This little guy was such a pain. At this moment, Wanwan noticed her father's evasive gaze and approached him with a puzzled look. She tilted her little head and asked innocently, "Huh? Daddy, don't you like it anymore?" Chapter 54. Wanwan betrayed both her father and mother. "Strange, Dad, why is your face so red? Are you sick?" The little guy looked worried when he saw Lin Muhang's face was as red as a monkey's bottom. Not only that, Wanwan also stood on tiptoe, trying her best to touch her father's forehead. She raised her chubby little arms, as if she wanted to examine her father herself. Her little face was both serious and cute. Hearing his daughter's words, Lin Muhang felt even more embarrassed. He gently patted Wanwan's little hand and said softly, "Baby, Daddy isn't sick. Quickly put your clothes back." Upon hearing this, Wanwan pouted as if she had been wronged, her face full of reluctance. She retorted in her childish voice, "No, Mommy likes this style too. Let's buy this one for Mommy." The little one really couldn't compliment her father's taste. She tilted her head and pondered, what if Mom doesn't like the pajamas Dad buys? Then Dad will have to sleep on the sofa. Wanwan didn't want to see her father so pitiful, so she hugged the lace camisole nightgown tightly, her little hands clenched as if afraid it would be taken away. Lin Muhang felt a mix of emotions as he watched this scene, wishing he could disappear into the ground. He knew that if Xia Wanning were present and saw this scene, she would definitely blush with embarrassment and be too ashamed to face anyone. To prevent his little darling from saying anything outrageous again, he could only smile helplessly and nod, agreeing to Wanwan's request. Immediately, Lin Muhang turned to the salesperson, smiled awkwardly, and said apologetically, "Could you please wrap this up for me?" "Okay." For the saleswomen, this was already a routine after all. What man could resist the allure of a black lace camisole? After returning home, Wanwan couldn't wait to give her mother the gift she had carefully chosen. She sat on the sofa, her little body squirming, her big, expectant eyes sparkling. "Daddy, when is Mommy coming back?" "It should be soon," Lin Muhang replied while arranging the ingredients. Wanwan seemed impatient and immediately jumped off the sofa, skipping over to the table. She picked up Lin Muhang's phone, her little fingers deftly swiping the screen, and quickly dialed her mother's number. At the same time, Xia Wanning heard the vibration in her bag and quickly took out her phone. Seeing that it was Lin Muhang's call invitation, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. As soon as the call connected, Wanwan's sweet voice came through, "Mommy, when are you coming back? Wanwan has a surprise for you." "Oh?" Hearing this, Xia Wanning's eyes filled with tenderness, and she asked gently, "What surprise is it? Can you tell Mom?" "No, if I tell you, there won't be any surprise." Wanwan shook her head, her little face full of seriousness and mystery. Seeing this, Xia Wanning stopped teasing Wanwan and replied, "In about half an hour, Mommy will be able to go back and be with Wanwan." "Okay." Wanwan nodded, then excitedly added, "Mom, Dad and I will come pick you up." I'll secretly tell you that Dad has also prepared a surprise for you. Upon hearing this, Xia Waning's eyes immediately lit up, and her heart began to race, pounding like a deer's. She was overjoyed and filled with curiosity and anticipation for the surprise Lin Muhong had prepared. After hanging up the phone, Xia Waning's emotions remained unsettled for a long time. At that time, Lin Muhong had already prepared the ingredients and was just waiting for Xia Waning to return so that they could start eating. He had just come out of the kitchen when he saw Wan Wan holding her phone, her little face full of excitement. "Baby, what are you doing?" Lin Muhong asked gently. "I'm calling Mom," Wan Wan answered sweetly, then ran to Lin Muhong, took his hand and said, "Dad, Mom wants us to pick her up, let's go now." Lin Muhong felt a little puzzled upon hearing this. In his opinion, Xia Waning would not have offered to let them pick her up. He wondered if something was wrong with the other party. Lin Muhong didn't think much of it and immediately helped Wan Wan put on the pink sandals, preparing to go out. Just before closing the door, the little one suddenly called out to him, "Wait, Dad, I'm going to get something." With that, she ran into the living room like a gust of wind, and a moment later, she came out carrying a bouquet of flowers that was half her height. She glanced playfully at Lin Muhong, her eyes full of helplessness. "Dad, you have such a bad memory. We need to give Mom flowers." Seeing the little one come out carrying the flowers, Lin Muhong was both amused and exasperated. "Wan Wan, why don't we wait for Mommy to come back before giving them to her?" He tried to persuade Wan Wan, but the little one was very determined. Upon hearing this, Wan Wan sighed, then patted her father's shoulder like a little adult and said earnestly, "Dad, you're so silly. Mom is holding the flowers so that no other man will have designs on her. That's how it's always shown on TV." Lin Muhong was stunned. He didn't expect Wan Wan to say such a thing. However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized that what his daughter said made a lot of sense. That's how it should be done. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Xia Waning and 3 other student council members were discussing tomorrow's debate. Looking at the clock on the wall, she said to the group, "You've all worked hard today. Go back and get some rest. We have a tough battle to fight tomorrow." After hearing this, the 2 boys waved and left. Xia Waning looked at Gao Xinyue, who had stayed behind, and thought she was going to try to intimidate her again. She smiled helplessly and said, "We're on the same side now, so let's not fight amongst ourselves." Upon hearing this, Gao Xinyue smiled, shook her head, and said sincerely, "It was wrong of me to deliberately break your computer last time. I'm sorry. It's okay, that's all in the past, and besides, my computer is fixed now." Xia Waning didn't expect the other person to apologize to her. Thinking that the other person was willing to take responsibility for their mistake, she was still very happy. "Let's work hard together tomorrow." Gao Xinyue nodded with a smile. She had taken to heart what the other person had said to her last time. She was clearly very capable, so why was she still getting stuck on trivial matters? She waved, slung her bag over her shoulder, and left the classroom. Since speaking her mind, Gao Xinyue felt much more relaxed. Soon, footsteps could be heard outside the classroom, and then Lin Muhong and his daughter walked in. "Mommy, we've come to take you home," Wan Wan exclaimed excitedly, rushing into her mother's arms like a little bird. Xia Waning hugged Wan Wan tightly, her face beaming with a happy smile. At this moment, Wan Wan looked at Lin Muhong behind her, waved her hand excitedly, and said, "Dad, come here quickly." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong shyly handed the flowers to Xia Waning and said softly, "Happy 520. Looking at the vibrant pink roses interspersed with red and white chicken feet, Xia Waning was stunned, muttering to herself, "What does it mean to give me chicken feet? Does it mean they think I have small breasts?" She couldn't be happy at all right now, because Wan Wan was still there, so she forced a smile and said, "Thank you." Chapter 55 Mom, close your eyes, don't peek. Seeing Xia Waning smile and feel smug about her actions, Lin Muhong sighed, playing to her tastes was indeed a wise choice. Then, Xia Waning, carrying the bouquet of vibrant roses and chicken feet flowers given to her by Lin Muhong, slowly walked out of the school gate. The students passing by couldn't help but cast curious glances at the scene, and some even whispered among themselves. Feeling the whispers and stares of others, Xia Waning's cheeks flushed red. She quickened her pace, muttering to herself, "This is so embarrassing." Seeing her mother walking so fast, Wan Wan followed behind with her short legs, wagging her tail. She looked at Lin Muhong with a puzzled expression, blinking her big, watery eyes as she asked, "Daddy, why is Mommy walking so fast? Is she angry?" Lin Muhong gently patted Wan Wan's head and comforted her with a smile, "No, baby, your mother must be starving and in a hurry to go home for dinner. He secretly thought to himself that Xia Wanning must be so happy that she forgot herself to be in such a hurry. Upon hearing this, Wan frowned slightly, wondering to herself, really? She remembered that her mother would walk this fast when she was angry. Unable to understand, Wan pouted and sighed. The adult world is really complicated. After returning home, Lin Muhong tied on an apron, looking every bit the chef. Before long, he brought out the steak pasta, a dish that Wan had specially ordered. Now, the mother and daughter are full of praise for Lin Muhong's cooking skills. Every time he cooks, they can enjoy a delicious meal. Seeing the delicious-looking and fragrant food, Xia Wanning's mood instantly improved. She sat down at the table, picked up her chopsticks, and began to eat heartily. Having enjoyed this delicious meal, her earlier unpleasantness had long since vanished. She thought to herself that, considering the delicious meal Lin Muhong had prepared, she wouldn't mind him giving her chicken feet as a gift. After finishing her meal, Wan eagerly pulled Xia Wanning to her side, her little face beaming with excitement. "Mommy, come here, I have something for you." "Okay." Xia Wanning followed Wan gently, her eyes full of anticipation, wondering what surprise this little one would give her. Wan pulled her to sit on the sofa, then held Xia Wanning's hand up to her face with her chubby little hands, reminding her, "Mommy, close your eyes and don't peek. You can only take your hand off when I tell you to." Her serious and earnest expression was so endearing that it made everyone smile. "Okay, Mom promises not to peek." Xia Wanning smiled gently when she heard this. She waited quietly, her heart filled with curiosity. Soon, Wan tiptoed and carefully took out an exquisite cup from the bag behind her, then mysteriously approached Xia Wanning. Seeing that her mother was still covering her eyes, the little one smiled contentedly, revealing 2 adorable dimples, and said in a sweet, soft voice, "Okay, Mom, you can open your eyes now." Xia Wanning took her hand down, and her eyes lit up immediately. She saw that Wan's chubby little hand was holding a pink cup with a cute little pig printed on it. "Mom, this is the cup I bought for you. Do you like it?" Seeing the pink pig-shaped cup warmed Xia Wan's heart. She said emotionally, "Mommy loves it, thank you, Wan, my darling." She took the cup, examined it carefully, her eyes filled with love. She was truly happy to receive a gift from her daughter. She was so lucky to have such a thoughtful and well-behaved daughter. It was her dad, a typical straight man, who would send someone chicken claw flowers as a gift. Seeing her mother smiling so happily, Wan felt a surge of pride. She shook her little head and said in her sweet, childish voice, "Mommy, remember me when you drink water from now on." "Okay, my little princess." Xia Wanning kissed Wan's face again and again, as if no action could express the excitement and emotion in her heart. She held Wan in her arms and asked affectionately, "Baby, what made you think of giving Mommy a gift today?" Upon hearing this, the little one tilted her head and said mischievously, "Because today is May 20th, I love my mom, so I'm giving her a gift." She blinked her big eyes and said it earnestly. "Oh, I see." Xia Wanning nodded, seemingly forgetting this happy day. No wonder Lin Muhong suddenly sent her flowers. It turned out it was because today was a special day. She recalled that at the time, her attention was focused on the chicken feet, and she didn't hear Lin Muhong say Happy 520. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up, and she stopped complaining. However, she was still very curious as to why he would send her chicken claw flowers. Could it be to urge her on? Suddenly, Wan saw Lin Muhong walking over, and she jumped up excitedly, saying, "Dad, quickly take out the gift for Mom." Lin Muhong nodded, but felt a little uneasy. Thinking about the gift he had prepared, he had a bad feeling. He was even worried that the other party might misunderstand him and think he had ulterior motives. Seeing that Wan was urging him, he quickly turned around to get the gift. In the living room, Wan whispered with a smile in Xia Wanning's ear, "Mommy, you really like the gift Daddy gave you." A mysterious smile graced her little face, as if she could already see the look of surprise on her mother's face when she received the gift. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning's heart skipped a beat. She secretly wondered what the other person would give her. Immediately, the little one covered her face with his chubby little hands and said in a childish voice, "Mommy, you're not allowed to peek." Xia Wanning smiled, her eyes full of tenderness and love, "I promise I won't peek." Soon, Lin Muhong came to her with the box in his arms. Upon seeing this, Wan excitedly took her hand down and said, "Mommy, you can open your eyes now." Xia Wanning slowly lowered her head and saw a red box in front of her with a beautiful ribbon tied to it. She was very happy, but also a little nervous. She carefully opened the box, but when she saw the style of the pajamas inside, her face instantly turned red to behind her ears, and even her neck turned bright red. She couldn't help but think to herself, a lace camisole nightgown? That's way too sexy. She glanced at Lin Muhong, secretly wondering, could it be that he likes this style? Thinking of this, her cheeks burned even hotter. Xia Wanning looked at Lin Muhong shyly and said softly, "Thank you for the gift." She knew that although the gift was somewhat unexpected, it was a token of his affection. At this moment, Wan innocently tugged at her mother's arm and said, "Mom, you should go and try it." Chapter 56. Xia Wanning, do you like it? Xia Wanning looked down at her daughter's chubby, rosy face and felt a surge of warmth in her heart, but then she felt a wave of shyness and said softly, I won't try." However, Wan refused to give up. She pouted, pulled her mother's arm even tighter, and headed towards the bedroom, her little face full of determination. "Mommy, let's try." Pulled by Wan, Xia Wanning had no choice but to bite the bullet and go into the bedroom. Lin Muhong sat in the living room with his hands folded on his knees. He secretly thought that Xia Wanning would definitely look very fair-skinned in that black lace camisole nightgown. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly, and a hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Inside the bedroom, Xia Wanning, urged by Wan, finally changed into the lace camisole nightgown. After putting it on, she felt drafty all over. It was so cool and breathable. She had never worn this type of clothing before and was too shy to even step out of her bedroom. Seeing this, Wan smiled and praised, "Mom, you look so pretty in this pajama. Dad will definitely love it. Let's go outside and show Dad." With that, she took her mother's hand and walked outside. Xia Wanning quickly waved her hand, refusing, "No, I'd better change back into these clothes. Mom isn't used to them." However, Wan tugged at her arm, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. "Mommy, are you shy? But you love wearing these pajamas the most." Xia Wanning was stunned. Looking at Wan's serious little expression, her face turned even redder. She found it hard to imagine that her future self would like this style. "Strange, what's wrong with Daddy and Mommy lately? They've been acting weird." Wan tilted her little head, her brows furrowed, thinking like a little adult. In the little girl's eyes, her mother is beautiful and should be shown off generously. Then she took Xia Wanning's hand and said coquettishly, "Mom, why don't you go out and show Dad? Dad will be very happy." Faced with Wan's adorable advances, she had no choice but to let the little one pull her out of the room. In the living room, Lin Muhong heard the bedroom door open and his eyes widened instantly. He sat up straight, his eyes fixed on the bedroom door. When Xia Wanning came into view, he couldn't help but blurt out, "So fair-skinned." Wan didn't hear what her father said. She patted his arm and asked curiously, "Dad, what did you just say?" Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong quickly explained, "I said your mother looks really good. This nightgown suits her very well." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning couldn't help but smile, and her heart pounded even harder. She lowered her head shyly and tentatively asked, "Do you like it?" As soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it. Did she seem too forward? Lin Muhong was stunned when he heard this, and he carefully looked Xia Wanning over. She had a slender figure and well-proportioned body. Apart from her slightly small breasts, she was practically perfect. Especially her open back, which is very slender, coupled with her long neck and distinct collarbones, and her face that is as beautiful as Louis Fei. She is simply blessed by God. How could he not like a girl like that? Lin Muhong nodded very honestly, his eyes full of appreciation, and said, I like it very much." His eyes were full of sincerity and passion, which made Xia Wanning even more at a loss. She lowered her head shyly, then turned and ran back to her bedroom to change her clothes. Holding the lace nightgown, Xia Wanning smiled, a strange happiness welling up inside her. Seeing that it was almost time, she had to go back to school. As she was leaving, Xia Wanning looked at Lin Muhong with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. She began by saying, "Our school is having a debate match with the school across the street tomorrow. Would you like to come and watch?" Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Muhong's eyes. He said gently, "Was it someone you selected last time?" "Yes." Xia Wanning nodded, her eyes filled with anticipation. "I'll go see you, I'll keep an eye on you." Lin Muhong encouraged, and before he knew it, he was also looking forward to seeing Xia Wanning every day. At that time, in a high-end residential area in Shanghai, Song Qianyue was sitting alone in the spacious but somewhat deserted living room. Looking at the mortgage information from the bank and the repayment information from Alipay on her phone, she felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her, and her mood became extremely heavy. At the time, in pursuit of a higher quality of life, she resolutely bought this house. However, now that she is unemployed, she can no longer afford her mortgage. Although she has saved money over the years, it is still a drop in the bucket compared to the mortgage that is still more than 20 years away. Moreover, she is now blacklisted by the industry, no website wants her, and she simply cannot afford the huge mortgage. Song Qianyue drank her wine while sneering. She recalled all the contributions she had made to the company and all the dirty and tiring work she had done for Zhang Donglai, and now she was being kicked aside, which made her furious. Her eyes were filled with anger and resentment, as if she wanted to devour the world. Song Qianyue raised her wineglass, sneering as she muttered to herself, "Since you won't let me have an easy time, I won't let you have an easy time either. Zhang Donglai, Zhong Qiani, I will not let you get away with this," she said through gritted teeth, her eyes flashing with hatred. Then, Song Qianyue picked up her phone and dialed a mysterious number. After the call connected, she said coldly, "Help me investigate 2 people. Money is no object." Inside the tiered classroom, a bustling scene unfolded as Xia Wanning organized student council members to set up the venue, making final preparations for the upcoming debate competition. The debate is about to begin in 1 hour, and all preparations are proceeding smoothly. However, at that moment, Xia Wanning suddenly felt something was wrong with her body, and she had a bad feeling. She glanced at the calendar reminder on her phone and suddenly realized that today was the day her period was due, but she hadn't prepared anything in her bag. Xia Wanning glanced at Gao Xinyue, who was present, then squeezed her legs together and walked over shyly. She went to Gao Xinyue's side and whispered in her ear, "Did you bring sanitary napkins?" Upon hearing this, Gao Xinyue shook her head, then turned to Xia Wanning and asked in alarm, "Didn't you bring it?" Her eyes were filled with worry. Xia Wanning smiled bitterly and said, "I just arrived, I didn't expect it to be so sudden." There was a hint of helplessness in her voice. Looking at Xia Wanning's anxious appearance, Gao Xinyue couldn't help but feel a surge of sympathy. As a fellow girl, she understood very well. She comforted him, "Don't worry, I'll give you some toilet paper to tide you over. I'll go buy you sanitary napkins now, it should be in time." Since the computer incident, Gao Xinyue's attitude towards Xia Wanning has changed significantly. She no longer harbors any animosity towards Xia Wanning. Instead, she feels a sense of mutual respect and empathy. To be honest, Xia Wanning was very touched when she heard this, but the lecture hall was still quite far from the school's supermarket. A round trip would take more than 50 minutes, which would make it impossible for either of them to make it to the debate, so the proposal was rejected. At this moment, Gao Xinyue continued to ask, "Think carefully if anyone happens to be passing by right now, and ask them to help you buy it." "Ah, there's no one here at this hour." But as soon as she said it, a figure appeared in her mind. Chapter 57, Me, a grown man, going to buy women's products? Xia Wanning completely trusted this person. Thinking of this, she quickly went to the side and dialed Lin Muhang's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement as she said shyly, Could you buy me a pack of sanitary napkins and bring them over? I urgently need them." Her voice was barely audible, clearly indicating that she was embarrassed by the request. Lin Muhang, on the other end of the phone, was taken aback when he heard Xia Wanning's request. He never expected that the other party would ask a grown man to buy women's products, and for a moment, his cheeks turned slightly red. "Ah. This. Okay, don't worry, I'll send it to you soon." Although Lin Muhang was a little embarrassed, he agreed without hesitation when he heard Xia Wanning's anxious tone. After hanging up the phone, Wan blinked her big, watery eyes and asked playfully, "Daddy, was that Mommy calling?" "Yes, Mom needs us to buy some things." "Let's hurry up and leave," Lin Muhang said gently, then picked up Wan and hurriedly left home. Afraid that Xia Wanning would be anxious, he carried Wan and ran all the way, soon appearing panting at the supermarket at the school gate. It was during break time, and the supermarket was bustling with noise. Lin Muhang pulled Wan along, feeling embarrassed, as they made their way through the crowd to the women's products section. Several girls nearby were also picking out sanitary napkins. When they saw Lin Muhang, a tall boy, suddenly appear there, they became a little embarrassed, their cheeks flushed, and they quickly grabbed one and ran away. Watching the girls flee in panic, Lin Muhang wanted to call them back to ask how they should choose, but they ran faster than rabbits. Looking at the dazzling array of sanitary napkins on the shelves, Lin Muhang couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He had never used this before and had no idea how to choose. He scratched his head, looking somewhat at a loss. Considering the time crunch, Lin Muhang finally grabbed a basket, gritted her teeth, and selected one of each of the most expensive sanitary napkins from the shelf before placing them on the counter. Most of the supermarket cashiers are college students working part-time. Looking at the basket full of sanitary napkins, the girl couldn't help but glance at Lin Muhang a few more times. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "This guy is quite handsome, could he be a pervert?" However, she remained very calm on the surface and said, "It's 128 in total." Feeling the gazes around him, Lin Muhang awkwardly swiped the code, then looked at the many packs of sanitary napkins and said embarrassedly, "Could you please give me a plastic bag?" The girl was very thoughtful. She gave him a black plastic bag so that no one else could see what he had bought. After packing all the sanitary napkins, Lin Muhang picked up Wan Wan and ran quickly towards the lecture hall. On the other side, Xia Wanning stood anxiously waiting at the classroom door, glancing at her watch every now and then. There are still 20 minutes before the debate starts. Although time is tight, she is confident that Lin Muhang will deliver it to her in time. Soon, two figures ran over from the entrance. Xia Wanning looked closely and saw that it was indeed Lin Muhang and Wan Wan. She ran over excitedly, her face beaming with joy. "You're here." Lin Muhang nodded, handed over the plastic bag in his hand, and said hurriedly, "I didn't know what kind you liked, so I just bought some random ones." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning looked down into the plastic bag and saw all sorts of sanitary napkins. Her face flushed, and a warm feeling welled up inside her. "Thank you so much," she said gratefully, then pointed to the classroom. "Take Wan Wan inside, the debate is about to start." "Okay." Lin Muhang nodded and carried Wan Wan into the classroom. Looking at the heavy plastic bag in her hand, Xia Wanning felt a warmth in her heart and quickly went to the toilet to take care of it. When the debate began, she appeared on the stage on time. With a command from the school leaders, a thrilling debate began. Looking at Xia Wanning on the stage, full of confidence and eloquence, Lin Muhang's eyes were full of admiration. Although Wan Wan couldn't understand the content of the debate, when she saw her mother stand up to speak, she excitedly waved her little hand and shouted, "Daddy, it's Mommy." Her innocent and carefree appearance was so endearing that it was impossible not to smile. Soon, the debate ended, and Xia Wanning and her team won as expected. This victory was due to everyone's joint efforts. She held the 10,000 yuan prize money tightly in her hand, feeling extremely excited. After the competition ended, people gradually left the classroom. Lin Muhang carried Wan Wan to Xia Wanning and said happily, "Congratulations to you too." "Thank you," Xia Wanning replied with a smile. Wan Wan then threw herself into her mother's arms and said in a sweet voice, "Mom, I knew you would win." Xia Wanning smiled and kissed Wan Wan on the cheek, saying with immense happiness, "Oh?" Wan Wan's prediction was so accurate. At that moment, Lin Muhang smiled at the two of them and said, "Let's go home and I'll cook you something delicious." As soon as delicious food is mentioned, Wan Wan's eyes light up. "Daddy, Wan Wan wants to eat meat." "Okay, Daddy will make it for you." Lin Muhang affectionately pinched the little guy's nose, feeling incredibly happy. At this moment, the three of them are a happy family of three. However, in the corner of the classroom, a sharp, eagle-like gaze was fixed on Lin Muhang. The man looked at the person next to him and asked, "Who is that kid next to the school beauty?" "Brother Zhang, I don't recognize this person." The person next to him said awkwardly after seeing that it was Zhang Fucheng. Seeing the school beauty smiling so happily at other men, Zhang Fucheng felt a pang of resentment. "Kid, you dare to covet the school beauty? Do you think I'm dead?" After returning home, Lin Muhang prepared a sumptuous lunch to celebrate Xia Wanning's victory in the competition. The table was laden with delicious-looking and fragrant dishes, making one's mouth water. The mother and daughter were truly delighted with their meal, enjoying every bite. However, after eating and drinking her fill, Xia Wanning remembered her important business. She looked at the two of them and said, "After the debate, the school allocated us $5,000 to celebrate on our own. We've discussed it, and we're going to have a celebration party at the barbecue restaurant across from the school tonight. Families can bring along. Why don't you and Wan Wan come with me tonight?" After Xia Wanning finished speaking, she felt a little uneasy, fearing that Lin Muhang would refuse. Unexpectedly, Lin Muhang readily agreed, "Okay, it just so happens that Wan Wan, the little glutton, wants to eat meat skewers, so we'll get a free meal." Upon hearing their conversation, Wan Wan's attention was immediately drawn to the meat skewers. She looked at Lin Muhang happily, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Daddy, are we having meat for dinner?" "Yes, Wan Wan can eat as much as she wants," Lin Muhang replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wan Wan's little eyes widened immediately, and she was so excited that she almost jumped up. "You can eat as much as you want? I want to eat so much." She waved her little hands, making a big circle, her quirky and mischievous appearance making everyone smile. Just then, Lin Muhang's cell phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Zhou Shudong. He couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Could it be that Tongchu.com was up to its old tricks again? He immediately pressed the answer button, and instantly, a jaw-dropping message came from the other end of the phone. Chapter 58. The next target is you. President Lin Zhongdonglai, the CEO of Tongchu.com, was killed by Song Qianyue. Zhou Shudong said excitedly, his voice trembling slightly. He really didn't expect that a woman could be so reckless when she went crazy. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. If he were on her revenge list, would he end up in the same situation? The man was stabbed at noon. The scene was extremely bloody, and Zhang Donglai didn't even have a chance to resist. The news spread throughout the industry in less than an hour. Upon hearing this news, the editors-in-chief of those websites were so frightened that their legs went weak, and some even collapsed to the ground, fearing that they would become Song Qianyue's next target. Upon receiving this message, Zhou Shudong immediately notified Lin Muhong. He knew that the feud between Lin Muhong and Song Qianyue had been going on for a long time, and he was worried that Song Qianyue's next target would be him. When Lin Muhong heard the news, he was stunned for a moment, and a strong shock welled up in his heart. He never expected that Song Qianyue would go so far as to kill someone in order to take revenge. Seeing that there was no sound coming from the phone, Zhou Shudong hurriedly asked, "President Lin, did you hear that?" His voice was full of anxiety and worry. "I'm listening," Lin Muhong said in a deep voice, snapping out of his reverie. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shudong hurriedly instructed, "President Lin, Song Qianyue ran away after killing Zhang Donglai. The police haven't caught her yet. You must be careful during this time, and it's best to hide for a while." Lin Muhong was silent for a moment, then said, "I know. Thank you for telling me. I will be careful. It's nothing. You've helped me before, and this is just a small matter," Zhou Shudong said sincerely. He is a simple man at heart. He believes in repaying kindness tenfold, especially since the website's success today is inseparable from the other party's help. Although Zhou Shudong warned Lin Muhong to be careful, the fact that Song Qianyue was still at large kept everyone on edge. To be honest, Zhou Shudong was also very worried about his safety. After all, his website was a thorn in Song Qianyue's side. These days, he plans to stay at the company and not come out, even having his assistant bring him meals. He didn't want to lose his life because of a moment of carelessness. After hanging up the phone, Lin Muhong frowned and fell into deep thought. He wasn't afraid of Song Qianyue. If it were him, he would be fearless. But with Wan and Xia Wanning by his side, he didn't want them to get hurt because of him. However, hiding all the time isn't a solution. There's no such thing as a thief who can be thieved for 1,000 years. Lin Muhong knew that he had to find a way to lure Song Qianyue out and then capture her in one fell swoop. He couldn't let this crazy woman continue to roam free and threaten his and his family's safety. Lin Muhong thought that tonight's celebration party would be a good opportunity. Maybe she was hiding in some corner right now, watching him and waiting for the chance to make her move. It must be said that Lin Muhong's guess was absolutely correct. At that moment, downstairs in his apartment complex, a woman wearing a baseball cap and white sneakers was hiding behind the bushes. Her eyes were sinister and vicious as she stared intently at the entrance to Lin Muhong's apartment building. This woman is Song Qianyue. She has been waiting here for an hour, just to see Lin Muhong appear. Looking at the photos on her phone, Song Qianyue was filled with hatred. She never expected that the Zhong Qianyue she hated was actually a college student. The thought of being dragged down from her pedestal by this young upstart made her eyes burn with rage. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her flesh, but she felt no pain, only a burning rage within her. Song Qianyue's eyes were fixed angrily on the building entrance. She planned to follow Lin Muhong as soon as he came out, find a secluded corner, and... As evening approached, Xia Wanning glanced at the clock on the wall, smiled at the father and daughter, and said, "I'll go out and reserve a table first. You two can come at 7 o'clock. After hearing this, Wan tilted her little head, blinked her big eyes at her mother, and asked in a childish voice, "Mommy, what are you going out to do now?" "Mommy should go reserve a table, otherwise Wan won't get to eat any meat." Xia Wanning affectionately rubbed Wan's little head. The little one immediately became anxious when she heard that she wouldn't get to eat meat. She clung tightly to her mother's leg, refusing to let go, as if afraid her mother wouldn't take her. Wan wants to go with Mommy. Her little mouth was pouting so high you could hang an oil bottle on it. Lin Muhong couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Wan's expression. He thought it might not be safe for Wan to be with him, so he chimed in, "Since Wan is going with you, then you should take her with you." "All right then." Xia Wanning nodded, then instructed, "Go put on your shoes, Mom will help you." Hee hee mom, I love you, the little one said sweetly, then obediently put on her little sandals on the small stool. As she put on her shoes, she didn't forget to look up at her mother, as if afraid that her mother would leave without waiting for her. After getting dressed, Xia Wanning came out holding Wanwan's little hand. Wanwan waddled along with her mother like a little penguin. Lin Muhong stood at the door, smiling as she instructed, "Baby, you must listen to mommy, okay?" "I know," Wanwan said, nodding her little head. Her braids swayed back and forth, making her look like a cute little elf. The elevator arrived, and she eagerly took her mother's hand and stepped inside, happily looking at Lin Muhong and saying, "Goodbye, Daddy." Lin Muhong waved happily, watching the elevator doors close. Seeing the sun about to set outside the window, he decided to wait until dark before leaving home to create opportunities for Song Qianyue. Seeing someone come out of the building entrance, Song Qianyue looked up and her eyes were full of disappointment. She cursed under her breath, then hid again. "Zhong Qianni, I refuse to believe I won't be able to wait for you." A short while later, the mother and daughter arrived at the barbecue restaurant across from the school. This barbecue restaurant is a small house built with corrugated steel sheets. Although it is simple, the business is extremely popular. At that time, many small tables and stools had been set up at the entrance, and people were sitting in twos and threes, chatting and eating barbecue. Xia Wanning settled Wanwan on a small chair and said to the owner with a smile, "Uncle, could you share a table with us? There are about 10 people. They'll be here in a bit." "Okay, no problem." The boss agreed with a smile and then began to assemble the table. He worked quickly and soon put together a large table. After the table was put together, Wanwan looked around curiously and asked, "Mommy, when can we eat meat?" Her little mouth was pouting, as if she couldn't wait. "Sweetie, we can only eat meat when everyone is here, that's basic etiquette," Xia Wanning said gently to her daughter. After hearing this, Wanwan nodded as if she understood. "Oh, okay. Then Wanwan will wait a little longer." "Great job, our Wanwan is so good." Xia Wanning affectionately pinched Wanwan's nose, then looked at a picture book with the little one. Before long, someone sat down next to Xia Wanning. Chapter 59. This is my boyfriend Lin Muhong. Gao Xinyue plopped down, her gaze immediately falling on the soft, cuddly little dumpling next to Xia Wanning. The little girl was wearing a pink dress, and her hair was tied into two cute little braids, each adorned with a sparkly bow. Seeing the adorable little one, Gao Xinyue's eyes sparkled with joy. "Ning Ning, is this your little sister? She's so cute." After she finished speaking, she stretched out her slender fingers and gently pulled Wanwan to her side, asking with a voice full of affection, "Little sister, what's your name?" Wanwan smiled, revealing two shallow dimples. "My name is Lin Wanwan." Her voice was sweet and childlike, which was delightful to hear. After hearing this, Gao Xinyue happily patted Wanwan's little head, then took out a lollipop from her pocket. "Here, have this candy." Upon seeing this, Wanwan's eyes widened instantly, and her chubby little hands eagerly tore open the wrapper and stuffed the candy into her mouth. The sugar was sweet, and the little one felt sweet inside too. She squinted her eyes contentedly, like a little glutton. Recalling the name the little one had just mentioned, Gao Xinyue said with a look of surprise, "Ning Ning, your family is so trendy, your little sister takes after her mother." Hearing this, Xia Wanning smiled helplessly. "What do you mean by inheriting the mother's traits? Wanwan is my daughter." Although no one would believe it if she said it, her heart was full of happiness and pride. "Really?" Gao Xinyue looked the two of them up and down, her face full of disbelief. Xia Wanning said very sincerely, "Really?" But Gao Xinyue was still somewhat incredulous, though she didn't take it too seriously. Thinking that he had something important to tell her, he patted her on the shoulder and gave her some instructions. "Ning Ning, I heard some news from others. Zhang Jinfu and some others have planned to take turns getting you drunk tonight. I'm worried they have ulterior motives. You absolutely must not drink with them." Gao Xinyue's voice was full of worry. She didn't want to see Xia Wanning suffer. A cold glint appeared in Xia Wanning's eyes, a coldness as sharp as ice, sending chills down one's spine. "Yeah, thank you for telling me this news. I will not drink with them." She knew in her heart that Zhang Jinfu was a kind and friendly person on the surface, but actually had a belly full of bad intentions. She had been on guard for a long time. Speak of the devil, and he appears soon. Zhang Jinfu and several student council members arrived. They came in a large group, with malicious smiles on their faces. Upon seeing Xia Wanning, Zhang Jinfu walked over with a smile, a hint of cunning in his expression. "Junior sister Ning Ning is here so early. Were you waiting impatiently?" Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning didn't even glance at him, coldly replying, Ning Ning isn't what you call me. I'm not familiar with you. Her voice was devoid of warmth, like the biting winter wind, piercing and icy. Having been met with a cold shoulder, Zhang Jinfu's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction, and he thought to himself, what's with the high and mighty attitude? I'm going to sleep with you tonight. He glared fiercely at Xia Wanning, his eyes filled with possessiveness and anger. The group then sat down opposite each other. Several men exchanged knowing smiles, a hint of cunning in their grins, and said, President Xia, our student council has really triumphed today. We have to celebrate properly. Let's drink until we drop, huh? They all knew that their goal today was to get Xia Wanning drunk and then take advantage of her. Knowing their little scheme beforehand, Xia Wanning refused without batting an eye. I'm really sorry, I've had a bit of a cold recently, and I took some cephalosporin before I left. You guys can drink it. Upon hearing this answer, Zhang Jinfu's smile froze. His carefully laid plans had fallen through, and his eyes were filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, that bitch, how dare she ruin my plans. The atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Wanwan looked at the many people gathered around the table, tilted her head, and curiously looked at Xia Wanning, saying, Mommy, are all the uncles and aunties here? Wanwan's tummy is rumbling. She covered her tummy with her little hand, a little embarrassed. Xia Wanning checked the time, it was already time to eat. She smiled and said, okay, let's start eating. Then, she called the boss to take her order. At this moment, the men looked at each other and their eyes fell on Wanwan, their eyes showing a hint of surprise. After placing the order, Zhang Jinfu eagerly asked, President Xie, is this little girl next to you your daughter? Yeah, is that not allowed? Xia Wanning retorted irritably, her eyes revealing a hint of disdain and indifference. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinfu waved his hand, but inwardly he muttered, damn it, she's not a virgin anymore, who is she trying to impress with her aloofness? If others can sleep with her, so can I. He was filled with resentment and dissatisfaction towards Xia Wanning. At the dinner table, everyone had different expressions, but Wanwan was focused on eating her meat. She took a bite, and her little face was filled with satisfaction. It has to be said that being young means having no worries. Her happiness is so simple and pure. While eating, Wanwan suddenly remembered something important. She looked at Xia Wanning, her big eyes sparkling with doubt. Mommy, why isn't Daddy here yet? Did he forget? Her voice carried a hint of anxiety and unease, afraid that her father would miss out on the delicious meat. No way. Xia Wanning wondered, and immediately took out her phone to contact the other party. Just then, a familiar voice came, sorry I'm late. Daddy, you're here. Upon hearing her father's voice, Wanwan skipped over and pulled him to sit down beside her. Her little figure was like a happy little elf. Seeing this, Xia Wanning smiled and shook her head, it's not late, the meat skewers just arrived and are still hot. At this moment, Gao Xinyue said in surprise in her ear, Ning Ning, this handsome guy isn't from our student council, is he? I've never seen him before. Her voice carried a hint of curiosity and surprise as her gaze swept over Lin Muhong. No, that's not it. Xia Wanning replied softly, then introduced him in front of everyone, this is Lin Muhong, my boyfriend. She winked at Lin Muhong, who nodded in response, his smile full of doting affection and tenderness. Hello everyone, thank you all for taking care of my Ning Ning. The girls present applauded enthusiastically when they saw such a handsome guy, but Zhang Jinfu felt uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly's leg. He slammed the wine glass down on the table, the sound of it hitting the table particularly jarring. He said impatiently, anyone can say nice things, but you need to show some sincerity. Drink up a glass first. Upon hearing this, his henchman chimed in, that's right, we have to drink to him for stealing our school beauty. Seeing that everyone was deliberately picking a fight, Xia Wanning said coldly, my boyfriend can't drink alcohol. If you want to drink, you can drink it yourselves. Seeing this, Zhang Jinfu looked at Lin Muhong provocatively and continued, you coward hiding behind a woman, I really doubt Chairman Xia's judgment, don't I? His eyes were full of contempt and mockery, as if he wanted to provoke the other party. Seeing this, Lin Muhong smiled and nodded, I'll drink with you. When he arrived, he noticed someone following him, and he was quite certain that the person was Song Qianyue. Just when I was wondering how to lure her out, this person came along just in time, delivering a perfect solution. At that time, Lin Muhong already had a plan in mind that would guarantee Song Qianyue's capture and brought to justice. Chapter 60 Mom, I saw great-grandma. Then, Lin Muhong's deep eyes slowly fell on the bottle of white wine beside him, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, outlining a relaxed smile. One glass of wine is not sincere enough. I'll drink a whole bottle. Do you dare to drink with me? After saying that, he raised his chin slightly, his face full of smugness. Keep in mind, he was talking about baijiu Chinese white liquor. 1 cup would probably make an average person dizzy and unsteady, and downing a whole bottle would be the end of their life. Hearing Lin Muhong's words, the henchman beside him immediately perked up and crowded around Zhang Jinfu, saying all at once, "Brother Zhang, this kid is just bluffing you. He can't drink at all. Let's bet with him." "Yes, that's right. Let's fight for pride, not for the steamed bun, and show this kid how much you can drink." Zhang Jinfu heard every word his lackey said. He gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, forced a smile, and said, "Fine, I'll drink with you, but you have to drink first." "No problem." Lin Muhong nodded with a smile, a hint of disdain in his voice, thinking to himself, "You're not qualified to compete with me in drinking." Seeing the two of them on the verge of exchanging blows, Xia Wanning looked at Lin Muhong with worry and concern in her eyes. She didn't want the other person to act tough because of her. If something happened, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. However, when she met Lin Muhong's gaze, his eyes seemed to be telling her, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." In the end, Xia Wanning swallowed back the words she was about to say, but her hands unconsciously gripped the hem of her clothes tightly. Immediately, Lin Muhong leisurely picked up the liquor on the table, gently twisted the cap, and it popped open with a snap. He picked up the bottle, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down with each swallow, as if he were drinking ordinary water, not liquor. Those around him, seeing the way he was drinking, couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes wide with disbelief. Seeing this, Zhang Jinfu couldn't help but feel a little regretful, thinking to himself, "This person isn't drinking alcohol, he's just drinking water." Sensing their boss's anger, the henchmen around him dared not speak and lowered their heads. Throughout the process, Xia Wanning kept her eyes fixed on Lin Muhong, not daring to relax for a moment, for fear that he might feel uncomfortable in any way. Soon, after finishing a bottle of baijiu, Lin Muhong looked at Zhang Jinfu smugly, a slight smile playing on his lips. "I've finished my drink, it's your turn." Intimidated by the other party's imposing manner, Zhang Jinfu stammered, You didn't put water in here, did you? Otherwise, how could you drink it so fast? You're cheating, I'm not going to keep up." Upon hearing this, the girls in the room immediately erupted in anger, saying indignantly, "Zhang Jinfu, you brought the wine yourselves, how could they have had a chance to cheat? I think you're clearly just too cowardly to compete." "Exactly, if you can't outdrink someone, just say so. Why come up with some excuse? It's really embarrassing." Gao Xinyue and the others put their hands on their hips, shook their heads mockingly, and looked at each other with disdain. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinfu's face flushed red and then turned pale, feeling both ashamed and angry. He gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and roared, "Who said I won't drink? I'll drink." After saying that, he picked up a full bottle of liquor, frowned, and began to drink it with a pained expression. After only a few sips, his brows furrowed even more, and he looked uncomfortable, as if he were drinking poison instead of wine. However, before he had drunk much, he felt a churning in his stomach. Seeing this, Lin Muhong mocked, "Your drinking capacity is so low that it's embarrassing. Don't ever say you can drink again, or I'll be ashamed for you. You. Ugh." Zhang Jinfu was about to curse when he felt a churning in his stomach. He quickly covered his mouth and ran towards the alley next to him. His followers saw this and hurriedly followed. At this moment, Xia Wanning could no longer hold back and asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell after drinking so much liquor?" "I'm sorry, they targeted you because of me." Her eyes were full of self-blame and heartache. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong smiled and waved his hand, his face full of ease. "It's all right. That little bit of alcohol is nothing to me. You don't need to feel guilty. Besides, you are Wanwan's mother. It's only right that I protect you." Xia Wanning smiled and nodded upon hearing this, but a strange emotion lingered in her heart. Wanwan's mother? But she doesn't just want to be Wanwan's mother. Next, Lin Muhong ate the barbecue heartily, enjoying it immensely. Soon, the group arrived. Zhang Jinfu's face was as red as a monkey's bottom, and he was walking unsteadily. It was clear that he had drunk too much. He then fell asleep on the table. At that moment, Song Qianyue, hidden in the darkness, was lurking in a corner, her eyes fixed on Lin Muhong. Seeing the other person leisurely eating barbecue, she couldn't help but swallow, and her stomach started rumbling. She's been following Zhang Donglai since this morning and hasn't eaten a single bite yet. She's so hungry. She waited quietly, her eyes filled with resentment, muttering softly, "Zhong Qiani, just eat your meal. This is your last meal." At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Muhong noticed that there were far fewer people in the alley, so he got up to go fishing for big fish. Seeing this, Xia Wanning asked in confusion, "Where are you going?" Her eyes were full of worry, and her hands unconsciously gripped the hem of Lin Muhong's clothes. "I need to take care of some personal matters," Lin Muhong said softly. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning thought he was going to relieve himself, and her face immediately turned red, like a ripe apple. She quickly let go of his hand. At this moment, the henchmen saw Lin Muhong get up from his seat and were very excited. They quickly patted Zhang Jinfu and said, "Brother Zhang, wake up. That guy named Lin Muhong went into the alley. Let's go and teach him a lesson." Zhang Jinfu groggily opened his eyes, and upon hearing this, he immediately perked up, sat up abruptly, and said, "Fine, you've made me lose face so badly, I'll break your legs. Let's go." After saying that, the group stood up with a bang and headed towards the alley. Seeing this, Xia Wanning's heart skipped a beat. "Won't they go after my boyfriend?" Her eyes were full of worry and unease. "I don't think so. He probably drank too much and felt like throwing up." Gao Xinyue patted her shoulder to comfort her, and Xia Wanning didn't think much of it, but she still felt a little uneasy, as if a stone was pressing on her heart. Once inside the alley, Lin Muhong pretended to be drunk, swaying unsteadily, and finally squatted down to vomit. He pretended to be cautious while glancing around at his surroundings out of the corner of his eye, his eyes revealing vigilance. He noticed a figure quietly approaching him, its footsteps light, as if afraid of being discovered. Upon getting close, the man suddenly rushed forward, holding a sharp dagger in his hand, and fiercely stabbed at Lin Muhong with a resolute gesture. Then came Song Qianyue's hoarse voice, "Zhong Qiany, die." Having avenged her great grudge, she opened her eyes and looked at the person in front of her with utter astonishment. "Who the hell are you?" Chapter 61. What's this kid doing following us? To be honest, Zhang Jinfu, who was stabbed, was also very surprised. His eyes widened and he was full of doubts. How could he have run into the trap of so many people? He felt a sharp pain spreading through his body like a tidal wave, causing his vision to go black for a moment before he lost consciousness and fainted. At that moment, Zhang Jinfu's henchmen were terrified when they saw their boss being stabbed many times and blood gushing out. They ran towards the intersection in a panic, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Murder! Murder! Run!" Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning immediately hugged Wanwan tightly, her body trembling slightly, her eyes filled with terror. After hearing the shouts, the people around hid. Later, when the noise gradually subsided, they cautiously looked into the alley. At this moment, Xia Wanning suddenly remembered that Lin Muhong had gone into the alley and hadn't come out yet. Her heart tightened, and a bad premonition welled up in her heart. Her eyes were full of worry, and her hands unconsciously clenched. Immediately, she pushed Wanwan into Gao Xinyue's arms and said anxiously, "Yuanyue, Wanwan, can you take a look for me? I'm going to go check on her." "Ningning, it's dangerous inside, don't go." Gao Xinyue frowned, her face full of worry as she advised, but Xia Wanning's back was resolute. At this moment, Lin Muhong found a good opportunity. His eyes were sharp as he stared intently at the dagger in Song Qianyue's hand. Taking advantage of her momentary lapse in attention, he lunged forward and forcefully knocked the dagger from Song Qianyue's body with his stick. Immediately afterwards, he kicked Song Qianyue in the stomach, and she screamed in pain as she fell heavily to the ground. Soon, Lin Muhong tied Song Qianyue up using the method of tying up a pig. He was skilled and quickly bound her up tightly. Then, he took out his phone and dialed 110 in 2000. Seeing that Lin Muhong was still alright, Song Qianyue screamed at the top of her lungs, "Zhong Qiany, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Her voice was filled with resentment and anger, as if she wanted to devour Lin Muhong alive. Hearing her fierce voice, Lin Muhong frowned. He slowly walked up to Song Qianyue, took off her hat, rolled it up, and stuffed it into her mouth. He curled his lip and said disdainfully, "It's so noisy." Looking at Zhang Jinfu lying on the ground in a pool of blood, Lin Muhong shook his head and sighed, saying, "Why did this kid follow me? Heaven doesn't want you to die, but you insist on courting it." A hint of helplessness was in his eyes. At that time, Xia Wanning ignored the advice of those around her. Her eyes were resolute, and she had only one thought in her mind, to find Lin Muhong. She ran into the alley without thinking, tears streaming down her face. As she ran, she prayed silently, "Lin Muhong, please don't let anything happen to you." The alley was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Xia Wanning could vaguely see a tall, black figure in the distance. Her heart started racing, and her steps quickened. Upon getting closer and recognizing Lin Muhong, she could no longer contain herself and rushed towards him. You really scared me to death. I thought. Wha? I thought. Xia Wanning cried, tears streaming down her face, her voice choked with sobs. I thought something had happened to me? Lin Muhong smiled and gently patted Xia Wanning's back, comforting her. I'm fine, don't cry. I was just worried about you, Xia Wanning said coquettishly. She looked up at Lin Muhong with teary eyes, then patted his chest and complained. After calming herself down, Xia Wanning touched Lin Muhong's arm, spun him around, and asked worriedly, Are you alright? Is Zhang Jinfu trying to hurt you? No, he was a victim too. Lin Muhong shook his head, then pulled Xia Wanning out of the alley. He didn't want her to see Zhang Jinfu's bloody scene, lest she have nightmares. Soon, the ambulance and 110 arrived at the scene, and the doctors quickly lifted Zhang Jinfu onto a stretcher and sent him to the hospital. Those around him frowned upon seeing so much blood on him, and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. That's so cruel, someone muttered under their breath, their eyes filled with fear. At this point, the police handcuffed Song Qianyue and took her away. As she left, Song Qianyue glared fiercely at Lin Muhong, as if she harbored deep resentment for not getting her revenge. Soon, the police officers approached Lin Muhong and asked, Did you call the police? Can you come with us to the police station to make a statement? Okay, sure. Lin Muhong nodded, then turned to Xia Wanning and instructed, Take Wan Wan home first. Okay. Xia Wanning nodded, her eyes filled with reluctance. Upon arriving at the police station, Lin Muhong truthfully recounted how Song Qianyue had been stalking him and her resentment towards him. The police officers listened attentively while taking his statement. When the police officer heard that Zhang Jinfu was just an innocent passerby, his eyes were filled with pity. He was so pitiful. They just received a call from the hospital saying that the assailant stabbed Zhang Jinfu in the carotid artery, and that he had suffered multiple stab wounds to his organs and had died. The police officer's mood turned somber. They hadn't expected things to be so serious. To be honest, Lin Muhong was also very saddened to hear this news. He could only say that if people were kind-hearted, they wouldn't end up like this. After leaving the police station, Lin Muhong dialed Zhou Shudong's number. The other party is currently living and eating at the company. He had just finished making his makeshift bed on the floor and was about to go to sleep when he suddenly received a call. President Lin, is there something you need so late? Mr. Zhou, Song Qianyue has been arrested by the police. You can go home and get a good night's sleep, Lin Muhong said calmly. Huh? Really? Zhou Shudong was shocked to hear the news. He hadn't expected the police to act so quickly. He sat up abruptly, his eyes wide, but he still asked with considerable curiosity, President Lin, where did you get this information? Lin Muhong said casually, as if it were a trivial matter, the police arrested her right in front of me. She was indeed after me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shudong nodded, and after a moment asked with concern, President Lin, are you all right? No, that's good. Let's talk another day. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Shudong informed everyone in the circle that they could finally get a good night's sleep. When he got home, he turned on the living room light and found Xia Wanning sitting on the sofa waiting for him. He said with a smile, Why don't you go and rest? Chapter 62 3 Little Followers. Xia Wanning looked up, her eyes full of concern. I'm a little worried about you, and I can't sleep. Recalling the look in the woman's eyes when she was taken away by the police, a doubt arose in her heart, and she asked, Was that woman's target you? Do you have a grudge against her? Seeing that he couldn't hide it any longer, Lin Muhong nodded helplessly. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning's heart clenched with worry and fear, but seeing that he was safe and sound, she felt a little relieved. She looked at Lin Muhong with concern and asked, You asked me to bring Wan Wan over first tonight, did you sense danger? Yes. Lin Muhong hadn't expected her to be so perceptive. Xia Wanning's tears streamed down her face like pearls falling from a broken string. Her voice trembled with sobs as she said worriedly, You're Wan Wan's father. You can't do anything so dangerous next time. I don't want anything to happen to you, and Wan Wan can't be without you. Do you understand? Seeing how worried she was about him, Lin Muhong quickly shook his head and promised, Yes, it won't happen again next time. Xia Wanning gave a coquettish laugh and said, You'll sleep in the second bedroom tonight. Reflect on your behavior. I'm going to sleep now. With that, she turned and walked towards the bedroom. Lin Muhong watched her departing figure, feeling like crying but unable to shed a tear. He thought to himself, she was calling him her boyfriend so tenderly last night, and now she's turning her back on him? The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window and onto the dining table. Xia Wanning looked up at Lin Muhong and asked, "Do you have time lately? I promised to take Wan Wan to the amusement park after the debate competition. If you have time, let us do it tomorrow. I don't have class. What about you?" Lin Muhong said after thinking for a moment. Xia Wanning nodded and said, "Okay." Seeing her parents discuss it, she excitedly exclaimed, "So, we're going to the amusement park tomorrow? Wan Wan is so happy. Dad, Mom, you're so good to me, I love you." After saying that, Wan Wan, like a happy little bird, rushed into their arms and kissed them on the forehead. Her big, watery eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she held her parents' hands tightly, as if afraid they would change their minds. In the afternoon, both Lin Muhong and Xia Wanning had classes, but Lin Muhong only had one, so he brought Wan Wan to class. Wan Wan, carrying a small backpack, sat obediently next to her father, her eyes curiously taking in everything around her. Soon, Zhao Zijuan, Lu Xiaorong, and Wang Kailuan walked over, chatting and laughing, and sat down next to him. As soon as Wang Kailuan sat down, he looked at Lin Muhong and complained, "Aheng, we don't see you except in class. What have you been busy with lately?" Taking care of the child, Lin Muhong said sincerely. After all, he cherished the time he spent with Wan Wan. At this moment, Zhao Zijuan's eyes darted around, and he said with a mischievous grin, "Aheng, you've already won over the school beauty, aren't you going to introduce her to us? Isn't that a bit unfair? Yeah, hurry up and introduce your wife to us. We're all single right now, you have to help us out," Wang Kailuan chimed in. Lin Muhong was both amused and exasperated. Although Xia Wanning wasn't his girlfriend now, she was Wan Wan's mother, and it was time for her to meet his good brothers. He replied, "Alright, then come to my house for dinner later, I'll cook myself." However, after hearing this, Lu Xiaorong immediately frowned and asked with a puzzled look, "Aheng, is the food you cooked edible? Won't it give us diarrhea for days after we come back?" "Don't worry, it won't kill you. It'll help you detox," Lin Muhong said slyly. His cooking skills used to be really unreliable, but now he has been completely transformed and his cooking skills are superb, guaranteed to win over several people. The three of them were unconventional, and upon hearing Lin Muhong's words, they were eager to try it. However, this was not their true intention. Their real purpose was not the wine, but the people. After class, Lin Muhong was followed by 3 Tagalones. Seeing this, Wan Wan glanced behind her and asked curiously, "Daddy, why are these strange uncles still following us?" "Because these 3 strange uncles are coming to our house for dinner," Lin Muhong said happily, pinching Wan Wan's nose. "Oh, I see. Will their son come too? Wan Wan wants to play with them," Wan Wan said playfully, pouting her little mouth with an expectant look on her face. Upon hearing the little guy's words, Lin Muhong quickly replied, "Baby, you should stay away from their son in the future." He didn't want his roommate's son to run off with his precious daughter, otherwise they would be smug for the rest of their lives. "Alright then." Wan Wan tilted her little head, looking puzzled, but she still listened to her father and nodded. After buying some vegetables and meat from the supermarket downstairs in the residential area, Lin Muhong led the group home. Upon opening the door and looking at the cozy little house in front of them, Zhao Zijuan and his 2 companions were filled with envy. "The decor is really nice, cozy and comfortable. No wonder my good buddy doesn't go back to the dorm. I would never go back either." At this moment, Lin Muhong looked at the 3 of them and said, "Please sit wherever you like, don't be shy, I'll go cook." "Okay." The 3 nodded, then sat on the sofa, either playing on their phones or watching TV. Since her father was busy cooking and didn't have time to play with her, Wan Wan started playing by herself. She played with her dolls for a while, then with building blocks. Perhaps the little one was born to love playing with water, because she went to the bathroom to play. She can't reach the faucet on the sink now, she can only touch the water in the toilet. At this moment, Wan Wan noticed a small cup next to her. Her eyes lit up, and she picked up the cup to scoop out the water from the toilet, having a great time playing with it. Her little hands stirred in the water, splashing up tiny droplets, and her face was filled with an innocent smile. Then, the little one didn't want to play in the bathroom anymore, so she took her small cup and went to the coffee table. Looking at the small teacup in front of him, Zhao Zijuan thought the little guy had brought him water specifically. His eyes lit up, and he picked up the cup, looking at the 2 of them smugly, saying, "Look, this is water that Wan Wan brought me. You don't have any, do you? I just want the kids to like it, there's nothing I can do about it." After saying that, he drank the water in his glass in one gulp, then smiled at Wan Wan and said, "Sweetie, would you like to pour Uncle another glass?" Upon hearing this, Wan Wan nodded, grabbed her cup, and ran off. She toddled towards the bathroom with her short legs, looking incredibly cute. Zhao Zijuan only saw Wanwan run away, but didn't see where she went. At this moment, he said with a smile, "Look at the treatment I get, and then look at the two of you. Sigh, what can I do? Wanwan is so smug about me." Wang Kailawan and the other person were so angry they gritted their teeth after seeing the other's smug expression. Lu Xiaorong added sourly, "It's just a glass of water, what's the big deal?" Chapter 63. Thanks to Wanwan, I drank toilet water all afternoon. Soon, Wanwan's round little face and cherry-like lips were gently pursed as she held the cup in her hands. However, the water in the cup swayed gently with her steps, as if it might spill at any moment. She was extremely careful with every step she took, her eyes fixed on the cup, afraid that the water inside would spill and her uncle would miss out on a sip. Zhao Zijuan was sitting on the sofa chatting with Lu Xiaorong and Wang Kailawan when he looked up and saw Wanwan walking towards him with her short legs, like a little angel. He stood up with an incredibly excited smile, took the cup with both hands, and proudly exclaimed, "Wanwan is so thoughtful." "Thank you, uncle." "It's nothing." Wanwan shook her head, looking extremely well behaved. Immediately, Zhao Zijuan held up his cup and waved it in front of Lu Xiaorong and Wang Kailawan, saying smugly, "Look how thoughtful Wanwan is. Forget it, there's no point in trying to reason with you people who don't even have water to drink." After saying that, he chuckled, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. After finishing, he deliberately smacked his lips and said with satisfaction, "This water is so sweet." Seeing Zhao Zijuan's smug look, Lu Xiaorong and Wang Kailawan felt resentful. At this moment, Wang Kailawan's eyes lit up, his face beaming with smiles. He waved to Wanwan and gently called out, "Baby, uncle is thirsty too. Would you like me to get a glass of water?" "Okay, Wanwan will go pour it for you." Wanwan answered crisply, and then, like a happy little rabbit, she hopped and skipped away. Seeing this, Lu Xiaorong also smiled and called out, "Pour uncle a glass of water too." "Okay, I know," the little guy said in a sweet, childlike voice that was so soft and adorable it melted anyone's heart. Hearing this, Lin Muhong, who was busy in the kitchen, couldn't help but smile. Looking at Wanwan's lively and lovely figure through the glass door of the kitchen, he felt gratified. His daughter, Wanwan, is so well behaved and sensible, she knows how to help her father take care of the guests. However, he had some doubts. There was no water in the direction Wanwan ran towards. Lin Muhong thought to himself, maybe the little one went to find a water cup. At that moment, Lin Muhong suddenly remembered something important. His 3 roommates were coming to visit, and he should inform Xia Wanning in advance, otherwise she might feel uncomfortable with a few more people suddenly coming to the house. So he quickly opened the WeChat chat window and sent the other person a message, "My roommate is coming over for dinner today, you don't mind, do you?" Xia Wanning felt her phone vibrate, opened it, and couldn't help but smile slightly as she replied, "It's nothing." "Then come back after class, and we'll have dinner together," Lin Muhong said happily. Looking at the message from the other party, Xia Wanning felt a warm current surge in her heart. She felt Lin Muhong's respect for her. After class, Xia Wanning pulled Xiao Xiao and hurriedly ran back to the dormitory. Seeing Xia Wanning rummaging through her belongings, Xiao Xiao smiled helplessly and said, "Ningning, what are you doing? You pulled me back, not so I could help you find your clothes, right?" Xia Wanning didn't say anything, but picked up a pink dress and held it up in front of her, then asked with a smile, "Xiao Xiao, do you think I look good in this dress?" "She looks beautiful. Our Ningning is the campus belle of Shanghai University. She'd be stunning even if she wore a burlap sack." Xiao Xiao leaned back in her chair and replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning frowned slightly, puffed out her cheeks, and said helplessly, "Xiao Xiao, to be honest, do I look good in this dress or not?" "It looks good, it looks good." Xiao Xiao nodded affirmatively. After all, with that face, she looks good in anything. Seeing the other person's unusual behavior, Xiao Xiao tilted her head and asked excitedly, "Ningning, did Lin Muhong ask you out?" Xia Wanning shook her head and said shyly, "His roommate is coming over, I can't embarrass him, can I?" Hearing this, Xiao Xiao pulled Xia Wanning to her side with a look of exasperation and said excitedly, "Please, you're the campus belle of Shanghai University, you can only bring him honor." "But Ningning, have you two made any progress? Has he confessed to you or anything?" Xiao Xiao asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning's face flushed instantly, and she said shyly, "No." Seeing this, Xiao Xiao quickly grabbed her hand and advised, "Ningning, boys often don't cherish girls who are too easily obtained. You should be more reserved." Is that so?" Xia Wanning pondered to herself. Besides, she had never been in a relationship and didn't know much about these things. Then she looked at Xiao Xiao and asked with a smile, "How do you know so much?" "Absolutely. I can walk through a field of grass and not get a single petal on me." Xiao Xiao's eyes darted around, and her tone became increasingly guilty. Seeing this, Xiao Wanning didn't expose her. She put on a pink dress and carefully applied light makeup. She looked at Xiao Xiao and winked. Xiao Xiao immediately understood and nodded with a smile. "Very beautiful, Lin Muhong will definitely fall at your feet." Hearing Xiao Xiao's words, Xiao Wanning's face turned as red as if it could bleed. Embarrassed and flustered, she ran away, leaving behind the words, "Xiao Xiao, you're so mean." Watching the other person flee in disarray, Xiao Xiao smiled and muttered to herself, "I must have been born into the wrong family. Women love someone as wicked as me." Meanwhile, Wan Wan was thoughtfully helping her father take care of several uncles. She spun around like a little top, fetching water back and forth and having a great time. She brought water to this uncle 1 minute and that uncle the next. She looked so adorable. At that moment, the sound of the door opening came from the entrance, and Xiao Wanning walked in. Hearing the noise at the door, Wan Wan's eyes lit up, and she ran towards her mother with a smile. "Mommy, you're back." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zijuan and the other two quickly sat up from the sofa, then went to Xiao Wanning and greeted her with smiles. "Hello, sister-in-law." "Hello, sister-in-law." "Hello everyone." Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Xiao Wanning waved and greeted them with a smile. However, she was even happier because these people were calling her sister-in-law. Hearing the noise coming from the living room, Lin Muhong came out with a smile. "You're back. Let me introduce you. This is Zhao Zijuan, and this is Wang Kailuan." Xiao Wanning nodded to each of them. Lin Muhong continued, "Now that everyone is here, let's eat." At that time, the table was filled with various dishes, emitting an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. At this moment, Zhao Zijuan brought all 3 of their small cups to the table. When Wan Wan saw that their cups were empty, her eyes curved into crescents, and she said with a smile, "Uncle, Wan Wan will go and pour you some water." "Thank you, baby." Seeing how well behaved Wan Wan was, Zhao Zijuan and the other 2 were filled with affection. However, Lin Muhong watched Wan Wan walk inside and asked in confusion, "The water dispenser is right next to us, why did the little one go to that direction to get water?" Zhao Zijuan and his 2 companions had a bad feeling, especially when they saw Wan Wan walking towards the bathroom. The 3 of them exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fear. At that moment, the group followed behind Wan Wan, walking cautiously and barely daring to breathe. Sure enough, they discovered that she was using a small cup to scoop water from the toilet. Upon seeing this, Lin Muhong was taken aback at first, then said to his 3 roommates with a wry smile, "I'm sorry, brothers, my family is poor and I don't have anything to offer you. You've been drinking toilet water all afternoon." After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 64. Something happened at home. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zijuan and the other 2 immediately gagged. Wang Kailuan, in particular, complained irritably, "Zhao Zijuan, what kind of taste do you have? You said this water was sweet, ugh. You 2 were drinking quite enthusiastically too, and now you're criticizing me." Zhao Zijuan replied helplessly, thinking to himself, "I wonder who was it that insisted on having Wan Wan pour water back then." Seeing the way the group was blaming each other, Lin Muhong was both amused and exasperated. "You 3 are all equally bad, so don't blame anyone else." At this moment, Wan Wan seemed to realize that she had done something wrong. She stood next to the toilet, fidgeting nervously with her little fingers, and her eyes kept sneaking glances at the others. Afraid of being criticized, she stood there motionless, her lips pursed as if she were about to cry. She looked like a frightened little rabbit, pitiful and helpless. Seeing this, Lin Muhong gently pulled Wan Wan to his side. Before he could even say anything, the little guy opened his mouth and burst into tears, looking as if he had suffered a great injustice, and even giving the impression that the bad guy had accused him first. Seeing Wan Wan's tears, as big as beans, streaming down her face, Lin Muhong's eyes were filled with heartache. He gently patted Wan Wan's back and comforted her. "Wan Wan, your uncles aren't mad at you. If you keep crying, you'll turn into a little kitten." The little one was sobbing, and it was heartbreaking to see him like that. Seeing her crying with tears streaming down her face, Zhao Zijuan and the other 2 were at a loss for what to do. Then, Wang Kailuan quickly chimed in, "Wan Wan, the uncles are fine. We were just joking." Seeing this, Lu Xiaorong added, "That's right, Wan Wan has been entertaining us for so long without a single complaint. That's right, the water in the toilet is still water, it's perfectly clean." Zhao Zijuan said with a smile. As he spoke, he actually convinced himself and nodded seriously. Upon hearing this, Wan Wan gradually stopped crying, and then said in a pitiful voice, "Uncles, Wan Wan didn't know this water wasn't drinkable, I'm so sorry." It's alright, this water is drinkable. Who said it's not? It's just not something you can drink often, Zhao Zijuan said with a smile. They really went to great lengths to comfort Wan Wan. Upon hearing this, Wan Wan's smile blossomed like a flower blooming in spring. Seeing this, Lin Muhong picked up Wan Wan and went to the water dispenser, instructing the little one, "Sweetie, next time the uncles come, get your water from here, okay?" Yes, Wan Wan remembers. The little one nodded emphatically, looking extremely serious. Then, Lin Muhong found a few clean cups. At this moment, as if to make up for her mistake, Wan Wan jumped off the stool, took a cup with her chubby little hands, and went to the water dispenser to get water. After receiving it, she carefully placed it in front of the group and said in a childish voice, "Uncle, please have some water." Zhao Zijuan's heart melted at the sight. He thought to himself that if he had such a well-behaved and adorable baby, he would be willing to drink toilet water every day. Next, everyone started eating. After tasting Lin Muhong's cooking, Lu Xiaorong was full of disbelief. "Ahang, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. Your sister-in-law is really lucky." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning's face instantly turned red. She smiled shyly and nodded. Seeing this, Lin Muhong quickly put a piece of meat into Lu Xiaorong's bowl, teasingly saying with a smile, "Eat up, even meat can't shut you up." After eating and drinking their fill, Zhao Zijuan and his two companions reluctantly prepared to leave. As they were leaving, they grabbed Lin Muhong's hand and pleaded, "Ahang, your cooking is so delicious, can we come and eat here every day?" "Get lost," Lin Muhong said irritably, thinking to himself, if they come to freeload every day, won't they be burning in the sun every single day? Seeing the uncles standing in front of the elevator, Wan Wan hid behind Xia Wanning and said somewhat shyly, "Goodbye, uncles, next time, Wan Wan won't let you drink toilet water." "Okay, goodbye Wan Wan," the three nodded with smiles, their eyes full of affection. After getting on the elevator, the three of them still felt a little unsatisfied, thinking back to the dishes Lin Muhong had cooked. They were all thinking about the same question: how could they get free meals every day? Before going to sleep, Wan Wan lay in bed, and Lin Muhong told the little one a story as usual. Suddenly, she tilted her little head and looked at her father, asking, "Daddy, I miss Grandpa and Grandma. When are we going back to see them?" Speaking of her parents, Lin Muhong felt a little apologetic. She had been busy taking care of her child and making money lately and hadn't called home for a long time. She didn't know how they were doing. He thought to himself that the Dragon Boat Festival was just a few days away, and Wan Wan would miss her grandparents, so it would be a good time to go back for a visit. They would love to see such a well-behaved and adorable granddaughter. Meanwhile, in an old residential area on the outskirts of Shanghai, Lin Zhongtian, wearing a striped vest, quietly led his wife Su Wanru upstairs. The hallway was filled with an old and worn atmosphere, and the lights were dim and weak. When they reached the third floor, the elderly couple's faces were filled with bitterness and helplessness as they looked at the words, "Return the money," written in red paint on the west door. Lin Zhongtian quietly opened the door, and after entering, he carefully closed it, as if afraid of making the slightest sound. However, after entering the room, the two of them did not dare to turn on the lights. By the moonlight, Su Wanru saw that only some old and worn-out furniture remained in the house, and her pent-up emotions exploded instantly. She looked at Lin Zhongtian in a low but angry voice and said, "Look what you've done. At your age, you still have to cause trouble. You've ruined a perfectly good family. How are we supposed to live now?" While wiping away her tears, Su Wanru continued, "Ahang will graduate from university in a few years, which is exactly when he needs money. How are we going to get money to buy him a house and get him a wife?" She became more and more agitated as she spoke, and tears streamed down her face. At this moment, Lin Zhongtian was filled with regret, and he kept hitting himself. Seeing this, Su Wanru hugged him tightly and comforted him, saying, "As long as we are together as a family, we will get through this." Lin Zhongtian nodded slightly, paused briefly, then looked up at the other person and slowly said, "Has Ahang called you these days?" "Don't mention anything about family matters to him." "No, perhaps she's too busy with her studies and doesn't have time," Su Wanru gently shook her head in response. She suddenly thought of something and continued, "The Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon, and Ahang will definitely come back for the festival. What will we do then? Won't we be exposed?" After listening, Lin Zhongtian fell into deep thought. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Let's call Ahang tomorrow and tell him we've gone on a trip." "Yes, that's a good idea, let's go with it." Su Wanru nodded in agreement. Chapter 65, Returning to My Hometown. The next day, before dawn had even broken and the world was still shrouded in quiet darkness, Lin Zhongtian and Su Wanru sneaked out of their house like thieves. Nowadays, as soon as it gets daytime, there will be a group of people guarding the door of my house, the entrance of my building, and even the entrance of my community, with only one purpose: to get them to pay back the money. After the sun rose, Su Wanru looked at the time and guessed that her son should have gotten up by now, so she took out her phone and dialed Lin Muhong's number. At the same time, Lin Muhong, who was preparing breakfast, saw that it was his mother calling. His eyes lit up with joy. He answered the phone eagerly and said with a grin, "Mom, I've been quite busy lately and haven't called you. You're not angry with your son, are you?" Lin Muhong said with a hint of apology. How could that be? Hearing her son's familiar voice, Su Wanru tried hard to hold back her tears. "You students are busy, and your studies are the most important thing. I understand." He. Lin Muhong chuckled sheepishly, then continued, "Mom, I'm coming home for the Dragon Boat Festival, and I have a surprise for you then." "No." Upon hearing this, Su Wanru refused decisively. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong sensed something strange. "Mom, you usually look forward to me coming home to spend more time with you, so why won't you let me come back for the Dragon Boat Festival this year? Is something wrong at home?" he asked worriedly. No. Su Wanru smiled awkwardly, afraid that her son would overthink things, and replied, "Everything is fine at home. Your dad and I booked a tour for the Dragon Boat Festival, planning to go out for a couple of days. Do you want to disturb our time together?" "Your dad and I don't want you at all," Su Wanru said, trying to sound casual, but her voice trembled slightly. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong frowned deeply. "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course it's true, we're leaving this afternoon." Su Wanru nodded, trying to make her voice sound normal so that her son wouldn't notice anything unusual. Lin Muhong nodded, somewhat helplessly. "All right, then have fun with your dad. Remember to send me the tour group's information. There are a lot of rip-offs these days, so I'll check if it's legitimate or not." "Okay," Su Wanru replied softly. After hanging up the phone, Su Wanru could no longer hold back and burst into tears in Lin Zhongtian's arms. "Old Lin, I miss our son." Hearing this, tears welled up in Lin Zhongtian's eyes. He gently patted Su Wanru's back and comforted her. "Once things are settled, we'll take our son home." After saying that, Lin Zhongtian checked his phone and said, "The people we arranged to meet are almost here. Let's go check on them." After hanging up the phone, Lin Muhong felt increasingly uneasy, especially since he thought he had heard sobbing when he made the call. Moreover, he had a bad feeling that something bad might have really happened at home. Lin Muhong's suspicions grew stronger, especially after seeing the photos of the tour group his mother sent him, which further confirmed his guess. The tour dates on the photo had already passed. "My mom must have sent me a picture because she was worried about me. The date was written at the very bottom, so I guess she was careless and didn't notice it." Seeing this, Lin Muhong thought to himself that he had to go home. Just then, the bedroom door opened, and Wan, dressed in a pretty little dress, walked in with cheerful steps. She jumped into Lin Muhong's arms and said in her sweet, childish voice, "Daddy, Mommy and I are ready. Let's go to the amusement park." Seeing Wan's excited eyes, Lin Muhong frowned, feeling guilty. He bent down and said apologetically, "Wan, I'm sorry, Daddy has to break his promise this time." He patiently explained, something might have happened back home. "Daddy has to go back to see Grandpa and Grandma now. I'll take you to the amusement park after we've dealt with it, okay?" Upon hearing this, Wan's excited little face instantly dimmed, but she quickly composed herself, nodded obediently, and said in her childish voice, "It's okay, Daddy has things to do, Wan understands, then we'll take Wan when Daddy is done." At that moment, Xia Wanning looked at Lin Muhong with concern and asked, "What happened to your family? Is there anything I can do to help?" Lin Muhong shook his head. "I don't know. My parents probably don't want me to worry, so they don't dare to tell me." He then turned his gaze to Wan and said softly, "I'll need you to look after Wan for the next few days. Thank you for your help." "It's alright, don't worry, I'll take good care of Wan," Xia Wanning said gently. After all, Wan was also her daughter. Afterwards, Lin Muhong went back to her room to tidy up briefly, then grabbed her small bag and prepared to leave. At this moment, Wan suddenly caught up and grabbed his leg tightly, refusing to let go. She looked up at Lin Muhong with her big, round eyes full of anticipation and said, "Dad, Wan wants to go back with you too. I miss Grandpa and Grandma." Looking at the little guy's expectant eyes, Lin Muhong felt extremely conflicted. He was afraid that something might happen at home and he wouldn't be able to take care of Wan, but he really didn't want to refuse the little one's request. Seeing this, Xia Wanning bit her lip and finally said, "I don't have classes these 2 days, how about Wan and I accompany you home? Fearing the other party might misunderstand, she added, I didn't mean anything by it. Wan wants to see her grandparents, and I don't want her to be disappointed. Lin Muhong felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing this, and he was extremely grateful. After a while, the mother and daughter quickly tidied their clothes and came out of the room, and then the family of three went out. Worried about things at home, Lin Muhong sped up as much as possible while ensuring safety. His home is in the suburbs of Shanghai, and it takes about 2.5 hours to drive there from the school. Seeing Lin Muhong's anxious look, Xia Wanning comforted him, don't worry, maybe nothing really happened at home. Lin Muhong responded softly. If that were the case, it would be wonderful. Soon, Lin Muhong arrived at the entrance of the residential area in just 2.5 hours, a journey that usually takes 2.5 hours. At this time, a large crowd had gathered at the entrance of the residential area, most of whom were unfamiliar faces. Looking at the parking gate in the residential area, Lin Muhong beeped, and soon someone came out and asked, whose car are you going to? Lin Zhongtian, Unit 1, Room 302, Building 5. Upon hearing this, the people who had been gathered at the entrance of the residential area immediately surrounded Lin Muhong's car. The leader was wearing a white t-shirt and his arms were covered in tattoos. He walked over to the driver's side, impatiently knocked on the window, and said menacingly, Kid, get out of the car right now. Chapter 66 Don't worry, I won't run away. Inside the car, Wan was sitting quietly in her seat when she saw through the window that a lot of people had surrounded the car. The little one involuntarily snuggled closer to Xia Wanning's arms, her small body trembling slightly, and she asked in a tearful voice. Mommy, what are these people doing? Wan is so scared. Wan's little face turned pale with fright, her eyes filled with terror, and her chubby little hands gripped Xia Wanning's clothes tightly. Seeing her daughter's frightened expression, Xia Wanning felt heartbroken. She gently patted Wan's back and comforted her, Wan, don't be afraid, Mommy will be here to protect you. After saying that, she gently buried Wan's head in her arms, using her body to block the view outside the car so that Wan wouldn't see the people outside. At this moment, Lin Muhong was sitting in the driver's seat. Without anyone telling him, he could sense from the tense atmosphere around him and the expressions of those people that a major change had occurred in his family. He frowned, his eyes filled with doubt, and he kept thinking, his parents were just ordinary workers, honest and simple, so why would these people come to their door? The most urgent thing is to understand the situation first in order to find out what exactly happened at home. Lin Muhong took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, then turned to Xia Wanning and Wan behind him and instructed, I'll get out of the car to check. You and Wan stay in the car and don't get out no matter what happens. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning was filled with worry. She replied with concern, be careful. Lin Muhong nodded, gave Xia Wanning a reassuring look, and then got out of the car. Fearing that these people would cause trouble for the mother and daughter, he quickly locked the car doors after getting out. He then coldly surveyed the crowd and loudly asked, What are you all doing surrounding my car? From the crowd, a tall man with tattooed arms strode forward. His gaze swept over Lin Muhong, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. I heard Lin Zhongtian has a son in college, that's you, isn't it? A moment later, the tattooed man turned to the crowd and said with a beaming smile, Everyone, this is Lin Zhongtian's son. Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in everyone's eyes. Then, the tattooed man's eyes gleamed with excitement, If I can't stop your parents, I can stop you. As long as you're here, I don't believe they can hide forever. What did my parents do to you? Lin Muhong asked with a worried expression, his eyes fixed on the tattooed man, trying to glean some clues from his expression. Kid, you're still in the dark. The tattooed man sneered, replying fiercely, Your parents owe their workers wages, and we're here today to demand an explanation. These words immediately caused an uproar among the surrounding people. Their faces were full of anger, and they all echoed, We haven't been paid for months. How are we supposed to live like this? If you don't pay us today, we're not leaving, a short, dark-skinned man shouted. Yes, we're not leaving. Others chimed in, creating a noisy and chaotic scene. Seeing everyone's indignant expressions, Lin Muhong was filled with doubt. He kept thinking to himself, his parents were just ordinary office workers, how could they possibly have the money to open a factory? What exactly happened? Thinking about this, a bold guess suddenly popped into his mind, could it be that his parents are actually hidden tycoons who have been pretending to be ordinary people in order to raise him, and that he is actually a second-generation rich kid or a family heir? But as soon as the thought popped into his head, he dismissed it. After all, his parents lived a very frugal life and didn't seem like rich people at all. Before Lin Muhong could continue thinking, a series of urgent horn blares suddenly came from behind him. It turned out that his car was blocking the entrance to the residential area, which had already caused dissatisfaction among the drivers behind him. The drivers stuck behind kept honking their horns, their faces filled with anxiety and anger, and they kept cursing. To get to the bottom of things, Lin Muhong put on a sincere expression and said solemnly, "It's not good to be stuck here. I'll drive the car in, and we can talk inside." As soon as Lin Muhong finished speaking, a thin man wearing glasses stood up next to the tattooed man. He was wearing a wrinkled shirt, his hair was messy, and he looked very slovenly. He casually pushed up his glasses and said, "So what if there's a traffic jam behind us? It's none of my business. If you run away, who are we going to ask for our money? Brothers, we can't let him drive this car away," he shouted, waving his arms. Lin Muhong looked helpless and patiently explained, "There's only one entrance to the complex. Where can I go if I drive in? Aren't you looking for my parents? Once I drive in, I'll call them and ask them to come back." He thought to himself that he needed to find out what had happened at home before he could solve the problem, especially since his parents couldn't keep hiding from these people forever. After listening, the tattooed man pondered for a moment, touched his chin, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, and finally nodded. He pointed at Lin Muhong and warned him menacingly, "Kid, don't try anything funny. There are our people all over the neighborhood and at the entrance. Don't even think about running away." "Don't worry, I won't run away," Lin Muhong solemnly promised, his eyes filled with determination. The tattooed man then stepped aside to let Lin Muhong get into the car. The noise outside was so loud that Xiao Wanning couldn't hear what those people were saying at all. Seeing Lin Muhong return to the car, she asked with concern, "How are you? They didn't give you any trouble, did they?" "No." Lin Muhong shook his head, forcing a smile on his face, trying to reassure Xiao Wanning. He then started the car and drove it to the apartment building. At this moment, the man with the tattooed arm and his group followed. At this moment, the people who had been waiting downstairs saw the tattooed man approaching and gathered around, asking in confusion, "Brother Sun, why are you all here? Is there news about Lin Zhongtian?" The man called Brother Sun was none other than Sun Daong, the tattooed man. He looked at Lin Muhong with a smile and said smugly, "No, but his son is in our hands now. I don't believe the old couple won't show up." Then, Sun Daong continued, "Kid, call your parents right now and tell them to come and pay back the money. If you don't make this call, don't blame us for being impolite with your delicate skin." He waved his fist in front of Lin Muhong, his eyes full of threat. "Okay, I'll fight." Lin Muhong nodded. He wasn't intimidated by these people's power, he was mainly worried about his parents. "Looking at these menacing-looking people, I can only imagine that my parents must have had a tough time lately. As their son, I feel guilty for not being able to share their burdens." At this moment, the bespectacled man whispered in Sun Daong's ear, "Brother Sun, we can't get through to these two old folks on the phone. Do you think this kid can contact them?" "Don't worry, they'll definitely answer." Sun Daong's eyes gleamed with confidence. Soon, Lin Muhong took out his phone and made a call in front of everyone. Upon seeing this, Sun Daong immediately snatched the phone, turned on speakerphone, and stared intently at the screen. After the phone rang a few times, it was actually answered. The bespectacled man's eyes gleamed with excitement. It really connected. Seeing that his parents had answered the phone, Lin Muhong quickly said, "Dad, Mom. Chapter 67 Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. This matter needs to be addressed by his father." Before he could finish speaking, Sun Daong snatched the phone away and roared viciously, "Your son is with us right now. If you two hadn't shown up, we might have done something to him." Upon hearing this, Su Wanru's expression instantly tensed, her eyes filled with fear and worry. Her hands unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes as she hurriedly pleaded, let's go back now. Don't do anything to my son, come at us if you have any problems. See you in a bit then." After saying that, Sun Daong hung up the phone, a smug smile on his face. Hearing the dial tone, tears welled up in Su Wanru's eyes. Her body trembled slightly, and she said in a sobbing voice, "Ahang is in those people's hands now. We have to go back quickly. It must have been when we called our son this morning that he noticed something was wrong and rushed back." Lin Zhongtian sighed heavily. The thought of dragging his son into this filled him with self-reproach. He slapped himself hard across the face, his eyes filled with regret. "I was truly out of my mind back then, otherwise I wouldn't have caused so much trouble. It's no use saying all this now." Su Wanru held back her tears, gently took his hand, and comforted him, "Let's go quickly, I'm afraid they'll do something bad to Ahang if we're too late." The two looked at each other and nodded, their eyes filled with anxiety, then hurried towards home. Meanwhile, downstairs in the apartment building, Lin Muhong was surrounded by a group of people, who were afraid he would escape. However, looking at the blazing sun overhead, Lin Muhong said to everyone, "It's so hot. We can't just stay here any longer. Why don't we go back to my house first?" He was mainly worried that the mother and daughter in the car would get heatstroke from the heat. Upon hearing this, the thin man with glasses' eyes lit up. He quickly grabbed Sun Dayong's arm and told him the truth. "Brother Sun, we're all short on money. Many of us don't even get 2 meals a day. Standing in the sun like this, I'm worried we might all get heatstroke. How about we?" "Howsy, you're right. Besides, there are so many of us. How can we let a mere kid like him get away?" Sun Dayong spoke confidently, his face full of contempt, then looked at Lin Muhong and said, "Kid, you go ahead and open the door. As long as you behave and listen to us, we won't do anything to you. These people are all factory workers who just want to get back the money they deserve for their labor." Lin Muhong nodded, thinking to himself, if these people's only goal is money, then things will be much easier. He then unlocked the car door, opened the back door, and said to the two people inside, "It's alright, you can get out now." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning got out of the car with Wan Wan in her arms. Seeing that there were still so many people around them, the little girl buried her head in her mother's arms in fear, her body trembling slightly. "Let's go back to my home," Lin Muhong said softly, following behind the mother and daughter. Sun Dayong and the others also followed closely upstairs. As Lin Muhong opened the door, the scene inside the house came into view, and his heart sank. The house was empty except for the old sofas. All the valuables had been moved away long ago, probably by these people. "Everything was fine when I went home last time, but now everything has changed." Lin Muhong felt guilty that he had been completely unaware of such a big thing happening at home, and he secretly blamed himself, thinking, if I had called more often, would I have found out sooner? After entering the house, Lin Muhong led Xia Wanning and the other woman to his room. He solemnly instructed them, "Stay in the room with Wan Wan. Don't come out no matter what noise you hear, understand?" "Okay." Xia Wanning nodded, her eyes full of worry, and added with concern, "Be careful." "I understand." Lin Muhong forced a smile, nodded, and then turned and walked out of the room. The door closed, and Wan Wan sat on the edge of the bed, her little eyes filled with worry. She said in her childish voice, "Mommy, those uncles look so fierce. Will Daddy be in trouble?" Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning's expression tensed instantly, but she still tried to remain calm and comforted Wan Wan, saying, "Daddy is so capable, he'll definitely be fine." "Mum." Wan Wan nodded vigorously. In her mind, her father was an omnipotent hero. However, the little one quickly added, "If Daddy gets bullied, Wan Wan will definitely rush up to protect Daddy, and she will also protect Mommy." Wan Wan's chubby little face was full of seriousness. Xia Wanning looked at her, a gentle smile appearing on her lips, her heart filled with warmth. "Yes, our Wan Wan is a little adult now, she knows how to protect her father and mother, that's great." Wan Wan grinned, then happily sat on the bed. She took off her small backpack, then took out her drawing book and began to look at it carefully. This little guy seems to have a natural love for learning. He gets completely absorbed in a book as soon as he picks it up. Watching her beloved daughter immersed in her own little world, Xia Wanning was filled with anticipation, hoping that she could continue to grow up carefree like this. Outside, the front door was closed, and two people were guarding the door to prevent Lin Muhong from escaping. Seeing everyone's tense expressions, Lin Muhong waved his hand and smiled reassuringly, "You really don't need to be so wary of me. I called my parents here to discuss a solution." After he finished speaking, he looked at the man with the tattooed arms and asked, "How much money do my parents owe you?" Upon hearing this, Sun Daeong glanced at him and said, "Your parents owe us several months' wages. If you add up all the employees' wages, it's probably around 2 million. After saying that, he emphasized again, "What we got back was the money we deserved for our labor and sweat. This money should have been ours in the first place." Upon hearing this, the people in the room retorted indignantly, "What's wrong with us taking back our own money? Your parents seem so honest and kind, yet they can't even bear to pay their workers' wages. Rich people are often stingy. I never imagined that someone as big as yours would live in such a dilapidated place. Who are you trying to impress? If we weren't so desperate for food, who would want to stay at your house every day? Anyway, you have to take this money today, whether you like it or not, or my wife will divorce me." A bespectacled, somewhat thin man approached Lin Muhong, speaking excitedly. Had Sun Daeong not stopped him, he probably would have already attacked Lin Muhong. Howsy, every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. We need to talk to his father about this, Sun Daeong said, pulling Jo Changhao to sit down beside him. Hearing everyone's words, Lin Muhong had some doubts, but he also expressed his understanding. However, he found it hard to believe that his family could afford to support so many workers. Moreover, his parents are definitely not the kind of people who pretend to be poor but are actually rich, as often depicted in novels. Lin Muhong firmly believed that there must be some hidden story behind this, and everything would be clear once his parents returned. Chapter 68 Son, don't blame your father for being heartless. Ever since they learned that the investment was a scam, the elderly couple Lin Zhongtian and Su Wanru have been going out quietly before dawn every day, sitting in the park all day long, and only daring to cautiously return home late at night. After receiving a call from their son, the elderly couple rushed over from the park and arrived at the entrance of their residential compound shortly afterward. At this moment, at the entrance of the residential area, two men were smoking, their eyes fixed on the entrance. One of them, with strikingly dyed yellow hair and a slightly overweight build, couldn't wait to pat the person next to him when he saw the familiar figure, and shouted, "Old Zhang, look, isn't that Lin Zhongtian and his wife?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Dehua immediately looked in the direction, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He nodded in confirmation, "That's right, it's them. That old bastard has kept us waiting." The blonde-haired man stubbed out his cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said smugly, "You'd better call brother Sun right away and tell him that Lin Zhongtian is back." The two then followed Lin Zhongtian and his wife so that they could intercept them immediately if they noticed any signs of them trying to escape. At that time, Lin Zhongtian and Su Wanru were walking hurriedly, their hearts filled with worry for their son, and they soon arrived at their doorstep. As soon as the door opened, he was roughly pulled inside by the people who were waiting at the door. Upon entering, Su Wanru quickly scanned the room and finally spotted her son by the window. Seeing that Lin Muhong was safe and sound, she finally felt relieved, and her eyes welled up with tears. When Lin Muhong saw his parents return, he was anxious and wanted to go forward, but Sun Daeong coldly stopped him. Sun Daeong's lips curled into a sinister smile as he coldly said, "Now that your parents are back, we should have a proper discussion with them." After saying that, Sun Daeong glanced at Lin Muhong disdainfully and continued, "You little brat, go away, this is none of your business." Jo Changhao was even more ruthless, shoving Lin Muhong aside with a look of utter contempt in his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Zhongtian thought they were going to harm his son, and hurriedly pleaded, "Don't touch my son. If you have any problems, come at me." Sun Daeong sneered and said slowly, "We're here today for one purpose only, to get back the money that's rightfully ours." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhongtian's lips twitched, and he said bitterly, "I've told you, we are also victims. Besides, we simply can't come up with the money you're asking for." Sun Daeong laughed in anger and sneered, "You have the money to buy our factory, but not the money to pay our wages? Do you think we're 3-year-olds? If you can't come up with the money today, don't blame us for being rude to your son." Seeing this, Lin Zhongtian hurriedly waved his hand, his eyes full of pleading, "Please don't lay a hand on my son. This is my fault. I'll sell my liver and kidneys to pay you back. Please don't hurt my son." Sun Daeong's lips twitched. He was also a father and knew that children were the lifeblood of their parents, but for the sake of his child, he had no other choice. Lin Muhong felt as if his heart was being torn apart as he watched his father plead desperately to keep him out of the mess. He stepped forward and said firmly, "I will pay back the money my father owes you. Don't make things difficult for my parents." "Ahang, what nonsense are you spouting? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll kick you out of the house." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhongtian's eyes widened in anger. He truly did not want his son to ruin his entire life because of his own affairs. He looked at his son with a face full of apology, his eyes seeming to say, "Son, don't blame Dad for being heartless, I just want you to be well." Sun Daeong was filled with mixed emotions as he watched this scene. How pitiful are the hearts of parents everywhere. As a parent himself, he naturally understood Lin Zhongtian's feelings, but thinking of his own child who was waiting for money to save his life, he could only harden his heart and say coldly, "Today, you must give us an explanation, otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." At this moment, Su Wanru hurriedly chimed in, "My old man is right. As long as you are willing to let my son go, we will pay you back even if we have to sell our blood or kidneys. If you don't believe me, we can go to the hospital right now, and you can have all the money from the sale." To be honest, everyone present was deeply moved by these words. However, everyone has different positions, and if they don't get their hard-earned money back, their lives may fall apart. So neither group is actually at fault, the blame lies with the person who set up this scheme. Hearing his parents' words, Lin Muhong felt heartbroken. As their son, how could he dare to abandon them? He looked at the crowd with a firm tone and said, I have money, I can pay you back, talk to me. Kid, your parents owe a lot of money, are you really willing to agree to it? Sun Daeon looked at Lin Muhong with admiration in his eyes, never expecting this kid to be so responsible. Lin Muhong nodded, remaining calm under pressure, and said, as long as it can be proven that the money should have been paid by my parents, I agree to pay it back, and the money will be in my account today. The workers inside the house were delighted to hear this. If they can actually get the money today, they can give their families an explanation when they go back. At this moment, Zhou Changhao leaned closer to Sun Daeong and whispered, Brother Sun, isn't this kid a freshman in college? How could he possibly have money to pay us back? Is he lying to us? Upon hearing this, both Su Wanru and Lin Zhongtian were filled with disbelief. Lin Zhongtian, in particular, was worried that his son would borrow from various loan sharks and online lenders to pay off his debts, which would ruin his son's life. So he looked at everyone and said sincerely, my son just started college, where would he get so much money? You want money, right? I'll contact the real estate agent right now and sell this house. I'll pay you back as soon as I get the money. I can borrow from relatives now. Give me some time to raise the money. I don't ask for much. 5 days no, 3 days. I'll give you all the money I raise, okay? At the same time, Su Wanru ran back to her room and took out the gold she had secretly hidden, about 50 grams, which was the betrothal gift she had saved for her future daughter-in-law. After finding it, she placed the jewelry box on the coffee table and pleaded, take this gold first, consider it interest. My husband and I will definitely find a way to raise the money in the next few days. If you're worried, you can send someone to watch over us. We definitely won't sneak away. Seeing that Sun Daeong and his group were somewhat moved, Su Wanru quickly looked at her son and said, why don't you hurry back to school? We don't need you here. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong said firmly, I'm not leaving. He then picked up the jewelry box on the table, put it in his pocket, and looked at Sun Daeong, saying, I know you don't trust me. Come and look at this, and you'll know whether I have the ability to negotiate with you. Oh? Sun Daeong was quite surprised to hear this. He wondered to himself, could it be that this kid really has the ability to repay? Chapter 69 I didn't do anything. Sun Daeong walked towards Lin Muhong with some doubt. Seeing this, Zhou Changhao quickly grabbed Sun Daeong's arm and said with a worried look, Boss, this kid might not have good intentions. We have to be careful. Sun Daeong shook his head and answered affirmatively, it's nothing. Then, he strode towards Lin Muhong. When Lin Muhong saw Sun Daeong approaching, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He handed over his phone and said, you can count the zeros on this carefully and see if it's enough to pay all your workers' wages. Upon hearing this, Sun Daeong stared intently at the string of numbers on his phone screen, not blinking an eye. He counted carefully, and after counting once, fearing he might make a mistake, he counted several more times. After a while, Sun Daeong, his face full of excitement and his voice trembling, replied, okay, we won't talk to your parents anymore, we'll talk to you. The elderly couple, Lin Zhongtian and his wife, stood aside, their eyes filled with worry as they witnessed this scene. Seeing Sun Daeong's reaction, they were even more puzzled. Could it be that their son really had so much money? Su Wanru was extremely anxious. She thought to herself, if this money was borrowed by her son from the internet, she would stop him even if it cost her life. Okay. Lin Muhong nodded readily and said, as long as you can prove that this money should be paid back by my parents, I will settle the account with you. Sun Daeong grinned, then took out a contract from his bag and handed it to him, saying, this is the contract your parents signed to buy the factory. A few months ago, your father bought this factory from our boss. Now he is our new boss and should pay us wages. Your company doesn't have any money in its account? Lin Muhong frowned upon hearing this. Normally, factories would keep some emergency funds on hand. Upon hearing this, Sun Daeong gritted his teeth and said fiercely, then you'll have to ask your old father. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhongtian hurriedly waved his hands, his face full of fear, and said, I didn't do anything, I'm innocent. I know nothing about these things, and I am also a victim. After hearing his father's words, Lin Muhong understood that there must be some hidden story behind it. So he pulled his parents to sit down on the chairs next to him and began to ask them what had happened. Dad, where did our family get the money to buy such a big factory? What's going on? Lin Muhong was full of doubts, his brows furrowed. Now that his son knows about this, Lin Zhongtian no longer hides it. He slapped his thigh, sighed deeply, and said, alas, it's all my fault for being bewitched and listening to slander. Then he continued, our land was expropriated by the government, and we received over 10 million yuan in compensation. I heard from someone that I could invest in a factory and enjoy dividends, and there was no risk to the principal. As soon as they told me, I was tempted. I thought about it for several days. I figured that after you graduated from university, I would need a lot of money to buy you a house and help you get married, so I invested all my money in it. I never expected that the contract I signed was a dual contract. When I signed the contract, it was written as an equity purchase agreement, but I never expected that what I received would turn into a contract to purchase the factory. I didn't even realize it at the time. I only found out after they came to my door. After finishing speaking, Lin Zhongtian looked at everyone and said helplessly, "Everyone, it's really not that I deliberately didn't pay you your salaries. I even lost my life savings, and now I'm really broke." Hearing Lin Zhongtian's words, everyone present sighed with emotion. However, it's a fact that I haven't been paid. People are selfish, and everyone will naturally want to protect their own interests first. After hearing this, Zhou Changhao curled his lip indifferently and said irritably, "Now, you are our boss, and it is your obligation to pay us salaries. Otherwise, wouldn't all of us be working for nothing?" Upon hearing this, Sun Daong turned around and gave Zhou Changhao a stern warning, then looked at Lin Muhang and said, "Now that things are clear, can you pay me?" At the same time, a crisp system notification sound suddenly rang in Lin Muhang's mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host is facing a predicament and has issued a task: take over the factory and be rewarded with advanced manufacturing technology for electric tricycles, three-wheeled vehicles. Upon hearing the task notification from the system, Lin Muhang frowned, thinking to himself, "Is the system trying to make me take over this mess?" However, he reconsidered and realized that regardless of whether he accepted the offer, he had to properly deal with the workers in front of him, otherwise they would never give up. Lin Muhang turned to his father, Lin Zhongtian, and said, "Dad, find the contract we signed before, let me take a look." After all, 2 million is no small sum, and he didn't want to be taken advantage of for no reason. He will only take on the responsibility without hesitation if the law determines that he should pay for it. The contract was quickly found, and after Lin Muhang carefully reviewed it, he took a picture of the contract and sent it to Hu Lili. Because the publisher was involved in copyright issues, they had been working with a law firm. Not long after, Hu Lili replied, "President Lin, there is no problem with the contract. Lin Zhongtian is indeed responsible for the workers' wages." Upon learning of this outcome, Lin Muhang understood the situation perfectly. He then looked at all the workers and solemnly promised, "I will pay your wages today." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Sun Daong and asked, "What position do you hold in the factory? Do they all listen to you?" Upon hearing that he would receive his wages today, Sun Daong's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he quickly replied, "I am the factory's general manager, and they are all my subordinates." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhang nodded and said, "Okay, have them bring over the payroll. I will distribute the wages according to the actual situation." However, the employees objected immediately. "What if you send us to get our payslips and your whole family sneaks away? Wouldn't we be left with nothing? We know how much salary we should pay, so just pay it according to what we say." As Zhou Changhao spoke, a subtle glint of calculation flashed in his eyes. He thought that this way he could claim more salary. Lin Muhang scanned the crowd, a cold glint in his eyes. "You can send a representative back to get your pay slips. If I only get what you say I'm paying, wouldn't I be the one getting ripped off? I advise you not to try to be clever. If you want money, come and trade your pay stubs with me." Lin Muhang's attitude was very firm. This was his bottom line. Chapter 70, I've been tricked. After listening, Sun Daong nodded slightly, a hint of agreement flashing in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "All right, then I'll have someone go and get the payslips. I hope you won't go back on your word, or it will cause unpleasantness for everyone." Lin Muhang's gaze was firm, and he replied without hesitation, "Don't worry, I keep my word, I definitely won't." At this point, Sun Daong assigned Zhang Dehua and the blonde-haired young man to go back to the factory to get their payslips. Upon seeing this, Zhou Changhao frowned and quickly volunteered, saying, "Brother Sun, these two are impulsive and not very reliable. Let me go instead. You can trust me to handle things." Sun Daong understood Zhou Changhao's little scheme, and he didn't want Zhou Changhao to have any chance to make any underhanded moves. After all, the key was whether everyone could get the money smoothly. So he decisively refused, saying, "No need, let them go. I know what I'm doing." Zhou Changhao was rebuffed and could only stand aside dejectedly, his heart filled with reluctance and his eyes revealing a hint of unwillingness. At the same time, Lin Muhang walked over to Su Wanru and Lin Zhongtian. Seeing the worried expressions on his parents' faces, he gently comforted them, "Dad, Mom, I have to go out for a while. You two wait for me at home. Don't worry. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhongtian felt a pang of worry and quickly asked, Son, do you really have that much money? If it's borrowed from loan sharks, we won't be able to make a living. How can I face anyone? Seeing his father's anxious expression, Lin Muhong patiently comforted him, Dad, don't worry, this money isn't from loan sharks. I earned it myself through hard work. Just stay home and wait. After calming her parents down, Lin Muhong turned to Sun Daong, her gaze firm and her tone resolute, and said, Now, I'm going out. Make them move the door. Sun Daong raised an eyebrow and questioned, What are you going out for? You guys aren't going anywhere until you get the money. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong said calmly, Go to the bank and withdraw the money, otherwise how will I pay your salaries? Upon hearing this, the employees in the room immediately erupted in excitement, their enthusiasm palpable. The thought of receiving the money soon filled them with excitement, like a fire igniting within them. Even the two people guarding the door couldn't help but step aside, their eyes filled with anticipation. Brother Sun, let him go. His parents are still in our hands, so he wouldn't dare to try anything funny, one of the employees said. That's right, with so many of us, they wouldn't dare to do anything reckless, another employee chimed in. As everyone chattered away, Sun Daong frowned and loudly ordered, Quiet. Then, he went to Lin Muhong's side, glanced at everyone, and solemnly instructed, I'm going to the bank with him to withdraw money. You all guard this room and don't let them out, understand? After Sun Daong finished speaking, his gaze fell on Lin Zhongtian. The employees nodded in agreement. As he was leaving, Lin Muhong looked at his parents' frail figures and felt a pang of sadness in his heart. Fearing that his parents would be targeted, he turned around, looked at everyone, and said in a serious tone, Guarding them is no problem, but if you dare to lay a finger on my parents, I won't give you a single penny. Sun Daong patted his chest and assured him, Don't worry, our only goal is money, we won't do anything to the old man. After leaving home, Lin Muhong drove the Dior car, taking Sun Daong towards the nearby silver car dealership. Throughout the journey, Sun Daong kept a close eye on Lin Muhong, his eyes filled with vigilance. Less than 15 minutes later, the two appeared at the bank entrance. Lin Muhong took a number and sat down. He appeared calm and composed, but his mind was racing as he kept thinking about his father. Lin Muhong knew perfectly well that this was definitely a setup orchestrated by someone else, and it was certainly related to people around him. After all, very few people know that he received compensation for his family's house being demolished. Moreover, my parents are honest and upright, and they have never argued with anyone in their lives. How could they have offended anyone? Furthermore, the factory's account was completely empty, which meant the former owner must have transferred the money away before they discovered it. Lin Muhong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The factory was like a hot potato, and the system still wanted him to take it over. What was the system thinking? To further investigate the matter, Lin Muhong turned to Sun Daong and asked, What was the name of your factory's previous owner? Also, how did you end up with the contract? Seeing that the other party had agreed to repay the money, Sun Daong thought that the other party should know something about the factory, so he began to tell them. Our previous boss was named Ren Dajin. He wasn't from this area, but I couldn't tell where he was from because of his accent. Sun Daong scratched his head and continued, We're just employees. The boss pays us, so we do the work. At first, our wages were paid on time. But this time it's even worse. Several months have passed and we still haven't received our wages. So we went to the place where he used to live to look for him, and he just threw the contract at us and told us to find a new boss. That's when we found out that the factory had changed hands. Moreover, he didn't seem surprised at all when he saw us arrive, as if he had been waiting for us there beforehand, Sun Daong said truthfully, expressing his feelings. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong frowned instantly, secretly thinking to himself that there really was a meticulously planned scheme behind this. Soon, it was his turn to withdraw money. Lin Muhong carried a large sack and methodically put the stacks of money handed to him by the teller into the sack. People around him watched him stuff bundles of money into his bag, their eyes filled with envy, thinking to themselves how wonderful it would be if they had that much money. This time, Lin Muhong took a total of 3 million in cash, which included the previous copyright fees and all proceeds from the later sales of the storybooks. After withdrawing the money, he only had 10,000 yuan left in his card. After all, he couldn't bear to let his precious Wanwan suffer with him. Looking at the bulging backpack, Sun Daong, usually a forthright and tough guy, stared wide-eyed. He smilingly and said, This time, all the brothers can get the money they deserve. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Although Sun Dae-ong looks fierce, he is very principled in his work and cares deeply for his employees, which is why everyone is willing to listen to him. Lin Moo-hung firmly believed that the other party's fierce demeanor was merely an attempt to reclaim his money, and that he had no intention of harming anyone. It seems that appearances can be deceiving, and one cannot judge a book by its cover. Seeing that Sun Dae-ong was still standing there in a daze, Lin Moo-hung turned his head and said with a smile, "Hurry up and follow me." "Here you are," Sun Dae-ong said with a smile as he quickly ran over. Soon, the two returned home. When Su Wanru saw her son walking carrying a heavy backpack, she rushed to his side and asked worriedly, "Son, did you really not borrow this money from loan sharks?" Chapter 71. You two can't guard against this. "Mom, don't worry, I withdrew this money from the bank." Lin Moo-hung's voice was gentle yet firm. He gently put his arm around his mother's shoulder, trying to soothe her tense heart caused by worry. "Just relax, your son is doing well now." Upon hearing this, Su Wanru finally felt a little relieved. At this moment, it was clearly not the right time to question his son about the origin of the money. Even if things turned out as bad as they expected, the elderly couple had already prepared for the worst. Inside the room, everyone's eyes were drawn to the bulging backpack in Lin Moo-hung's hand. The employees surrounded Sun Dae-ong, lowering their voices and looking at him with curiosity. "Brother Sun, is that kid really carrying money in his pocket?" Sun Dae-ong's lips curled up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He nodded vigorously, his voice booming, "That's right, it's true. Everyone will get their money today and go home happily." Upon hearing this, cheers erupted from the crowd, and everyone's face beamed with undisguised joy. They can finally get their hands on the money. Just then, the blonde-haired young man and his companion rushed out of the factory, clutching their pay slips tightly in their hands, and breathlessly handed them to Lin Moo-hung. "We brought the pay slips. Now, can we get paid?" Lin Moo-hung smiled slightly, his eyes full of confidence. "Of course." He looked around, raised his voice, and called out, "Is the factory's finance department here?" "Here." A man wearing glasses slowly walked out from the crowd. He was dressed in a navy blue short-sleeved shirt and black shorts, and he looked clean, neat, and meticulous. "Are you usually in charge of distributing salaries?" Lin Moo-hung asked, raising an eyebrow. After the other party nodded in confirmation, he smiled and said, "Okay, please summarize all the employees' salaries. Once you've compiled them, I'll pay each person's salary." "Okay," Lu Pingchuan replied, then buried himself in his notebook and calculator, beginning to carefully calculate. In a short while, he had organized the names and the wages to be paid and handed them to Lin Moo-hung. Lin Moo-hung took the note and shouted, "Jung Sanpo, come and collect your wages." He quickly took out the money from his pocket, counted it carefully, and then solemnly handed it to Zhang Sanpo. Holding the money in his hand, Zhang Sanpo felt an indescribable joy welling up inside him. Thinking of his daughter's longing eyes, he chuckled and said, "My daughter has been saying she wants to eat meat for a long time. I'll buy some meat now and have her mom stew it." Haha. With that, he left happily. Watching Zhang Sanpo leave satisfied with the money, the employees who hadn't yet received their share were filled with anticipation. The number of people in the room dwindled, and each face beamed with anticipation. Finally, it was Sun Dae-ong's turn to collect his salary. Lin Moo-hung handed the money to him, smiling as he said, "Take this money. Also, I plan to take over this factory and would like you to continue serving as general manager. Are you willing? You want me to keep coming to work?" Sun Dae-ong's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe his ears. He rubbed his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "After treating you like this, you still want to hire me?" Lin Moo-hung nodded, patted his shoulder, and said, "I know you have a cold exterior but a kind heart, and you're a trustworthy person. So, would you like to come and work for me?" Yes, Sun Dae-ong nodded quickly. After all, finding a job isn't easy these days, especially since his daughter needs money to save her life. Hearing this, Lin Moo-hung was overjoyed. He continued, "Then please contact my former employees. Anyone who wants to work here can come and start." "No problem." Sun Dae-ong readily agreed. After discussing some more things about the factory, he left satisfied. At that time, only the family of three remained in the living room, and the room became unusually quiet. Unable to contain her excitement, Su Wanru pulled Lin Moo-hung to her side, her eyes filled with concern and worry. "Son, where did you get so much money? Tell me the truth, did you get this money through legitimate means?" Lin Moo-hung was both amused and exasperated upon hearing this. His mother's imagination was truly boundless. He smiled and held Su Wanru's hand, gently comforting her. "Mom, don't worry, this money all came from legitimate sources. I secretly started a business while I was in college and made a little money. No one knows a son better than his mother. Looking into her son's sincere eyes, Su Wanru knew he wasn't lying, and her heart was filled with pride. She looked at Lin Zhongtian excitedly, her voice trembling slightly. Old Lin, our son has really made something of himself. Our Lin family's ancestral graves are going to be emitting auspicious smoke. However, seeing that Lin Zhongtian did not reply, Su Wanru frowned, quickly walked to his side, gently patted his shoulder and said, Old Lin, I'm talking to you, what are you thinking about? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhongtian looked somewhat dejected. He looked at Lin Muhong with self-reproach and said in a low voice, Son, your father is truly useless. Not only did I fail to help you, but I also lost all the money you worked so hard to earn. I have no face to face you. He sighed deeply, filled with regret. How could he have acted so rashly? Hearing this, Lin Muhong's heart tightened. He quickly went to his father's side and gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. Dad, what are you saying? We are a family, sharing joys and sorrows. Besides, someone is targeting our family, and you can't defend against it all. Son, what did you say? Someone is targeting our family? Lin Zhongtian looked up abruptly, his eyes full of confusion. He didn't understand what his son was saying. Upon hearing this, Su Wanru was also very surprised and quickly came over to ask, Ahang, are you saying that all of this was orchestrated by someone? Yes, that should be the case. Lin Muhong nodded, his expression turning serious. He then looked at the two of them and asked, Who knows about the compensation our family received? Why didn't you tell me about this? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhongtian's lips twitched slightly, and he replied awkwardly, Your mother and I were afraid that if you knew our family suddenly had such a large sum of money, we wouldn't work hard anymore, so we didn't tell you. Lin Muhong was speechless after hearing this. In this situation, he really wanted to hum a song, Listen to me, thank you, because of you. So, who did you tell about this? He continued to ask. Lin Zhongtian pondered for a moment, his brows furrowed. This land was handled by the village, so quite a few people should know about it, but I'm not entirely sure who exactly knows. Then this matter won't be so easy to investigate. Lin Muhong pursed his lips and sighed, secretly vowing to find the mastermind behind it all. Regardless of who orchestrated such a grand scheme for their family, once the truth is revealed, they will definitely have to return a generous gift as a token of gratitude. Chapter 72 Grandpa, Grandma, Wanwan misses you so much. Recalling her son's conversation with Sun Daong, Su Wanru was filled with worry. She asked softly, Ahang, from what you said just now, are you really planning to take over that factory? Are you capable at such a young age? I think we should sell the factory if we can. Having gone through this ordeal, Lin Zhongtian was still shaken. He quickly chimed in, Son, it's not that your parents don't believe in you, but starting a factory is no easy task. Right now, your mother and I can't take any more setbacks. We just hope you can live a healthy and happy life. We don't ask for great wealth, just enough to have enough to eat and wear. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He listened attentively, knowing that his parents' worries stemmed from their love for him. However, in order to find out the mastermind, uncover the truth, and earn more money, he must face the challenges head-on. He jokingly said in a light-hearted tone, Dad, Mom, I dare to do this because I'm confident in my abilities. Don't worry, I'll definitely make the factory a great success and make everyone envious of you for having such a good son. Seeing that their son had made up his mind, the elderly couple exchanged a glance and stopped trying to stop him. Su Wanru patted her son on the shoulder and said, I don't need everyone to envy me. I just want you to live a happy life. Hearing this, Lin Muhong felt a warmth in his heart. Parents' love is selfless and great. Although the elderly couple did not approve of their son's decision, they would do their best to support him if he needed anything. That matter is now closed, let's move on to other things. Seeing his parents' expressions change drastically on the sofa, Lin Muhong began to admonish them, Comrade Lin and Comrade Su, why didn't you tell me sooner that such a big thing happened in the family? Am I not your son anymore? Now that I'm all grown up and can stand on my own, if something like this happens again, I really won't come back. Lin Muhong deliberately emphasized his words, hoping his parents would understand that no matter when or where, he would always be their strongest support. Despite being disciplined by their son, Lin Zhongtian and Su Wanru felt warm inside. Their son was their greatest source of strength. Okay, we will follow his teachings. Looking at the mess in the house, Lin Muhong took out 100,000 yuan from his pocket and put it on the table. Take this money first. If it's not enough, just let me know. That's enough, that's enough. Lin Zhongtian nodded quickly, then took out 10,000 yuan and pushed the rest of the money back to his son. We'll just use this 10,000 yuan to tide us over. Don't worry, your mother and I still have jobs and we don't need the money. Lin Muhong shook his head helplessly and pushed the 40,000 yuan in front of the two of them. This is not much money, but you must take it. Don't scrimp and save for me. I can earn it myself, understand? Yes. Mr. and Mrs. Lin Zhongtian nodded. At this moment, Lin Muhong took out a jewelry box from his pocket and handed it to Su Wanru, saying, "Mom, this gold is for you." She accepted it with a smile, her eyes full of anticipation. I have to keep this. This is gold jewelry I've been saving for my future daughter-in-law. The thought of her son getting married and having children in the near future filled her with joy and anticipation. Inside, the sunlight streamed in, making it warm and cozy. The little one, who had been on a long car ride, fell asleep shortly after entering the house. The room seemed to be well soundproofed. Xia Wanning didn't hear any noise from the living room at all, and soon she fell into a deep sleep. At that moment, Wanwan sat up in bed groggily, rubbing her eyes with her chubby little hands. A rustling sound came from behind. Xia Wanning looked up and saw Wanwan wiping her eyes, as if she was sobbing. She quickly sat up, hugged Wanwan in her arms, and asked softly, "Baby, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Wanwan hugged her mother's neck, pouted, and said, "Mommy, I had a nightmare, I'm so scared." "What dream did you have? Tell Mommy about it, okay?" Xia Wanning asked gently, trying to open the little one's heart. Wanwan nodded, pouting, and said, "I dreamt that Grandma got hit by a car, and it looked like it hurt so much." After saying that, she hurriedly added, "Wanwan doesn't want Grandma to get hurt, Mom. This dream is so scary. I don't want to have a dream like this." Xia Wanning looked at Wanwan earnestly and comforted her, "Baby, dreams are often the opposite of reality. Grandma is fine now and won't get hurt." "Really?" Wanwan blinked her big, round eyes and asked earnestly. "Of course it's true, Mommy wouldn't lie to Wanwan." Xia Wanning gently stroked the little one's head, as if dispelling the gloom in her heart. Upon hearing this, Wanwan's brows relaxed, and she even let out a long sigh, as if she had unloaded this heavy dream. Just then, the little one looked around the room and asked in a childish voice, "Mommy, where's Daddy? Have Grandpa and Grandma come back?" Xia Wanning frowned, feeling somewhat worried about Lin Muhong. She had no idea what was happening outside, but since she hadn't heard any loud arguing, things probably weren't as bad as she thought. She got out of bed and leaned against the door, but couldn't hear anything outside. Xia Wanning couldn't help but wonder, logically speaking, such an old house should have very poor sound insulation, so how come she couldn't hear any sound at all? She was really worried, so she went to Wanwan and said, "Sweetie, why don't you read here for a while? Mommy will go out and check on things, okay?" "Huh? Mom, where are you going?" Wanwan asked anxiously. Recalling those people, the little one couldn't help but hug her mother's arm tightly. "Mom, don't leave me alone. Wanwan wants to go with you too." Seeing the little one's nervous look, Xia Wanning hugged her and said softly, "Okay, Mommy will take you with me." After saying that, Wanwan tugged at her mother's clothes and followed beside her, while Xia Wanning gently opened the bolt on the door. As soon as the door opened, there was a creaking sound, and Xia Wanning's heart skipped a beat. However, the people sitting on the sofa frowned and looked puzzled when they heard the noise. Seeing this, Lin Muhong chuckled and said, "Dad, Mom, we don't have any mice in our house, do we?" "Maybe." Su Wanru nodded, then looked at Lin Zhongtian and complained, "I asked you to buy rat poison, and you always forget. Let's see if you can remember this time." At this moment, the two people at the door of the room heard the sounds coming from the living room. There was no tense atmosphere, and Xia Wanning finally felt relieved. However, upon hearing the sound, Wanwan suddenly ran out from behind her mother and headed straight for the living room. Seeing this, Xia Wanning anxiously tried to pull the little one back, but Wanwan ran too fast and she couldn't catch her. Hearing the clattering footsteps, Mr. and Mrs. Lin sensed that something was wrong. Lin Muhong then realized what he had overlooked. He had been so busy all morning that he had forgotten about his wife and children. Just then, Wanwan arrived in the living room. Seeing the two people on the sofa, she excitedly ran over and sweetly called out, "Grandpa, Grandma, Wanwan missed you so much." "Huh?" Looking at the little girl and the pretty young lady who had suddenly appeared, the elderly couple were filled with doubt. "Who are you?" Chapter 73. My granddaughter is my own flesh and blood, and so is my daughter-in-law. Xia Wanning's gaze swept around the living room. She noticed that Lin Muhong and the two elderly people on the sofa looked somewhat similar. she immediately realized that they must be Wanwan's grandparents. For some reason, she inexplicably felt a sense of unease, like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and a feeling of shyness crept into her heart. When visiting someone's home, it is proper to greet the elders. Then, Xia Wanning shyly looked up at the elderly couple, her voice soft and slightly bashful. "Hello, uncle, hello, aunt." Okay, the old couple looked at the pretty young girl in front of them and smiled from ear to ear, their smiles full of joy. Su Wanru, in particular, turned to look at Lin Muhong and pretended to be angry, saying, "Ahang, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and introduce him." Lin Muhong then seemed to wake up from a dream and quickly said with a smile, "Dad, Mom, this is my friend, Xia Wanning." Upon hearing her son's introduction, Su Wanru was slightly taken aback. Just a friend? Not a girlfriend? She wondered to herself, could it be that her son was afraid we would be angry if we knew he had a girlfriend? Su Wanru didn't think much of it, got up and pulled Xia Wanning to sit down beside her, praising her with a smile. "Your name is so nice, how about I call you Ningning from now on?" "Okay." Xia Wanning nodded shyly, but inexplicably felt that the scene was developing in a subtle direction. Seeing that her father only introduced her mother and didn't mention her, Wanwan immediately pouted, crossed her arms, and stomped her feet angrily. She tilted her little head up, looking at Lin Muhong with reluctance, and said in a childish voice, "Daddy, why don't you introduce me?" "Humph. Am I still your little darling?" Wanwan huffed, full of resentment. "Dad?" Upon hearing this, Lin Zhongtian and Su Wanru exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with surprise. To be honest, they even doubted their ears. How could their son have such a big daughter? Could she have been misbehaving since starting junior high school? Although they believed their son wasn't the type to act recklessly, they couldn't think of any other reasonable explanation. However, in order to keep the daughter-in-law she liked, Su Wanru quickly grabbed Xia Wanning's hand and explained, "Ningning, our Ahang is a very good person and filial. As for the child, my wife and I will take care of him. You two just live your own lives." Xia Wanning frowned, increasingly puzzled. The more she listened, the more confused she became. Su Wanru thought she was dissatisfied, so she quickly scolded Lin Muhong, "You child, you are not learning good things at such a young age. Quickly explain what happened and give Ningning an explanation." Faced with his mother's actions, Lin Muhong was truly on the verge of tears. He was sure his mother thought he was the kind of person who acted recklessly. Regardless of whether the two elders believed him or not, Lin Muhong felt he had to defend himself, so he sincerely said, "Wanwan is my daughter and your granddaughter, but she's not what you think." Listening to her father's endless chatter, Wanwan was filled with doubt. She then threw herself into Xia Wanning's arms and asked in her childish voice, "Mommy, what is Daddy saying?" Wanwan is his daughter, and also Grandpa and Grandma's granddaughter. Grandpa and Grandma know all about it. The moment the little guy said that, the elderly couple felt completely overwhelmed. "The little dumpling in front of me calls my son Dad and my appointed daughter-in-law Mom. So, does that mean Wanwan is their child?" At this moment, Lin Zhongtian and Su Wanru finally sorted out their thoughts. Their granddaughter was their own flesh and blood, and their daughter-in-law was also their own flesh and blood. That was right. They almost thought the child was their son's from another woman's. Luckily, that woman was their daughter-in-law, otherwise, they really wouldn't know how to market their son, a single mother with a child. Immediately, the elderly couple's gaze returned to Xia Wanning and Lin Muhong. According to the son, his granddaughter must have been born several years ago. At that moment, the elderly couple looked at Xia Wanning with eyes full of guilt. Su Wanru, in particular, held Xia Wanning's hand tightly and said with heartache, "Ningning, you must have suffered a lot raising the child all these years on your own. In the future, I will have Ahang make it up to you doubly. If he dares to disobey you, we, the old couple, will be the first to object. We will definitely teach him a lesson and hand him over to you." To be honest, Xia Wanning was full of doubts at this moment. Had her uncle and aunt misunderstood again? She quickly waved her hand, her expression bitter, and said, "It's not what you think." "I don't feel bitter at all. No, that's not how it is." Before Xia Wanning could finish speaking, Lin Zhongtian interrupted her urgently, saying, "Ningning, you don't need to plead for that brat. Don't worry, we will definitely stand up for you." Immediately, Lin Muhong felt his father's sharp gaze and a chill ran down his spine. He knew that if he couldn't explain this clearly, his parents would definitely punish him. If it wasn't something she did, she certainly couldn't admit it. Lin Muhong looked at the elderly couple with a sincere expression and said, "Dad, Mom, it's really not what you think. Wanwan came from a parallel universe. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? How could that be? Su Wanru waved her hand, the first to express disbelief. In her opinion, there was no such thing as parallel universes. Lin Muhang tried his best to convince his father to believe him, but Lin Zhongtian snorted coldly and ignored him completely. He was helpless and realized that he had no choice but to bear this false accusation. Seeing his helpless expression, Xia Wanning felt a little sorry for him. Then, she looked at the elderly couple and said solemnly, "Uncle, aunt, what he said is true. Wan is the child I had with Lin Muhang in a parallel world. However, we didn't know each other at first in this world. It was because of Wan that we came together. Is something really that absurd?" Su Wanru asked, her face full of doubt. Although it was somewhat unbelievable, she gradually came to accept the fact. In her view, as long as her granddaughter and daughter-in-law are family, nothing else matters. When Lin Muhang saw that the elderly couple had finally accepted the fact, he felt a tightness in his chest. His son's words carried less weight than those of outsiders, which filled him with a sense of frustration. After figuring out the whole story, the elderly couple's gaze fell on Wan. They had been talking about when they would be able to hold their grandchildren, but now their dream has come true. The speed of this is simply amazing. Looking at Wan's chubby little face and the two little pigtails sticking up on her head, the elderly couple were immediately filled with affection and doted on her. Lin Zhongtian opened his arms wide, saying expectantly, "Baby, come to Grandpa's." Chapter 74 For Wan, I will definitely work hard. Su Wanru was not to be outdone. She smiled and opened her arms to warmly greet Wan, "Come here to Grandma, let Grandma have some fun with you." Seeing her grandparents opening their arms to her, Wan pursed her little lips, her brows furrowed slightly, her face full of worry, her big round eyes darting around as if she were seriously thinking about this big problem. She looked like a little adult, and was extremely cute. A moment later, Wan's eyes lit up, as if she had thought of a solution. She toddled happily into Lin Zhongtian's arms, tilted her little head up, and sweetly called out, "Grandpa smack." After saying that, he gave Lin Zhongtian a big kiss on the cheek. The soft touch made Lin Zhongtian smile instantly, his eyes crinkling into squinty grins. He held Wan tightly, as if she were the most precious gift. Lin Zhongtian was filled with happiness after being kissed by his beloved granddaughter. He felt full of energy and could run a half marathon without even getting out of breath. He looked at Su Wanru triumphantly, his eyes seeming to say, "See, my granddaughter still likes me more." Seeing the other person's smug expression, Su Wanru snorted coldly, feeling indignant. "I just kissed you, what's there to be so smug about?" She crossed her arms and looked unconvinced. As soon as she finished speaking, Wan broke free from Lin Zhongtian's arms and ran to Su Wanru's arms like a happy little bird. Her little head rested gently against Su Wanru's chest, and she called out in a sweet, childlike voice, "Grandma." Her voice was so sweet it could melt anyone's heart. As Su Wanru nodded excitedly, she could never get enough of that voice. She looked at Wan expectantly and said gently, "Baby, call out a couple more times." Wan blinked her big eyes, revealing shallow dimples, and innocently said, "Two sounds." Her innocent and adorable appearance made people unable to help but love her. Hearing the little guy say that, everyone around couldn't help but laugh. Lin Muhang squatted down and patiently explained to Wan, "Baby, when Grandma asks you to call out Grandma a few more times, she means she wants you to call out Grandma a few more times, not that you have to say a few times." Upon hearing this, Wan nodded as if she understood, then looked at Su Wanru in her soft, childish voice and said, "Grandma, Grandma, Grandma." The voice grew sweeter with each note, as if it were sweetened with honey, making Su Wanru beam with joy. The little one calls out, and she responds, her happiness evident in every word. Then, Su Wanru hugged Wan and kissed her chubby face repeatedly, as if she could never get enough of it. However, at that moment, a sudden sound rang out. Wan covered her belly shyly, stuck out her tongue, and said awkwardly, "Oh dear, my tummy is thundering." Her appearance was playful and cute, making people laugh. Seeing this, Lin Zhongtian said with a grin, "Wan, what do you want to eat? Let your grandma make it for you. I want to eat delicious food, I want to eat lots and lots of meat." Don't let Wan's young age fool you, she has a special fondness for meat. Hearing his eldest granddaughter's answer, Lin Zhongtian nodded happily, "Okay, let your grandma cook lots and lots of meat for you." After saying that, he remembered that there was nothing at home, so he quickly looked at Su Wanru and said, "Old woman, let's go out and buy some meat to cook something delicious for our granddaughter." "Okay." Su Wanru nodded, then came to Xia Waning's side and asked with concern, "Ningning, what do you want to eat? Mom will make it for you." To be honest, she already regarded Xia Waning as her daughter-in-law. Upon hearing what the other person said, Xia Wanning was clearly shocked, and even her face turned slightly red. She lowered her head somewhat shyly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Seeing this, Lin Muhang quickly pulled Su Wanru to his side and whispered, "Mom, Xia Wanning and I are currently raising Wanwan together. It's not the future yet. She's not my wife, nor your daughter-in-law. Please watch your words and don't make her uncomfortable." Su Wanru did not answer after hearing this, but asked in return, "Son, Ningning is Wanwan's biological mother, and besides, the first spouse is always the best. As for you, what do you think?" When his mother asked him this, Lin Muhang hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, "I will definitely try my best for Wanwan." With you saying that, Mom is relieved. Hearing her son's promise, Su Wanru was very satisfied. She didn't want such a good daughter-in-law as Ningning to belong to someone else. At that moment, Lin Zhongtian had already found the portable shopping cart from the corner. He turned to Su Wanru, his eyes full of smiles. "Old woman, everything is ready. Let's go out now." "Okay." Su Wanru nodded with a smile and followed with light steps. Just then, Wanwan saw her grandparents about to leave and immediately perked up. She toddled after them with her little legs, sweetly pleading, "Grandpa, Grandma, Wanwan wants to go with you too, okay?" Okay. Lin Zhongtian and Su Wanru were completely charmed by the little guy's adorable appearance, and they couldn't bear to refuse. When Wanwan saw that her grandparents had agreed, she beamed with joy. She turned her head playfully to look at Lin Muhang and Xia Wanning, and said in her childish voice, "Daddy, Mommy, be good and stay home, okay? We'll be back soon. Go ahead." Xia Wanning smiled, her heart filled with warmth. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Muhang and Xia Wanning remained in the room, and the surroundings were so quiet that it was as if they could hear each other's heartbeats. Xia Wanning recalled the group of people from that morning and asked with concern, "How did things go? Do you need any help?" Upon hearing this, Lin Muhang waved his hand and said gratefully, "No need, it's already taken care of." Thinking about the many things that would need to be done to get the factory running again, he pondered for a moment and said, "I might have to stay here for a few days. If you have something to do, you can go back to school first. My parents are taking care of Wanwan." Hearing this, Xia Wanning felt a sudden pang of sadness and her heart tightened. "Are you trying to get rid of me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Muhang hurriedly waved his hand and explained in a flustered manner, "No, that's not what I meant. I was just afraid you had something to do, so I said that. I really didn't mean to send you away." Actually, he also hoped that Xia Wanning could stay. Now, he felt empty inside if he couldn't see her for a day. Seeing the other person's nervous appearance, Xia Wanning couldn't help but laugh. She raised the corners of her mouth triumphantly and said softly, "I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I'll be fine these next few days. Besides, I'm afraid Wanwan will miss me, so I'd better stay and keep her company." Xia Wanning thought for a moment and came up with a plausible excuse, but in reality, she was also reluctant to leave. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhang felt a surge of joy. "Okay, then let's go back together after we've finished dealing with this." Chapter 75. I call you Grandma, you should call me Mom. The perimeter of the residential area is a bustling street. Both sides of the road are lined with small vendors, offering steaming hot-cooked food, fresh fruits and vegetables, and all kinds of snacks, with fragrant aromas that attract people to stop and watch. Wanwan's big, watery eyes sparkled with curiosity in front of the dazzling array of food carts. She would sometimes stand on tiptoe, and sometimes tilt her little head, looking incredibly cute. Just then, an enticing fragrance wafted into Wanwan's nostrils. She involuntarily twitched her small nose and sniffed carefully. The fragrance seemed to have a magical power, leading her to its source. On the sausage grill, several pink sausages lay there, their skins grilled to a golden brown and crispy. Wanwan couldn't help but swallow hard when she saw them. Despite her strong desire for the grilled sausage, Wanwan remembered her parents' advice and managed to resist the temptation without asking for it. However, her curiosity, like a kitten's paw, gently scratched at her heart. So she turned around, looked at Lin Zhongtian with expectant eyes, and asked in a slightly coquettish voice, "Grandpa, what kind of sausage is that? Is it delicious?" Lin Zhongtian followed Wanwan's gaze, his eyes full of doting affection, and gently replied, "That's a starch sausage, it should taste good, right?" After hearing this, Wanwan nodded, but there was still a hint of reluctance in her eyes. She tried to look away from the sausage, but the aroma clung to her heart like invisible threads. Lin Zhongtian saw this and felt a pang of heartache. He gently took Wanwan's little hand, walked to the sausage stand, bought 2 sausages, handed them to Wanwan, and said affectionately, "Baby, if you want to eat, just tell Grandpa, and Grandpa will buy them for you." Wanwan looked at the fragrant grilled sausage in her hand, frowned slightly, and hesitated. "Dad and Mom said it's junk food and won't let me eat it." "Grandpa, you should eat it." Lin Zhongtian looked at the sensible Wanwan and his heart almost melted. He quickly comforted her, "It's okay, it's alright to eat it once. Grandpa won't tell your dad and mom." At this moment, Su Wanru also came over. Seeing Wanwan's pitiful appearance, she smiled and said, "Grandma won't say anything, Wanwan, don't worry about eating." Only then did Wanwan accept the sausage with peace of mind, take a bite, and her satisfied expression made the whole world seem sweeter. The little one ate with great relish in front, while the elderly couple followed behind, their faces beaming with happiness. However, Su Wanru started complaining at this point. "I don't know who said that once you have grandchildren, you shouldn't indulge their bad habits. Isn't that a slap in the face?" Upon hearing this, Lin Zhongtian said proudly, "My granddaughter is much more sensible than other children. It's just a grilled sausage, it's no big deal if she eats it once." As he spoke, he suddenly spotted the toy store next door, his eyes lit up, and he smiled at the little one, saying, "Wanwan, shall Grandpa take you to buy some toys?" "Oh? Really?" Upon hearing this, Wanwan's eyes lit up, and she jumped around excitedly, like a happy little rabbit. Seeing this, Lin Zhongtian quickly reminded him, "Honey, don't jump, be careful the skewers don't prick you." "Oh." Wanwan nodded obediently, then hugged her grandfather's arm tightly and said sweetly, "Grandpa, you are so good to me. Wanwan likes you so much." Lin Zhongtian was so flattered by Wanwan's praise that he was completely carried away. He thought to himself, "Today, whatever Wanwan likes, Lin Zhongtian will pay for it all." An hour later, there was a rustling sound at the door. Lin Muhong heard the sound and ran to open the door. As soon as the door opened, I saw the parents covered in packages of all sizes, and carrying several bulging plastic bags in their hands. Lin Muhong was full of questions and couldn't help but ask, "Dad, Mom, what did you buy?" Anyone who knew would think you went to the vegetable market to buy groceries, but anyone who didn't would think you went to the wholesale market to buy supplies. After saying that, he quickly reached out and took the things from his parents' hands. At this moment, Xia Wanning also heard the commotion at the door and quickly came over to help. When Lin Muhong saw the Barbie doll images printed on the packaging boxes, he frowned and asked, "Why are you buying so many toys for Wanwan?" "It's all because my precious granddaughter likes them," Su Wanru said with a smile, adding, "These toys were all bought for Wanwan by us, so please don't blame my precious granddaughter." "How could I dare?" Lin Muhong gave a wry smile, thinking to himself that the older generation is indeed closer to the younger generation, and his son was like someone he had picked up. After returning home, Su Wanru immediately went into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Seeing this, Xia Wanning quickly followed her inside and said sensibly, "Auntie, let me help you." No need, I can manage on my own. You can go out and rest." Su Wanru declined, unwilling to let her future daughter-in-law do any work. She would never let her lift a finger if she could do it herself. However, Xia Wanning felt it wasn't right to eat and drink for free at someone else's house, so she tried her best to do what she could. Seeing her resolute attitude, Su Wanru couldn't refuse any longer and said with a smile, "Then help me pick the vegetables." "Okay, sure." Xia Wanning nodded obediently, and then began to carefully select the vegetables. Soon, a sumptuous meal was prepared, and everyone sat down together. Wanwan's tummy had been growling with hunger for a long time, and even the 2 sausages she had just secretly eaten hadn't helped. Her eyes were fixed on the ribs on the table. When she saw her grandfather pick up his chopsticks, the little girl couldn't wait to pick up a rib and put it in her mouth. As she chewed, she praised with satisfaction, "Grandma, your cooking smells so good, but it's not as good as Dad's." Upon hearing this, Su Wanru frowned and began to wonder. Her beloved granddaughter said that her cooking was not as good as her son's. Was she saying the opposite? She didn't think much of it, but Lin Muhong's heart skipped a beat. He was afraid that revealing his cooking skills would be too troublesome to explain later. So he quickly picked up a piece of meat and put it in Wanwan's bowl, saying sweetly, "Baby, eat more." Seeing that her son was only focused on eating, Su Wanru poked his arm in annoyance and said, "Ningning can't reach the dishes that are far away, can you pick some for her?" "Oh." Lin Muhong nodded, then picked up a few pieces of meat and put them into the other person's bowl. Seeing this, Xia Wanning blushed and said softly, "Thank you." Seeing that Xia Wanning was eating very little, Su Wanru was afraid that she was embarrassed, so she thoughtfully put some food into her bowl. Xia Wanning was very grateful for this, saying, "Auntie, thank you. You don't need to take care of me, I can pick it up myself." Just then, Wanwan's little head suddenly lifted up as if it were equipped with radar, and she looked at Xia Wanning with a puzzled expression, saying, "Mom, you called me the wrong name." As he spoke, the little guy tilted his head, organizing his thoughts, and then answered seriously, "I'm called Grandma, you should call me Mom." Chapter 76. Dad, do you have to be so hypocritical? Seeing her mother lower her head and remain silent, Wanwan thought she had said something wrong, so she quickly patted Lin Muhang's arm and asked in a childish voice, "Daddy, was what I said right?" Lin Muhang noticed that Xia Wanning's face was so red it looked like it could bleed, clearly indicating that she was somewhat embarrassed. He smiled helplessly, thinking to himself that kids these days are really clever and not easy to fool. He quickly reached out and ruffled Wanwan's hair, saying gently, "Wanwan is right. Come on, eat your ribs." After saying that, he picked up a piece of spare rib and put it into Wanwan's bowl. With delicious food in front of her, Wanwan had long forgotten about what had just happened and happily began to eat. Looking at her beloved granddaughter, so clever and adorable, Su Wanru couldn't help but glance at Lin Zhongtian. The two exchanged a smile, their eyes filled with joy. With Wanwan around, Ningning's chances of becoming her daughter-in-law seemed slim. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the little guy happily played on the ground. It had been a long time since she had visited her grandparents' house. Her bright eyes were full of curiosity as she looked around. Just then, Wanwan suddenly noticed a small gourd under the coffee table in the living room. The gourd was about the size of her hand, and it wasn't a typical yellow, it was a deep brown with a glossy sheen. After receiving it, Wanwan examined it closely with her chubby little hands, turning it over and over. The little one had never seen anything like it before. Then, she skipped and hopped over to Lin Muhang, tilting her head back with a curious look and asking, "Daddy, what's this called? It's so pretty." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhang looked down at the small gourd in Wanwan's hand. He was shocked when he saw it. He quickly took the gourd from Wanwan's hand and said seriously, "Sweetie, this is your grandfather's lifeline. You can't just play with it." "Huh? Why?" The little girl's eyes were full of surprise. In her little world, she couldn't understand how such a small gourd could be her grandfather's lifeline. At this moment, Lin Zhongtian came out of the kitchen. When he saw his son holding the small gourd he had been polishing for over 10 years, his face instantly turned extremely serious, and he immediately scolded loudly, "Why are you touching my gourd again? I've been polishing this gourd for a long time, and you might ruin the patina if you touch it." It's not me." Lin Muhang was truly at a loss for words. "Ever since my dad started playing with gourds more than 10 years ago and scolded me for it, I haven't touched them again. How come I've started again?" He knew his father valued this gourd more than anything, so he wouldn't make a fool of himself. When Wanwan saw her father being scolded, the little girl felt inexplicably sad. If it weren't for her, her grandfather wouldn't be so angry. "Although I was worried that my grandfather would scold me, I remembered what my parents had said, a good child is one who is willing to take responsibility for their mistakes." So, she mustered her courage, looked at Lin Zhongtian, pouted, and said apologetically, "Grandpa, this gourd was brought by Wanwan, it has nothing to do with Dad. If you want to scold someone, scold me." Wanwan was already prepared to be scolded. At this moment, Lin Zhongtian, who was feeling sorry for the gourd, heard these words, looked down at Wanwan, and his eyes were full of tenderness. He asked gently, "Wanwan, do you want to play with this little gourd? Come on, Grandpa will let you play with it." Lin Zhongtian stopped cleaning the gourd and handed it to Wanwan. In his heart, the gourd was not as important as his granddaughter's happiness. He thought to himself, "It's just a gourd that I've been playing with for over 10 years, I can just play with another one." Hearing his father's words, Lin Muhang frowned, full of surprise, and was even more unhappy. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Dad, do you have to be so obviously hypocritical?" Upon hearing this, Wanwan waved her hands repeatedly, her voice trembling slightly. No, Wanwan doesn't want to play anymore." The little girl could tell that the gourd was very important to her grandfather, and she didn't want to make him even more upset because of her carelessness. She carefully placed the gourd into Lin Zhongtian's arms, but perhaps she placed it incorrectly, and the small gourd rolled off Lin Zhongtian's body and fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, Wanwan felt extremely distressed. Her big eyes filled with tears, which welled up and seemed ready to fall at any moment. She felt extremely guilty, constantly blaming herself for being so careless. Wanwan squatted down sadly and carefully picked up the small gourd, holding it in both hands and handing it to Lin Zhongtian, her voice trembling with tears. "Grandpa, I'm sorry, Wanwan couldn't hold it just now." Seeing the little guy's self-blame and aggrieved look, Lin Zhongtian felt even more distressed. He hugged his beloved granddaughter tightly and gently comforted her. It's okay, it's alright, Grandpa doesn't blame you. But that's how kids are. The more they say everything's fine, the more their grievances get magnified. Wanwan couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears, which rolled down her cheeks like beads from a broken string. Lin Zhongtian gently patted Wanwan's back while coaxing her tenderly, Wanwan, don't cry, don't cry. Grandpa knows you didn't mean to. This gourd is sturdy, you'll be fine after falling. Hearing this, Lin Muhang couldn't help but mutter to herself, Dad, can you please listen to what you're saying? I only touched the gourd a little, and you gave me a good scolding. How come when it comes to your granddaughter, your standards keep dropping and there's no end to it? For some reason, he suddenly missed his grandfather. However, Wanwan kept crying. She felt that she had done something terrible, that her grandfather's most beloved gourd had been broken, and she was filled with guilt. Su Wanru had just finished tidying up the kitchen and was slowly walking over when she suddenly heard her beloved granddaughter's heart-wrenching cries. Her heart skipped a beat, and she tensed up instantly. She rushed over, her face full of anxiety, and asked, What's wrong with my granddaughter? Why is she crying so sadly? As soon as she finished speaking, Su Wanru looked resentful, as if she had a fire burning inside her. She glared at Lin Zhongtian and questioned him, What did you do to make our Wanwan cry so much? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhongtian looked completely innocent and hurriedly explained, I didn't do anything. This really has nothing to do with me. Seeing his father's eagerness to prove his innocence, Lin Muhang couldn't help but laugh out loud. He thought to himself, what goes around comes around. I never thought my father would have this day. Lin Zhongtian didn't want to be unfairly blamed, so he quickly turned to his son for help, hoping that his son could stand up and prove his innocence. Seeing her father's eager and expectant eyes, Lin Muhang's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sly smile. Then, she patted her father's shoulder with a grin and said to Su Wanru, Mom, it was my dad who made your precious granddaughter cry. Chapter 77. It must feel terrible to be wronged. This sudden reversal made Lin Zhongtian's eyes widen instantly, his face filled with disbelief. He suddenly turned his head and glared fiercely at his son, his eyes seeming to spit fire, as if silently questioning, Why are you framing me? Lin Muhang smiled, a hint of cunning in his eyes, as if replying, Who told you to frame me? Being framed doesn't feel good, does it? Lin Zhongtian sighed helplessly. He was truly reaping what he sowed. Upon hearing her son's testimony, Su Wanru rolled her eyes at him angrily and said decisively, You're sleeping in the living room tonight, and you're not allowed to go back to your room. After saying that, she gently hugged Wanwan and comforted her tenderly, Baby, don't cry. Grandma will take you out to play. Shall we go to the square to dance? Upon hearing this, Wanwan sobbed and lifted her head from her grandmother's shoulder. Her little eyes were red from crying, and she looked like a wronged little rabbit, which was heartbreaking. Seeing the little guy like this, Su Wanru's heart ached. She couldn't help but glare at Lin Zhongtian again, her eyes seeming to say, Look what you've done. When Wanwan heard that her grandma was going to take her out to play, the tears that were about to fall instantly stopped, as if she wasn't the little crybaby she had just been. At this moment, all her remorse towards her grandfather vanished, and her chubby little face was full of anticipation. It has to be said that a child's expression can change in an instant. Wanwan wiped away her tears haphazardly with her chubby little hands, then skipped over to Lin Muhang and Xiaowaning, blinking her big, watery eyes and pleading, Daddy, Mommy, can you come out and play with us too? Her soft, sweet voice seemed to possess endless magic. Xiaowaning gently patted Wanwan's head, lightly tidying the stray hairs on her forehead, and softly replied, Okay. As they left the house, the family walked ahead, but Lin Zhongtian, who was a little slow in closing the door, fell far behind. He waved anxiously from behind, shouting at the top of his lungs, Wait for me. At that moment, a figure was silently watching the family from behind. The man clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment. Immediately afterward, his cell phone rang in his pocket. Seeing that the caller ID showed it was his brother-in-law, the man's expression changed drastically. He quickly put on a fawning smile, bowed and scraped as he answered the phone, respectfully saying, Brother-in-law. Don't call me brother-in-law. I don't have a brother-in-law as stupid as you, came the angry roar from the other end of the phone. After a moment, the man sighed and gritted his teeth, replying, Get over here right now. The man was completely bewildered by the barrage of insults directed at him, unable to get a word in edgewise. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, What's wrong with this old man now? He's really using me as a punching bag. After hanging up the phone, he couldn't help but curse into the phone, So what if you have a few stinking bucks? Otherwise, why would my sister have fallen for you? He stared at the departing figures of Lin Zhongtian and his family with a sinister gaze, his eyes filled with resentment. The man got into the car angrily, his mind racing. Could it be that my brother-in-law is angry because of the Lin family's matter? Thinking about this, he suddenly noticed something strange. The workers who were originally waiting outside the community had disappeared, and the Lin family was no longer hiding. What was going on? Soon, he arrived at a small villa. Although the villa is not large, it is worth more than 10 million on the market. Hearing the commotion downstairs, a familiar figure slowly descended from upstairs. This person was none other than Ren Dajin, the former owner of the factory. Upon seeing the visitor, Ren Dajin sat heavily on the sofa with a stern face, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a big sip, as if trying to swallow the anger in his heart. Since the brother-in-law didn't say anything, the man could only stand aside, his attitude extremely humble. At that moment, Ren Dajin raised his head, his eyes sharp as knives, and stared straight at the man. Wen Guan, how did you so confidently assure me that the Lin family's money was all spent on investments? How come they have money to pay their workers' wages now? The man trembled under that sharp gaze, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, his face was full of disbelief, and even his voice trembled. Brother-in-law, you said they settled the workers' wages? Seeing the angry look in the other person's eyes, Shen Wenguang shook his head in confusion and muttered, impossible, brother-in-law. I really checked beforehand. They only have that much money. They can't possibly pay their workers' wages. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Upon hearing this, Ren Dajin's face turned ashen with anger. He slammed his hands on the table, making the teacups jump. There's no mistake, I personally confirmed it. They had already resolved the issue on their end, while they were only just finding out. Ren Dajin was furious. Looking at Qian Wenguang, he roared, do you know that because of you, I've lost tens of millions? I shouldn't have listened to your suggestion in the first place. Ren Dajin was full of regret. It seems that he should never have plotted against people, otherwise he would have been punished sooner or later. There's no use getting angry now. At this point, all we can do is try our best to recover the losses and get the factory back. He glared at Qian Wenguang and roared, what are you all standing there for? Go and find out what's going on. Qian Wenguang was so frightened by his brother-in-law's angry glare that he scrambled to his feet, almost falling over, and finally slunk away. At that moment, seeing her younger brother running so fast, Chen Wenjing wanted to ask what was going on, but her brother was afraid of being scolded by his brother-in-law, so he quickly ran away. Once inside, Chen Wenjing swayed her hips as she walked to Ren Dajin's side and asked in a soft voice, Dajin, what did Wenguang do to make you so unhappy? Seeing Ren Dajin's tense face in silence, Chen Wenjing angrily grabbed his arm and scolded, let me tell you, he's my only brother, you can't just ignore him. Looking at the doting brother beside him, Ren Dajin frowned, his face full of impatience. He angrily smashed the teacup on the ground, shards flying everywhere. He stood up, pointed at Qian Wenjing's nose, and roared, do you know that because of your brother's bad idea, I lost tens of millions? If you piss me off, I won't even care about you anymore. After saying that, Ren Dajin went upstairs, leaving Qian Wenjing standing there in a daze. Watching the heartless man go upstairs, Qian Wenjing was filled with resentment. She clenched her fists and said through gritted teeth, Ren Dajin, if you dare to be heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless too. Recalling what had just been said, Chen Wenjing's eyes darted around. She thought to herself, my family lost so much money, I need to make plans as soon as possible. On the other hand, after leaving the villa, Shen Wenguang didn't sit idle, he found the employee list. Upon seeing the familiar name appear on the screen, his eyes lit up, and he immediately dialed the number. It's me. Chapter 78 This is my granddaughter. Upon arriving at the square near the community, Wanwan instantly became excited. At that time, several grandmothers had already started dancing to the music. Wanwan excitedly grabbed Su Wanru's hand and hopped forward, Grandma, jump quickly. Her clear voice was full of anticipation. After saying that, Wanwan followed closely beside Su Wanru, her eyes fixed on her grandmother who was leading the dance in front of her. Her little head bobbed up and down with the rhythm, looking extremely cute. Before long, the little guy was jumping along with it in a very good manner, his little arms and legs moving nimbly, as if he was born to be a good dancer. Su Wanru looked at him with eyes full of love, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up. Perhaps it was due to his talent, or perhaps his little mind was more innovative, but the little guy learned extremely quickly and soon caught up with everyone else. Standing next to Su Wanru was a slightly plump woman named Deng Xiaozui, with curly hair, wearing a red shirt with black pants and white sandals, looking quite elegant. This person was Su Wanru's dance partner. Seeing her arrive today, he was overjoyed. Wanru, you've finally come. What have you been busy with lately? You haven't been dancing at all. Upon hearing this, Su Wanru looked slightly uncomfortable, but still calmly replied, I've had some things to take care of at home recently, so I haven't gone out. I just came as soon as I had some free time. Deng Xiaotsui nodded after hearing this, and her gaze immediately fell on Wanwan. Seeing the little one jumping around so well, she was filled with surprise. Wanru, who is this little girl next to you? She dances really well. Ha, this is my granddaughter. Su Wanru smiled broadly upon hearing this, feeling even happier than if she had been praised herself. At that moment, Lin Muheng and Xia Wanning stood to the side, looking at Wanwan's lively and adorable appearance, unable to hide the smiles on their lips. I didn't expect Wanwan to dance square dance so well. It seems she has a talent for dancing. I'm uncoordinated, which I must have inherited from you, Lin Muheng said with a self-deprecating laugh. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning blushed, and sweet images of the two of them conceiving a baby involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Realizing that her thoughts were somewhat embarrassing, she hurriedly shook her head, trying to shake off those unspeakable images. Seeing that she was behaving strangely, Lin Muheng asked gently, Are you feeling unwell? No. Xia Wanning waved her hand frantically, afraid that the other party would see through her thoughts. Just then, Lin Muheng's phone rang in his pocket. He took it out and saw that it was Sun Daong calling. The music from the square dancing was a bit noisy, so after telling Xia Wanning, he ran to a relatively quiet place to answer the phone. Sun Daong's voice came through the phone quickly, President Lin, I've asked all the workers in the factory, and only 20 are willing to continue working. To be honest, Sun Daong was also very uneasy. After all, only a forward-thinking boss can ensure the future of a factory, while the man on the other end of the phone was not even 20 years old, and it was still unknown whether he could get the factory running again. If it weren't for the time it would take to find a new job and the constant pressure from the hospital to pay his bills, he really wouldn't want to stay here any longer. As for the other employees who didn't leave, they probably think the job is relatively easy. Hearing Sun Daong's answer, Lin Muheng was not surprised. He calmly replied, In a little while, you will tell everyone to be at the factory before 9 o'clock tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Lin. After hanging up the phone, Sun Daong began to contact the workers who were willing to continue working. A short while later, inside the ward, little Kong Kong heard the door open, and a bright smile immediately bloomed on her face. She called out weakly but sweetly, Daddy. Hey, Sun Daong responded gently. He walked quickly to the bedside, gently stroked his precious daughter's head, and said with a smile, Soon, Kong Kong will be able to leave the hospital. Then Daddy will take you to the amusement park. Upon hearing this, Kong Kong smiled, but when she saw her father's ripped clothes, her eyes filled with heartache. Immediately afterwards, Kong Kong said remorsefully, Dad, if I hadn't run away, wouldn't all these things have been avoided, and wouldn't Mom have run away from home? Sun Daong quickly comforted him, Baby, it's not your fault. I'm content as long as you're with me. He then continued, Dad will work hard to earn money so that Kong Kong can be discharged from the hospital sooner. Do you believe Dad? I believe you. Kong Kong nodded vigorously, and Sun Daong hugged her tightly, his eyes full of hope. At the same time, Xia Wanning was holding her phone, intently recording Wanwan, wanting to capture the adorable scene of the little one dancing in the square. However, without her noticing, a bicycle sped up from behind like lightning, ridden by a boy of about 12 or 13 years old. His face was beaming with excitement, as if he was thoroughly enjoying the feeling of speed. Under his skillful control, the bicycle weaves nimbly through the crowd, darting left and right, drawing the attention of passers-by. Just as the little boy was immersed in the thrill of the ride, an accident occurred. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of him, blocking his way. At the critical moment, Lin Muheng happened to witness this scene. His heart jumped into his throat. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and pulled Xia Wanning into his arms. If it had been even a second slower, the speeding bicycle would have crashed heavily into Xia Wanning, with unimaginable consequences. The little boy was also terrified by the sudden situation and turned pale. In his panic, he had hurriedly pressed the brake, but due to excessive force, he and the bicycle overturned to the ground. However, the little boy reacted quickly enough that he managed to brace himself with his legs as the car tipped over, preventing himself from falling to the ground. Lin Muheng was extremely anxious. He quickly looked Xia Wanning up and down, and only after confirming that she was not injured did he feel a little relieved. Then, he turned angrily to the little boy and shouted, Riding so fast, didn't your parents teach you to watch where you're going when you ride a bike? At this moment, Lin Muhong was filled with worry for Xiao Waning's safety. If it had been even a second later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The little boy trembled at Lin Muhong's sudden roar. He knew he had caused trouble and apologized sincerely. "Brother, I'm sorry. I will ride slowly from now on." Although Lin Muhong was anxious, he wasn't an unreasonable person. Realizing that his tone had been a bit harsh, he softened his tone and said, "Who should you apologize to?" Upon hearing this, the little boy immediately looked at Xiao Waning and sincerely said, "Sister, I'm sorry." Xiao Waning smiled gently and said softly, "It's okay, just be slower next time. Go have fun." After all, children love seeking thrills, and he has already realized his mistake. At this moment, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Lin Muhong and Xiao Waning. Chapter 79. Maybe Wanwan has a solution. Recalling the moment when the other person shielded her behind her, Xiao Waning smiled, a warm feeling welling up in her heart. After calming down, Lin Muhong realized that he had been too emotional. Worried that he had frightened Xiao Waning, he said somewhat embarrassedly, I was too anxious just now, so my voice was a little loud. I hope I didn't scare you." After speaking, Lin Muhong waited nervously for Xiao Waning's response, afraid that she would think of him as a man who couldn't control his emotions and had a tendency to commit domestic violence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Waning gently shook her head and said gratefully, "If it weren't for you, I would be in danger today. I'm so grateful to you." Lin Muhong grinned, a huge weight lifted from his shoulders. He waved his hand and said easily, "It's okay, as long as you don't think I'm scary." After saying that, the two looked at each other and smiled, both feeling a flutter in their hearts. Today, Wanwan's exercise level was quite high. She danced from the moment she arrived at the square until the square dancing session ended. When everyone was doing square dancing, they all noticed this little guy. Seeing how well she danced, even though she was so small, everyone was filled with joy. After the square dancing ended, everyone gathered around Wanwan, their faces beaming with kind smiles and their eyes full of affection. Just then, the lead dancer, an older woman carrying a speaker, walked up to Wanwan with a smile, gently squatted down, and said softly, "Sweetie, how old are you? You dance so well." When Wanwan heard the praise, she replied in a sweet, childlike voice, "Grandma, I'm 5.5 years old today." Her voice was clear and melodious, with the soft, sweet tone unique to children. The little guy wasn't shy at all. Instead, he straightened his little chest and his face was full of pride. Hearing that sweet voice, the aunties' hearts melted, and their smiles became even brighter. Everyone was thinking to themselves, how wonderful it would be if I had such a lively and adorable granddaughter. One older woman couldn't help but reach out and pat Wanwan's little head, saying with a smile, "This child is so adorable." The arrival of this fresh blood in the square dancing group made everyone very happy. The lead dancer, in particular, was absolutely delighted with the soft and cuddly little dumpling. She looked at Wanwan with expectant eyes and asked, "Sweetie, will you come again tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Wanwan looked up at her grandmother standing to the side and then obediently said, "If my grandma comes, I'll come too." She looked so adorable, it made you want to hold her in your arms and cherish her. Seeing everyone looking at her, Su Wanru said with a smile, "We'll come tomorrow." Her tone was full of pride, as if she were showing everyone her most precious treasure. The women's eyes lit up with excitement, and they all said, "Then it's settled." It seems everyone is really looking forward to Wanwan's arrival. When she got home, Wanwan's little face was flushed, and there were a few glistening beads of sweat on her forehead. She sniffed, as if she had caught something unusual. The little guy saw the figure on the sofa, a mischievous smile appeared on his lips, and then he skipped over to Lin Muhong, blinking his big, watery eyes and saying in a sweet, coquettish voice, "Daddy, smell me, does your little baby smell good?" Lin Muhong was amused by his daughter's sudden display of affection. He pretended to sniff in delight and gently replied, "Smells good, of course my little princess smells good." When Wanwan saw that her father had really taken the bait, she couldn't help but giggle and proudly announced, "Ha, Dad, you fell for it. I'm smelly." Lin Muhong pretended to be annoyed and slapped his forehead. "Oops, I guessed wrong." Seeing his daughter's smug little expression, he pretended to be fierce and said, "Well, you little rascal, how dare you lie to your father? Let's see how I deal with you." With that, he chased after Wanwan with bared teeth and claws. Upon seeing this, Wanwan screamed in fright and ran away like a startled little rabbit. Seeing that his father couldn't catch him, the little guy's lips curled into a smug grin. At this moment, Xiao Waning peeked out of the bathroom and saw the father and daughter chasing each other, her face beaming with a happy smile. Then, she called softly, "Wanwan, come here quickly, mommy's going to give you a bath." Coming Wanwan responded, then skipped and hopped over to Xiao Waning's side. With Mom around, the little guy proudly wiggled his bottom at Dad, his little eyes seeming to say, "Daddy, come and hit me." That provocative little look made Lin Muhong both annoyed and amused. Looking at Wanwan's bright smile, he was captivated and couldn't help but sigh, "It's so good to have a daughter." After taking a bath, Su Wanru took a clean bath towel and carried Wanwan to the master bedroom, then changed the little one into cool pajamas. At that moment, she suddenly realized the problem of sleeping at night. Her home had only 2 bedrooms and a living room, which was simply not enough space for everyone to live there. Moreover, her son had told her about his relationship with Xia Wanning during the day. Although she really wanted Xia Wanning to be her daughter-in-law, she couldn't force it. Thinking of this, Su Wanru's brows furrowed slightly involuntarily, and a faint trace of worry rose in her heart. How should she sleep tonight? Wanwan sat obediently on the bed, letting her grandmother do whatever she wanted. Suddenly, the little girl noticed a problem. She frowned and patted Su Wanru's shoulder repeatedly, saying, "Grandma, what are you thinking about? You've buttoned your clothes wrong." Upon hearing this, Su Wanru looked at the extra length of her clothes and said apologetically, "Grandma really didn't notice. Our Wanwan has such good eyesight she can even notice such a small thing." Wanwan smiled shyly after being praised, feeling very happy inside. At this moment, the little one noticed that Su Wanru seemed a bit absent-minded and asked in confusion, "Grandma, is something wrong? Wanwan will help you solve it." As she spoke, she even imitated an adult, patting her little chest, looking both serious and adorable. Upon hearing this, Su Wanru felt as if the clouds of sorrow in her heart had been gently blown away by this pure warmth. She gently patted Wanwan's little head and smiled, "Baby, you can't solve this problem." Wanwan refused to give up. She pouted and tugged at her grandmother's hand, saying sweetly, "Grandma, please tell me first. Maybe Wanwan has a solution." Looking into her granddaughter's expectant eyes, Su Wanru smiled helplessly and affectionately, finally saying what was on her mind, "Baby, how about you sleep with Grandma and Mommy tonight?" "Huh? Why?" Upon hearing this, Wanwan's brows immediately furrowed into small hills, full of confusion. She mumbled, "I sleep with Dad and Mom every night. Grandma, why are you suddenly saying this?" Upon hearing this answer, Su Wanru looked surprised. "What? You sleep with your parents at night?" Chapter 80: A Trip to the Factory. "Yes, is there a problem?" Wanwan blinked her clear, watery eyes, full of confusion. In her little world, this was just an ordinary little thing, so why did her grandmother seem so surprised? The little guy tilted his head, thinking hard but still couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped worrying about it. Upon hearing this, Su Wanru's previously dim eyes instantly brightened, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily turned up. She couldn't stop smiling, and even her voice trembled slightly with joy. That's wonderful." In her mind, it was only a matter of time before her son and future daughter-in-law got together. At that moment, Wanwan saw her grandmother clapping her hands excitedly and forgot all her curiosity. Her little mouth opened slightly, and she yawned repeatedly, her little head nodding as she mumbled in a childish voice, "Wanwan is so sleepy, so sleepy." At this moment, Xia Wanning took the washed Wanwan's clothes to the balcony of the master bedroom to dry. Seeing this, Wanwan's eyelids seemed to weigh a ton, and she said weakly, "Mommy, Wanwan wants to sleep, can you tell Wanwan a story?" Hearing this, Xia Wanning felt a surge of tenderness in her heart. "Okay, after Mom hangs your clothes up to dry, I'll tell you a story, okay?" "Okay." Wanwan nodded in her childish voice, obediently sitting to the side, her little hand supporting her chin, waiting quietly. Seeing this, Su Wanru hurriedly rummaged through the closet and pulled out a light green quilt. She looked at Xia Wanning with a smile and said, "Ningning, I heard from Wanwan that you are sleeping in the same room. So I won't make any other arrangements. This quilt is for you." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She naturally understood the deeper meaning behind the other person's words. She took the blanket, and perhaps fearing a misunderstanding, she quickly explained, "Wanwan is sleeping in the middle, and she shares a blanket with me." "Okay, then you guys go to sleep." Su Wanru nodded with a smile, then gently picked up Wanwan and put her in the second bedroom. At that moment, Lin Muhong had just finished showering. The little guy saw his father appear at the door and excitedly waved and shouted, "Daddy, come back inside quickly, we need to turn off the lights." Seeing this, Xia Wanning shyly echoed, "Wanwan is sleepy, let's go to sleep quickly." "Okay, sure." Lin Muhong's voice trembled with excitement upon hearing this. He then quickly returned to his room and gently closed the door. Because Wanwan had been dancing in the square for a long time, she was already exhausted. Before she had even listened to the story for 3 minutes, her even breathing began to fall softly. However, the two people on either side of the bed tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Xia Wanning was perhaps still adjusting to the new environment, while Lin Muhong was preoccupied with worries about the factory and didn't know what might happen tomorrow. He had a strong premonition that tomorrow's trip to the factory would not go smoothly. Inside the villa, Xian Wenguang stood respectfully to one side and carefully reported, "Brother-in-law, I've found out that it's Lin Zhongtian's son, Lin Muhong, who pays the workers' wages. I heard that kid is still in college. I really don't know where he got the money." Seeing that Ren Dajin remained silent, Xian Wenguang continued, "I also heard that the kid plans to take over the factory and has already notified the workers to come to the factory tomorrow." Ren Dajin slowly opened his tightly closed eyes, his lips twitched involuntarily, and his brows furrowed tightly. He said coldly, "If this factory opens, how will we buy it back at a low price? Wouldn't all the money I invested be wasted?" Ren Dajin's eyes sharpened as he looked up at Qian Wenguang and said in a firm tone, "This factory must be shut down, understand?" "Understood." Qian Wenguang understood immediately and nodded reluctantly. He already had a plan in mind. It was just a matter of ruining the factory. He was good at that. Ren Dajin continued to urge, "If you can't even handle this small matter, don't blame me for not showing you two any mercy." "Don't worry, brother-in-law, I guarantee you'll be satisfied," Qian Wenguang said with a smile, then walked out of the villa. Looking at the brightly lit villa, Qian Wenguang's expression changed. He curled his lip and spat out angrily, "Wait until I'm richer than you, then let's see if you still dare to swagger in front of me." However, reality is cruel. He still has to rely on Ren Dajin to live a relatively comfortable life. So he dialed the number again and said smugly, "As long as you listen to me, you'll get plenty of benefits." A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone, "Brother Qian, don't worry, I will definitely listen to you." Qian Wenguang hung up the phone with satisfaction, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Lin Muhong, is this my first big gift to you? I hope you like it." After finishing breakfast, Lin Muhong was about to head to the factory to investigate when Lin Zhongtian hurriedly called out to him, "Aheng, wait for me, I'll go with you to take a look." Lin Zhongtian was filled with curiosity. He wanted to know what the factory he was going to buy with all his savings looked like, as if he wanted to die knowing the truth. Lin Muhong smiled and nodded gently, "Okay." Then he patiently stood aside, waiting for his father to pack his things. 40 minutes later, Lin Muhong and Lin Zhongtian got out of the car together. In front of them stood the factory gate with the sign Dajin Auto Shop. Lin Muhong looked around, his brows furrowing slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. The factory looked newly built. Upon entering, he glanced at the equipment, which seemed to have been in use for only a short time. Moreover, the factory area was quite large, which aroused a series of doubts in his mind. "Dad, how much did you pay for this contract back then?" Lin Muhong asked. "Less than 11 million, Lin Zhongtian replied. Noticing the surprised expression on his son's face, he quickly asked, "Son, have you noticed something is wrong? This factory must be worth far more than this, right?" Lin Muhong sighed softly, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. "Building this factory and purchasing facilities will cost at least 30 million. Dad, you've gotten a great deal." "What?" Lin Zhongtian's face was filled with disbelief upon hearing this, followed by overflowing excitement. "So, I really have struck gold?" "That's right." Lin Muhong confirmed with a smile, already having a bold guess in his mind. He speculated that the other party might have deliberately set a trap, selling the factory to his father for 10 million yuan, and then anticipating that his father would be short of funds and unable to pay workers' wages. He planned to buy it back at a low price when his father was under immense pressure, thus making a huge profit from the price difference. Lin Muhong pondered to himself that the mastermind behind all this was probably Ren Dajin, the factory's former owner. At this moment, Sun Daong had been waiting at the door for a long time. Upon seeing the two, he respectfully greeted them, "President Lin, young President Lin." The thought of Sun Daong's fierce and menacing appearance before filled Lin Zhongtian with anger. But seeing the other party so respectful, his anger inexplicably dissipated, and a smug smile appeared on his lips as he softly hummed in response. Lin Muhong looked around and found that the factory was empty except for Sun Daong. His face immediately turned ashen. He glanced at his watch, his tone tinged with displeasure. "Where are the others?" Chapter 81. These people are so easy to fool. Upon seeing this, Sun Daong frowned, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. He scratched his head and stammered, They haven't arrived yet." Lin Muhong's face instantly darkened. He took a deep breath, trying his best to suppress his dissatisfaction, knowing that the factory visit wouldn't go so smoothly. Seeing this, Sun Daeong quickly stepped forward and said, President Lin, don't be angry. I'll contact them right away and have them come over as soon as possible. With only the two of them left, Lin Zhongtian sighed and said earnestly, Ahang, look at those workers. They don't take you seriously at all. Managing things isn't that simple. Neither of us, father and son, are cut out to be bosses. Why don't we sell the factory? At least we can recoup some of our losses. What do you think? Lin Muhong has always enjoyed challenges. Hearing this, he shook his head, a confident smile playing on his lips, and comforted them, Dad, like father, like son. Just you wait and see how I deal with them. After being indirectly praised by his son, Lin Zhongtian couldn't say anything discouraging. He nodded, but muttered to himself, this kid is really stubborn. Oh well, it's good for young people to try things out. That was the only way he could console himself. Meanwhile, outside the factory, a group of people arrived late. Lu Pingchuan looked at Zhou Changhao, his eyes full of doubt. Howsy, you told everyone to come later, won't that kid fire us all in a fit of anger? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to Zhou Changhao. Upon hearing this, a subtle, sly smile appeared on his lips, and he chuckled, saying, Don't worry, he definitely wouldn't dare. If that kid wants to get the factory up and running, where will he find so many people in such a short time? Zhou Changhao said confidently. In a little while, everyone should follow my lead, and I guarantee that everyone's salary will increase significantly, he continued. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhiliang, the young man with blonde hair, had a glint of excitement in his eyes. He's young and impetuous, and his expenses are high. His family has to help him out every month. If his salary could double, that would be wonderful. He then patted Zhou Changhao on the shoulder with a smile and flattered him, saying, Brother Hao, you have so many ideas, we'll all listen to you. Okay. Zhou Changhao grinned, his heart filled with pride. He glanced at the people around him, his eyes full of contempt, and thought to himself with smug satisfaction, a bunch of idiots, you actually believed whatever I said, TSK, this money is too easy to make. Soon, the group of people walked into the factory in a grand procession. They hadn't gone far when they saw Lin Muhong and the others waiting nearby. They were all working people, and perhaps because they were used to the rules they were used to, they immediately felt like they had done something wrong when they saw Lin Muhong and the others. They all lowered their heads and didn't dare to breathe, let alone speak. Seeing that everyone he had contacted yesterday had arrived, Sun Daeong frowned and asked angrily, Didn't I tell you to arrive at 9 o'clock yesterday? Look at the time now. Do you even want to continue working here? His voice was laced with anger. Upon hearing this, Zhou Changhao chuckled sarcastically, Sun Daeong, you're so eager to call all of us here, did someone give you a raise? We want to do it, but you have to give us a raise, treat everyone equally, right? He looked at Sun Daeong provocatively. After Zhou Changhao finished speaking, he gestured to everyone with his eyes. Faced with the temptation of money, everyone chimed in, yes, we demand a raise. Raise the price. Raise the price. Seeing this scene, especially seeing that Zhou Changhao was leading the charge, Sun Daeong felt a pang of pain in his heart. He used to be just a little follower by my side. I saw that he was diligent and eager to learn, so I took him with me wherever I went. I never expected that he would become a sharp blade aimed at me. Despite his deep regret, Sun Daeong simply accepted that his sincerity had been wasted and immediately clarified, Where did you hear that President Lin didn't give me a raise? Based on Zhou Changhao's understanding of Sun Daeong, what he said was absolutely true. But so what? Even if it wasn't true, he would still make it a reality. He continued to incite everyone, impossible. Knowing you as I do, would you be so devoted to me without a raise? After speaking, Zhou Changhao's gaze fell on Lin Muhong, and he said indignantly, President Lin, our demand is very simple, we just want a raise. At the same time, to avoid a repeat of the previous wage dispute, you need to prove that you have the ability to pay everyone a month's wages. Otherwise, if we work hard for a month and don't get paid, wouldn't we have worked for nothing? Everyone, am I right about what I'm saying? Brother Hao is absolutely right. He's so thoughtful. Lu Zhiliang was the first to agree. That way, even if the factory goes bankrupt, we can still get our money back. Immediately afterwards, a second, a third, and so on, everyone responded. Seeing everyone's hard work and dedication, Zhou Changhao felt an overwhelming sense of pride. These people are so easy to fool. These days, money is hard to earn and life is tough. There are plenty of people outside willing to do this kind of work. With just a little training, they can become qualified laborers. A smug smile curled at the corner of his lips, and he cast a defiant glance at Lin Muhong, secretly hoping that his demanding requirements would cause the other party to lose control of his emotions, and preferably fire everyone, so that his mission would be accomplished. At that moment, Lin Zhongtian was filled with worry, his eyes scanning the angry crowd. He was uneasy, fearing that if he were to refuse their demands, he and his son would be beaten. He had spent his whole life working for others and had never encountered such a scene before. He was already terrified and panicked. Lin Zhongtian hurriedly grabbed Lin Muhong's arm and asked in a trembling voice, "Son, what should we do?" Seeing this, Lin Muhong gently patted his arm and comforted him, "Dad, don't worry, watch me." Sun Daong did not stop the crowd from making their requests. After all, if they don't get the money, Kong Kang's medical expenses will be left unpaid. He also wanted to take this opportunity to see if this seemingly young man was capable of paying wages and dealing with these difficult employees. Just then, Lin Muhong stepped forward and stood in front of the crowd, his eyes fixed on Zhou Changhao with piercing gaze. Under Lin Muhong's sharp gaze, Zhou Changhao couldn't help but shiver, a nameless fear rising in his heart. However, seeing the other party's furrowed brows, Zhou Changhao muttered to himself, "Yes, angry, get angry quickly, it would be best if he drove us all away, not a single one." He imagined Lin Muhong's angry departing figure, and a strange excitement welled up in his heart. Unexpectedly, Lin Muhong grinned, clapped his hands, and said, "Okay, I promise you." Zhou Changhao was stunned when he heard this, and couldn't help but think to himself, "Is this guy stupid? Why not use cheap labor instead of raising everyone's wages?" He just couldn't understand it. Chapter 82. Lin Muhong only uses enticement, not coercion. When the employees saw that Lin Muhong had agreed to the raise so easily, their eyes widened in confusion, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. Zhou Changhao even muttered to himself, "They haven't even used their ultimate move yet, and they've already surrendered?" Although everyone was incredibly excited, upon reflection, they realized that capitalists rarely empathize with their employees, let alone readily offer concessions. There might be some shady dealings involved. Lu Pingchuan adjusted his glasses, his brows furrowed, and his eyes filled with caution. He shouted, "President Lin, are you really willing to give us a raise? Or are you just kidding us?" Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. He spread his hands, shrugged helplessly, and said, "Do I look like I'm joking with you guys? I'm not only willing to give you a raise, but I'm also willing to pay your social insurance and housing fund contributions." To be honest, when Zhou Changhao heard about this benefit, his heart skipped a beat, and he was very tempted. But when he thought about how the other party had offended someone, even if the benefits were good, it would probably be empty promises and impossible to fulfill. He decided to get the money in front of him first. Upon hearing this, the employees present instantly erupted in excitement, their faces flushed with elation. Sun Daong, in particular, stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape, his face filled with disbelief. He never expected that Lin Muhong, who was so young, would be so good at winning people's hearts. It's worth noting that the previous boss, Ren Dajin, never paid for the 5 social insurances for his employees, or even the 3 social insurances. Although the government has always emphasized that employees should pay social insurance after joining the company, many companies still do not pay it for their employees. If the new boss really keeps his word, Sun Daong will be the first to be willing to follow him wholeheartedly. As Zhou Changhao watched the workers being won over by Lin Muhong, his eyes darted around, and he thought to himself, "This won't do. We can't let him succeed so easily." He looked at Lin Muhong with a hint of provocation in his eyes and continued to question him, "President Lin, anyone can talk big, but you have to show us your credentials before we can all work for you with peace of mind." Upon hearing this, the employees, though looking troubled, still chimed in, "President Lin, we're all terrified of being owed wages. Just show us how it's done so we can have some peace of mind." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhongtian's heart skipped a beat. He quickly grabbed Lin Muhong's arm, his face full of anxiety, and whispered in his ear, "Son, you forgot your cash, what are we going to do?" "It's all right," Lin Muhong comforted them softly, then calmly opened his phone, showed them his bank card balance, and said, "I have 1 million in my account, enough to pay everyone's salaries. Don't worry, I definitely won't treat you unfairly." When everyone saw their bank card balances, their eyes lit up instantly, as if they had seen a glimmer of hope for the future. The salary has increased, and they even pay for 5 social insurances. Where else can you find such a good job? Immediately, everyone excitedly expressed their determination. "We'll listen to President Lin, we'll definitely do our best. As long as Mr. Lin doesn't mind, we'll follow you for life." Their simple faces were full of determination. Seeing everyone so happy, Lin Muhong was overjoyed, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. He then turned his gaze to Zhou Changhao, his eyes full of mockery, thinking to himself, if it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know how to win everyone over. Zhou Changhao felt a little uncomfortable under the sudden gaze, and awkwardly returned a smile, thinking to himself, this kid, has he already figured out that I'm here to cause trouble? Thinking of this, he frowned slightly, and a sense of worry welled up in his heart. He shook his head slightly, trying to dispel these distracting thoughts, and comforted himself, I'm pretending so well, he definitely won't be able to tell. Immediately afterwards, the group entered the control room in a grand procession. Lin Muhong strolled slowly, carefully observing every detail. After all, he was not a professional and knew very little about the operation of the factory. Just then, a crisp system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has taken over the factory. The advanced manufacturing process blueprints for electric tricycles' three-wheeled vehicles have been distributed. Please check them. In addition, to better assist the host in building a revolutionary tricycle, the system is rewarding the host with knowledge related to electric tricycles. As soon as the system finished speaking, Lin Muhong felt a warm current flow into his mind, and countless pieces of knowledge surged in like a tide. A moment later, he was surprised to find that he knew every piece of equipment in the factory like the back of his hand and could even operate them skillfully. He quickly took out the blueprint from his pocket and examined it carefully. After a moment, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, these blueprints are absolutely amazing. They can easily outperform any tricycle on the market. Then, Lin Muhong walked to a machine, faced all the employees, and excitedly said, everyone, the electric tricycle I'm going to make is different from the traditional tricycle. How is it different? The employees all looked at them with curiosity. After all, in their opinion, the main function of electric tricycles is to haul goods. It is already good enough if they can meet the basic needs. Why would they need to add anything fancy? When an employee asked a question, Lin Muhong excitedly explained, I want to make an intelligent electric tricycle with a long range and the ability to adapt to the low temperatures in the north. At the same time, it must also have GPS positioning and remote monitoring functions, so that users can check the vehicle status in real time, locate and prevent theft, and receive fault warnings through a mobile app. This is just my initial idea, we'll discuss the specific details later. After listening to the boss's long speech, the employees looked at each other, completely bewildered. After all, they are just ordinary workers, only responsible for assembly and welding. The things the boss is talking about should be the responsibility of the R&D department, but this factory doesn't have an R&D department at all. Seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces, Lin Muhong frowned and asked with concern, don't you understand? Everyone shook their heads, even the usually composed Sun Daeon looked bewildered. At this moment, Lin Muhong looked around and asked softly, does our factory have a research and development department? No, Sun Daeong shook his head. Although he didn't understand the technical jargon his boss used, he knew that it must be the future trend. Electric tricycles will only become more and more intelligent, and the outdated models they are currently piecing together will eventually be eliminated by the market. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong frowned, swallowing back the words he was about to say. The good news is that he discovered the problem in time. After all, a factory without research and development capabilities will eventually be eliminated by the times. At that moment, Lin Muhong lowered his head and pondered, where should I go to poach people? Chapter 83 Wanwan is being targeted. After the factory tour, Lin Muhong had a preliminary understanding and plan in mind. He stood there, his gaze slowly sweeping over each employee. Seeing the excited expressions on their faces, he couldn't help but smile gently. He then waved his hand and said in a calm yet authoritative tone, all right, everyone, let's get to work. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, we'll definitely do our best. Lu Zhiliang, the blonde-haired young man, grinned and responded with a broad smile. As soon as Lin Muhong's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, the employees immediately surrounded Zhou Changhao. Lu Zhiliang patted his shoulder hard, praising him with admiration, Brother Hao, you really have a way with things. President Lin not only gave us a raise, but also paid for our social insurance and housing fund. This is really great news. Upon hearing this, Zhou Changhao's lips twitched involuntarily, and his face instantly stiffened. He quickly regained his composure, waved his hand modestly, and said, these are nothing to mention at all. Seeing his humble demeanor, everyone teased him, Brother Hao is just embarrassed, huh? Alright, let's all get back to work. We'll treat Brother Hao to a nice meal tonight to celebrate. Lu Zhiliang shouted out, and all the employees immediately responded, nodding in agreement. Upon hearing this, Zhou Changhao's face turned extremely ugly, and he thought to himself, a bunch of idiots, who wants to eat with you? His original plan was to force Lin Muhong to fire them all, but unexpectedly, things turned out to benefit everyone. This boss is so unpredictable. Seeing how easily the new boss had won everyone over with just a few words, Zhou Changhao felt a surge of crisis. He quickly took out his phone from his pocket and secretly sent Qian Wenguang a message. Plan failed. At that moment, Lu Zhiliang saw Zhou Changhao standing there and called out to him with a smile, "Brother Hao, time to get to work." "Coming." Zhou Changhao replied irritably, inwardly cursing, "Damn. This job is really tough. I'll have to pay more after it's done." When he received the message, Qian Wenguang was comfortably lying on a bed in a massage parlor. Upon seeing the reply, he smirked and muttered to himself smugly, "It's done so quickly?" However, after carefully reading the message, his expression changed drastically, and he wanted to smash his phone on the ground. He hurriedly got up, frantically pulled on his pants, and yelled angrily at the woman, "Get the hell out of here." Upon hearing this, the woman stormed out of the room. At this moment, only Qian Wenguang remained in the room. He immediately picked up his phone and sent a message to the other party, "If the matter is settled, I'll add another 20,000. At the same time, Zhou Changhao's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile upon seeing the message. He recalled an important piece of news he had just learned and secretly pondered, perhaps he could use this opportunity. At that moment, in the office, Sun Daong stood respectfully to the side, waiting for Lin Muhong's instructions. Lin Muhong pondered for a moment and then slowly said, "You should start organizing the employee information. Starting this month, pay social insurance and housing fund contributions for all employees. In addition, each employee's salary will be increased by 1,000, and your salary will be increased by 2,000. Upon hearing this, Sun Daong was filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected that his boss would actually keep his word, and this sudden change left him somewhat at a loss. Seeing that Sun Daong had not responded for a long time, Lin Muhong looked up and asked with concern, "Is there a problem?" Sun Daong then seemed to realize something and quickly waved his hand, saying, No. Then, he smiled sheepishly and said, "I'll go and tidy it up right away." Lin Muhong nodded in satisfaction and called out to the other person, "If anything happens at the factory, feel free to call me anytime. I'm all done here, you can go ahead and get back to work." "Yes." Sun Daong nodded in response, then left the room and gently closed the door. Just then, Lin Zhongtian walked in, looking puzzled. He asked, "Ahang, why did you raise their salaries and pay for their social insurance and housing fund? What if they become greedy? Aren't you just aiding and abetting them? Have you gone crazy from studying too much?" Lin Zhongtian was a factory worker whose monthly salary was only 7,000 yuan. Although he had 5 social insurances, he had no housing fund. Now that his son has raised the employees' salaries to 9,000 yuan, along with benefits such as social insurance and housing fund, he sees it as a waste of money. He felt that it would be better to save the money and hire college students who only earn 3,000 yuan a month. They would definitely be more obedient than these people. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong simply smiled, pulled Lin Zhongtian to sit on the sofa beside him, and asked softly, "Dad, do you know what kind of company can last?" "I don't know." Lin Zhongtian shook his head. After all, he wasn't the boss and had never thought about these questions. Seeing this, Lin Muhong smiled and explained, "If you feed your employees grass, you'll get a flock of docile sheep. If you feed them meat, you'll get a pack of fierce wolves. If a company wants to develop in the long term, it must prioritize the material and spiritual rewards of its employees. Only in this way can it achieve long-term profitability." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhongtian looked at his son with some surprise. He hadn't expected his son to say such a thing. He secretly wondered to himself, could it be that my son will really become a big boss in the future? After thinking for a moment, Lin Zhongtian shook his head again, sighing to himself, in that case, it wouldn't be a case of ancestral graves emitting auspicious smoke, but rather ancestral graves exploding. Just as the two got into the car to go home, Lin Muhong's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw a video call invitation from Xia Wanning on the screen. His lips unconsciously curled into a smile, his eyes filled with happiness. When the video call connected, what came into view was Wanwan's chubby, delicate face. She asked in her sweet, childlike voice, "Daddy, when are you coming back?" Lin Muhong replied with a smile, "We'll be home soon." "Is our little glutton craving something to eat again?" Her father's words had read her mind, and Wanwan playfully stuck out her tongue, smiling shyly as she said, "Dad, you understand me so well. I want to eat strawberry cake." "Okay, Dad will take it back to you," Lin Muhong said affectionately. After hanging up the phone, Wanwan's face was full of happiness. She smiled and said to Xia Wanning, "Mom, I'm going to play on the swings now." Go ahead, Xia Wanning said gently, stroking Wanwan's little head. However, in a dark corner in the distance, two sharp eyes, as keen as hawks, were fixed on Wanwan. The man turned his head and whispered to the old woman beside him, "Go, lure her here." Chapter 84 Encountering Human Traffickers. The sun is shining brightly today, and the breeze is gentle. The park was bustling with activity. Children were playing happily everywhere, on the grass and among the flowers. Wanwan was sitting on the swing, swinging back and forth, her face beaming with a happy and content smile. Suddenly, a slightly aged and anxious voice rang in Wanwan's ears, "Little girl, Grandma is lost. Do you know where the toilet is?" Wanwan stopped swinging her legs, turned her head curiously, and saw an elderly man in his 60s standing next to her. She was short, with a full head of silver hair that shimmered in the sunlight. The wrinkles on her forehead resembled the furrows etched by time, and she wore a kind smile, looking very benevolent. "I know." Wanwan nodded vigorously, her chubby little face full of enthusiasm. She pointed her little finger to the small house in the distance and said in a clear voice, "That's it." Wanwan knew it was because Xia Wanning had just taken her there. Seeing the innocent and naive little girl in front of her, the old lady quickly glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention to her, and then a hint of smugness flashed in her eyes. Then, she put on a pitiful look, her hands trembling slightly, and pleaded, "Little friend, Grandma's legs aren't very strong, could you help me across?" The little guy tilted his head, his round eyes darting around in their sockets like two lively black gems. Her little mind raced, recalling what her parents had said, "Adults don't ask children for help, that person is probably a bad person." Thinking of this, Wanwan's eyes instantly hardened. She shook her head without hesitation and said in a childish but resolute voice, "No, I haven't had enough fun yet." After saying that, she shouted loudly into the distance, "Mommy, come and push me." "Okay, Mom's here." Xia Wanning had just finished the phone call when she heard Wanwan's call. She immediately put down her phone and ran over in a hurry. Seeing that the little guy wasn't fooled at all, the old lady had a hint of embarrassment on her face and could only turn around and leave dejectedly. However, she did not seem to give up. Her eyes quickly scanned the square and soon locked onto another little girl. As Xia Wanning approached, she noticed an elderly man standing next to Wanwan. An alarm bell rang in her mind, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. She quickly squatted down and asked softly, "Wanwan, what did that old lady say to you just now?" "She said she had difficulty walking and asked me to help her to the toilet," Wanwan answered truthfully. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning's heart skipped a beat, and her intuition told her that the other party was very likely a human trafficker. She never imagined that her daughter would be targeted simply because she made a phone call, and a cold sweat instantly broke out on her back. She thought with lingering fear that if Wanwan hadn't called her in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Then, Xia Wanning couldn't help but ask curiously, "Honey, why didn't you help the old lady?" Wanwan blinked her bright eyes and said with a smile, "Because my dad and mom told me that adults don't ask children for help, because they are probably bad people, so I immediately called my mom over." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning hugged Wanwan tightly with great joy, her eyes filled with love. "Wanwan, you're such a good girl, you did so well. Next time something like this happens, be sure to call for mom and dad right away, okay?" "Okay, I know," the little one replied sweetly, a happy smile on her face. Soon, Lin Muhong and Lin Zhongtian arrived at the park. Wanwan, with her sharp eyes, spotted her father and grandfather immediately, especially when they were carrying that tempting strawberry cake. Her eyes lit up instantly. She skipped and hopped happily, running over like a little rabbit, calling out repeatedly, "Daddy, Grandpa, Wanwan misses you so much." Her voice was so sweet it could melt anyone's heart. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong's lips curled into a doting smile. He gently stroked Wanwan's nose and teased, "Baby, I think you don't miss us, you miss your strawberry cake, do you?" "No way." The little guy's eyes darted around, looking a little guilty. Then, taking advantage of his father's inattention, he smugly snatched the cake, grinning like a kitten that had just stolen some cream. At this moment, Su Wanru walked over with bottled water. When she saw the father and son, her eyes were full of surprise. "You came back quite quickly. Did things go smoothly?" "Smoothly." Lin Muhong nodded with a smile. Seeing his son speak so easily, Lin Zhongtian felt a pang of heartache. Parents and children are the same, they always report good news and not bad. He couldn't help but think to himself, his son has really grown up. Seeing everyone gathered together, Xia Wanning quickly recounted what had just happened in order to warn them to keep a close eye on Wanwan in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhongtian frowned, clenched his fists, and angrily cursed, "These damned human traffickers should be shot dead as soon as they are caught. How could they be so heartless as to harm a child? I curse them to give birth to children without an anus." He couldn't help but curse loudly at the thought of Wanwan almost being harmed, and he was so angry that he was trembling all over. Upon hearing this, Su Wanru couldn't help but gasp. She had just gone to buy water and had strayed a bit too far. She thought to herself, it seems that from now on, when I'm with Wanwan, I'll have to keep a close eye on her and make sure she's never out of my sight. Lin Muhong also felt this deeply. Since becoming a father, he couldn't bear to see his child suffer. These human traffickers are truly unscrupulous in their pursuit of profit. If they are caught, they will certainly not be let off easily. As it was time for lunch, Lin Muhong and his family headed towards the park's exit. At that moment, Wanwan's eyes lit up as she spotted a familiar figure. An elderly woman was holding the hand of a little girl, who looked about 3 or 4 years old, and the little girl was sucking on a lollipop with relish. Seeing this, Wanwan quickly tugged at Lin Muhong's arm and said anxiously, "Dad, that's the old lady I met." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong looked up and saw the old woman leading the little girl toward the exit. At that time, a white sedan was parked by the roadside. A man with a cigarette in his mouth stood next to the car. He looked around from time to time, acting suspiciously and not like a good person. Seeing this, Lin Muhong felt a sense of foreboding. He thought to himself, this group of human traffickers is about to succeed. Once the child falls into their hands, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Lin Muhong didn't have time to think and rushed forward. Just as they were forcibly putting the little girl into the car, he grabbed the man and the old man's arms and shouted sternly, "Stop!" Chapter 85 The Cunning Xia Waning. Fearing that the two human traffickers might escape, Lin Zhongtian rushed to his son's side and, together with his son, subdued the two men. He stared straight at the two of them, then snorted coldly, "Where do you two human traffickers think you're going to run to?" The old woman was caught red-handed, her face instantly filled with a pitiful expression. She waved her hands wildly and shouted, What did you say? I don't understand." She immediately put on a weak and pitiful act, pretending to cry and plead, "Let me go right now, I want to take my granddaughter home." Upon seeing this, the man's eyes darted around nervously, like a frightened mouse, looking around erratically. He was probably afraid of being exposed because he had done so many bad things. But then he thought again that the other party had no solid evidence, so he mustered his courage and deliberately raised his voice, shouting menacingly, "Who are you people? What right do you have to treat us like this?" After saying that, the man turned to look at the old woman behind him, pretending to be anxious, and shouted urgently, "Boy, let go of my mother right now. Let me tell you, my mother is in poor health. If anything happens to her, I'll make sure you lose everything and suffer the consequences." After saying that, the man secretly gave the old lady a wink. The old woman immediately understood. Her body trembled violently, and she clutched her chest tightly with both hands, pretending to have difficulty breathing. Her face turned red as she said, "Let go of me right now. I can't breathe. Someone's going to die." Seeing this, Lin Muhong sneered, his grip on the two men unwavering. He stared intently at them and mocked, "Your acting is so fake. You're better than playing a corpse." Seeing that this method was not working, the man's eyes narrowed. He tried to remain calm and shouted, "You're restricting my personal freedom. If you don't let go, I'm calling the police and letting them judge this." The old lady echoed her words, her voice sharp and shrill. Her once kind face now turned bitter and sarcastic, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. She stomped her feet and shouted, "Yes, call the police. Let the police judge this and see how you disrespect the elderly. Call the police. Who's afraid of who?" Xia Waning looked at the other party with disgust, her eyes full of contempt. The next second, she took out her phone without hesitation, ready to make a call. Knowing she was in the wrong, the old woman, perhaps frightened, turned deathly pale and began to tremble uncontrollably, pleading repeatedly, "Don't call the police, don't call the police." Her eyes darted around quickly, and after a moment she thought of a perfect excuse and said sheepishly, "I've mistaken this child for someone else. She's not my granddaughter. My old eyes are failing me, I didn't see her clearly at first. I thought she looked like my granddaughter, so I was going to take her home. It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." After the old lady finished speaking, she secretly gave the man a look. Upon seeing this, the man immediately feigned a resentful expression and angrily said, "Mom, why didn't you check carefully before bringing someone else's child back? People will think we're child traffickers. It's all your fault, you're always causing me trouble. At your age, your eyesight is failing. You don't need to come pick up your granddaughter anymore. You're getting more and more useless as you get older," the man grumbled, as if he had suffered a great injustice. The two thought their performance was flawless, and that the people in front of them would let them go. They were too naive. Lin Muhong thought to himself, it's better to kill 1,000 innocent people than to let one guilty person go free. If we let them go, other children might suffer. He chuckled, a sly look on his face, and said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, I see. It seems we misunderstood you?" "Yes, it was a misunderstanding. Luckily we cleared it up, otherwise we would have been mistaken for bad guys," the man said sheepishly, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Lin Muhong's expression changed, and she slapped him on the back of the head in an annoyed tone, saying fiercely, "Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? You think you can fool me with your little tricks?" After saying that, he looked at Xia Wanning and said firmly, "Call the police and let them interrogate us properly. Let's see what other tricks they can come up with." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning nodded firmly and quickly dialed the police. The man's face instantly turned terrified when he saw the other person pick up the phone. He thought to himself, if the police come, I'm in big trouble. All the things I've done in the past will be exposed. In an attempt to avoid arrest, the man swung his arms forcefully, trying to break free from Lin Muhong's grasp, but those hands were like iron clamps, holding him firmly in place, making escape impossible. Unable to escape, he glared fiercely at Lin Muhong and said through gritted teeth, "Kid, let me go right now, and I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, when I get out, I'll sell your whole family to northern Myanmar." Seeing that Lin Muhong remained unmoved, the man changed his tune, forcing a fake smile and fawningly saying, "Hee, are you scared? If you're scared, then hurry up and let us go. From now on, you won't know us, and we won't know you, okay?" "Not good." Lin Muhong responded coldly, his eyes filled with determination. Seeing no hope in negotiations, the man could only struggle like a trapped beast, but all of this was in vain and to no avail. At that moment, Xia Wanning took the little girl who was sucking on a lollipop out of the car. She bent down slightly, a gentle smile on her face, and asked softly, "Little friend, where are your mom and dad?" The little guy opened his big, round eyes, looked around, and then shook his head. Although he could speak, he spoke unclearly, a typical case of not knowing anything when asked. Seeing that the little one was still a bit shy, Xia Wanning turned to look at Wan Wan, her eyes filled with expectation. "Baby, would you like to play with the little girl for a while?" Children are naturally drawn to each other, which might help the little one overcome their fear. Upon hearing this, Wan Wan's eyes lit up, and she nodded with a grin, saying in her childish voice, "No problem." After saying that, she took the little guy's hand with her chubby little hand and led him to a public bench to sit down, then took the strawberry cake out of the box. She used a small fork to scoop a little bit out of the cake, carefully placed it on a plate, and then handed the plate to her little sister, sweetly saying, "Here, have some of my strawberry cake." "Thank you." The little girl's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but swallow, thanking him very politely. Seeing that such a well-behaved and adorable child was almost at the hands of human traffickers, Xia Wanning's anger was instantly ignited. She suddenly raised her foot and kicked the man hard in the thigh, then pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh dear, I'm so sorry, I accidentally kicked you. I've already apologized to you, you shouldn't be angry with me, right?" Xia Wanning crossed her arms, raised an eyebrow, and looked at him with a hint of provocation. Chapter 86, Trading Bonuses for Connections, a Worthwhile Deal. The man knew the other woman was doing it on purpose, but when he saw the sincerity yet cunning glint in Xia Wanning's eyes, all his words caught in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single word. At this moment, he was like a fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of others. Beside him, Lin Muhong's gaze was fixed on Xia Wanning. Seeing her playful and smug expression after her scheme succeeded, he secretly admired her. "I really didn't expect that the campus belle of Shanghai University would have such a cunning side." The other person's way of doing things suited his taste perfectly. Lin Muhong suddenly realized that she even had a touch of cuteness about her, which stirred ripples in his heart. Just then, the sound of police sirens grew louder as they approached. After receiving the emergency call, the police officers quickly arrived at the scene. In less than 10 minutes, a police car had pulled up next to the white car, which was surrounded by a crowd. A veteran police officer in his 40s, with eyes as sharp as an eagle's, scanned the crowd and asked in a deep voice, "Who called the police?" Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong stepped forward. "I reported it." His gaze then turned to the two people in front of him, his eyes filled with indignation. "Officer, these two are human traffickers. They almost kidnapped this little girl." As he spoke, he pointed to the little girl on the chair whose face was covered in cream. These words immediately provoked the old woman's displeasure. She feigned innocence, tears welling in her eyes as if she had suffered a great injustice, and pleaded in a tearful voice, "Officer, we are really good people. It's just that my old eyes are failing me, and I mistook the child for my granddaughter." It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Seeing this, the man quickly chimed in, Officer, this is all my mother's fault. Please, for her sake, don't hold it against her and let us go. Upon hearing this, the veteran police officer looked the two men up and down, his sharp gaze seemingly able to pierce through their hearts. The two appeared extremely uncomfortable under the police's scrutiny, their eyes darting around, unsure of what to do with their hands and feet. Just then, a young police officer noticed something, hurriedly ran to the older officer's side, and whispered a few words to him. Upon hearing this, the veteran police officer's eyes grew even colder. He stared directly at the two men and said coldly, If you have anything to say, come back to the station with us and we'll talk about it. Officer, we are truly innocent, officer. No matter how the two tried to explain, they could not change their fate of being taken into the police car. The older police officer turned to the little girl, his tone softening considerably, Little girl, do you know where you live? The little girl seemed quite frightened by the series of events. She huddled tightly behind Wanwan, her chubby little hands gripping Wanwan's clothes, her eyes filled with fear. Seeing this, the veteran police officer understood that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of the child anytime soon. He then turned to Lin Muhong and his group and said gratefully, Thank you for your report. However, we still need you to come with us to the police station to make a statement. After saying that, the veteran police officer looked at the little girl curled up in the seat, a hint of tender concern in his eyes. This little girl is quite wary of strangers, so please take care of her and bring her to the police station. We will arrange for officers to look after her and try to contact her family. After hearing this, Lin Muhong smiled and nodded, his tone firm, no problem. Inside the police station, Wanwan is playing with her little sister. Suddenly, a man in his 30s rushed into the police station in a panic. His face was full of anxiety and unease, and a few beads of sweat were still hanging on his forehead. He was panting heavily when he asked loudly, Hello, officer, was there a little girl who got lost and brought here? The police officer looked up, pointed to two children playing in the distance, and said, There is a little girl, about 3 or 4 years old. Look, she's right there. Upon hearing this, the man immediately looked in the direction the police officer was pointing. When he saw that familiar little face, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. He rushed over, took 3 steps at a time, and hugged his daughter tightly, saying in a trembling voice, Tong Tong, Daddy has finally found you. When Tong Tong saw it was her father, her eyes lit up, her face was full of excitement, and she called out in her childish voice, Daddy. Hey! The man's eyes reddened with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes. He hugged his beloved daughter tightly, as if afraid that she would disappear again if he let go. At this moment, Wanwan also noticed the man. Her little face immediately puffed up, and she said angrily, You're such an irresponsible father. Your little sister almost got taken away by a bad guy. Only then did the man notice a little girl in front of him. She looked a bit older than his daughter and was looking at him with bright eyes. Upon hearing this, the man felt ashamed and remembered that the police officer on the phone had said that a kind person had rescued their daughter. He figured that the little girl in front of him and her family must be the person in front of him. He bent down and said gratefully, Uncle understands. Where are your family members? After hearing this, Wanwan gestured with her chubby little hands and said, They were all taken inside, and they said they were going to do something. Although she was still young, she was trying her best to express herself. Upon hearing this, the man instantly understood. He figured the other party was probably taking a statement, so he held his daughter and waited quietly to the side. At this moment, the police officer who had been there earlier approached the man and began asking questions. Are you the child's father? What's your name? Upon seeing this, the man quickly stood up and replied, My name is Zhou Zhenfeng, and my daughter's name is Zhou Zitong. As the police officer registered the information, he couldn't help but remind the child, When you get back, you must take good care of your child. Human traffickers are rampant these days, and their methods are constantly evolving. Never leave your child unattended, or you won't be so lucky next time. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhenfeng quickly nodded in agreement, I understand. I will definitely explain it to my family. Thank you all, you've worked hard. His voice was full of gratitude. Soon, Lin Muhong finished giving his statement and came out of the room, where he happened to run into the old police officer. The veteran police officer's face beamed with joy, and Lin Muhong secretly guessed that perhaps there had been a major breakthrough in the case. He intended to casually walk past as if nothing had happened, but the old police officer suddenly called him over, patted him on the shoulder with a smile, and said, Thank you for your tip. We have successfully apprehended a human trafficker who has been on the run for many years. After the case is closed, I will present you with a banner on behalf of the police station. In addition, there will be a reward for assisting in the case and helping to capture a major criminal. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong was filled with surprise. He hadn't expected those two to have committed so many heinous acts, and couldn't help but mutter to himself, giving them even a peanut is too lenient. He then quickly waved his hand and politely replied, I just felt that those two were a bit strange. They didn't do much work, so let's forget about the bonus. I'll be very happy if you give me a banner later. Seeing how sensible and reasonable the young man was, Wu Zhenghao was full of admiration. He said with a smile, okay, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. This is my phone number. Okay. Lin Muhong nodded, thinking to himself, using bonuses to build connections, this deal is definitely worth it. Chapter 87 Direct Hiring by the Boss. Inside the police station lobby, Wan saw a familiar figure, and her eyes lit up instantly. Like a happy little rabbit, she excitedly rushed over, shouting, Daddy, little sister's daddy's here. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Muhong quickly and steadily held Wan in his arms, then slightly raised his eyes and looked at the man in front of him. Zhou Zhenfeng, his face full of excitement, hurried forward and said with immense gratitude, Young man, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my daughter would have been kidnapped by bad guys. After saying that, Zhou Zhenfeng took out a wad of cash from his bag and handed it to Lin Muhong with both hands. This money is not much, but it is a small token of my appreciation. You must accept it, otherwise I really don't know how to thank you. Just then, Su Wanru and her group happened to walk by. She saw the stack of cash and snatched it away with lightning speed. Zhou Zhenfeng was completely stunned when he saw this scene. Who was this person? Immediately afterwards, Su Wanru casually rolled up the money and put it in the other person's bag, saying with a smile, It's just a small favor, how could we accept your money? After hearing this, Lin Muhong was thinking about how to politely refuse when his mother, Su Wanru, snatched the money away. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the money had been returned. He chimed in, We're all parents. No one would stand idly by if they saw a child being abducted. You should keep the money, we don't want it. This. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhenfeng's face was full of worry, and his brows were tightly furrowed. He genuinely wanted to express his gratitude. The child is his lifeblood. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. Although the other party does not want money, he still has to express his gratitude. He then held his daughter Tongtong in his arms, slowly knelt down in front of everyone, and said in a choked voice, Thank you so much, I'll kowtow to you to thank you for saving my daughter. What are you doing? Get up quickly. Seeing this, Su Wanru and Lin Zhongtian rushed forward, one helping Zhou Zhenfeng and the other pulling Tongtong up. We're not doing this for any reward, so please don't do this. Your family must be extremely worried. Hurry up and take your child home, Lin Muhong said hastily, afraid that the other party would kneel down to thank him again. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhenfeng nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with gratitude, and then carried Tongtong away. After lunch, Lin Muhong didn't have a moment to rest. The factory lacks R&D personnel, so it cannot develop the latest electric tricycles 3-wheeled vehicles. If this continues, the factory will eventually have to close down. He was keenly aware of the urgency of the matter. The most pressing task was to assemble a research and development team. So he downloaded the BossGPN, a job recruitment platform, and uploaded his requirements one by one. The requirements are very high, but the monthly salary is also very high. The salary for a similar job in Shanghai is 100,000 yuan, but he directly asked for 120,000 yuan. It's really a high salary offer. However, perhaps the conditions were too strict, because after uploading, Lin Muhong's backend remained completely silent, without a single message. He frowned, pondering, if we can't recruit anyone, are we going to have to compete with those big companies for talent? But given his current situation, he's no match for them at all. Furthermore, for the factory to develop sustainably, funding is essential. However, Lin Muhong's available funds total less than 2 million. It's just a drop in the ocean when it comes to keeping the factory afloat. The previous million was transferred to him by Hu Lili, but he couldn't always rely on the publishing house to support the factory. His focus is now on the factory. The dog system only provides technology, not funding, so he has to figure out a solution himself. Lin Muhong held his head in his hands, his face full of worry, and muttered, How about we sell Wuyo Publishing House? After thinking it over, he made a tough decision, to sell the publishing house and raise money to start a factory. He then took a deep breath and dialed Hu Lili's number. Meanwhile, in the upscale residential area, Zhou Zhenfeng was playing with his daughter Tongtong in the living room. However, this tranquility was soon broken. The woman then closed the door, stormed into the living room, and roared angrily. "Zhou Jinfeng, I heard from Mom that Tong Tong was almost kidnapped by human traffickers today? What do you think, as her father?" Su Romfang stood angrily to the side, her eyes full of blame and disappointment. Seeing that the other person remained silent, her anger intensified. "You can't do your job well, and you can't even take care of the kids. What else can you do?" Su Romfang's words came like a barrage of bullets, each one striking Zhou Jinfeng's heart heavily. Ever since her husband was laid off from his company, she has found fault with everything about him. She even had a deep doubt: how could she have been so blind as to fall for such a man? After a long day of work, Su Romfang was exhausted and had no energy left to argue with Zhou Jinfeng. So he picked up Tong Tong, walked into the room without looking back, and slammed the door shut, leaving Zhou Jinfeng alone in the living room, his face full of helplessness and bitterness. Zhou Jinfeng, who was middle-aged, was also filled with grievances after being laid off. He was naturally reserved, not good at socializing, and even less capable of flattery. In addition, his salary was relatively high, which is why he was on the layoff list. Nowadays, recent college graduates are cheap and easy to work with. Companies can hire several young and obedient people with just one college graduate's salary. Anyone would know how to choose. Finding a job at this age is no easy task. They are either restricted by age or their wages are so low that they can hardly support their families. Extremely frustrated, Zhou Jinfeng opened the Boss Direct Hire app and began browsing job postings. Suddenly, a high-paying job caught his eye. Most importantly, there was no age limit, the salary was ridiculously high, and the job description seemed tailor-made for him. Zhou Jinfeng's hands trembled with excitement, and he immediately sent a message to the other party: "Hello, can I go for the interview tomorrow?" "Of course. See you at Blue's Cafe tomorrow." Zhou Jinfeng was so excited upon receiving the reply that he almost jumped for joy. He couldn't wait for tomorrow to arrive. At midnight, under a dark and windy sky, a man stood furtively in front of the factory gate, holding a flashlight and cautiously observing his surroundings. After confirming that no one was around, he took out the key he had stolen from the gatekeeper Zhang Sanpo, opened the factory gate, and then sneaked inside. Upon entering the factory's control room, this person began to carefully sabotage the machines, eventually bringing them all to a standstill. Looking at his masterpiece, the man smiled smugly, thinking to himself, "Now that the machine is broken, let's see how you guys get to work." The man felt a surge of pride at the thought of his new boss's angry, resentful, yet helpless expression. After confirming that no clues had been left behind, he left the factory satisfied. The next day, in the coffee shop, Zhou Jinfeng was dressed very formally, wearing a sharp suit and carrying a briefcase. He hadn't slept a wink last night, his heart filled with anticipation and trepidation, so he arrived at the coffee shop early to wait. At that moment, Lin Muhong parked her car in front of the coffee shop, glanced at the message notification on her phone, and went straight to the man. When they saw each other, they were both stunned. Zhou Jinfeng was so excited that he stood up and asked incredulously, "You're from the HR department of Tianheng Factory?" Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong smiled and shook his head. "I'm the boss, I don't do human things." Chapter 88, A Traitor Within? As soon as he said this, Lin Muhong frowned slightly, muttering to himself, "Why does it feel like I'm insulting myself?" He forced an awkward smile and gestured for the other person to sit down. Zhou Jinfeng nodded slightly, slowly sat down, then took out his resume from his briefcase, handed it to Lin Muhong with both hands, and looked at him sincerely, saying, "President Lin, my name is Zhou Jinfeng. This is my resume. You can ask me any questions you may have." Lin Muhong nodded slightly, took the resume, and began to carefully review it. When he saw the words "R&D engineer at a major company" on the resume, his face was full of surprise. As his gaze continued downwards, seeing the other person's academic qualifications, achievements, and a series of remarkable research results, he was deeply moved. This was exactly the kind of talent he had been searching for. Although it might be a bit presumptuous, Lin Muhong still wanted to ask clearly, "Mr. Zhou's resume is very impressive, so why did you choose to leave a big company?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Jinfeng's lips twitched slightly, then he gave a bitter smile and slowly said, "The factory is not doing well and has been put on the layoff list." After saying that, he laughed at himself. "My salary alone is equivalent to that of several people, so this is how things have turned out." After hearing this, Lin Muhong nodded gently, his eyes full of regret. He felt sorry not only for Zhou Jinfeng's fate, but also for the factory that had so easily laid off such a talented person. Just then, Lin Muhong's cell phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Sun Daeon. For some reason, he had a bad feeling. Could something have happened at the factory? He quickly answered the phone, and Sun Daeong's urgent voice came from the other end, President Lin, something terrible has happened. Lin Muhong frowned, and after hearing the other person's words, he said in disbelief, all the machines are broken? After hanging up the phone, he looked at Zhou Jinfeng with an embarrassed expression and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I have something urgent to attend to right now. Let's keep in touch by phone. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Zhou Jinfeng became very anxious. He really didn't want to give up this rare opportunity, so he stood up to stop them and said, President Lin, I'm so sorry, I accidentally overheard your conversation. Is there a problem with the machine? Seeing the other party nod, Zhou Jinfeng's face showed an expectant expression, and he volunteered, President Lin, I can also repair some machines, why don't I go with you to take a look? After listening, Lin Muhong thought for a moment, nodded and said, then I'll trouble you. Although the other party was not a professional repairman, he agreed after seeing the sincerity in their eyes. In less than half an hour, the two rushed to the factory's control room. Upon seeing his boss arrive, Sun Daeong rushed to Lin Muhong's side. With a furrowed brow and a worried expression, he said, President Lin, we've contacted the repair engineer, but he's out of town and can't come right away. What should we do? Seeing that the boss didn't speak, Sun Daeong frowned and muttered to himself, this is really strange. These machines were all bought not long ago. They were fine yesterday, but they're all broken today. Could they be defective? Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong frowned even more deeply. Besides the reason Sun Daeong mentioned, there was another possibility that someone didn't want his factory to continue operating. But this factory isn't making any money yet, so it doesn't pose any threat at all. How did it become a thorn in the other party's side? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Suddenly, a name popped into his mind, the only person who didn't want the factory to stay open. Lin Muhong's eyes were filled with anger, and he muttered to himself, fine, I haven't even settled accounts with you yet, and you've already delivered yourselves to my doorstep. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Then, he looked at Zhou Jinfeng beside him and asked, can you fix these machines? Zhou Jinfeng adjusted his glasses and replied with a serious expression, let me check the situation first, I can't guarantee it can be fixed. Meanwhile, in a corner of the control room, Zhou Changhao was secretly observing everything. Seeing everyone standing helplessly to the side, his eyes were full of smugness, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. You guys can't possibly fix this machine, otherwise all my work would have been for nothing. He secretly rejoiced, as if he could already see the factory closing down. At that time, Zhou Jinfeng began to carefully examine all the machines. He would sometimes crouch down to carefully inspect the bottom of the machine, and sometimes stand up to observe the machine's moving parts. He quickly identified the problem. He quickly took out screwdrivers, wrenches, pliers and other tools from his toolbox and started fiddling with the machine. Seeing this, Sun Daeong was filled with worry. He leaned close to Lin Muhong's ear and whispered, President Lin, this guy isn't a professional after all. How can you let him mess around with equipment worth millions like this? To be honest, seeing the other person's seemingly rough actions, he felt a pang of heartache. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong smiled and comforted her, since the repairman isn't here, we can only try anything. He silently watched Zhou Jinfeng's every move, a hint of expectation in his eyes. Less than half an hour later, Zhou Jinfeng pressed the start button on the machine, and the sound of the motor running echoed throughout the control room. Upon seeing this, the employees cheered with joy, it's fixed already? President Lin is so resourceful. He actually managed to find such a capable person. At this moment, Zhou Jinfeng walked quickly to Lin Muhong, breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, President Lin, all of your machines have similar problems. I can fix them all in a little while. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Lin Muhong patted his shoulder and said with satisfaction. In fact, from the moment Lin Muhong saw Zhou Jinfeng's resume, he knew he had to hire him. Now, seeing Zhou Jinfeng repair the machine, he is even more convinced of his choice. On the other side, Zhou Changhao watched as the machines he had destroyed were repaired one after another, and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth and his face was full of resentment. Damn it! I got up in the middle of the night to sabotage things, and it was all for nothing. How did he fix it so quickly? Zhou Changhao cursed in a low voice, embarrassed and angry. Just then, Zhou Changhao's phone chimed with a message, how's it going? Has the factory already declared bankruptcy? Xian Wanguang, who had been waiting for Zhou Changhao's reply, was now extremely anxious. Ren Dajin had already squandered all the living expenses he was given this month. If things didn't go well, he wouldn't get a single penny back, and he would also be subjected to a severe scolding. This time he was smarter, thinking, if things go well, maybe my brother-in-law will be happy and give me more living expenses. Zhou Changhao was already feeling annoyed, and when he saw the message from Qian Wenwan, he became even more frustrated. He replied irritably, "No. I don't know where that kid found people to fix all the machines I damaged." He was worried that Qian Wenwan would think he hadn't handled things well and wanted to take the money back, so he quickly added, "Don't worry, I'll definitely find a way to shut down his factory." Chapter 89 Trade Secrets. Upon learning that the matter had failed again, Qian Wenwan instantly turned red with anger. He clenched his fists, glared at the wall, and slammed his fist down, cursing, "Damn it, this kid is still as lucky as he was when he was a kid." The other party botched things time and time again, and Qian Wenwan's eyes were filled with disappointment. He slumped into the chair, burying his face in his hands, his heart filled with helplessness and anger. But when he thought about how Zhou Changhao was, after all, an employee of the factory, and how easy it was for him to get things done, he could only suppress his anger, take a deep breath, pick up his phone, and reply in an icy tone, "I'm giving you one last chance. If you mess this up again, you won't get a single penny." Inside the office, Zhou Shenfeng stood in front of his desk, looking nervous, his hands constantly twisting the hem of his clothes, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. He hesitated for a long time before finally mustering up the courage to ask, "Mr. Lin, have you offended someone?" Upon hearing this, Lin Muhan looked up in surprise, his eyes full of doubt, and asked the other person, "What did you find out?" Zhou Shenfeng carefully looked around to make sure no one was eavesdropping before lowering his voice and replying, "These machines didn't break on their own. I suspect they were sabotaged by the same person." Lin Muhan frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then said, "All right, I understand. Don't tell anyone about this." Through the other party's words, Lin Muhan is now certain that there is a bad apple in the factory, and if it is not found, it will spoil the whole thing sooner or later. After thinking it over, Lin Muhan sat on the sofa and gestured to the person next to him. Zhou Shenfeng, seeing this, sat down on the sofa somewhat awkwardly. He looked at the other person and said, "You have a wealth of work experience, so you're hired and can start work today. Welcome to Tianheng." Upon hearing this, Zhou Shenfeng's eyes widened instantly, his face filled with excitement. He could hardly believe his ears and stammered, "Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, do you really want me?" "Yes, that's right." Lin Muhan nodded with a smile. Zhou Shenfeng jumped up excitedly, then grabbed his hand and said, "President Lin, I will definitely work hard in the future and live up to your trust." Seeing this, Lin Muhan waved his hand, then took out the advanced manufacturing process blueprints for the electric tricycle three-wheeled vehicle given to him by the system from his pocket and handed them to the other party, saying, "Take a look first, see if this can be developed according to the blueprints." Zhou Shenfeng took the blueprints, his hands trembling slightly. He examined them carefully, his eyes filled with focus. A moment later, his eyes gleamed, and he said excitedly, "President Lin, this blueprint is truly ingenious. May I ask if you designed it?" Lin Muhan coughed lightly, nodded, and could only accept the credit. "This design is truly ingenious." After praising it, Zhou Shenfeng was incredibly excited. He clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and said, "President Lin, don't worry, developing the latest model of tricycle based on these blueprints will be no problem, however." He then frowned, looked at Lin Muhan, hesitated, and showed a troubled expression. "Please feel free to ask any questions you may have. It would be too slow for me to develop this based on the blueprints by myself, so you need to continue recruiting people," Zhou Shenfeng said truthfully. Although he was experienced, the strength of one person was indeed very small. "Okay, then let us continue recruiting." Lin Muhan nodded after hearing this, his arms crossed in front of his chest, looking calm. Every factory burns money when its first established problems that can be solved with money aren't really problems. At this moment, Zhou Shenfeng looked at Lin Muhan and stammered, "President Lin, my former colleagues have also been laid off. If you're hiring, could you hire them?" Fearing being accused of using connections, he quickly added, "Don't worry, their academic qualifications and abilities are top-notch. I can vouch for them." Lin Muhan waved his hand and said with a smile, "No need, I trust you." "Then call them all over. Their salaries and benefits will be the same as yours. After they come, you will be the chief R&D engineer, and your monthly salary will increase by 10,000. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Shenfeng was filled with disbelief. He stood up abruptly, clenched his fists tightly, and said gratefully, "Thank you for your trust, General Manager Lin. I will definitely contribute to the factory. All right, I don't mince words. Just do a good job, and I won't treat you unfairly in the future." Lin Muhan stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and looked at him with encouragement in his eyes. Seeing that the other person was still standing there in a daze, Lin Muhan turned his head to look at them, the corners of his mouth turned up, and said with a smile, "Aren't you coming? You're not eager to eat, there's something wrong with your thinking." "Okay, I'm here." Zhou Jinfeng was as happy as a child, skipping and jumping as he ran up. After starting work in the afternoon, Lin Muhan gathered all the workers together. Once everyone had arrived, he called Zhou Jinfeng to his side and introduced him in a loud voice. "This is Zhou Jinfeng, our factory's chief R&D engineer. Please give him a warm welcome." As soon as he said this, a burst of applause erupted in the room. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Zhou Jinfeng was a little flustered. His face flushed slightly, and after a long pause, he managed to squeeze out, "I hope everyone will take good care of me." His slightly shy appearance drew continuous laughter from everyone. After the introduction, Lin Muhang scanned the room and said loudly, "Chief Engineer Zhou will give a training session this afternoon, explaining in detail the latest three-wheeled vehicle technology produced by the factory." After saying that, he solemnly handed the blueprints to Zhou Jinfeng in front of everyone and seriously instructed him, "These blueprints are trade secrets. You must keep them safe after you have trained everyone. If the blueprints are lost, my factory will definitely have to close down." Lin Muhang spoke very seriously, and the workers gasped in shock upon hearing this, becoming somewhat tense as well. "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I will take good care of it," Zhou Jinfeng replied with a serious expression and a firm tone. At that moment, Zhou Changhao stood in the corner, feeling extremely frustrated. Upon suddenly hearing their conversation, he seemed to awaken, his eyes instantly lighting up, and a subtle cunning appeared on his previously gloomy face. Based on what he had just said, his eyes darted around, and soon a scheme to frame someone took shape in his mind. A sinister smile crept across his face as he thought to himself, "This time I guarantee your factory will go out of business." When it was time to leave work, Zhou Jinfeng took the blueprints and leisurely returned to the R&D office. At that moment, a pair of small eyes were watching his every move closely by the window, their eyes revealing greed and scheming. When Zhou Changhao saw Zhou Jinfeng put the blueprints into a drawer under his desk, his face was full of smugness. He grinned and was so excited that he almost shouted out loud, "You guys gave me this opportunity, so don't blame me." After doing all this, Zhou Jinfeng came out of the factory and, seeing that no one was around, dialed Lin Muhang's number. "President Lin, the net has been cast." Chapter 90. Hiding in the cornfield with Xia Wanning. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened, as if a huge curtain was slowly lowered. In order to catch the bad apples in the factory, Lin Muhang came to Su Wanru's side and said casually, "Mom, I'm going to the factory. I might be back late, so don't leave the door open for me." Upon hearing this, Su Wanru immediately became worried, her brows furrowing involuntarily. "It's already dark, are you going now?" The factory was located in a rather remote area, and she was worried that her son might encounter bad people, so she asked, "Can't we go tomorrow?" "No way." Lin Muhang shook his head. If they went tomorrow, they wouldn't be able to catch the culprit red-handed. Xia Wanning, who was nearby, overheard their conversation and came closer. She couldn't help but feel uneasy when she recalled what had happened at the barbecue restaurant near the school gate. Could it be that the other party is about to do something dangerous again? As soon as this thought crossed her mind, her brows furrowed tightly, and her eyes were full of worry. She asked cautiously in a soft voice, "May I go with you to see the factory?" Xia Wanning's voice was barely audible, as if she was afraid the other party would refuse her request. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhang's face showed a hint of surprise. He thought to himself, "Why does she want to go to the factory? Could it be that she's worried about me?" Seeing that the other person cared about him, Lin Muhang was very happy, but for the other person's safety, he still refused. "Wan can't live without you, you should stay. We'll take you and Wan together next time." Su Wanru could see Xia Wanning's concern for her son. She snorted in annoyance and put her hands on her hips, saying, "I've wanted to sleep with my eldest granddaughter for a long time. Let Wan sleep with me tonight. If Ningning wants to go to the factory, then take her." Su Wanru deliberately put on a serious expression, staring intently at Lin Muhang. "If you don't take her with you, I strongly suspect you're hiding something from us." "Fine, I'll take her. Lin Muhang said helplessly. Who told her to always use her status to intimidate him? Fortunately, Wan didn't hear their conversation, otherwise Lin Muhang would have been extremely unwilling to go along. "Although it's just catching mice, you'll regret it if something goes wrong." Upon arriving at the factory, Lin Muhang parked the car some distance away. After the two got out, he skillfully turned on a flashlight and led Xia Wanning to the factory gate. Seeing that he had stopped and didn't seem to intend to go in, Xia Wanning looked puzzled, her eyes full of curiosity. "Aren't we going in?" "I'm not going in." After saying that, Lin Muhong gently pulled Xia Waning's wrist and turned to enter the cornfield. With her wrist being grabbed by the other person, and in the wild, with no one around, Xia Waning couldn't help but think of a scene from a TV drama. Her face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple. She lowered her head shyly, her voice as soft as a breeze. "You didn't bring me here? Aren't we moving too fast? How about we take it one step at a time?" She gripped the hem of her clothes tightly with both hands, her heart pounding as if it were about to jump out of her throat. Although she was nervous, she was also a little excited, and her eyes sparkled with shyness. Seeing that Lin Muhong didn't reply, Xia Waning shyly raised her head, her eyes filled with affection, and said, "This is my first time, what about yours?" Her voice trembled slightly, carrying a hint of shyness. Lin Muhong was completely unaware that the scene was shifting in an ambiguous direction. He hadn't paid attention to what was said before, but when Xia Waning asked again, he casually replied, "This is my first time too." After all, coming to a cornfield late at night is probably a first-time experience for most people. After finding a good vantage point, Lin Muhong pulled Xia Waning and gently lay down on the road. The dense corn leaves blocked their view, and no one noticed that there were two people there. Xia Waning lay there quietly, her body trembling slightly, her face still flushed, her eyes showing both nervousness and curiosity. After walking through the cornfield, Lin Muhong felt itchy from the corn leaves scratching his skin. He muttered to himself in annoyance, "Damn it, if I catch who's betraying me, I'll give them a good beating to vent my anger." Xia Waning, meanwhile, was lost in her own thoughts, her blush still lingering on her face, a hint of anticipation in her heart. Seeing Lin Muhong lying to the side, his eyes fixed intently on the road, Xia Waning's heart leaped into her throat. She was incredibly nervous and muttered to herself, "Why hasn't he made a move yet?" After a while, she asked, full of doubt, What are we doing?" Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong's lips curled up slightly, and he explained with a smile, catching mice. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that Xia Waning seemed a little displeased. Thinking that she was angry, he quickly explained, "I didn't want to bring you here, but you insisted on coming, so I really had no choice." Hearing this, Xia Waning felt a surge of anger, but she had nowhere to vent it. She had originally thought. The more she thought about it, the more shy she became, and the more anger welled up inside her. At this moment, Xia Waning was absent-minded, her thoughts wandering, while Lin Muhong acted as if nothing was wrong, his gaze fixed on the outside, never letting his guard down for a moment. Seeing this, Xia Waning's anger flared even more. She was, after all, the most beautiful girl in Shanghai. With all the advantages, did she really have no appeal at all? So the two of them lay by the roadside and waited for an hour. Finally, a furtive figure appeared in their line of sight, holding a flashlight. The man cautiously walked to the factory gate, looked around to make sure no one was around, then used the stolen key to open the factory gate and slipped inside. Seeing this, Xia Waning was filled with doubt and couldn't help but ask, "Is he an employee of your factory? Why is he here in the middle of the night? They're definitely here to do something bad." Lin Muhong retorted, then leaped from the cornfield onto the road like a nimble cheetah, pulling Xia Waning out as well. "Come on, let's follow them and see." After saying that, the two quietly followed behind. When he saw the person enter the RD office, Lin Muhong's lips couldn't help but curl up slightly, revealing a subtle smile. At this moment, in the RD office, Zhou Changhao had a flashlight in his mouth and was constantly rummaging through drawers, carefully searching for design drawings. He quickly found the blueprints at the very bottom of the drawer. After confirming that they were correct, he excitedly put them in his pocket and said smugly, "This time, the factory is definitely doomed. Of all people to offend, you had to offend Qian Wenguang. His brother-in-law is a big shot. If he wanted to ruin your factory, it would be as easy as crushing an ant." After saying that, Zhou Changhao grinned and said, It's lucky you went against them, otherwise I wouldn't have had the chance to make this windfall." At this moment, Lin Muhong, who was outside, had recorded the entire process on his phone. Chapter 91 Forgot to refuel. Perhaps feeling it wasn't enough, Lin Muhong lightly swiped his finger across the phone screen and tapped the camera again, intending to take a few more photos as evidence. The moment he pressed the shutter, the flash went off with a whoosh, accompanied by a click, which sounded particularly jarring in the quiet night. Zhou Changhao was startled by the sudden light and shuddered. He turned around abruptly, his eyes filled with fear and tension, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. He forced himself to remain calm and shouted, "Who's there? Come out now, I've seen you." His voice echoed in the empty room, trembling slightly. He called out as he cautiously approached the door, each step heavy and deliberate. Seeing this, Lin Muhong's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as he secretly plotted how to repay Zhou Changhao for making him squat in the cornfield for an hour. Soon, he had an idea. Seeing Zhou Changhao's footsteps slowly approaching, he seized the opportunity, deliberately pointed the flashlight at his face, and then slowly leaned out of the window. Upon seeing this, Zhou Changhao's eyes widened instantly, and he screamed in terror, "A ghost!" Immediately afterwards, his legs gave way, and he fell straight to the ground with a dull thud. When he woke up again, he found himself bound hand and foot and unable to move. He looked around in alarm, and when he saw Lin Muhong, his face was full of shock and confusion. "Mr. Lin, what are you doing here?" Unable to move his hands and feet, Zhou Changhao was a little scared. "How did I get tied up? President Lin, what's going on?" Soon, Zhou Changhao realized that he had been exposed, and fear surged into his heart like a tide. Lin Muhong stared intently at Zhou Changhao with piercing eyes, his tone leaving no room for argument as he asked, "I'm not going to beat around the bush with you anymore. Tell me, who sent you?" Zhou Changhao remained silent, a hint of hesitation and struggle flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Muhong held his phone in front of him. The screen showed a video of Zhou Changhao stealing the factory design drawings. He said with a smile, "It's fine if you don't want to talk about it, but I have evidence that you stole the factory's design blueprints. That's stealing trade secrets, which is a crime punishable by imprisonment. Since you..." Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Changhao turned pale with fright, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He hurriedly pleaded, "President Lin, I'll talk, please don't send me to jail." He sighed deeply, as if he were an innocent victim. "President Lin, it was Qian Wenguang, the brother-in-law of Ren Dajin from the former factory, who instructed me to do it. It really has nothing to do with me. Please don't send me to the police station. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old son. If you send me in, my whole family will be ruined." Zhou Changhao's voice was choked with sobs, and his eyes were filled with despair. Upon hearing the name Qian Wenguang, Lin Muhong frowned slightly, a complex emotion welling up within him. He knew this person very well, because they were from the same village and often played together when they were children. He couldn't understand why the other party would target him, since he had no grudge against them. Lin Muhong took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Now that he knew who wanted to harm him, things would be easier. He should return the favor in kind. When Zhou Changhao was caught doing something like this for the first time, he was terrified. He curled up on the ground, his body trembling slightly. Suddenly, a strong smell of urine appeared out of nowhere and filled the air. Lin Muhong quickly smelled it, and he frowned, not wanting to see such an embarrassing scene. He turned and walked to the other person's side, saying softly, "I have some things I need to ask him alone. Go wait for me in the next room." After Xia Wanning left, Lin Muhong coldly asked, "How much did Qian Wenguang give you?" Zhou Changhao answered in a trembling voice, He gave me 30,000 yuan, and promised to give me another 20,000 yuan after it was done." His voice was choked with sobs, clearly he had been completely overwhelmed by fear. Lin Muhong sneered. This person is really short-sighted, giving up a perfectly good job for a few tens of thousands of yuan. He then untied the ropes binding Zhou Changhao and said coldly, "Don't worry, I won't hand the video over to the police, but I also won't delete it, so you won't do anything to harm the factory's interests in the future." Upon hearing this, Zhou Changhao nodded quickly and flattered, "President Lin, you are very magnanimous. I promise I will never dare to do it again." Lin Muhong did not answer but continued, "In addition, your behavior is no longer suitable for you to stay in the factory. Submit your resignation tomorrow and let's part ways amicably." Upon hearing this, Zhou Changhao felt as if he had received a pardon, and his face instantly filled with a grateful smile. "Thank you, President Lin. From now on, I will definitely be a good person and never cause you or the factory any more trouble. I will definitely stay far away from you in the future and promise not to get in your way." He said this while nodding and bowing, as if afraid that the other party would change their mind. After saying that, Zhou Changhao turned to leave, but Lin Muhong called him back, "Finish mopping the floor before you go." A hint of embarrassment flashed across Zhou Changhao's face, but he quickly regained his fawning smile and replied hastily, "Okay, President Lin." He picked up the mop and began to mop the floor diligently. After he finished, he ran away as fast as he could, as if he were fleeing for his life. After Zhou Changhao left, Lin Muhong turned and went to the next room. His gaze fell on Xia Wanning, who was fast asleep on the table, and a feeling of pity welled up in his heart. He gently walked to Xia Wanning's side, and, worried that her arm might go numb from sleeping, softly called out, "Xia Wanning, wake up, Xia Wanning." "Xia Wanning groggily lifted her head from the table, her eyes still showing a hint of drowsiness and confusion. Hearing someone call her name, she instinctively stood up and quickly explained, "Teacher, I didn't sleep in class, I was listening the whole time." Lin Muhong was amused by this and asked with interest, "What did the teacher just say? Tell me about it." Upon hearing the voice, Xia Wanning instantly woke up. She frowned, her face flushed red, completely at a loss. She was so embarrassed. Looking at her adorable appearance, Lin Muhong couldn't help but smile, and took her arm, saying, "Let's go home and sleep." After getting into the car, Lin Muhong started the engine, but the car suddenly stopped on the road after driving only a short distance. Looking at the desolate landscape outside the window, Xia Wanning couldn't help but feel a surge of worry. Is the car broken down? It should be. Lin Muhong sighed helplessly. He was about to go down to fix the car when he realized that the fuel gauge was empty. He looked at the empty fuel gauge and was speechless. How could he have forgotten to fill up the tank? Honestly, he didn't do it on purpose. Chapter 92. You guys squeeze in and make do for one night, please vote. Seeing no hope of getting home, Lin Muhong frowned slightly, helplessly took out his phone from his pocket, and sent a message to Su Wanru, "Mom, the car is out of gas, I'm afraid we won't be able to get home tonight. You guys rest first, don't wait for us." Time ticked by, but the message vanished without a trace. He thought to himself, could Mom already be asleep? However, what Lin Muhong didn't know was that ever since the old couple brought Wanwan back from outside, Su Wanru had locked the door from the inside. She even turned off her own phone and Lin Zhongtian's phone when she went to sleep, so it was impossible for her son and future daughter-in-law to come back to sleep. The night was as dark as ink, and a chill swept over her. Xia Wanning couldn't help but shiver. She leaned closer to Lin Muhong, her body trembling slightly, and asked, "What should we do now?" Seeing her worried expression, Lin Muhong comforted her, "Don't worry, let's find a hotel to stay in first, and have Sun Daeon bring some gasoline over first thing tomorrow morning." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning blushed and nodded gently, "Oh, okay." She felt both expectant and shy, and her little mind started to wander. Following the navigation, the two walked for 20 minutes in the darkness before finally spotting a hotel sign. At this moment, Xia Wanning was exhausted and sleepy, and all she wanted was to take a hot bath and get a good night's sleep. At the hotel reception, a young woman in her 20s was leisurely munching on sunflower seeds while intently watching a TV series. Upon seeing guests arrive, she quickly stood up, her face beaming with a warm smile. "Hello, are you two looking for a place to stay?" As Lin Muhong walked in, he realized he had forgotten his ID card, so he tentatively said, "Yes, but we left in a hurry and didn't bring our ID cards. Could you make an exception and let us get a room?" Upon hearing this, the young girl glanced at the two men before replying firmly, "No, this is a legitimate hotel. You can't stay without an ID card." Seeing this, Xia Wanning quickly took out her ID card from her pocket and handed it over. "Is it okay now?" Lin Muhong was surprised to see her carrying her ID card. He couldn't help but lean close to her ear and tease her softly, "Why do you still carry your ID card with you? Could it be that you've been wanting to sleep with me all along?" Xia Wanning's face instantly turned red to her ears. She glared at him in embarrassment and indignation, then replied irritably, "Don't flatter yourself. How could I want to sleep with you? I'm the campus belle of Shanghai University, you're the one who's got ulterior motives towards me." She arrogantly raised her chin and turned her head to the side. Although she did have a tiny bit of a thought in her mind, admitting it was absolutely impossible. To prove her innocence, Xia Wanning looked at the receptionist, blinked, and asked with a hint of expectation, "Can I use one ID card to book 2 rooms? The receptionist understood immediately, a slight smile playing on her lips, and replied in a serious tone, "I'm sorry, we only have 1 room left. All the other rooms are full." Watching the two flirt and tease each other, she was secretly delighted, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up. She loved watching this kind of scene where the woman pounces on the man. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning frowned. She looked at the young woman at the front desk and saw her winking at her. She couldn't help but wonder, did she misunderstand me? Seeing this, Lin Muhong chuckled inwardly. He gently patted Xia Wanning's shoulder and comforted her, "Forget it, 1 room is fine. I'll just sleep on the floor if necessary." Xia Wanning felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing this, but she refused to give in easily. "Who asked you to sleep on the floor?" Seeing the two flirting, the receptionist couldn't help but suggest, "Why don't you squeeze in and make do for the night?" Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning's cheeks burned even hotter. She secretly glanced at Lin Muhong and saw him looking at her with a smile, his eyes full of tenderness. Her heart tightened, and she quickly lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Seeing her shy expression, Lin Muhang said softly, "Let's look at the rooms first, and then make a decision." Upon opening the hotel room, a sense of shabby simplicity immediately struck me. The room was small, with a 1.5-meter bed placed in the middle, barely enough to squeeze two people in. Fortunately, the room was equipped with a bathroom, which was a small consolation. It provided a shower and a toilet, so basic hygiene needs could be met. However, when Xia Waning's gaze fell on the bathroom glass, her expression instantly turned somewhat unpleasant. The transparent glass exposed everything inside the bathroom. Anyone outside could clearly see what the people inside were doing. Xia Waning, who had originally planned to take a shower to relax, was now in a dilemma. Her brows furrowed, and a blush crept onto her face, clearly indicating her embarrassment at the transparent restroom. Lin Muhang scratched his head awkwardly. If he were to take a shower, wouldn't he be completely exposed? However, he was so itchy that he couldn't stand itching without taking a shower. Then, he looked at Xia Waning and said, pretending to be calm, I'm going to take a shower. Upon hearing this, Xia Waning arrogantly raised her chin and pouted, saying, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in you, I wouldn't even bother looking at you." After saying that, she lay down on the bed and pulled the blanket over herself. She had been feeling very sleepy, but now she just couldn't fall asleep. Listening to the sound of running water in the bathroom, Xia Waning's heart was pounding like a deer. She couldn't help but want to turn over, but then felt that it seemed inappropriate. So she secretly comforted herself, "I'm uncomfortable sleeping on my right side, so turning over to sleep on my left side makes perfect sense, right?" She couldn't help but chuckle to herself, then carefully turned around. However, when her gaze fell upon the scene before her, she was stunned. All Xia Waning could see above the transparent bathroom was steam, and she couldn't see anything from the outside except for a vague figure moving around inside. Seeing this, Xia Waning's eyes widened in anger, and she secretly lamented the disappointment. "I was hoping to sneak a peek, but this is what happened." Accompanied by the sound of flowing water, Xia Waning's mood gradually calmed down, and she slowly drifted off to sleep. However, in her dream, she saw Lin Muhang with a towel wrapped around his lower body, his upper body bare, his 8-pack abs clearly defined, and water droplets dripping from his hair. She couldn't help but swallow, inwardly marveling, "This figure is absolutely perfect." The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Xia Waning frowned slightly, feeling weak in her limbs and aching all over. She was groggily looking for her phone when she suddenly touched something hard. She curiously pinched it. It was bouncy and felt strangely nice. At that moment, Lin Muhan's face darkened, and he looked up at Xia Waning, saying, "Have you touched enough?" Chapter 93, Did you all go and give me younger siblings? Upon hearing these words, Xia Waning instinctively withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted, her eyes darting around in a panic. Lin Muhan was looking up at her, his face ashen. The other person was only loosely covered by a bath towel. His bare upper body had smooth lines and firm muscles. Xia Waning's gaze was unconsciously drawn to him, her throat moved involuntarily, and a blush quietly appeared on her cheeks. She thought to herself, "I wonder what it feels like." Seeing that the other person was barely clothed, Xia Waning quickly felt a strange sense of panic. She subconsciously lifted the blanket and quickly glanced at her body. When she confirmed that the clothes were still intact on her body, she felt a strange sense of loss. The next second, she feigned composure and said to Lin Muhang, "What are you doing in my bed?" And, "I really didn't mean to." She tilted her head back, a hint of arrogance in her eyes. After all, she was the one who booked the room. Looking at her assertive attitude, Lin Muhang felt powerless. He was clearly the victim, so why didn't the other party feel any remorse? He frowned slightly, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. "Didn't we agree to squeeze in yesterday? Are you going to back out?" "Oh." Xia Waning responded softly upon hearing this, confirming that something like that had happened last night. Seeing that the other person was staring at her, Xia Waning unconsciously crossed her arms over her chest, raised her chin slightly, and said with utmost arrogance, "Why are you looking at me? I touched you, it's not like I lost a piece of flesh, don't be so petty." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhang's lips curled into a playful smile, and he thought to himself, if that's the case, then he won't hold back. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled Xia Waning down onto the bed, pressing his body down slightly. He said with a smile, "You said it yourself, touching her won't hurt you, so I'm going to touch her back." "Ha? Lin Muhang, what do you want to do?" Xia Waning lay on the bed, looking at the man in front of her in fear, but a hint of excitement was hidden in her eyes. She's a cool and aloof school beauty, how could she be so obvious about it? So she said angrily, "I'm warning you, don't do anything reckless, or else. Otherwise what? Lin Muhong raised an eyebrow with amusement, then slowly lowered his head. Their faces drew closer and closer, and they were about to kiss. Xia Wanning closed her eyes nervously, her lips involuntarily pouting, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. Seeing this, Lin Muhong smiled smugly, his eyes full of provocation. What, you can't wait? Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning suddenly opened her eyes and saw the other person looking at her with amusement. She instantly realized she had been tricked, and a wave of shame and indignation washed over her. She's the campus belle of Shanghai, always the one making fun of others. When did it become her turn to make fun of others? At this moment, she was no longer the gentle, virtuous wife and loving mother she was in front of Wanwan. Instead, she resembled a kitten baring its teeth and claws. She suddenly flipped over, trying to straddle Lin Muhong, but because she lost her balance, she fell directly onto him. To make matters worse, their lips accidentally met. Xia Wanning felt her mind go blank. The kind of thing that only happens in idol dramas had actually happened to her. Her eyes widened as she looked at Lin Muhong, who was so close to her, and a feeling of unprecedented panic welled up inside her. Those bold ideas that were originally there have now vanished without a trace. Just then, Lin Muhong's phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. He looked at Xia Wanning's shy face, which was so red it seemed to bleed, and a teasing smile appeared on his lips. Aren't you going to get up? Do you want me to do something unspeakable to you? Dream on. Xia Wanning glared at him angrily, then hurriedly scrambled off him. Lin Muhong answered the phone, and Sun Dayong's voice came through the receiver. President Lin, I'm downstairs at the hotel, and the gasoline is ready. I understand. Lin Muhong nodded, and after hanging up the phone, he began to change his clothes. Upon arriving at the front desk, the young woman noticed the faint blush on Xia Wanning's cheeks, and a smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. She then handed over Xia Wanning's ID card with a smile, saying, Please take this, and welcome back next time. Once in the car, Sun Dayong glanced at the two people in the back seat through the rearview mirror, his eyes filled with doubt. He couldn't help but wonder, why is President Lin here? And this pretty girl, could she be President Lin's girlfriend? Don't let Sun Dayong's appearance fool you. His gossipy nature is just as strong as any girl's. At this moment, several versions of the story were already playing out in his mind, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. His expression suggested he had already discovered some incredible secret. Soon, the car arrived at the place where the strike had occurred yesterday, and Sun Dayong skillfully poured oil into the fuel tank. Mr. Lin, the fuel has been poured out. There's definitely enough for you to get to the gas station. Okay, I understand. Just ask the finance department to reimburse you for the gas. If anything happens at the factory, remember to let me know. After saying that, Lin Muhong turned around and got into the car. Sun Dayong nodded quickly, waved his hand, and assured him confidently, Okay, Mr. Lin, take care and have a safe trip. After leaving the gas station, Lin Muhong drove straight to his apartment building. When he got to the third floor, he reached for the door, but couldn't open it no matter what he did. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Mom and Dad aren't home? That shouldn't be the case. He knocked on the door and shouted loudly from outside, Dad! Mom! Soon, the door creaked open. Su Wanru was surprised to see her son and future daughter-in-law return so early. However, she remained calm and said in a gentle tone, You're back. It's just in time for dinner. The food is still warm. Wanwan was sitting on a bench when she heard her parents' voices and jumped off the bench excitedly. She took short, shuffling steps and, like a happy little rabbit, leaped into her mother's arms. She tilted her little head up, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, and asked in confusion, Daddy, Mommy, you weren't home last night, where did you go? Wanwan thought you didn't want me anymore. The little one pouted, her face full of sadness, looking so pitiful that it broke everyone's heart. Seeing this, Lin Muhong quickly squatted down and gently comforted her. How could Daddy and Mommy bear to leave Wanwan? Don't think such things. As he spoke, he gently patted Wanwan's little head. Oh. Wanwan nodded obediently, but her curiosity still lingered like a little bug in her heart. She continued to ask curiously, So what did you and Mommy do? Did you go out for some alone time? Wanwan tilted her little head, suddenly thought of something, and said innocently, You guys aren't going to have a younger brother or sister for me, are you? Chapter 94 Dragon Boat Festival. The casual remark echoed in Xia Wanning's ears, and in an instant, a blush spread across her delicate cheeks like a tide. Then, a sudden cough caught her off guard, and she covered her mouth, coughing incessantly. Seeing her mother's reaction, Wanwan's eyes were full of curiosity. She quickly turned her little head to Xia Wanning and asked eagerly, Mom, did Wanwan guess right? Are you really going to give me a younger brother or sister? That would be wonderful. Then I could play lots and lots of games with my younger brother and sister and play house together. Wanwan's little face was flushed with excitement. She waved her chubby little hands in the air, as if she could already see the beautiful scene of playing with her younger brother and sister. Seeing her daughter's overjoyed expression, Xia Wanning was momentarily at a loss, unsure how to respond to her beloved daughter's innocent and hopeful expectation. She glanced resentfully at Lin Muhang beside her, her eyes full of reproach. It's all your fault, for not trying harder, for not working harder. Looking at Xia Wanning's blushing face, as red as a ripe apple, Lin Muhang's lips unconsciously curled up into a doting smile. He reached out and gently rubbed Wanwan's fluffy little head, saying softly, My dear, as the ancients said, one should not speak while eating or sleeping, so eat your food obediently, or it will get cold. Oh. Although Wanwan was still thinking about when her younger siblings would come to the family, seeing her father's slightly serious expression, the little one didn't dare to say anything more. She could only obediently lower her head and concentrate on eating. Her appearance was both cute and heartbreaking. Meanwhile, Qian Wanguang was anxiously awaiting news from Zhou Changhao. He frowned, pacing back and forth in the room, occasionally taking out his phone to check it, but the screen remained silent. Yesterday, Ren Dajin specifically asked him how things were progressing. If he couldn't get it sorted out in the next couple of days, he would definitely get a good scolding. Qian Wanguang was extremely anxious, his fingers swiping rapidly across the screen as he dialed Zhou Changhao's number again and again. Finally, the call was answered. Qian Wanguang was immediately enraged. He yelled at the top of his lungs, Zhou Changhao, how's the matter going? Why aren't you answering my calls? On the other end of the phone, Zhou Changhao spoke with disdain, coldly saying, Who do you think you are? Why should I answer your call? At this moment, he was no longer the ingratiating and fawning man he used to be. After all, the matter had been exposed, and he would definitely not get the final payment. Since the other party is no longer the sugar daddy he needs to curry favor with, why should he continue to humble himself and act like a grandson? Qian Wanguang was stunned when he heard this, and his mind was full of doubt. Did Zhou Changhao not want to get the money? He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Do you even understand the situation? I'm your sugar daddy now. Believe me or not, I'll hand this over to someone else. Upon hearing this, Zhou Changhao, seemingly resigned to his fate, said nonchalantly, That's great, since I've already been exposed anyway. Thinking about how he had wet his pants in fear the night before, he became increasingly angry and burst out cursing, Damn it, I almost went to jail for this little bit of money. Don't call me again, or I'll make you regret it. After saying that, he blocked Qian Wanguang's phone number in WeChat without hesitation. When Qian Wanguang called again, he heard the message, The number you dialed is currently busy, and gritted his teeth in anger, cursing under his breath. Damn it, this kid's really gotten too big for his britches, daring to talk to me like that. Recalling his conversation with Zhou Changhao, Qian Wanguang suddenly paused, muttering to himself, Could it be that he dares to challenge me like this because he's been exposed? However, Qian Wanguang had no time to argue with Zhou Changhao at the moment. All he could think about was how to ruin Lin Muhang's factory. If internal efforts fail, then try external ones. So, he quickly dialed a number and said respectfully, Hello? Brother Dao, I have a big business deal I'd like to discuss with you. The factory's operations are proceeding smoothly, and everything is gradually getting back on track. Now, all that's left is for Zhou Jinfeng to develop that groundbreaking electric tricycle. After staying in their hometown for a few days, today is the last day of the Dragon Boat Festival holiday. Tomorrow, Lin Muhang and the others will return to Shanghai. Knowing that her son's family would be leaving the next day, Su Wanru carefully carried the soaked glutinous rice and bamboo leaves from the kitchen to the dining table. When Wanwan saw that her grandma had brought so many things, her little eyes darted around with curiosity. Her chubby little hands were tucked on the edge of the chair, her eyes wide open, and she asked with a puzzled look, Grandma, what are you doing? Are you making something delicious? Her soft, sweet voice seemed to warm one's heart. Upon hearing this, Su Wanru's face immediately lit up with a kind smile. She nodded gently and patiently replied, Grandma is making zongzi sticky rice dumplings, because we eat zongzi during the Dragon Boat Festival. Wanwan tilted her head, her face full of confusion, and said in her childish voice, Huh? Why do we have to eat zongzi on Dragon Boat Festival? Can't we eat meat or dumplings? She looked just like a curious little angel. Su Wanru tried hard to think, but when the words came to her lips, she couldn't remember why she ate zongzi. She frowned slightly, then called out to Lin Zhongtian, Old Lin, come here for a second. What's wrong? Lin Zhongtian heard his wife's call and immediately ran over, his face full of a fawning smile, and asked, "What can I do for you?" Su Wanru proudly raised her chin and said, "When Wanwan asks why we eat zongzi during the Dragon Boat Festival, explain it to her." "Oh, okay." Lin Zhongtian nodded, then gently hugged Wanwan in his arms and whispered, "Baby, we eat zongzi on Dragon Boat Festival to commemorate someone, this person." Wanwan listened very attentively, her little head nodding along with the rhythm. Now, she finally understood why she had to eat zongzi sticky rice dumplings. At this moment, Wanwan realized that wrapping zongzi seemed very simple, so she raised her little hand and volunteered, "Grandma, can I wrap a zongzi too?" Her little face was full of anticipation. "Of course you can." Su Wanru smiled indulgently, then handed the bamboo leaves to the little guy. Wanwan imitated it very well. She carefully put the glutinous rice in with her chubby little hands, and also added a lot of meat. Perhaps too much rice was added, because when we rolled it up, the rice grains fell off in a clatter. Seeing this, the little one pouted sadly, "Oh no, how did they all fall off?" He looked extremely aggrieved. Chapter 95, Registering Our Marriage. Su Wanru smiled, gently patted Wanwan's little hand, and comforted her, "Baby, you put in too much. Put in less, and the rice dumpling won't leak." Wanwan pouted and looked somewhat reluctantly at the bulging glutinous rice ball in her hand. In the end, she gritted her teeth and took out some of her favorite meat. She frowned as she carefully rolled the bamboo leaves, her small hands moving busily. Soon, a small but well-shaped rice dumpling appeared. Although this zongzi was a bit smaller than others, at least it didn't leak rice. Looking at the rice dumpling she had wrapped, Wanwan's eyes sparkled with satisfaction, and she couldn't help but smile happily. At this moment, Lin Muheng saw that the dining table was surrounded by a large group of people, and the scene was very lively. He couldn't help but walk over curiously and ask, "What are you all doing?" Upon hearing her father's voice, Wanwan immediately turned her head, blinked her big, watery eyes, and said playfully, "Daddy, we're wrapping zongzi." The little guy's eyes darted around, and an idea suddenly popped into his head: he was going to test his dad. With her hands on her hips, she asked smugly, "Dad, do you know why we're eating zongzi today?" Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng deliberately feigned a stump, scratched his head, and said with feigned distress, "Oh dear, Dad really doesn't know." "Why?" "Because today we are commemorating a person named Shu Yuan." Seeing that her father couldn't answer, Wanwan became even more proud, her little face full of pride. Looking at his beloved daughter's smug little face, Lin Muheng felt gratified. However, his brows soon furrowed slightly. He realized there was something he needed to take care of before they returned to downtown Shanghai, and as he thought about it, a person came to mind: perhaps he can help. Around noon, a rich aroma filled the air. Wanwan couldn't wait any longer and grabbed Su Wanru's hand, running towards the kitchen. The kitchen was filled with smoke, like a fairyland. Wanwan jumped around excitedly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and asked loudly, "Grandma, are the zongzi ready yet?" Wanwan can't wait to eat them. All right, Grandma will take the rice dumplings out now," Su Wanru said with a doting expression, then gently lifted the pot lid. In an instant, the aroma of the zongzi sticky rice dumplings exploded like a bomb, spreading through the air and filling the entire kitchen. Soon, a plate full of zongzi appeared on the table. Upon seeing this, Wanwan's eyes lit up, and she excitedly shouted, "Dinner's ready! The fragrant zongzi are ready!" Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng and the others all came to the dining table. When Xia Waning saw the zongzi, her face was full of joy. She never expected to be able to eat such delicious zongzi this year. Seeing this, Su Wanru picked out the largest zongzi and placed it in Xia Waning's bowl, saying enthusiastically, "Ning Ning, it's a festival today, come and try some zongzi." "Thank you, Auntie," Xia Waning said gratefully, then carefully peeled off the rice dumpling wrapper. She took a bite, but her brows suddenly furrowed, and a look of confusion appeared on her face. Seeing that her complexion wasn't good, Su Wanru was a little puzzled and quickly asked, "Is it not cooked through?" She checked the time, muttering to herself, "It should be cooked by now." I deliberately let it simmer for several minutes. Seeing this, Lin Muheng quickly picked up a zongzi and took a bite. He chewed it carefully, and after a while, he replied, "I think it's cooked through, and it tastes pretty good." At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Xia Waning. She lowered her head slightly, a faint blush rising on her cheeks, and asked somewhat shyly, "Why is this zongzi salty?" "Ha? Aren't all zongzi savory?" Lin Zhongtian asked, his brows furrowed in confusion. Xia Waning quickly waved her hand, a gentle smile on her face, and explained, No, the zongzi we have are sweet." Lin Muhong, sitting to the side, heard this and a flash of inspiration struck him. He finally remembered that Xia Wanning was from the north. With a smile, he explained to everyone, "Dad, Mom, this is a difference between the north and the south. Northerners eat sweet rice dumplings, which contain dates and red bean paste, while we southerners eat savory rice dumplings, which contain salted egg yolks and meat." Upon hearing this, Su Wanru suddenly realized what was going on, her eyes filled with apology. She quickly looked at Xia Wanning and said, "Ning Ning, Auntie really didn't know. If I had known, I would have made you some sweet rice dumplings." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning gently shook her head, her face still beaming with a bright smile, and said, "Auntie, please don't be so polite. I'd like to try some savory rice dumplings today. To be honest, I've never had one before." After saying that, she took a deep breath and mustered up her courage to take a big bite. After chewing a few times, his brows furrowed involuntarily, and a barely perceptible look of disgust flashed across his face. It turned out that the big bite she took contained a large piece of fatty meat. The greasy feeling spread in her mouth, making her think to herself, "Sweet rice dumplings are still the best." However, she still smiled and swallowed the food in her mouth, praising, "Savory rice dumplings are also very delicious." Lin Muhong had been keeping an eye on Xia Wanning and noticed that she kept chewing on the rice dumpling and then stopped eating it. He knew that she definitely didn't like it, but he was too embarrassed to say so directly. He smiled indulgently, then reached out and took her bowl, saying domineeringly, "Look how big this zongzi is, let me have a taste." Then, he took a bowl full of rice from the side, pushed it over with an air of aloofness, and said, "Wild boars can't eat fine bran, so you can eat this." When Xia Wanning saw the rice being pushed over, a warm feeling welled up in her heart, and she was filled with gratitude. But the thought of being called a pig made her angry, and she couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Who are they calling a big eater?" In the afternoon, after everyone woke up, Lin Muhong took Wan Wan and Xia Wanning out. Along the way, Xia Wanning looked at the unfamiliar scenery outside the window, her heart filled with curiosity. When she saw Lin Muhong drive the car into the police station, her eyes widened instantly, and she asked with a face full of doubt, "Why did you bring us here?" Lin Muhong's lips curled up in a teasing smile as he said, "Let's register our marriage." After saying that, he got out of the driver's seat, walked around to the passenger side, and gentlemanly opened the car door for Xia Wanning. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, and her heart began to pound wildly. Her eyes widened as she stared at Lin Muhong in disbelief, thinking, "He just said he wanted to register our marriage? Is he crazy?" Although she couldn't help but mutter curses under her breath, Xia Wanning was actually very much looking forward to it, and might even agree to the other party's request in her excitement. After getting out of the car, she pretended to be aloof, crossed her arms, and said, "If you want to marry me, at least propose." Chapter 96. Wan Wan is finally no longer an unregistered resident. Upon hearing Xia Wanning's words, Lin Muhong's eyes flashed with surprise. He fixed his gaze on her, a playful smile playing on his lips. He thought to himself, could it be that she actually took my words seriously? He lowered his head, chuckled softly, leaned forward slightly, and whispered in Xia Wanning's ear, his voice deep and magnetic, "You really want to marry me?" Xia Wanning was startled by this sudden action, her heart pounding like a deer, and her cheeks instantly flushed red. She turned her head away in a panic, stubbornly saying, I didn't. Her true feelings had been exposed, and she felt incredibly ashamed, but admitting it was absolutely out of the question. She raised her chin and said angrily, "If it weren't for Wan Wan, I wouldn't want to be with you. If I'm lying, may I be struck by lightning." After saying that, she felt more and more aggrieved, her eyes slightly reddened, and she said with a hint of crying, "What's more, you even called her a pig." As soon as the words left her mouth, Xia Wanning regretted them. She kept muttering to herself, "Oh God, I just lied. Please don't take it seriously." Seeing the increasingly amused smile on Lin Muhong's face, Xia Wanning felt as if he could see right through her. He clearly wanted to see her blush with embarrassment. Thinking of this, Xia Wanning glared resentfully at Lin Muhong, her heart filled with anger, and muttered to herself, "How could this man be so wicked?" Lin Muhong found it quite amusing to see her puffed-up face filled with anger and embarrassment, and quickly waved his hand to explain, "I didn't say you were a pig, you just assumed it was you." Actually, he also wanted to test Xia Wanning's attitude towards him, so he pretended to be serious and continued, "But to be honest, if I were to get a marriage certificate with you directly, your parents would probably tear me to pieces." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning stiffened slightly, but quickly regained her composure, arrogantly raising her chin and letting out a soft snort, "It's good that you know." Then, she took Wan Wan's hand and walked into the police station without looking back. However, her heart was like a calm lake tossed with a pebble, creating ripples. She thought to herself, "If you actually make that request, I might really refuse." She felt that for a girl to get a marriage certificate without a romantic proposal lacked any sense of ceremony. Moreover, she probably only gets married once in her life, and she really doesn't want to have any regrets. The thought of Lin Muhong joking with her filled Xia Wanning with anger. She turned her head and glared at Lin Muhong fiercely, her eyes full of reproach. She secretly made up her mind, just you wait, I'll definitely make you kneel down and beg me to marry you in the future. Watching her parents flirting like this, Wan covered her mouth and secretly smiled, her heart filled with joy. In her opinion, this is what a home should really be like. Her parents used to be too polite and distant, which made her feel a bit awkward. She prefers this warm and fun atmosphere. Upon entering the police station, Lin Muhong went to the reception desk. "Hello, I'm looking for Wu Zhenghao, Officer Wu." The officer looked up, glanced at him, and asked, "You're looking for our station chief? What can I do for you?" Lin Muhong was slightly taken aback, quite surprised. He hadn't expected that the other party would be promoted after capturing two vicious human traffickers. He quickly recovered and replied with a smile, "I spoke to him on the phone, and he asked me to come and see him." "Oh, okay, the chief's office is at the end of the corridor on the second floor, it's easy to find," the officer said enthusiastically. "Thank you." Lin Muhong thanked them politely, then led Xia Wanning and Wan upstairs. Knock knock knock. Wu Zhenghao was sitting in his office, focused on processing the documents in his hands. Hearing the knock, he looked up and said in a strong voice, "Come in." Lin Muhong slowly pushed open the door, a bright smile on his face, and greeted, "Director Wu, I hope I haven't disturbed you." "No, no." Wu Zhenghao's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw the person who had come. This was the very person who had helped him rise to power. He quickly stood up from his seat with a smile and went to greet her warmly. Sitting on the sofa, Wu Zhenghao smiled and looked at Lin Muhong with concern. He slowly asked, "You sounded anxious on the phone, as if you needed my help. What is it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong gently looked at Wan beside him and replied, "Director Wu, I would like to register my daughter's household registration." "Daughter? This is your daughter?" Wu Zhenghao's gaze was instantly drawn to the exquisitely beautiful little girl in the middle, his eyes filled with shock. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looking the people on the sofa up and down. The little girl's features were remarkably similar to those of the pretty girl next to her, as if they were cut from the same mold, yet her lively eyes subtly revealed the charm of Lin Muhong. However, what surprised him the most was Lin Muhong. Wu Zhenghao thought to himself, "This young man has such a grown daughter at such a young age?" Lin Muhong noticed the doubt in the other person's eyes and quickly explained, "Director Wu, you don't know this, my parents were young when they got married, and I was born not long after. At that time, in order to register my household, my family changed my age to be a few years younger. Actually, I am already 23 years old this year." After saying that, he thought to himself, "Dad, Mom, I really have no choice but to put this on your shoulders. I'm sure you don't want your precious granddaughter to be an unregistered person." After hearing this, Wu Zhenghao nodded slightly, secretly agreeing in his heart. After all, in those days, it was indeed common to falsify one's age. Then, he gently patted Lin Muhong's shoulder and said with a smile, "It's a small matter, I can take care of it for you today." "Thank you very much, Chief Wu," Lin Muhong said gratefully, inwardly marveling at how much smoother things went when he had connections at the police station. Without the bureau chief's connection, given the age gap between the father and daughter, who knows how much documentation they would have had to prepare and how many unnecessary trips they would have taken. Soon, Wu Zhenghao got up, walked to his desk, picked up the phone, and dialed a number. A moment later, the office door was gently pushed open, and a young man walked in. Wu Zhenghao looked at the young man and said with a smile, "Xiao Zhang, could you please help them register their household registration?" "Yes, Director Wu." The young man nodded respectfully. Half an hour later, when Lin Muhong saw Lin Wan's name appear on his family's household registration book, he was overjoyed. His beloved daughter is finally no longer an unregistered resident. Chapter 97. I have to thank you and my dad for this. Gazing at the bright red cover with her daughter's name inside, Xia Wanning felt a surge of emotions. In a daze, she had a strange feeling as if she had been carrying the baby for many years, and the father of her child had confirmed her identity and recognized her daughter as his own. Xia Wanning chuckled to herself, she must have watched too many short dramas, and even her thoughts have gone astray. Recalling Wan's mention of her age, Xia Wanning frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and slowly said, Wan is about the age to be in kindergarten. Lin Muhong nodded slightly and replied, "The kindergarten will be on summer vacation soon. Let Wan start school in September." When Wan heard that she was going to go to school, her eyes lit up like the brightest star in the night sky. She eagerly tugged at Lin Muhong's sleeve, looked up at him, and asked, "Daddy, when can Wanwan go to school?" Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong was taken aback. In his memory, most children were reluctant to go to kindergarten, so why was Wanwan so excited? He crouched down to be at eye level with Wanwan and asked curiously, "Wanwan, do you really want to go to school?" "Mum." Wanwan nodded vigorously, her eyes full of anticipation, as if she could already see the other children her age in kindergarten. "Then why do you want to go to school?" Lin Muhong asked, his eyes full of affection. Wanwan tilted her head, pursed her lips, and pondered for a moment before suddenly answering in her childish voice, "There are lots and lots of children in kindergarten, and Wanwan can play with them." After saying that, she pouted, a hint of unhappiness on her face, and blinked her eyes as if tears were about to fall at any moment. Other children have older brothers and sisters or younger brothers and sisters, but Wanwan has nothing. "Dad, Mom, Wanwan is so lonely. Can you give me a little brother or sister? Or even a dog would be fine." Wanwan held their hands and shook them pitifully. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with helplessness and amusement. "I can manage the earlier requirements with some effort, but the later requirements are impossible to meet even with effort." As soon as Lin Muhong stepped into his home, his phone started buzzing. He took it out and saw that the caller ID showed it was Sun Daeong. He frowned slightly, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. Could it be that something strange had happened at the factory again? Upon answering the phone, his first question was, "What's wrong with the factory this time?" Sun Daeong's honest laughter came from the other end of the phone. "President Lin, you are truly a brilliant strategist, but don't worry, I've already taken care of things." "Oh?" Lin Muhong was quite surprised, but his curiosity was completely piqued. "So, why did you make that call?" "President Lin, I have to tell you, someone is targeting our factory." Sun Daeong paused, his tone suddenly becoming serious. "A few thugs came to the factory today to collect protection money, but I beat them up and they told me that the person behind this is the brother-in-law of the former factory owner, Run Da-jin." After saying that, he slapped his thigh in anger, and then asked urgently, "President Lin, just say the word, and I'll go and deal with that bastard right now." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong's brows furrowed even more, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected Qian Wenguan to be such an unkillable cockroach. He would definitely not give up until he ruined the factory. He pondered for a moment, then ordered in a deep voice, "You do this." Upon hearing this, Sun Daeong nodded secretly, his eyes filled with admiration. "President Lin, you're truly amazing. I'll get on with it right away." As soon as Lin Muhong hung up the phone, he turned around and saw Su Wanru standing quietly behind him, staring at him intently. This sudden gaze made his heart skip a beat, and he involuntarily took a step back, exclaiming, "Mom, why do you walk so quietly? You can scare people to death." Su Wanru did not answer, but asked with great curiosity, "What exactly did you take Ningning and Wanwan out to do? I thought you guys left without a word and went straight back to downtown Shanghai." Actually, she wasn't really worried that they would leave without saying goodbye, but rather that the delicious food she had carefully prepared hadn't been taken away, especially the meat dumplings that Wanwan loved the most, which she had specially saved. "If I didn't bring it, I would really be letting down Wanwan's expectant little mouth." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong's lips curled into a smug smile. He then put his arm around Su Wanru's shoulder, pulled out a bright red household registration book from his pocket, and said with a beaming smile, "Mom, look at this." Su Wanru looked closely, her eyes instantly lighting up as she excitedly exclaimed, "You and Ningning went to get your marriage certificate?" Before she finished speaking, her smile was as bright as the warm spring sun. She couldn't help but pat Lin Muhong's shoulder and praise him endlessly. "Son, you are really amazing. You've managed to bring your daughter-in-law home so quickly." "Mom, you're overthinking it. What are you dreaming about in broad daylight? It's not what you think," Lin Muhong said with a slight frown and an embarrassed expression. "Huh? What exactly is it?" Su Wanru asked, puzzled. She pondered the question but couldn't find any other reasonable explanation. Seeing this, Lin Muhong smiled mysteriously and said, "Open it and you'll understand." Upon hearing this, Su Wanru nervously flipped open her household registration booklet, the first few pages of which contained the identity information of her family of 3. When she turned to a brand new page, she was stunned to see the 3 words Lin Wanwan written on it. She suddenly realized, and then laughed, "So you took the household registration book to register Wanwan's household? I thought." Seeing this, Lin Muhong quickly joked, "All right, Mom, don't worry, your son will try his best." "All right then." Su Wanru nodded and didn't say anything more. After a moment, she seemed to remember something and asked again, "Son, you're only 18 and Wanwan is only 6. Didn't the police ask any questions?" After saying that, she felt a wave of fear and muttered to herself, "They didn't arrest you as a perpetrator of a crime against a minor, did they? Mom, can't you wish your son well for once?" Lin Muhong rolled his eyes in annoyance. Su Wanru realized she had misspoke and quickly patted her mouth before asking curiously, "So how exactly did you register Wanwan's household registration?" Lin Muhong grinned and looked at his mother, saying, "Hee, I have to thank you and my dad for this." "What do you mean?" Su Wanru was completely confused, and her forehead furrowed into a deep frown. Lin Muhong calmly recounted the whole story, and after listening, Su Wanru's forehead instantly creased with 3 black lines. She angrily kicked off her slippers and chased after Lin Muhong, cursing under her breath, "You brat, your father and I didn't have a premarital pregnancy when we got married. You've ruined all the good reputation we've built up over the years." As Lin Muhong ran, he turned back with a grin and said, "Mom, you and Dad are the heroes who got Wanwan registered in the household. It's nothing to suffer a little grievance." Su Wanru was speechless. Although registering Wanwan's household registration was a good thing, she just couldn't suppress the anger in her heart and had to find a place to vent her frustration. She looked around and finally fixed her gaze on Lin Zhongtian, who was playing on his phone on the sofa. She roared angrily, "Look at you. Your hair looks like it's been licked by a dog, it's hideous." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhongtian looked up helplessly, glanced at Su Wanru, then at Lin Muhong, and muttered to himself, "Well, I've become the punching bag again." Chapter 98 Revenge Squad. Neon lights flash, amidst the dazzling lights and bustling activity, a scene of prosperity and noise unfolds. Behind this bustling scene, the atmosphere is completely different in a dimly lit alley. Several figures were hidden in the shadows, some standing and some squatting, all of them holding cigarettes in their hands. Amidst the swirling smoke, their eyes were fixed on the entrance to the disco not far away. "Brother son, this kid has been in there for several hours, why hasn't he come out yet?" The speaker was Lu Zhiliang, a young man with yellow hair. He scratched his head, his face full of anxiety. Upon hearing this, Sun Daong exhaled a smoke ring, stared intently at the entrance of the disco, and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, he will definitely come out." The story begins in the afternoon when a group of uninvited guests suddenly arrived at the factory, arrogantly causing trouble. Only then did everyone realize that the factory had been secretly targeted all along. The factory offers excellent wages, benefits, and perks, so nobody wants to give up this job. As a result, everyone was united in their hatred of the enemy, and several people even volunteered to teach the troublemaker, Qian Wanguan, a lesson. Zhang Dehua, Lu Zhiliang, and Sun Daong formed this revenge squad. They arrived at the disco entrance early and waited for Qian Wanguan to appear. Time passed by, and people came and went at the entrance of the disco, but Qian Wanguan was nowhere to be seen. Lu Zhiliang was getting impatient. He muttered, "Damn it, this son of a bitch has been in there for so long, why isn't he coming out yet?" Sun Daong remained unmoved. He squinted and patted the other man's shoulder to comfort him. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on his lips. "They're out." A thin figure emerged from the disco entrance. It was the person they had been eagerly awaiting. At that time, Qian Wenguan was already drunk and staggered out of the door, perhaps because he needed to urinate. He looked around and spotted a deep, dark alley. A smile crept onto his lips, and he swaggered toward the alley. "That bastard's finally out. Shall we go over there now?" A hint of excitement flashed in Lu Zhiliang's eyes. "Wait a little longer." Sun Daong stopped him. He glanced at the dense array of cameras around him and secretly calculated that if he acted now, he would definitely be caught. Then, Qian Wenguan entered the alley and was about to urinate when he suddenly felt a huge pull. He then realized that he was surrounded by darkness, as if he were being tightly wrapped by something. He was startled and had a bad feeling. He even sobered up a lot. He struggled to break free, but found that he couldn't break free at all. Qian Wenguan was seen struggling inside the sack, muttering, "Do you even know who I am? You dare to kidnap me? Are you tired of living? Let me tell you, I'm the brother-in-law of Ren Dajin, a big shot in this area. Let me go right now, or you'll regret it." Sun Daong grinned, squatted down, and patted the sack. "Ren Dajin is nothing. Besides, we're so familiar with each other, how could I not know who you are? Didn't you call and curse me today?" Upon hearing this, Qian Wenguan was stunned for a moment, then shouted angrily, You are Zhou Qinghao? Who else could it be but me?" Sun Daong's lips curled into a mocking smile. He knew in his heart that everyone already knew that Zhou Changhao had deliberately ruined the factory. Today, as he resigned, he became a pariah, hated by everyone. Even so, he was still very unhappy. After all, he was someone Sun Daong had treated with sincerity, but he never expected to be betrayed. However, after today, their grudges will be settled. Upon hearing the other party admit it, Chen Wangwang said viciously, "You son of a bitch, let me go right now, or I'll make sure you can't stay in Shanghai. Anyway, I'm already out of a job, so it doesn't matter to me." Sun Daong shrugged, a nonchalant expression on his face. "But all of this is your fault, so I have to repay you properly." He became more and more excited as he spoke, his eyes gleaming with a crazy light. It has to be said, the feeling of doing bad things under someone else's name was really great. What are you going to do?" Xian Wangwang had a bad feeling. He was afraid and wanted to escape, but he was trapped in the bag and couldn't move at all. "Of course it's to repay you." Sun Daong grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. He waved his hand, signaling Lu Zhiliang and Zhang Dehua to work together. The three men surrounded Qian Wangwang, kicking and punching him in the sack. Their blows rained down on him, causing Qian Wangwang to scream in pain. Brother Hao, please stop hitting me. It's all my fault." Qian Wangwang pleaded, his voice trembling with tears. "I'll give you 10,000 yuan, just let me go, and I won't pursue this matter any further, okay?" Upon hearing this, Sun Daong smiled and said, "I don't care about that 10,000. Today, I'm going to beat you so badly that your own parents won't recognize you." After saying that, he raised his fist and slammed it hard into Qian Wangwang's face. Soon, there was no more movement in the sack. Sun Daong and the others stopped what they were doing, panting heavily, with satisfied smiles on their faces. Seeing this, Lu Zhiliang frowned, looked at Sun Daong with a worried expression, and asked in a trembling voice, "Brother Sun, did we kill this kid?" Sun Daong slowly shook his head, a hint of certainty in his eyes. He patted Lu Zhiliang's shoulder and comforted him, "No, we didn't hit any vital points. This kid is just unconscious at most." After saying that, he thought for a moment and continued, "You two, take him out of the sack and throw him aside." The two men responded and quickly dragged Qian Wangwang out of the sack. Qian Wangwang was beaten black and blue, his body limp and lifeless. Soon after, he was carried to a dark corner. Sun Daong deliberately walked up to Qian Wangwang's nose, reached out and touched it. He felt that there was still a faint breath, and then he was relieved. As he was leaving, Lu Zhiliang stood aside, looking at Qian Wangwang lying on the ground, his anger still burning. His eyes darted around, and a wicked scheme suddenly came to mind. He leaned closer to Sun Daong and whispered, "Giving him a beating is too lenient. How about we?" Upon hearing this, Sun Daong's lips curled up slightly, revealing a lewd smile, and he nodded repeatedly, "Okay, let's do it that way." Zhang Dehua was also standing to the side, a malicious smile on his face, even rubbing his hands together excitedly. The next day, the sun had just risen, and the soft sunlight shone on the earth. Qian Wangwang slowly opened his eyes, feeling extremely sore all over, with every muscle protesting. The moment he moved, the excruciating pain surged like a tidal wave, causing him to gasp involuntarily. Soon, he discovered something even worse. Chapter 99 Men, watching porn is normal. Soon, he discovered something even worse. Qian Wangwang suddenly realized that he was lying naked on the roadside, with several passers-by holding mobile phones and recording him frantically. Upon seeing this, Qian Wangwang's instinctive reaction was to cover his face. His face flushed red, and he shouted, "Stop filming. Believe me, I'll knock your phone out of your hand. I told you to stop filming." However, his shouts not only failed to have any effect, but instead attracted even more people to gather around. Everyone watched him with great interest, as if he were a monkey, and bursts of laughter every now and then. Qian Wangwang was both ashamed and angry. He could only endure the pain, tightly covering his face and frantically covering his lower body, before awkwardly scrambling into a corner. Thinking about how humiliated he had made, Qian Wangwang gritted his teeth. He clenched his fist and slammed it hard against the wall, as if that would release his anger. Soon, a painful groan rang out. His brows furrowed, and he jumped up in pain, cursing incessantly, "Zhou Changhao, you just wait. I'll make you taste my pain too." Afterwards, Qian Wangwang dragged his aching body and rummaged through the garbage heap. With great difficulty, I finally found 2 tattered pieces of clothing, which I could barely wear. The stench emanating from his body intensified his hatred, and he secretly vowed to make Zhou Changhao pay the price. Meanwhile, Su Wanru was busy stuffing bags and bags of snacks into the car. The trunk was quickly stuffed full, leaving not a single gap. Looking at this spectacular scene, Lin Muhong smiled helplessly and quickly stepped forward to comfort her. "Mom, don't bother. We'll be back when summer vacation starts. We can't possibly eat all this stuff." Upon hearing this, Su Wanru couldn't help but roll her eyes and said coquettishly, "Humph, who said it was for you? I got it for Wan Wan and Ningning, there's none for you." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his heart, instantly chilling him to the bone. Well, it turned out he had been deluding himself. At this moment, Wan Wan was leaning against the window in the car, blinking her big, watery eyes, and looking at Lin Zhongtian and Su Wanru outside in her sweet, childish voice, saying, "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm leaving now, but don't worry, I'll miss you." Lin Zhongtian was reluctant to part with her and quickly replied, "Okay, my dear Wan Wan, when you come, Grandpa will take you to buy lots and lots of delicious food and fun toys." After spending these past few days with his granddaughter, he has gotten used to the lively and chattering atmosphere at home. With his beloved granddaughter gone, the house will definitely feel much quieter. Su Wanru quickly chimed in, "My dear, you must be a good boy and listen to mommy. If daddy bullies you, tell grandma, and grandma will stand up for you." "Okay, thank you, grandma." Wan Wan's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had received a royal decree. She looked at Lin Muhong triumphantly, her eyes seeming to say, "Dad, if you bully me, you're doomed." Then, Su Wanru came to Xia Waning's side, took her hand, and said earnestly, "Ningning, I am very relieved to leave Wan Wan in your care. Also, although Aheng looks cold, he is actually very warm-hearted. If he makes you unhappy, please bear with him. When you come back, I will definitely stand up for you." Xia Waning smiled and sincerely thanked her. "I understand, thank you, Auntie." Seeing that he had suddenly become the target of everyone's criticism, Lin Muhong felt like crying, as if he were a heinous villain. He shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly, then got into the car, rolled down the window, and said to his parents outside, "Dad, Mom, we're leaving. You can go back now. Okay, drive carefully." Watching the car gradually drive away, Su Wanru and Lin Zhongtian felt a sense of emptiness in their hearts. With the car window open, Wan Wan was incredibly excited looking at the scenery outside. But after a short while, like a toy that had run out of power, her eyelids started to droop, and she slowly fell asleep in Xia Waning's arms. Looking at Wan Wan's sweet sleeping face, Xia Waning's heart was filled with tenderness. Suddenly, she remembered something important and asked Lin Muhong, who was driving, in a low voice, "Yesterday, what you said at the police station, was it true or false?" Lin Muhong looked puzzled and asked, "Which sentence did I say?" He had said so much that he didn't know which sentence the other party was asking about. Upon hearing this, Xia Waning asked curiously, "You said you're 23 years old now, is that true?" She thought to herself, if the two of them were to get together, and if the age he said was true, then it wouldn't be a relationship between an older woman and a younger man anymore. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong grinned and said, "It's fake. That's just an excuse I made up." "Oh." Xia Waning nodded, secretly thinking to herself, so what if it's a relationship between an older woman and a younger man? A woman 3 years older is a lucky charm, you should be secretly happy. As soon as Lin Muhong got home, his phone suddenly received a video share. Curious, he clicked on it and saw a man in the video whose entire body was blurred out. Immediately afterwards, Sun Daeon sent another message, "President Lin, this is Qian Wenguang. How about that, feeling better now?" Lin Muhong grinned when he saw the message. He hadn't expected these people to make things so bad for Qian Wenguang. However, he had no sympathy for Qian Wenguang, he just felt that seeing such a video so early in the morning was really an eyesore and could easily give someone a sty. Seeing her father smiling so happily, Wan Wan skipped over and curiously looked down at her phone. The person in the video was completely naked, and her face instantly turned red. Upon seeing this, Lin Muhong quickly turned off the screen, afraid of offending the child's eyes. Although he moved quickly, Wan Wan still caught a glimpse of him. At this moment, the little guy tilted his head, looking puzzled, and kept thinking to himself, "Why aren't the people on the phone wearing clothes? How embarrassing." Seeing that Wan Wan seemed to be struggling with something, Xia Waning quickly came over and asked with concern, "Baby, what are you thinking about? Can you tell mommy?" Wan Wan pondered for a moment, then pointed her little finger at Lin Muhong and said in her childish voice, "Mommy, there's a picture of someone on Daddy's phone who isn't wearing clothes." "How shameless." After hearing this, Xia Waning turned to look at Lin Muhong, a strange light in her eyes. Then, she walked up to Lin Muhong, gently patted his shoulder, and half-jokingly whispered in his ear, "Men, it's normal to watch some porn, but you have to be careful around the kids." Lin Muhong? He's doomed. He'll never be able to clear his name, no matter what. Chapter 100. My gender is male, and my hobby is you. After Wanwan took her afternoon nap, Xia Wanning tiptoed out of the room. Upon entering the living room, she saw Lin Muhong staring intently at his phone. She smiled helplessly, then walked over to him, patted his shoulder, and teased, "Take it easy in broad daylight. I'm leaving now." Hearing these nonsensical words, Lin Muhong was initially bewildered, but after a moment he realized that Xia Wanning had mistaken him for watching an action movie. If this isn't explained clearly, Xia Wanning might start to view him with prejudice in the future. He can't take the blame for this. Just as Xia Wanning turned to leave, Lin Muhong quickly grabbed her hand and explained, "Come on, let me show you what Wanwan is talking about." Lin Muhong hurriedly opened his phone, clicked on the video sent by Sun Daeong, and zoomed in on the text below, saying, "The person in this is a man." Ha! Xia Wanning looked at Lin Muhong in shock upon hearing this. To be honest, she was starting to doubt his sexual orientation. She couldn't help but wonder, could it be that they've mistaken me for one of their sisters? Seeing the other person's surprised expression, Lin Muhong felt extremely helpless. He had clearly explained it, so how could she have taken it out of context? He couldn't help but think to himself, how is this person's brain structured? How can they have such wild imaginations? As a man, he would rather break than bend, and he had to prove himself. Lin Muhong, his face full of anger, grabbed Xia Wanning's hand without saying a word and strode into the second bedroom. Then, he suddenly flung Xia Wanning onto the soft bed. Xia Wanning was still in shock when she looked up and saw Lin Muhong tearing her t-shirt with his bare hands. His resolute expression made her instantly realize that his anger had reached its peak. However, when she inadvertently caught a glimpse of Lin Muhong's taut muscles, which were faintly visible amidst the tearing of the fabric, a strange flutter welled up in her heart, and she unconsciously swallowed. Lin Muhong braced himself on the edge of the bed, his upper body slightly suspended in the air. Their eyes met at that moment, and an indescribable air of ambiguity filled the space. They could clearly feel each other's faint breaths, each exhale leaving a trace in the air. Lin Muhong slowly lowered his head, his warm breath brushing against Xia Wanning's ear. His deep and magnetic voice rang in her ears, "Didn't you doubt my sexual orientation? Now, I'll prove it to you properly." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning's heart tightened, her brows furrowed, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. She waved her hands repeatedly, her tone pleading, "Your sexual orientation is fine, really fine, I was just overthinking it." Really? Lin Muhong's lips curled into a wicked smile. He gently lifted Xia Wanning's chin, his eyes full of teasing and amusement. "Really, I know you're male and you like women," Xia Wanning forced a smile, secretly thinking that if she didn't try to please him, things might not end well today. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong gently shook his head, a hint of tenderness and doting flashing in his eyes. Then his tone became unrestrained and affectionate, "You're wrong. I'm male, and my hobby is you." He gazed at Xia Wanning's sparkling eyes and her slightly red, thin, alluring lips, becoming completely mesmerized. A surge of desire welled up within him, yet he managed to restrain himself. He couldn't help himself and blurted out his truest thoughts. Immediately afterwards, Lin Muhong slowly got up from Xia Wanning, his tone tinged with reluctance, "Aren't you going to be late for class? Hurry up and go." "Oh." Xia Wanning nodded, patted her heart, and quickly fled the scene. Sitting in the classroom, Xia Wanning was still somewhat absent-minded, her mind replaying the scene of her eye contact with Lin Muhong. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. She could clearly hear her heart pounding wildly, as if it were about to burst out of her chest. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "What did he say at the end? He spoke so softly, I couldn't hear him at all." After saying that, she pounded her thigh in frustration and regret. Xia Wanning, aren't you usually so talkative? How come you chickened out at the crucial moment? You're such a cowardly wimp who only knows how to talk big." Just then, Xiao walked into the classroom with light steps, saw Xia Wanning, and plopped down next to her. She immediately noticed Xia Wanning's worried expression and couldn't help but curiously lean over to ask, "Ning, what's wrong? Did you get a hard time at your future-in-law's house?" "No way." Xia Wanning rolled her eyes at her, then sighed. Suddenly, she realized there was something wrong with what the other person said, and quickly corrected her in a coquettish tone, "Xiao, what nonsense are you talking about? You know our relationship best." "Yeah, that's right." Xiao nodded, covering her mouth and giggling. "It's just a relationship where you love him and he loves you too." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning's eyes lit up instantly. Since Xiao already knew that she liked Lin Muhong, she simply abandoned her reserve and asked directly. Xiao Xiao, I have a friend who has been chatting with her crush for a long time, but they just haven't made it official yet. How can she get him to confess his feelings first? After hearing this, Xiao Xiao smiled, nudged Xia Wanning lightly, and teased, I think you're just making friends out of thin air. Oh, seriously, do you have any good ideas? Xia Wanning lowered her head shyly, a blush rising on her face, as if she couldn't wait to know the answer. Seeing her best friend's distressed expression, Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment and replied seriously, it's very simple. Men are visual creatures. Your friend wears black stockings and flaunts them in front of him every day. What man can resist such temptation? Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning's face was filled with disbelief. She looked at the other person and asked doubtfully, Xiao Xiao, are you sure this method will work? Of course, Xiao Xiao said, patting her chest. After all, who could resist the temptation of black stockings? If so, she would switch to white stockings. Xia Wanning was skeptical. Putting aside whether this method would work, she didn't even dare to think about wearing black stockings. Wasn't the intention too obvious? Seeing her best friend's shy expression, Xiao Xiao put her arm around her shoulder and said with a grin, Ning Ning, as long as you do as I say, you'll win him over sooner or later. This isn't temptation, it's seduction. Xia Wanning smiled helplessly, always feeling that her best friend was a bit unreliable. Who cares what it is, as long as it works? Ha? Is that so? Xia Wanning was very conflicted, even thinking about black stockings during class. A sudden impulse welled up inside her, why not give it a try sometime? Chapter 101, Was My Partner Stolen? Inside the villa, Ren Dajin leaned lazily against the sofa, his eyes slightly closed, and the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand gently turning, as if he were silently reciting the Heart Sutra. Hearing a sound beside him, he slowly opened his eyes and saw a person wrapped up tightly in front of him, looking like a walking dumpling. He couldn't help but feel a chill. When he realized it was his good-for-nothing brother-in-law, his brows furrowed immediately, and he snapped at him with exasperation, What are you up to? Xian Wanguang, looking aggrieved, complained with snot and tears streaming down his face, Brother-in-law, it was that brat Zhou Changhao who did it, you have to stand up for me. Zhou Changhao? Ren Dajin raised an eyebrow, the name flashing through his mind. Wasn't he this the spy his brother-in-law had planted in the factory? Logically speaking, they are all on the same side, so why would they fight each other? However, putting these trivial matters aside for the time being, he was more concerned about how that matter was going. He narrowed his eyes, his tone urgent, How's the factory? Has it gone out of business? Upon hearing this, Xian Wanguang involuntarily shrank back, his voice so low it was almost inaudible, No. It didn't go bankrupt. Upon hearing this, Ren Dajin's eyes instantly blazed with anger, and his earlier heartache vanished completely. He scolded him impatiently, You can't even handle such a small thing, what else can I expect you to do? Alright, that's enough. Don't get involved in this anymore. Don't hang around in front of me anymore. Ren Dajin waved his hand impatiently, then closed his eyes, looking like he was keeping everyone at arm's length. Xian Wenguang wanted to say a few more words, but seeing his brother-in-law's closed-door attitude, he swallowed his words back. He walked out of the villa dejectedly, his heart filled with mixed feelings. After thinking it over, he dialed his sister Qian Wenjing's number. Wenguang's sister's gentle voice came quickly from the other end of the phone, Wenguang, what's up? Are you out of money again? Yes. Xian Wenguang nodded, his voice trembling with tears. I just got a good scolding from my brother-in-law. He probably won't want to take care of me anymore. Sister, I'm your only brother. You can't just watch me suffer. Don't worry, you're the only son in the family, so I definitely won't abandon you. I'll transfer some money to you first, so you can use it for now, Chen Wenjing said affectionately, her tone full of love. Good, I knew my sister was the best to me. After receiving the money, a ruthless glint flashed in Xian Wenguang's eyes. Zhou Changhao, you just wait, I'll make you pay for the suffering I've endured. Inside the park, Wanwan sat happily on a swing, her little feet gently touching the ground as the swing swayed, her silvery laughter echoing in the air. Meanwhile, Lin Muhong and Xia Wanning remained silent on the public benches nearby. Perhaps because they had looked into each other's eyes in the second bedroom during the day, and the atmosphere was so ambiguous that they almost sparked a romance, they were both embarrassed and didn't know how to break the silence. At that moment, looking at Wanwan's innocent smile in the distance, Lin Muhong suddenly remembered the promise he had made to his daughter. He turned to Xia Wanning and hesitated before asking, are you free tomorrow? Xia Wanning gently shook her head, blinked her bright eyes at him, and asked curiously, what are your plans for tomorrow? I promised Wanwan I'd take her to the amusement park, but I kept putting it off because of various things. I'm thinking of taking her tomorrow, Lin Muhong said sincerely, her eyes full of love for her daughter. Okay, no problem. Xia Wanning nodded with a smile, and then the two fell silent again. Time passed quietly. Lin Muhong looked at his daughter in the distance and shouted, Wanwan, it's time for us to go home. Oh, I know. Upon hearing this, Wanwan ran happily to her parents' side like a little rabbit. At this moment, Lin Muhong noticed that Wanwan was holding a beautiful red rose, and he asked in confusion, Wanwan, where did this flower come from? That little boy gave it to me. Wanwan turned her head and pointed to a little boy wearing a plaid short-sleeved shirt. When the little boy saw Wanwan looking at him, he waved happily, his face beaming with a joyful smile. Seeing this, Lin Muhong's face instantly darkened. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, boys who wear plaid shirts are all secretly flirtatious. He's so young and already knows how to flirt with girls. He'll definitely be a big jerk when he grows up. He snatched the rose from Wanwan's hand, then squatted down and looked at his daughter earnestly, saying, Sweetie, if a boy gives you something in the future, you can't just accept it, understand? Oh, okay. Although Wanwan didn't understand why her father did this, she felt that listening to him was definitely the right thing to do. Then, Lin Muhong took Wanwan's chubby little hand and walked towards home. The red rose was casually tossed on the ground by him, and it must have been trampled beyond recognition by passers-by. Looking at Lin Muhong's expression of having his husband stolen, Xia Wanning couldn't help but chuckle, are all fathers of daughters like this? Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Xie Guangshan was sitting in a rattan chair in his living room, holding a newspaper. He sneezed unexpectedly, and then an indescribable pain shot up from his tailbone, causing fine beads of sweat to instantly appear on his forehead. He slowly stood up, took off his reading glasses, and raised his voice towards the bedroom. His Shioli, has Ningning called you these past 2 days? No, what's wrong? Li Shioli poked her head out from the kitchen, looking puzzled. It's nothing. I don't know what she's been busy with lately. She didn't even call home during the Dragon Boat Festival holiday. Xie Guangshan complained, but his eyes were full of undisguised longing. Seeing this, Li Shioli couldn't help but tease, if you miss our daughter, just say so. Why do you have to go through all this trouble, acting all coy like an old woman? Xie Guangshan was caught off guard, but he still stubbornly insisted, I wasn't thinking about her at all. She doesn't even think about calling me, her father. Why should I call her first? No way. At the same time, Xia Wanning was carefully changing her daughter's pajamas when her phone on the bed suddenly vibrated and buzzed. Mom, your phone is ringing. Wanwan blinked her big eyes and patted Xia Wanning's shoulder to remind her. Xia Wanning hurriedly fastened the last button on her daughter's shirt, then quickly walked to the bedside and picked up her phone. Upon seeing the profile picture, Wanwan excitedly exclaimed, Wow, it's Grandpa calling. Mommy, I miss Grandma and Grandpa too. They love Wanwan so much. Wanwan said in her sweet, childish voice, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Xia Wanning gently stroked her daughter's head and said tenderly, They must miss you too, but Mommy and Grandma and Grandpa have some things to talk about. Can you chat with them next time? She knew in her heart that it was not appropriate to explain Wanwan's existence at this moment, as it would only make the old couple overthink things. She pondered for a moment and decided to bring Wanwan home during the summer vacation so that the elderly couple could see their granddaughter in person and perhaps be better able to accept this sudden joy. Okay, Wanwan nodded obediently. Xia Wanning turned and walked to the balcony, lightly tapping her finger to make a video call. On the other end, Xie Guangshan's tense face instantly broke into a bright smile. He carefully asked in a soft voice, Ningning, did Dad disturb you? It's all your mom's fault. She kept saying she missed you and asked me to call and ask. Chapter 102 The prospective son-in-law is visiting. Are there any things to keep in mind? When Xia Wanning heard Xie Guangshan's words on the other end of the phone, she couldn't help but chuckle. She thought to herself, Dad's skill at shifting blame is truly masterful. She didn't call him out on it, but just smiled and replied, no offense intended. She glanced at the time on her phone and then asked, Aren't you guys asleep yet? It's so late? Then she started nagging, You're all getting old and can't take any more stress. You need to take care of yourselves as you get older. Go to bed early and get up early to stay healthy. Xia Wanning chattered on and on like a little megaphone. On the other end of the phone, Xie Guangshan could only nod sheepishly like a child who had done something wrong, repeatedly agreeing, Okay, we'll go to sleep after we finish this call. Xia Wanning then smiled contentedly. After a moment's hesitation, Xie Guangshan tentatively asked, Ningning, where did you go for the Dragon Boat Festival holiday? Do you have enough money? If not, Dad will transfer you some more. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning paused slightly, and the images of Lin Muhong's house involuntarily surfaced in her mind, causing her lips to curl into a smile. She shook her head and replied with a smile, I went to travel around Shanghai. I still have enough money for living expenses, so don't worry about me. After listening, Xie Guangshan suddenly remembered something and asked, Ningning, your mom asked me to ask you when your summer vacation starts, so we can pick you up and take you home then, how about that? Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning quickly waved her hand and refused, no need, I can go back by myself. I'm not comfortable with you driving so far to pick me up. I'll tell you when the holiday dates are confirmed. Xie Guangshan nodded helplessly, but felt secretly pleased, thinking to himself, my daughter is such a sweet little cotton padded jacket, she even knows to care about how hard I work driving. After chatting for a while longer, Xie Guangshan reluctantly hung up the phone. After hanging up, he shouted into the house, Shioli, our daughter says that going to bed early and getting up early is good for your health, so hurry up and go back to your room to sleep. Hearing this, Li Shioli rolled her eyes in annoyance and said reproachfully, I can fall asleep, but what about you? Xie Guangshan stiffened his neck and replied arrogantly, I can fall asleep too. But after taking a few steps to the room, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he grimaced in pain. Seeing his stubbornness, Li Shioli shook her head helplessly and advised, I think you should hurry up and have the surgery, so you won't suffer like this. Xie Guangshan muttered under his breath, but stubbornly insisted, even with surgery, it can recur. Just bear with it and it will pass. After saying that, he lay down on his side on the bed. Looking at his stubborn expression, Li Shioli was both annoyed and amused, muttering, he deserves to be in pain. Just then, Xia Wanning hung up the phone and turned around to see Lin Muhong appear at the bedroom door at some point. Seeing this, Lin Muhong asked apologetically, did I disturb you? Xia Wanning waved her hand and replied with a smile, no, I've already finished the call. After speaking, she pondered for a moment, her eyes full of anticipation, our school is about to have summer vacation, and I want to take Wan home so my parents can meet her. Lin Muhong nodded, but felt a little disappointed. The thought of not being able to see his beloved daughter in Xia Wanning for a while made him feel empty inside. But he still tried to remain calm and said with a smile, yes, that's how it should be. At this moment, Wan, who was lying on the bed, frowned and suddenly sat up, looking at Xia Wanning with her eyes full of doubt. Mom, isn't Dad coming with us to Grandma and Grandpa's house? As soon as she finished speaking, Wan turned and grabbed Lin Muhong's hand, looking puzzled. Daddy, why don't you come with us? Wan doesn't want to leave Daddy, and she really wants Daddy to come with me and Mommy. Then, she winked playfully and said, Grandma and Grandpa will be so happy to see Dad. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong was slightly taken aback, thinking to himself, they probably won't be happy to see me at this time. However, the thought of being able to stay by Wan's side made him wink at the little one. Wan understood immediately and ran to Xia Wanning, pleading, Mommy, please let Daddy come with us. Don't you love being with Daddy the most? After saying that, she added in a seemingly magnanimous manner, okay, I won't fight you for your husband anymore. Dad will stay with me during the day, and you can have him at night. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Besides, she wasn't the clingy type at all. Wan must be talking nonsense. She patiently held Wan and gently comforted her, baby, everyone has things to do, and Daddy is no exception, right? The factory can manage without me. I'm not busy during the summer vacation, Lin Muhong interrupted Xia Wanning with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wan immediately cheered, Mommy, Daddy isn't busy. I'm so happy to have Daddy and Mommy with me. Seeing Wan's happy expression, Xia Wanning ultimately didn't say anything more. However, her gaze kept drifting towards Lin Muhong, wondering what he was thinking. Seeing how capable her daughter was, Lin Muhong couldn't help but give her a mental thumbs up. At this moment, he couldn't help but start thinking, are there any things to keep in mind when the prospective son-in-law visits? In the morning, Lin Muhong had already prepared Wan's snacks and water cup, but the bedroom remained quiet and without any movement. He gently pushed open the door and saw the little guy still lying in bed, wrapped tightly in the blanket, looking like he didn't want to get up. Lin Muhong smiled helplessly yet indulgently, sat down beside Wan, and gently called out, Baby, wake up, the sun's already high in the sky. Daddy, the blanket is still small, it can't be without me. Wan mumbled sleepily, rubbed her sleepy eyes, turned over, and fell into a deep sleep again. Lin Muhong couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw his daughter's adorable appearance. He leaned close to Wan's ear and whispered again, Since you need to take care of me, Mom and I won't be taking you to the amusement park. What? An amusement park? These words seemed to have magical power. Wanwan instantly perked up, suddenly sat up, her eyes wide and sparkling with excitement. Daddy, are you and Mommy taking me to the amusement park? Yes, but because someone overslept, we're not going today, Lin Muhang said, feigning regret and frowning. Upon hearing this, Wanwan immediately became anxious. She quickly shook her father's arm and pleaded, Daddy, Bebe is all grown up now and doesn't need me to take care of her anymore. I'll get up now and we can go today, okay? Lin Muhang's arms were almost falling apart from being shaken by his daughter. He affectionately pinched Wanwan's nose and said with a smile, okay, then hurry up and change your clothes and wash up. We'll leave right away. Yay, Daddy, I love you, Wanwan cheered excitedly, jumped off the bed, and began to hurriedly tidy herself up. In no time, Wanwan was dressed in a pretty little dress, with 2 cute little buns in her hair, each adorned with a pink bow, making her look like a lovely little angel. Sitting in the car, Wanwan blinked her big, watery eyes and asked in confusion, Daddy, isn't Mommy coming with us? Why can't I see her? Your mother will be out soon. Let's go to the school gate and wait for her, Lin Muhang explained patiently. Okay, Wanwan, sit still. Let's hurry and go pick up Mom. Wanwan's face turned red with excitement. She loved going out with her family the most. Soon, they arrived at the school gate, where a beautiful figure stood. Upon seeing this, Wanwan looked puzzled and asked, Dad, why is there an uncle standing next to Mom? Is he going to the amusement park with us too? Chapter 103, Taking Wanwan to the amusement park. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhang's lips pursed slightly, and his eyes locked onto the man with a sharp, piercing gaze. He was like someone who had just broken a vinegar jar, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightened unconsciously, his knuckles turning white from the force. Xia Wanning was unaware of what was happening nearby. Today, she wore a pink, modern Chinese-style cheongsam, which seemed tailor-made to perfectly accentuate her slender waist. The skirt's length just covered her calves, making her appear gentle and charming, like a beauty stepping out of a traditional Chinese ink painting. A few strands of her hair hung down at her temples, and the rest of her hair was styled into a low bun. The remaining strands fell naturally to her right side, making her look like a young lady from a secluded boudoir in ancient times, so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. Beside her stood a man in a black suit, his hair slicked back. In Lin Muhang's eyes, he looked exactly like an insurance salesman. Lin Muhang suppressed his jealousy, slowly parked the car next to Xia Wanning, and then got out of the car as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Xia Wanning smiled sweetly and introduced Lin Muhang, this is my senior, Qin Guoshang, who was also the previous student council president. Hello. Qin Guoshang smiled and extended his hand to shake hands. Lin Muhang acted as if he hadn't seen it and said, Senior, shouldn't you be doing your graduation internships? Why are you still lingering at school? He was filled with hostility towards the man in front of him, and nothing nice came out of his mouth. Xia Wanning sensed his jealousy and secretly felt smug. She quickly explained, Senior, he's a straightforward person, he didn't mean anything by it, he just cares about your work. Qin Guoshang pursed his lips, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face, and said with a smile, Oh, thank you for your concern, Junior. I've already received an offer from a big company, and I'll be reporting for duty in a couple of days. Then, he looked at Xia Wanning with a hint of curiosity in his eyes and asked, And who is this? Before Xia Wanning could answer, Lin Muhang spoke first, grinning, I'm Ningning's boyfriend, Lin Muhang. Upon hearing this introduction, Xia Wanning's eyes widened instantly, her face filled with disbelief. She muttered to herself, I didn't ask him to pretend to be my boyfriend. However, upon hearing these words, she felt a surge of joy and secretly looked forward to when this fake would become real. Lin Muhang smugly grasped Xia Wanning's hand, a smile playing on his lips, and said, Senior, we have something to attend to, so we'll be leaving now. After saying that, he opened the passenger door of the car. Xia Wanning was stunned for a moment, then slowly got in. Lin Muhang returned to the driver's seat and carefully helped Xia Wanning fasten her seatbelt, every movement exuding tenderness. Xia Wanning smiled and waved to Qin Guoshang, saying, Senior, let's get together again sometime. As the car drove on, for some reason, she felt the air pressure inside the car getting lower and lower, making it hard to breathe. At this moment, Lin Muhang spoke up, You and that senior seem to have a pretty good relationship, his tone carried a hint of sourness. Xia Wanning nodded, noticing the jealousy in the other person's tone. She smiled smugly and replied, Back in the student council, the other person, as a senior, took good care of me. Oh, Lin Muhang replied simply, but couldn't help but mutter to himself, I think he's just using the guise of taking care of me to try and get closer to me. As Lin Muhong drove, he would occasionally glance at Xiao Wanning, his heart filled with mixed feelings. He didn't know why he was so angry. Seeing Xiao Wanning standing with another man made him feel like he was being scratched by a cat. But she was also afraid that if she confessed her feelings, she wouldn't even be able to maintain their current relationship. Perhaps the more you care, the more you fear losing, and the less you dare to speak up. Soon, the colorful gates of the amusement park came into view. Wanwan's big, watery eyes lit up instantly at the sight before her, her little face filled with barely suppressed excitement. Like a little bird just released from its cage, she hopped and skipped around, pointing inside and shouting at the top of her lungs, "Wow, Daddy, Mommy, look! This looks so much fun! Let's go in now," Lin Muhong replied with a smile. Wanwan was holding her mother's hand on the left and her father's hand on the right, hopping and skipping with her little feet. She looked incredibly cute. After buying tickets, we stepped into the amusement park, where the dazzling array of rides and attractions made Wanwan's eyes widen in amazement. Her big eyes darted around, and suddenly, the spinning swing caught Wanwan's eye. Her face flushed red with excitement, like a ripe apple. She kept patting her father Lin Muhong's arm and said eagerly, "Daddy, Daddy, I want to play on that spinning swing." Her voice was full of expectation, as if she would burst into tears immediately if her father didn't agree. Looking at his daughter's adorable appearance, Lin Muhong affectionately pinched her small nose and said gently, "Okay, Daddy will take you there now." As he spoke, he carefully placed Wanwan on the wooden board of the rotating swing. Soon, the other children also took their seats, and the swing began to slowly turn. Xiao Wanning couldn't help but remind her, "Wanwan, you have to hold on tight to the rope, or you'll fall." After listening, Wanwan nodded seriously. She gripped the rope tightly, enjoying the wonderful feeling of spinning. Lin Muhong wasn't idle either. He took out his phone and started snapping pictures of Wanwan, repeatedly calling out, "Wanwan, look at Daddy here, smile." When Wanwan heard her father call her, she immediately turned around, made a peace sign, stuck out her pink little tongue, and smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into slits. After playing on the spinning swing, Wanwan was attracted by the children on the trampoline not far away, and she ran over there as fast as she could. On the trampoline, Wanwan jumped around happily, her little face turning rosy from the exercise, as if she had applied blush. Looking at her daughter's adorable appearance, Xiao Wanning said with heartache, "Baby, come and have some water. You're all sweaty from playing." Wanwan gulped down her water, but her eyes were still looking around, as if searching for the next fun target. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she pointed to the small roller coaster in the distance, excitedly shouting, "Dad, Mom, let's go ride that. It looks so exciting." After saying that, she shot off like a little rocket. Xiao Wanning and Lin Muhong looked at their daughter's lively and adorable back, smiled at each other, and then quickly followed after her. Sitting in the rabbit-shaped rocking car, Wanwan waited expectantly, but after a long time, the car didn't move. She turned her head in confusion, looked at her parents, and asked in her childish voice, "Daddy, why isn't this car moving?" Chapter 104. Quickly wipe your husband's sweat. Lin Muhong also found it strange. He looked around and soon saw the facility reminder next to him. It turns out that this roller coaster is powered. Someone needs to ride a bicycle to provide power so that the rocking horse can start. To ensure her daughter had fun, Lin Muhong didn't hesitate to get on the bicycle. At first, he struggled to ride, but when he saw Wanwan's bike finally move forward a little, he felt a great sense of accomplishment. He gritted his teeth and pedaled harder, and Wanwan's rocking horse slid down and up like a windmill. However, happy times are always short-lived. The car stopped in less than a few seconds. Wanwan hadn't had enough fun yet. She pouted, tugged at her father's hand, and said sweetly, "Daddy, this is so much fun. Wanwan wants to play again." Her pitiful little face made it impossible to refuse her. Lin Muhong nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, baby, let's continue." With that, he started pedaling the bicycle again. It was a very hot day, and with the added exercise, his clothes were soon soaked with sweat and clung tightly to his body. But seeing how much fun Wanwan was having, he felt it was all worth it. However, Wanwan seemed to have gotten hooked on the game and dragged Lin Muhong back to the starting point. Xiao Wan gazed at Lin Muhong's clothes, soaked with sweat, her heart filled with tenderness. She gently took Wanwan's little hand and said softly, "Baby, let's play something else first, let Daddy rest, okay?" Upon hearing this, Wanwan tilted her little head, her big eyes blinking innocently, and asked, "Huh? Daddy's dying so soon?" Those innocent words made Lin Muhong both laugh and cry. He forced a smile and said, "Baby, let's continue. Daddy is really good. Never mind, I suddenly want to play something else." Wanwan shook her little head and playfully stuck out her tongue. She didn't want her dad to be too tired. Seeing her father's forehead covered in sweat, she turned to Xia Wanning, blinked her big eyes, and said, "Mom, quickly wipe your husband's sweat." After saying that, he thoughtfully took out a pack of tissues from his small bag and handed it to Xia Wanning. Seeing this, Lin Muhong was overjoyed. She was truly his little darling, so thoughtful. He sat there, full of anticipation. Xia Wanning took the tissue, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face, but in front of the child, she still tried her best to maintain the appearance of a loving couple. She tiptoed gently and carefully wiped Lin Muhong's forehead, then slid it down his cheeks to his neck. Suddenly, their eyes met unexpectedly, and Xia Wanning's pretty face instantly flushed red, as shy as a peach blossom blooming in spring. You can wipe the inside yourself." "Yes, thank you." Lin Muhong smiled and said gratefully. The amusement park was huge. After lunch, they continued to take Wan around. The little one had a great time today, and the smile on her face never stopped. Just then, Wan suddenly pointed to the slide in the distance and excitedly shouted, "Daddy, I want to play on that. Can you pick me up from down there?" "Of course you can." Lin Muhong smiled indulgently. He squatted down and helped Wan straighten her clothes, then watched her carefully climb up step by step. Once at the top, Wan poked her little head out and shouted down, "Daddy, I'm going to slide now. You have to catch me." "Okay." Lin Muhong nodded vigorously, then opened his arms below, his eyes fixed on Wan. Soon, Wan's figure slid down from the tube like a cheerful little bird. With lightning speed, he caught her steadily from below, then immediately pulled Wan into a tight embrace, saying affectionately, "Daddy caught you." Hee Wan smiled, revealing two sweet dimples, looking incredibly cute. Watching the heartwarming interaction between the father and daughter, Xia Wanning's eyes were full of smiles, and she thought to herself, "He's such a good dad." After a day of playing with her, Xia Wanning noticed that Wan seemed particularly interested in slightly more exciting activities. Then she noticed a powered roller coaster next to her, the kind that doesn't require manual pedaling. "Sweetie, come here, mommy found something fun." Xia Wanning held her baby daughter in her arms, then pointed to the amusement facilities in the distance and said excitedly, "Look at that, do you like to play on it?" "Wow, I like it." Wan nodded, but there was a hint of worry in her expression. "Dad is already very tired, I'd like to play something else." Xia Wanning could tell that Wan really liked playing with that, so she gently patted her head and comforted her, "That one doesn't need daddy to pedal it, it's the automatic kind." Upon hearing this, Wan's eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded excitedly, "That I want to play." "Come on, Mom will take you there," Xia Wanning said, taking Wan's little hand and walking towards the roller coaster. They sat in the frog-shaped car, and Wan looked around excitedly, her little face full of anticipation. Beside them, Lin Muhong stood below, looking at them with happiness and tenderness in his eyes. With a crisp bell ringing, the roller coaster slowly started, and the car began to bounce and sway. Wan was very excited to see this. She shouted excitedly as the car plunged down from the height. Seeing Wan having so much fun, Lin Muhong was also filled with joy. However, he soon realized a very serious problem. The frog-shaped car that Wan and Xia Wanning were riding in was originally traveling on the track, but now it seemed to be gradually derailing. A sense of foreboding welled up in Lin Muhong's heart. He wanted to shout for the staff to stop the car, but by then the car had already begun to tilt, and it was too late. Watching helplessly as the two people in the car plunged off the tracks, Lin Muhong's heart clenched. He quickly prepared to provide support, and when he saw the two of them being jolted out of the car, Lin Muhong rushed forward and swiftly shielded Xia Wanning and Wan in his arms. Immediately afterwards, the three of them rolled around on the ground several times. To be honest, Xia Wanning was completely stunned at that moment. When she realized that the person beneath her was Lin Muhong, she asked with great concern, "Are you hurt?" Lin Muhong slowly stood up, waved his hand, and then looked anxiously at Wan and Xia Wanning, asking with concern, "How are you? Are you injured?" Both of them shook their heads. After all, Lin Muhong had protected them during the fall, otherwise they would have been covered in injuries. Seeing Lin Muhong disregard his own safety to protect her and her daughter, Xia Wanning's eyes welled up with tears, and she said with a hint of coquettishness, "Why did you rush out when it was so dangerous just now? Thank goodness you're all right, otherwise what would we mother and daughter have done?" Xia Wanning said, unable to hold back her tears as she threw herself into Lin Muhong's arms. Chapter 105: A Complete Transformation. When Wan saw her mother crying with tears streaming down her face, she burst into tears herself. Her little shoulders trembled as she sobbed, "Daddy, I really don't want to play that game again. Wan doesn't want you to get hurt." Lin Muhong looked at the mother and daughter crying in his arms and felt heartbroken. He quickly comforted them in a soft voice, "I'm perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with me. Besides, I'm a man. Protecting you two is my responsibility. It's what I should do." His voice was gentle yet firm, as if it possessed a magical power that brought peace of mind. As Xia Wanning listened to Lin Muhong's words, a warm feeling welled up in her heart, but her tears flowed even more profusely. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lin Muhong's head. Ding! The system has detected a change in Xia Wanning's affection level towards the host. Currently, her affection level is 65, and she has 20 available affection points. Reward, Rebirth. As soon as the system finished speaking, Lin Muhong felt his body begin to subtly change. He felt a warm current flowing through his body, and could even clearly feel his bones slowly growing. That wonderful feeling surprised and delighted him. Originally, he was bound to experience some pain from saving the mother and daughter, but now, that pain vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. Lin Muhong was quite surprised the system's rewards were truly amazing. Your health is the foundation of everything. It's something that money can't buy back. At that moment, a strange man's concerned voice suddenly echoed in Lin Muhong's ears. "Hello sir, I'm the amusement park manager. Are you injured? Would you like me to call an ambulance?" He suddenly came to his senses and saw a middle-aged man in a suit standing in front of him. The man had dark skin, was short, and slightly overweight. The few remaining hairs on his head were stuck tightly to his scalp, making him look somewhat comical. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong waved his hand gently and forced a smile. "I'm fine, no need to call an ambulance." "Oh." The manager nodded quickly after hearing this, secretly relieved. After all, if a customer was injured, their amusement park would be liable for compensation, which would be a big problem. In order to make the customer let bygones be bygones, the manager smiled broadly and sincerely handed 10 tickets to Lin Muhong with both hands. "Sir, we are so sorry for the unpleasant experience you and your family have had. These tickets are a small token of our appreciation from the amusement park. Please accept them." Seeing that the other party's attitude was so sincere, and that he hadn't actually suffered any real harm, Lin Muhong casually put the ticket away. After all, one can't hit a smiling face. Hopefully this incident will serve as a wake-up call for your amusement park. These rides still need to be inspected regularly, otherwise, if something really happens, it will be too late to regret it. "Yes, sir, we will certainly follow your advice." The manager bowed again in apology before slowly leaving. At that moment, Wan stared intently at the ticket in Lin Muhong's hand, her eyes gleaming. The fear that had lingered in her eyes had vanished without a trace, replaced by excitement. She asked excitedly, "Daddy, with these tickets, can we come over and play next time?" "Of course, whenever Wan wants to play, Daddy and Mommy will bring you over, okay?" Lin Muhong said with a doting look, his eyes full of tenderness. Upon hearing this, Wan nodded happily, her little head bobbing like a rattledrum. "Okay, Daddy and Mommy are the best. Wan loves you." After saying that, the little one sweetly kissed his parents on the cheeks, looking incredibly adorable. Wan's eyes lit up instantly when she saw several amusement facilities she hadn't tried before. She excitedly waved her little hands at Lin Muhong and Xia Wanning, her voice soft and sweet as she pleaded, "Daddy, Mommy, Wan has never seen any of those before. Let's go play together." "Okay." Xia Wanning and Lin Muhong smiled at each other, following behind Wan with doting eyes. The three of them looked like a happy family of three. As darkness gradually fell, Wan reluctantly went home with her parents. Perhaps she had played too much and exhausted herself today, because not long after finishing dinner, Wan fell into a deep sleep on the sofa, her little face flushed, and she slept very sweetly. Seeing this, Lin Muhong felt a pang of tenderness and gently picked her up, carefully set her down, and tenderly tucked her in. He gently kissed Wan's forehead, his eyes full of affection, and whispered, "Baby, sleep well." Lin Muhong was sitting on the sofa in the living room when his phone suddenly rang. He picked up his phone and saw that it was a call from Zhou Zhenfeng. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Zhenfeng said excitedly, "President Lin, I've brought all the colleagues who were laid off to the Tianheng factory. There are 4 of them in total. Now that everyone is in place, I guarantee you that we will definitely be able to develop the groundbreaking electric tricycle in less than a month." Lin Muhong listened with great anticipation. After hanging up the phone, he thought to himself, "I have to sell Wuyo Publishing House as soon as possible, otherwise the factory will be taken advantage of by some people." Inside Wuyo Publishing House, employees entered the company one after another and began their day's work. At the company entrance, a woman in her 50s caught the attention of the receptionist. She was wearing a black floral chiffon blouse and floral pants, and she was peeking furtively into the company, as if she were looking for something. The receptionist noticed her unusual behavior and approached her politely, asking, "Ma'am, who are you looking for?" Wu Xiaofan looked the young girl up and down, grinned, and asked tentatively, "I'm looking for Hu Lily. Does she work here?" Upon hearing this, the young girl smiled and said, "Oh, so you're here to see our editor-in-chief Hu? She works here." After she finished speaking, she looked at the woman in front of her and asked in confusion, "Who are you to her?" "I'm her mother," Wu Xiaofan said excitedly. She was exhausted from the morning. In the morning, she followed Hu Lily to the building. She was surprised to find so many companies in the building. She was like a headless fly, and it took her a long time to find it. "Oh, it's you, Auntie. You're here to see editor-in-chief Hu? Well, Auntie has something to say to her. Can you call her out?" Wu Xiaofan asked ingratiatingly, but a hint of sinister malice was hidden in her smile. After hearing this, the receptionist smiled and nodded, replying, "Auntie, please sit for a moment, I'll go and call you right away." "Okay, sure." Wu Xiaofan said gratefully, but after the receptionist left, a vicious glint suddenly flashed in her eyes, and she said through gritted teeth, "You little bitch, let's see where you can hide now." Inside the office, Hu Lily was sitting at her desk, focused on processing documents. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang, its shrill ringtone sounding particularly jarring in the quiet office. She answered the phone, and after hearing the conversation, she jumped up from her chair, her eyes filled with terror. How did she find us? Chapter 106: The Uninvited Guest from the Publisher. Hu Lily tried to remain calm, but her voice still trembled slightly. She replied in a flat tone, "Okay, I understand." After hanging up the phone, she took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner turmoil, and slowly walked out of the office. As soon as Wu Xiaofan saw her, she immediately put on that seemingly kind but actually hypocritical smile and said warmly, "Lily, did Mom bother you?" Seeing that the mother and daughter seemed to have something to talk about, the young receptionist smiled tactfully and walked away, saying, "Editor-in-chief, you and your auntie can chat for a while, I'll go back to work." "Mum." Hu Lily nodded. After the person walked away, she looked around warily, then pulled Wu Xiaofan to the stairwell. She lowered her voice, her tone filled with grievance and accusation, and asked, "How did you find my company?" "Of course I came with you." Wu Xiaofan's lips curled up slightly in a smug smile, her smile full of the satisfaction of having succeeded in her scheme. She was no longer the kind mother she had been just moments before, and her eyes revealed greed and selfishness. Upon hearing this, Hu Lily's eyes widened in disbelief, and her voice rose several decibels. "You actually followed me? Since you won't give me the money, I had no choice but to resort to this." Wu Xiaofan said shamelessly, hands on her hips, looking completely self-righteous, as if following her daughter was a matter of course. She looked like a greedy, hungry wolf, determined not to give up until she got the money. "Didn't I tell you? I have no money. Besides, why should I pay for my brother's wedding? I have no obligation to do so." Hu Lily said coldly, her eyes filled with determination and helplessness. From a young age, her family favored boys over girls. Her younger brother was the family's darling, while she was nothing more than a maid who could be ordered around at will. If it weren't for the help from kind-hearted people in society that enabled her to get into university, she probably would have been forced into marriage by her family long ago. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaofan's gaze instantly turned fierce, as if it had been poisoned. She said viciously, "You brat, what's wrong with you contributing some money to your brother's wedding? You were born a member of the Hu family, and you'll die a member of the Hu family. Besides, you should be filial to us since you've earned money." She thought to herself that her daughter was the family's cash cow, and if she didn't squeeze money out of her, how could her son get married and have grandchildren? Upon hearing this, Hu Lily sneered, her eyes full of mockery, "Didn't I send all the money I earned before to you? I really don't have any money left now." She was filled with sorrow. For so many years, she had been like an ATM, giving everything to her family but never receiving a shred of warmth in return. To dissuade Wu Xiaofan from asking for money, she said aggrievedly, "You see, the place I live in now is smaller than the toilet in my house. How could I possibly have any money?" Speaking of this, tears welled up in Hu Lily's eyes. "You never care how I'm doing in Shanghai, whether I'm being bullied, or whether I'm well fed and clothed. What else can you do besides ask me for money?" Wu Xiaofan probably felt she was in the wrong and lowered her head instantly, but soon, this sense of guilt vanished. She curled her lips into a smile, looked him up and down, and whispered, "You're living a good life now, aren't you? You're glamorous and successful. Recalling the scene just now, a greedy glint flashed in her eyes, then she put on a fawning smile and said, "Lily, I just heard that little girl call you editor-in-chief. That's a high position, right? So you must make a lot of money. Besides, this is Shanghai, a bustling first-tier city. I heard from old Zhang next door that the monthly salary here is tens of thousands." As soon as she finished speaking, her expression changed drastically, and she continued with full dissatisfaction, "You earn so much money every month, and you only give us 10,000? Don't you have any conscience? I didn't ask for much. The dowry for your brother's wedding plus the money for buying a house only amounted to 500,000 yuan. This is just a drop in the ocean for you. Why are you so unwilling? You ate and drank our food when you were little, what's wrong with asking you for some money?" Wu Xiaofan became angrier and angrier, and in her anger, she pinched Hu Lily's arm hard to vent her anger. At this moment, Hu Lily curled her lips into a cold smile. She suddenly broke free from Wu Xiaofan's hand and roared angrily, 500,000? Isn't that enough? Do you think I'm an ATM? Where am I supposed to get that much money for you? I only have 20,000 on hand right now. Go home now, and I'll transfer it to your card immediately. Her eyes were filled with despair and anger. For so many years, she had given everything for this family, yet she had never received a single thing in return. She couldn't help but ask herself why she had such parents she longed to be loved too. You think you can get rid of me with just 20,000? No way. Wu Xiaofan said viciously, her eyes filled with greed and dissatisfaction. She thought to herself that her daughter had to give her 500,000 yuan, or she would never let it go. At this moment, the situation had reached a stalemate, and Hu Lily was full of annoyance, not wanting to waste any more words with Wu Xiaofan. Her brows furrowed, her eyes filled with impatience, and she turned to leave. But Wu Xiaofan was like a piece of chewing gum that she couldn't shake off, holding onto her arm tightly and refusing to let go no matter what. Just then, the young woman at the front desk came over and said with a smile, "Editor-in-chief Hu, General Manager Lin is here and wants to see you." Hearing this, Hu Lily was still annoyed by Wu Xiaofan's antics, but she managed to force a smile and replied, "Okay, I understand, I'll be right there." When Wu Xiaofan saw that she was about to leave, she clung to her again. Hu Lily's gaze instantly turned sharp as a knife as she stared directly at Wu Xiaofan, her tone icy and threatening. "Fine, if you won't let me go, I won't go. If I lose my job, you won't get a single penny." Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaofan trembled with fright and quickly let go of her hand. In her heart, her daughter was the family's cash cow. If her daughter lost her job, where would she get the money for her son's dowry? However, as Hu Lily was leaving, Wu Xiaofan suddenly grabbed her arm and said fiercely, "Since I'm not getting the money, I'm just going to stay in Shanghai. Besides, I know where you work now. You think you can hide from me? No way." Looking at her cold-hearted, money-obsessed biological mother, Hu Lily felt utterly heartbroken, and tears welled up in her eyes. She cried out in her heart, "Am I not her own flesh and blood?" She took a deep breath, wiped away her tears forcefully, tried to calm herself down, and then walked into the office with steady steps. "Mr. Lin, you wanted to see me?" Hu Lily said respectfully. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhan looked up at her, his gaze inadvertently falling on her arm covered in red marks. He frowned slightly and asked with concern, "What happened to you?" Chapter 107. Can I stay here for a few days? Upon hearing this, Hu Lily subconsciously looked down at her arm, feeling somewhat flustered. But she quickly calmed down, patted her arm as if nothing had happened, and replied with a smile, "It's nothing, just a few mosquito bites." Lin Muhang nodded slightly, and seeing that she didn't seem to want to talk about it anymore, he didn't press her further. Immediately afterwards, Lin Muhang handed a contract to Hu Lily and said seriously, "I plan to sell this publishing house. Go and see if there are any interested buyers." Upon hearing this, Hu Lily's eyes widened instantly, her face filled with disbelief. She asked in confusion, "President Lin, this publishing house is profitable, why do you want to sell it?" Lin Muhang pondered for a moment and then slowly said, "I took over the family factory, and my focus will be on manufacturing tricycles from now on. Moreover, the factory needs funds to operate, so I have no choice but to sell the publishing house." Although Hu Lily wanted to persuade President Lin to change his mind, he was, after all, the boss. Since he had made this decision, he must have waited repeatedly and thought it through carefully. She could only follow his orders. "Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll get started on making those contacts right away." "Yes, thank you for your trouble," Lin Muhang said with a gentle smile. As usual, Xia Wanning waited until Wan Wan was sound asleep before quietly leaving Lin Muhang's house. However, as she stepped out of the residential compound, a sudden chill ran through her. She keenly sensed that there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring intently at her from behind. Her heart tightened, and without the slightest hesitation, she quickened her pace involuntarily, hurrying toward the familiar school gate. Just then, a soft voice called out from behind. Ningning. The voice was both familiar and somewhat unfamiliar. Xia Waning's heart trembled. She slowly turned around and saw a figure approaching from afar, gradually becoming clearer. Lily? Xia Waning asked in surprise. Was it you who was following me just now? Hu Lily nodded, with a hint of apology. I'm sorry, I made you worry. Xia Waning smiled and waved her hand, asking with concern, what are you doing here? Do you need to see Lin Muhong? Hu Lily quickly shook her head, her voice low. No, I'm looking for you. Looking for me? Xia Waning was filled with doubt. She never expected that Hu Lily would find her at this time. Hu Lily took a deep breath and mustered her courage to say, I don't have many friends in Shanghai. Can I stay here for a few days? Upon hearing this, Xia Waning immediately understood. She realized that the other party must have encountered some difficulties to be so humble as to ask her for help. Without the slightest hesitation, she readily agreed, of course. Although the school has a strict dormitory check system, adding one more person is not a difficult task for Xia Waning. She led Hu Lily through the campus paths to the girls' dormitory. In their major, students share dorm rooms, and her roommate is Xiao Qiao. Upon entering the dormitory, I saw Xiao Qiao leisurely applying a face mask while rapidly swiping her fingers on her phone to play games. Seeing this, Xia Waning introduced to Xiao Qiao, this is my friend Hu Lily. She will be staying in our dormitory for a few days. Hello, I'm sorry to have troubled you, Hu Lily said with a hint of apology. It's nothing. Xiao Qiao waved her hand with a smile, but her eyes never left the phone screen, and her fingers were still busy operating. After entering the room, Hu Lily looked around curiously, and couldn't help but marvel at how spacious the girls' dormitory was, more than 3 times the size of her cramped living space. Thinking about how I sent money back to my parents to save money while living in such a cramped place, I couldn't help but feel a little regretful. However, she had already come to a decision. Even if she donated all the money, she would not give her parents and brother a single penny more. Xia Waning was extremely enthusiastic, helping Hu Lily find slippers and rummaging through her pajamas, which made Hu Lily feel flattered. Hu Lily said with heartfelt gratitude, Ningning, thank you so much. If you hadn't brought me back, I might really be homeless. It's nothing, it's just a small matter, don't worry about it, Xia Waning comforted her softly. She didn't ask any other questions, afraid of touching on Hu Lily's painful memories. Just then, Hu Lily's phone rang. Seeing that it was an old acquaintance calling, she went out onto the balcony to answer the call. You said you want to buy Wuyo Publishing House? Hu Lily asked in surprise. Okay, I'll let Mr. Lin know. We'll schedule a time later. After hanging up the phone, she turned around and saw Xia Waning standing behind her. Hearing the conversation, Xia Waning asked in confusion, Lily, you just said someone wants to buy the publishing house? Yes. Hu Lily nodded, then asked in surprise, didn't President Lin tell you? He wants to sell the publishing house. Xia Waning shook her head, then asked curiously, why does your CEO Lin want to sell the publishing house? He's probably facing some financial difficulties right now because of the factory, Hu Lily said bitterly. In a short period of time, the publishing house changed owners several times. If you didn't know better, you would think it was a hot potato. After listening, Xia Waning nodded thoughtfully, having already made a decision in her heart. Just then, Xiao Qiao turned her head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, and asked Xia Waning, Ning, is the school going to hold a summer sports meet soon? Xia Waning nodded slightly, a thought suddenly flashing through her mind. Winning the competition would bring prize money, this might be a good opportunity. She then looked at Xiao Qiao, a hint of expectation in her eyes. Has our class already started registering? Yes, which programs would you like to participate in? I'll fill them out for you, Xiao Qiao replied enthusiastically. Okay. Xia Waning picked up the competition list, browsed through it carefully, and decisively selected some events in which she had a chance of making it into the top 3. Xiao Qiao took the list of projects from her and her eyes widened in surprise. Ningning, why did you sign up for so many projects? Jump rope, standing long jump, 100-meter sprint, 3,000-meter run, and shot put. Are you trying to be a superhero? Can you manage all of that? Xiao Qiao's eyes were full of worry. Upon hearing this, Xia Waning confidently waved her hand. Many of these events don't conflict with each other. Some are in the morning, some are in the afternoon, and the sports meet lasts for 3 days. I can handle it all. She patted her chest, looking very confident. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao couldn't help but give a thumbs up, her face full of admiration. You're awesome, modern-day Iron Lady. In fact, Xia Wanning was not enthusiastic about sports meets in the past. She usually only played as a substitute player when there were not enough students in her class. Her unusual decision to sign up for multiple competitions naturally piqued Xiao Qiao's curiosity. Ningning, there must be a reason why you're working so hard. Tell me, what is it all for? Xiao Qiao asked gossipily, putting her arm around her shoulder. What else could it be? Of course, it's because I love sports. A hint of panic flashed in Xia Wanning's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Seeing that her best friend absolutely refused to admit it, Xiao Qiao had no choice but to give up. However, Hu Lili, who was listening silently from the side, knew exactly what was going on. Chapter 108. Your figure is just right. As dawn broke, Hu Lili opened her eyes, unable to fall back asleep. She tiptoed out of bed, taking each step carefully, afraid of disturbing Xia Wanning, who was still fast asleep beside her. After changing her clothes and quickly washing up, she was about to go out when she suddenly heard Xia Wanning's sleepy voice. Lily, you're up so early? Hu Lili turned around, a gentle smile blooming on her face, and replied softly, there's no other way, I have to go to work. She paused, her eyes filled with gratitude. Ningning, thank you for taking me in. I'll be going now. Xia Wanning waved her hand sleepily and then collapsed onto the bed. However, Xia Wanning had only closed her eyes for a short while when she suddenly remembered that she had signed up for the school's sports meet. If you want to win the prize money, you have to start training your physical strength now. Thinking of this, she instantly lost all sleepiness, sprang up in bed, quickly changed into her workout clothes, and hurried out the door. On the other side, Hu Lili arrived at the company building with heavy steps. When she saw someone she knew, she took a deep breath, immediately broke into a smile, and was full of energy. Upon entering the building lobby, a man in his 50s stood at the entrance to the elevator, dressed in work clothes and looking quite energetic. Seeing this, Hu Lili greeted him with a smile. Good morning, Uncle Zhang. When Zhang Guangjuan saw that it was Hu Lili, a kind smile appeared on his face, and he asked with concern, Little Hu, why are you here so early today? Hu Lili frowned slightly and said, feigning distress, there are some things at the company that I need to take care of, so I have to come early. As she spoke, her eyes darted around, and she took out a pack of Huazi cigarettes from her bag. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, she quietly stuffed it into Zhang Guangjuan's arms and said with a grin, Uncle Zhang, this was a gift from a customer. I'm just a young girl who doesn't smoke, so it would be a waste to keep it at home. So please help me get rid of it. Zhang Guangjuan's eyes lit up the moment he saw Huazian. He doesn't have many other hobbies, he just likes to smoke and drink, but the cigarettes he usually smokes are the cheapest ones, less than 10 yuan. This is a Huazi cigarette in front of him, he's never smoked one in his life. Hearing Hu Lili's words, he smiled so much that the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkled together, and quickly said, okay, then uncle will help you take care of it. At that moment, Zhang Guangjuan held Huazian tightly as if it were a precious treasure, and then secretly put it into his clothes. Seeing this, Hu Lili's eyes were full of smiles. When she saw that the other party had accepted the cigarette, she pretended to be aggrieved and cried to Zhang Guangjuan. Uncle Zhang, these past few days, people have been impersonating my mother and coming to the office building. My mom is perfectly fine at home, how dare these people do this? I'm just a young woman from out of town, it's nothing for me to suffer a little grievance, but please don't let it affect the company. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guangjuan immediately chimed in, yes, the company is very superstitious about these things. He quickly realized that the other party was saying this to him. He was indebted to those who paid for his food, so he patted his chest and solemnly promised, Xiaohu, don't worry, I promise I won't let those swindlers through this gate. A hint of joy flashed in Hu Lili's eyes, and she sincerely thanked him, then thank you, Uncle Zhang. After doing all this, she breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that Wu Xiufen would give up and return to her hometown as soon as possible. In the morning, at the dining table, Wan Wan and Lin Muhang's eyes were fixed on Xia Wanning, full of concern. Wan Wan broke the silence first, her delicate brows furrowing with concern as she asked in her childish voice, Mommy, why are there so many beads of sweat on your face? Are you feeling unwell? Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning gently stroked the little guy's head, her face full of doting smiles, and softly explained, No, Mommy just came back from a run, that's why I'm so sweaty. Oh, I see. Wan Wan nodded as if she understood, then picked up a steamed dumpling and put it in her mouth, her cheeks puffing out roundly, just like an extremely cute little hamster. Today, Xia Wanning was dressed in a black tracksuit, her hair tied up in a neat high ponytail, radiating youthful energy and looking radiant. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhang frowned slightly, secretly wondering to himself, could it be that she is on a diet? He looked up at her, his gaze falling on Xia Waning's slender figure, and said slowly, "You're not fat, your figure is just right." Upon hearing this, Xia Waning was slightly taken aback, and a blush rose to her face. She secretly rejoiced, "Is he concerned about me?" To avoid any misunderstanding, she quickly explained, "I didn't want to lose weight. I just signed up for a project in the school's summer sports meet and wanted to get some exercise beforehand." "Oh." Lin Muhong nodded and said nothing more. After finishing his meal, he looked at the other person and said, "I have to go out for a while later, so I'll leave Wan Wan in your care." "Go ahead and don't worry, I'm here." Xia Wanning replied with a smile, recalling Hu Lily's words from yesterday. Her hand unconsciously reached into her pocket, but found nothing. A chill ran through her as she suddenly remembered that the item wasn't inside the clothes. Xia Wanning thought to herself, "It seems I'll have to find another opportunity." On the other hand, since Hu Lily didn't go home last night, Wu Xiufen came to her daughter's workplace early this morning to keep watch. The office building was so big, and she couldn't read, and she forgot where she was going. Her furtive appearance immediately attracted the attention of those around her. Zheng Guangjuan saw that she was a complete stranger and tried to rush into the fence without her work badge, so he quickly stopped her. "No one outside the company is allowed to enter this office building. If you don't listen to my advice, I'll call the police," Zheng Guangjuan said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiufen's eyes widened, her face full of disdain. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Humph! What's so great about a mere watchdog? I don't want to go in now." She glared fiercely at Zheng Guangjuan, curled her lip, and turned to leave. However, she didn't go far. Instead, she found a place to sit down at the entrance of the building, her eyes revealing greed and determination. Just then, a person wrapped up tightly walked out of the building. Although she couldn't see the face clearly, Wu Xiufen recognized the clothes they belonged to her daughter, Hu Lily. At that moment, she put her hands on her hips and said triumphantly, "No matter how well this little bitch is covered up, I can still recognize her at a glance." After feeling smug, she hurriedly chased after her, but it was too late. Hu Lily had already gotten into a taxi and left. As the taxi drove further and further away, Wu Xiufen stamped her feet in frustration. Just then, a taxi came up behind her, and she quickly flagged it down, saying anxiously, "Driver, follow the car in front." Chapter 109 Caught Red-Handed. "Okay." The driver replied and stepped on the gas to follow. Soon, the taxi slowly came to a stop in front of a quaint tea house. As soon as Wu Xiufen got out of the car, the taxi driver reached out and stopped her, demanding the fare. At that moment, she was anxiously thinking about how to settle accounts with Hu Lily, and had no intention of paying. She wanted to run away as soon as possible. However, the driver reacted quickly, grabbing her shoulder and yelling, "Trying to ride for free? Pay up now." "How much?" Wu Xiufen frowned, her eyes filled with reluctance. 87, the driver replied coldly. "What? So expensive? That's enough to buy 9 pounds of meat." Wu Xiufen reluctantly took out the money, muttering curses under her breath. Looking at the meager amount of money left in her pocket, she gritted her teeth and muttered viciously to herself, "You little bitch, you made your mother suffer so much, I'll definitely get my revenge." Wu Xiufen looked up at the tea shop in front of her, which was decorated in a simple and elegant style, patted herself off, and strode inside. However, her rustic attire and coarse demeanor clashed with the elegant atmosphere of the tea house. Soon, the people at the tea shop chased her out, saying, "Where did this filthy beggar come from? How dare you come here to beg? Get out of here right now and don't dirty our place." Humiliated in this way, Wu Xiufen flew into a rage. She jumped up, put her hands on her hips, pointed at the other person, and cursed, "You're the stinking beggar. You snobbish bastard, I wouldn't even want to come to your lousy place. What a piece of junk. 380 for a cup of tea. Why don't you just rob a bank?" she cursed, stamping her feet in anger, revealing her shrewish nature. After cursing, the hatred in Wu Xiufen's eyes intensified. She gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, "That brat, how dare she come to such an expensive place to spend money, and still try to play the poor card with me? I'll tear off your mask and expose your true colors." Inside the tea house, the air was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood, and the rustic wooden tables and chairs gleamed with a warm luster. After receiving news of Lin Muhong's arrival, Hu Lily waited in the lobby early. Soon, Lin Muhong appeared at the entrance of the tea house. She quickly went to greet him, her face full of a warm smile. "President Lin, the other party has arrived and is waiting in the private room." Lin Muhong nodded slightly, asking as they walked, "Have you found out who the other person is?" Hu Lily's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. She deliberately kept everyone in suspense, saying, "We're old acquaintances. You'll see when you meet them." As she spoke, she gently pushed open the door to the private room and stepped aside to let Lin Muhang go in first. Inside the private room, the aroma of tea filled the air, and the silhouette of a man came into view. Lin Muhang stepped into the house, and when he saw the person's face clearly, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. It really was an old acquaintance. President Zhou. Lin Muhang spoke first, his tone tinged with surprise. The person in front of him was Zhou Shudong, the owner of Caterpillar Publishing House. He never expected that it would be him who wanted to buy his publishing house. Zhou Shudong turned around with a bright smile on his face and greeted him warmly. "President Lin, it's been a long time." Lin Muhang replied with a smile, "Long time no see. It seems the Caterpillar is doing very well." As he spoke, his gaze fell on the expensive watch on Zhou Shudong's wrist. Zhou Shudong nodded, his eyes full of pride. Not bad. We acquired Tonshu.com a while ago." Mentioning Tonshu.com stirred a wave of emotion in Lin Muhang's heart. "I still vividly remember the scene when I was banned from Tonshu.com. It hasn't been long, but everything has changed. It's truly heartbreaking." "Congratulations, Mr. Zhou," Lin Muhang said sincerely, then changed the subject. "So, Mr. Zhou is now looking to develop the real economy?" Zhou Shudong pondered for a moment and then slowly said, "We wanted to develop both physical and online businesses. We originally planned to set up a publishing house, but then we received news from the industry that President Lin wanted to sell Wuyo. It was quite a coincidence." Lin Muhang smiled and looked at Hu Lily, saying, "Lily must have already told President Zhou about my target price. I wonder what President Zhou's decision is." Zhou Shudong frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said firmly, "The price is too low. We are willing to pay 83 million to acquire the publishing house." Upon hearing this, Hu Lily was stunned. She couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Zhou, are you sure it's 83 million? "Yes." Zhou Shudong nodded heavily, his eyes revealing an unwavering determination. Lin Muhang was also quite surprised and quickly said, "President Zhou, business is business. You don't need to raise the price because of our relationship. I'm already happy that you're not trying to lower my price." Zhou Shudong smiled and waved his hand, saying, "President Lin, what are you saying? The reason I offered this price is because I see the potential and value of worry-free publishing house. Besides, you were willing to give me the exclusive copyright to that storybook for 300,000 yuan. How could I, Zhou Shudong, be an ungrateful person? This money is what you deserve." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhang was secretly surprised. He hadn't expected that the other party would keep this matter in mind all this time. It seemed that his decision back then was indeed correct. He nodded slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. "In that case, I shall respectfully comply." Zhou Shudong nodded and continued, "I'll go back and raise the funds immediately. Once the funds are in my account, we'll sign the contract right away." "Okay, then I'll wait for good news." Lin Muhang replied with a smile. Afterwards, the two shook hands, and Zhou Shudong left because he had something to do. Now that only the two of them were left in the room, Hu Lily said sincerely, "President Lin, congratulations." In fact, although Lin Muhang was reluctant, he knew in his heart that he had shifted his focus to the factory, and that following Zhou Shudong would be more promising than following him. So he gently patted Hu Lily's shoulder and comforted her, "Don't worry, I've already talked to President Zhou. The publishing house will remain the same, it's just that the owner has changed." Hu Lily nodded gently. In her opinion, this was the best arrangement. After all, I'm just an ordinary working person. What difference does it make who I work for? Lin Muhang then instructed, "Work hard in the future. I believe that with President Zhou's character, he will definitely not treat you unfairly." Hu Lily nodded again, then followed him out of the tea house. Just then, a figure rushed up and grabbed Hu Lily and Lin Muhang's arms tightly. Upon seeing who it was, Hu Lily was extremely surprised. She frowned, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Chapter 110. My daughter has a big butt, which makes her easy to give birth to. "Of course I came with you." Wu Xiufan's lips curled into a smug smile, her voice sharp. "If I hadn't come with you, how would I have known that you were living such a carefree life, completely disregarding the well-being of your family?" "No, I didn't." Hu Lily's voice suddenly rose, filled with urgency and grievance. In her heart, anyone could say those words, but not her own family. She gets up before dawn every day and doesn't get off work until dark. She lives in that cramped rented room and carefully budgets every penny. After deducting daily expenses such as rent, food, and commuting, she transferred most of the remaining money back to her family and donated some to charity. Now she doesn't have much money left. Lily couldn't understand why her mother wouldn't believe her even though she was telling the truth. "You brat, I've caught you, and you still say you didn't," Wu Xiufan said angrily, pinching Lily's arm hard with her fingers, leaving many red marks on her arm instantly. Upon seeing this, Lin Muhang instantly recalled the injury on Lily's arm that morning and muttered to himself, so that's how it happened. He couldn't stand it any longer. After all, the other party was his employee, so he quickly stepped forward to stop her. "You're her mother, can't you talk things out? Why do you have to hit her?" Upon hearing this, Wu Xiufan's gaze instantly shifted to Lin Muhang, sizing him up and down. A greedy look gradually appeared in her eyes, and a fawning smile appeared on her lips. "You little slut, so you have a boyfriend now. No wonder you don't want to give us money. Since you won't give us money, I'll ask your man for it." After saying that, she grabbed Lin Muhang's clothes tightly and said fiercely, "I am Lily's mother. Are you dating my daughter?" She changed her tone abruptly, smiling, and said, "I don't ask for much. Just give me 2 million, and I'll give you my daughter." Afraid of missing out on such a good deal, she quickly pulled Lily to her side and praised her. "My daughter is young, beautiful, and capable. 2 million is not much at all. Besides, my daughter has a big bottom, which makes her easy to give birth to. She will definitely be able to give you a son." Upon hearing this, Lily's face turned deathly pale, and she trembled with anger. "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? This man is my boss, not my boyfriend." She quickly looked at Lin Muhang and anxiously explained, "Mr. Lin, my mother is talking nonsense, please don't take it seriously. I'll take her away right now." "Where are you going?" "I haven't finished speaking yet." Wu Xiufan shoved Lily's arm away. Upon hearing the word boss, Wu Xiufan's eyes immediately lit up, her gaze full of calculation. She leaned closer to Lin Muhang and lowered her voice, saying, "My daughter is your mistress, right? Then the price will have to go up. Before, a lover was just a concubine, someone who would be gossiped about behind their back. But, since you two are mutually attracted, I don't care about all that. As long as you pay enough, you can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter if you ruin her." She grinned menacingly, as if discussing an ordinary business transaction. Hearing her mother's words, Lily's longing for family love was instantly extinguished, and she gave up completely. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhang felt that these words had tainted his ears. He had never imagined that there could be such a mother in the world who disregarded her daughter's life and death, and even said things like letting men play with her daughter at will. His gaze was icy cold as he stared straight at Wu Xiufan, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. He then called Lily, who was standing nearby, to his side and asked with concern, "What happened?" Lily, her face full of shame and indignation, said apologetically, "My mother came from my hometown to ask me for money to pay for my younger brother's betrothal. I said I didn't have any money, and she kept making a fuss. I really didn't expect her to come along today, and she even mistook you for my boyfriend, Mr. Lin. I'm so sorry." "It's nothing." Lin Muhang waved his hand and asked with concern, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Lily shook her head, feeling very grateful, and said, "No need, I can only handle this myself." "Mr. Lin, you can go now." Lin Muhang sighed, "Yes, call me if anything comes up." Seeing that this cash cow was about to leave, Wu Xiufan was extremely anxious. She took off running to chase after him, shouting repeatedly, "Boss Lin, let's discuss this again. Can we negotiate the terms again?" Her eyes were filled with greed and resentment, as if she could get a lot of money if she just tried a little harder. Lily's eyes were vacant, but her body seemed to be filled with boundless strength, and she held Wu Xiufan back tightly. She bit her lip, her voice trembling but firm, and said, "Mom, please stop making a scene." Lin Muhang's car drove away, and Wu Xiufan watched helplessly as the duck that was about to be eaten flew away, trembling with anger. Immediately afterwards, as if she had gone mad, she raised her hand and slapped Lily hard across the face. Lily's head was buzzing from the beating, and her vision went black for a moment. Compared to the pain in her heart, what did the pain on her face matter? Her heart was ashen, her eyes filled with determination. "Wu Xiufan, I'm telling you this now, you won't get a single penny from me unless I die." With that, she covered her swollen face and left sadly. Watching Lily run so fast and speak with such determination, Wu Xiufan felt both angry and anxious. That brat, she's really heartless. she muttered to herself as she took out her phone from her pocket and dialed a number. Soon, a man's voice came from the other end, sounding somewhat anxious. How's it going? Did you get the money yet? Wu Xiaofan sighed, her voice full of helplessness. No, that little slut absolutely refuses to give it to me. She even said she'd only give me money if she died. Upon hearing this, Hu Jigang on the other end of the phone flew into a rage. How could she say that? She's an ungrateful wretch. You should have strangled her back then, so our family could have more food. What do we do now? Wu Xiaofan asked anxiously, frowning. Hu Jigang pondered for a moment, then chuckled sinisterly on the other end of the phone. You know her company's address, so why are you doing this? He explained his plan in detail. After listening, Wu Xiaofan immediately shook her head, her eyes full of worry. No, if she doesn't work, who'll give us money? Hu Jigang sneered, a hint of smugness in his voice. That's precisely why we can make money if she doesn't work. Once she's jobless and desperate, then we'll. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaofan's eyes lit up, and she nodded in agreement, a sly smile appearing on her face. Okay, Gangzi is so smart, we'll do as you say. Hu Jigang urged on the other end of the phone, come back as soon as you're done. Nobody will cook for me when you're not here. Wu Xiaofan nodded quickly and said ingratiatingly, okay, Mom will make you meat when we get back. Thinking of her empty wallet, Wu Xiaofan said cautiously, Gangzi, Shanghai is too expensive. I'm almost out of money for food. Could you transfer some money to me? Upon hearing this, Hu Jigang impatiently roared, skipping one meal won't kill you. Once you bring my sister back, we'll eat meat every meal. With that, he slammed down the phone. Chapter 111 New Oriental Continuing Education. After returning from the tea house, Lin Muhong pushed open the door to his home, and a thick cloud of smoke rushed towards him like a ferocious beast, choking him and bringing tears to his eyes. His heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling instantly washed over him. Could it be that the house is on fire? Without thinking twice, he ran straight to the kitchen. He was stunned by what he saw as soon as he reached the kitchen door. Xia Wanning was wearing protective goggles, holding a pot lid in one hand as if it were a shield, and a spatula in the other, stirring the pot haphazardly. Lin Muhong leaned closer and looked at the dark, shapeless ingredients in the pot. His brows furrowed instantly. He quickly turned off the gas stove, his movements clean and efficient. Seeing that the fire was out, Xia Wanning was still puzzled. Strange, is the gas stove broken? It's not broken, I turned it off. Lin Muhong turned around, looking at Xia Wanning with disbelief. What's in this pot? It's all burnt. Upon hearing Lin Muhong's words, Xia Wanning's eyes widened in disbelief, and she muttered, Huh? Is it burnt? As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, she was able to see the ingredients in the pot clearly. Inside, there was something that looked like a piece of charcoal, shiny black. She was immediately embarrassed, her cheeks flushed, and she said somewhat shyly, maybe I didn't control the heat well, and it burned by accident. Looking at her, Lin Muhong couldn't help but smile slightly. It's alright, it's burnt, it's fortunate that the house didn't catch fire. After saying that, he turned around and opened all the windows in the room. A gust of wind blew in, and the smell of smoke slowly dissipated. Just then, he suddenly realized that someone was missing from the house, and he anxiously asked, Wan, where is she? Xia Wanning lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, and said softly, the living room smelled too much of a smoke, so I had her read picture books in her room. Lin Muhong smiled helplessly after hearing this, his smile full of doting affection. He strode into the master bedroom and gently pushed open the door. When Wan saw that it was her father, her eyes lit up immediately. Like a happy little deer, she ran over and jumped into Lin Muhong's arms. Daddy, you're finally back. Mommy's cooking is absolutely terrifying. Wan looked up, wrinkled her nose, and said with a look of disgust. Hearing her daughter's words, Xia Wanning blushed with shame and anger, lowered her head even further, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Lin Muhong smiled as he looked at Xia Wanning, then gently pinched Wan's nose, his eyes full of affection. Are you hungry, you little glutton? What do you want to eat? Daddy will make it for you. Mum. Wan nodded vigorously, then turned her head to look at Xia Wanning, and said in her childish voice, Mommy hasn't cooked in a long time, her cooking skills have become rusty, Daddy is more reliable. Xia Wanning was speechless, choked by her daughter's words. Was she really being disliked by her daughter? Immediately afterwards, Lin Muhong also turned to look at her, his eyes filled with a reassuring look. You play with our daughter for a while, I'll go cook now, it'll be ready in a little while. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Xia Wanning looked up at Lin Muhong gratefully and said softly. Upon entering the kitchen, Lin Muhong found pots and pans in complete disarray. Looking at the smoky mess, he muttered to himself, "It seems I should keep Xia Wanning out of the kitchen more often." He then tied on an apron and began cooking skillfully. He cooked and cleaned the kitchen at the same time, his movements as smooth and fluid as flowing water. Soon, a variety of delicious dishes were served, including fragrant braised pork, brightly colored sweet and sour pork ribs, and vibrant green stir-fried vegetables. To be honest, Xia Wanning's appetite has been spoiled by Lin Muhong lately, and the food outside the school and in the cafeteria has become tasteless to her. She even started to worry, what would happen to her mouth if the two of them never got married? Xia Wanning secretly shook her head. No, she had to make the first move now. Or should she wear black stockings and flaunt them in front of him, just like Xiao Qiao had suggested? Seeing the mother and daughter wolfing down their food in the same way, Lin Muhong felt a surge of happiness. He couldn't help but laugh and cry, "Didn't you eat breakfast this morning? If outsiders saw this, they would think I was abusing you and your daughter." Upon hearing this, Wanwan's eyes crinkled into crescent moons with laughter, revealing her shallow dimples. She praised, "It's all because Daddy's cooking is so delicious." Exactly. Xia Wanning agreed, then turned her pretty face to the side, her big, dark eyes looking at Lin Muhong like two black gems, and asked curiously, "How did your cooking skills improve so much in such a short time? Did you go to New Oriental for further studies?" Lin Muhong shook his head, a smug smile playing on his lips. "Maybe I was a chef in my past life, and I suddenly awakened in this one." After hearing this, Xia Wanning nodded affirmatively. She thought it was very possible. After all, her daughter had traveled from the future to the present, so what was impossible? At that moment, Lin Muhong recalled the appalling state of the kitchen and quickly instructed, "From now on, I'll do the cooking. You just need to eat, like Wan, understand?" Oh, Xia Wanning nodded gently. Looking at Lin Muhong's domineering yet gentle demeanor, her heart was filled with excitement, as if a little deer was pounding wildly in her heart. At that moment, she suddenly realized that she would marry him in the future. In the evening, Lin Muhong and his family of three strolled to a nearby park, enjoying the summer night breeze. Xia Wanning held the jump rope and began to jump lightly. Seeing how capable her mother was, Wanwan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She nestled against her father's broad back like a little kangaroo and asked in her sweet, childish voice, "Daddy, what is Mommy doing? It looks so interesting." Lin Muhong smiled gently and explained, "Baby, that's a jump rope. Mommy is exercising." Wanwan blinked her big eyes, and seeing her mother stop to rest, she immediately ran over like a happy little bird, hugged her mother's leg tightly, and said sweetly, "Mommy, Wanwan wants to jump too, okay?" Xia Wanning affectionately patted her daughter's head and said with a smile, "Of course, our little princess is the most important." As she spoke, she pulled Wanwan to the opposite side of her and patiently taught her, "Baby, when Mommy shouts jump, you jump as high as you can, okay?" Yes, Wanwan understands." The little one nodded vigorously, her chubby little face full of seriousness. She pricked up her little ears and listened intently to her mother's instructions. As soon as the word jump came out, Wanwan jumped high like a little rabbit. Watching the jump rope sweep past her feet, she clapped her hands excitedly and laughed, "Wow, this is so much fun." Then, she looked up at Xia Wanning curiously and asked, "Mom, how many people can jump together in this jump rope?" Xia Wanning pondered for a moment and replied, 4 or 5 should be no problem." Upon hearing this, Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly. She excitedly ran to her father, grabbed his hand, and shook it, saying, "Daddy, will you dance with us?" Chapter 112. What, you want to keep me as a sugar daddy? Lin Muhong smiled and gently shook his head, saying in a gentle voice, "You and Mom can jump. The three of us might not be able to jump rope properly." Sure. Wanwan blinked her big, innocent eyes at her father with anticipation, pouting, "Mom just said that 4 or 5 people can jump together without any problem, so we can definitely do it too." Under her daughter's sweet and coquettish charm, Lin Muhong reluctantly walked up to Xia Wanning. The family of 3 huddled together, and Xia Wanning could even clearly feel Lin Muhong's warm breath gently brushing against her forehead. That faint touch felt like an electric current, making her heart beat faster involuntarily, as if a little deer was running rampant in her heart. Just then, Wanwan's clear voice rang in my ears, tinged with a hint of excitement, "Daddy, when Mommy shouts jump, later, you have to try your best to jump high." Lin Muhong nodded affectionately, gently stroking Wanwan's fluffy head, and replied with a smile, "Yes, okay, Daddy will definitely try his best." Soon, a crisp command rang out, and the 3 of them jumped up in unison, the jump rope easily sliding under their feet. When Wanwan saw it, her face turned red with excitement. She found it novel and interesting, and she pulled her parents to jump around several times until she was panting. Then she sat down on a chair with her face flushed, still fanning herself with her little hands. Xiao Wanning did not stop there and continued her training. After a long time, she finally completed her goal of 2,000 jump ropes. Exhausted and breathless, drenched in sweat, she finally collapsed helplessly onto a nearby public bench. Sweat trickled down her cheeks, adding to her unique charm. Wanwan's eyes sparkled. Seeing her mother sweating, she immediately patted Lin Muhong's shoulder and whispered in his ear in a childish yet mischievous voice, "Daddy, Mommy's sweating. If you don't wipe it off, she'll say you don't care about her, and she might even make you kneel on the washboard." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong couldn't help but secretly think to himself, is the school beauty really this domineering? However, she still obediently held a tissue in her hand and wiped it on. He wiped gently and meticulously. Xia Wanning noticed this and slowly turned her head, her gaze falling on him. Looking at his focused expression, she couldn't help but become mesmerized, her eyes filled with longing. "Mom, why are you staring at Dad? Is there something on his face?" Wanwan tilted her little head, asking a question with a face full of doubt. She looked cute and playful, making people want to reach out and pinch her rosy little face. Xia Wanning suddenly realized what was happening, her face instantly turning bright red, like a ripe apple. She lowered her head shyly, not daring to meet Lin Muhong's gaze. She took the tissue from Lin Muhong's hand with a slight blush and said softly, "Thank you, I can do it myself." After a while, Xia Wanning turned her head slightly to look at Lin Muhong and asked softly, "Have you signed up for any events at the school sports meet?" "I signed up," Lin Muhong said, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. "No one in the class signed up for the 3,000-meter race. My roommate filled in my name when I wasn't looking. I only found out later." To be honest, he silently cursed Zhao Zijuan's ancestors 100 times in his heart. This guy was simply inhuman, actually signing his father up for such a physically demanding activity. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She couldn't help but comfort her, "I also signed up for the 3,000-meter race. It's okay, we can keep each other company." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong looked at her in surprise, scrutinizing her from head to toe with disbelief in his eyes. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Xia Wanning was puzzled when she saw the other person staring at her with an indescribable expression on their face. "You're so slender and thin, can you even run 3,000 meters? If not, let someone else go." Lin Muhong couldn't help but worry, his brows furrowing slightly, his eyes full of concern. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning couldn't help but lean closer to him, a mischievous glint in her eyes, and softly asked, "Are you concerned about me?" "No, I'm afraid you'll collapse from exhaustion halfway down the road, and Wanwan and I will have to go through a lot of trouble to carry you down," Lin Muhong said half jokingly, but his words were full of concern. Xia Wanning proudly raised her chin, looking like a proud little peacock. "Humph. Who do you think you are? I won't give you and your daughter that chance." Lin Muhong smiled slightly and said, "All right, on the day of your competition, Wanwan and I will cheer you on and make sure you have divine assistance. You two better not hold me back," Xia Wanning teased, a sweet smile playing on her lips. Just then, Wanwan ran happily from afar, throwing herself into her mother's arms. Her round eyes were fixed on the jump rope in Xia Wanning's hand, and she said in a sweet, childish voice, "Mommy, can I take this and play with it?" "Of course you can." Xia Wanning smiled gently, carefully adjusting the jump rope to a suitable length for Wanwan, and gently placed it in her little hand. "Go play, but be careful." "Yes, Mom is the best." Wanwan jumped around happily like a cheerful little rabbit, then grabbed her jump rope and ran towards the other children. However, just as Lin Muhong was still lost in his thoughts, an unintentional turn of his head made his eyes widen instantly. Not far away, a little boy with a mushroom haircut was holding Wanwan's little hand tightly. This scene was like a bolt from the blue, causing Lin Muhong's blood pressure to spike instantly, and an indescribable anxiety welled up in his heart. He ran over quickly, taking 3 steps at a time, and pulled their hands apart without hesitation. Lin Muhong pretended to be serious, his eyes revealing an unquestionable air, and said to the little boy, "You can play like this, but you're not allowed to hold hands." In the distance, Xia Wan stared at Lin Muhong's nervous appearance, feeling both amused and exasperated. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "What will you do when you have a son?" After returning home, Xia Wanning carefully gave Wanwan a bath. After his bath, the little one drifted off to sleep before even hearing a bedtime story. After tucking the little one in, the two tiptoed out of the room. Xia Wanning walked to the sofa, took something out of her small bag, handed it to Lin Muheng, and said softly, "This is for you." Lin Muheng took it and saw that it was a bank card. He smiled slightly and teased, "What, are you trying to keep me as a sugar daddy?" Chapter 113. Is there no other way? Xia Wanning had never been in a relationship before. When Lin Muheng's teasing words, tinged with a hint of mockery, reached her ears, her fair face instantly flushed crimson, like a splendid sunset. Even his speech became stammering. You, don't talk nonsense, I didn't say that." Lin Muheng smiled mischievously, blinked his bright eyes, leaned forward slightly, and said in a slightly lazy voice, "Then why did you give me your bank card?" Xia Wanning lowered her head, nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, not daring to look him in the eye, her voice barely audible. "You've been short of money lately, haven't you? There's 10,000 yuan in this card, it's the prize money I won in the last debate competition." Upon hearing these words, Lin Muheng felt as if a warm current had gently swept over him, leaving him feeling warm and cozy. However, a sense of curiosity arose in his heart. "How did you know I was short of money?" Xia Wanning looked up and said urgently, "You're planning to sell the publishing house, you must be short of money." Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng frowned slightly, his eyes filled with doubt. "How did you know I was going to sell the publishing house?" To avoid worrying her family and herself, she never discussed the publishing house in front of them. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning glanced at him cautiously and said softly, "I'm telling you, don't make things difficult for them." Lin Muheng smiled and nodded, "Okay." Xia Wanning then told the truth. "Lily told me, but she didn't say it to my face. I overheard her on the phone." "Oh, I see." Lin Muheng nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, as if realizing something, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he asked in return, "How did you hear her on the phone?" Lin Muheng pondered. They had only eaten hot pot together last time, so they shouldn't have had any interaction. Xia Wanning bit her lip and said somewhat shyly, "She stayed in my dorm last night." Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng pursed his lips and muttered softly, "It seems she's been driven to desperation by her mother." Xia Wanning looked up, her eyes full of concern, and asked curiously, "Lily, what happened to her?" Lin Muheng recounted everything he had seen and heard that day in detail. As Xia Wanning listened, her brows furrowed more and more, and her small fists clenched tightly, as if she wanted to crush all her anger. After listening, she said angrily, "How can there be such a mother in the world? Lily is so pitiful." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. A moment later, Xia Wanning looked at him expectantly. "Can we help her?" Lin Muheng smiled and shook his head helplessly. "How can we help? Legally they are mother and daughter, and we are outsiders. It's not appropriate for us to interfere in this kind of matter." "Ah." Xia Wanning pouted, her heart aching. "Isn't there any other way?" Lin Muheng thought to himself, "Yes, there is, but it's rather cruel. I wonder if Lily can handle it." The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains onto the dining table, where the family of three was enjoying breakfast in a cozy atmosphere. Just then, Lin Muheng's phone rang, breaking the silence. "President Lin, something's happened at the publishing house. Please come over right away." An anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Muheng frowned and asked in a deep voice, "What is it?" "Editor-in-chief whose mother came to our door and caused a scene, turning the company upside down," the other party said urgently. Lin Muheng's eyes instantly turned sharp, a cold glint flashing in them. He really didn't expect that the other party would cause trouble at the company. This was simply going to ruin his daughter's future. After hanging up the phone, his face was terribly gloomy. Seeing that Lin Muheng's expression was off, Xia Wanning asked with concern, "What's wrong? Has something serious happened?" Lily's mother went to the publishing house and caused a scene. Lin Muheng sighed helplessly. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning stood up abruptly in anger, slammed her hand on the table, and roared, "She actually has the nerve to come here. It's outrageous." Having grown up in a privileged environment, she couldn't stand this kind of thing. She said angrily, "Are you going to the company? I want to go with you." "Okay." Lin Muheng nodded. Just then, seeing her parents about to leave, Wan became anxious and hurriedly asked, "Dad, Mom, where are you going?" "Wan wants to go with you." "Of course I'll take you with me," Xia Wanning said gently, then squatted down, looked directly into Wan's eyes, and said seriously, "Someone is bullying your Aunt Lily, let's go help her beat up the bad guys." "Okay, Wan will protect you and drive the bad guys away," Wan said very seriously, her little fist still clenched tightly. Soon, the family of three went out. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the publishing house, Wu Xiufen was sitting on the ground throwing a tantrum. Her hair was disheveled, her face was full of arrogance, and she kept shouting, "You heartless people, bullying an old woman like me." Hu Lily stood to the side, her face full of helplessness, her brows furrowed, and her eyes revealing deep exhaustion and disgust. "If you want to cause trouble, don't do it here. This is a company. How am I supposed to stay here after this?" Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaofan not only didn't back down, but became even more smug, a sinister smile spreading across her face. She said in a sarcastic tone, "What, scared? If you're scared, give me the money, and I'll leave as soon as I get it. It's not much, just 500,000. I've already told you, I don't have any money, and even if I did, I would never give it to you." "Forget about it," Hu Lily said firmly, her eyes filled with determination. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaofan stood up abruptly, pointing her finger at Hu Lily's nose and cursing, "You heartless wretch. I raised you from a baby, do you know how hard that was? Now I've only asked you for a little money, and you're so cruel. Don't you have any humanity at all?" Seeing that more and more people were gathering around to watch the spectacle, Wu Xiaofan's eyes lit up and an idea came to her. She pretended to be a victim, crying and complaining with snot and tears streaming down her face. "Listen to what a daughter is saying. I raised her with great difficulty since she was a child, and she won't give me a penny when I ask her for it. I've suffered so much." Wu Xiaofan pretended to be the victim and pleaded desperately, "Lily, you live a good life in Shanghai, but look at your mother dressed in rags. You are so heartless. Do you expect me, your mother, to kneel down before you will give me money?" Sure enough, as soon as she said this, people around her started pointing and whispering about Hu Lily, their eyes full of accusation. Seeing this, Wu Xiaofan was secretly delighted. She immediately added another strong dose of medicine, kneeling down in front of Hu Lily with a thud and crying out, "Lily, please have pity on your mother, give me some money, I beg you, please." Hu Lily looked at her biological mother kneeling in front of her, expressionless, and felt utterly disgusted. Chapter 114. Are you her biological mother? On the contrary, Wu Xiaofan was quite pleased with herself. A slight, almost imperceptible sly smile played on her lips. She secretly hoped that Hu Lily would beat her up in front of everyone. She reasoned that as long as Hu Lily made a move, things would escalate, and no company would dare to assault its mother's employee. This would allow Hu Jigang's plan to proceed smoothly. At that moment, Hu Lily's icy gaze fell on Wu Xiaofan, and then she silently took a few steps back, her face full of disdain, and said coldly, "Who are you trying to fool with this act?" The surrounding employees couldn't bear to watch any longer when Hu Lily knelt before her biological mother. Upon seeing this, the young receptionist rushed forward and carefully helped Wu Xiaofan up. Her face was full of anger. She pointed at Hu Lily and shouted, "Editor-in-chief Hu, is your heart made of stone? Your mother has knelt down to you, why can't you agree to her request?" Another employee chimed in, "That's right. It's only natural for a mother to come to your door asking for money and to fulfill her filial duty. Who would have thought she would be such a cold-hearted person?" Then another person shouted at the top of their lungs, "How can such heartless and ungrateful people be worthy of staying in our publishing house? When General Manager Lin comes, we must make him drive these people out and give our publishing house a clean and peaceful environment." Listening to everyone's accusations, Wu Xiaofan felt extremely smug. She lowered her head, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly as she secretly made her plans. Hu Lily definitely won't be able to withstand this pressure. She'll either obediently hand over the money, or her reputation will be ruined, and she'll be taken back to her hometown. In short, it's a win-win situation. No matter what, she'll get paid. Inside the publishing house, accusations and insults rose and fell, surging towards Hu Lily like a tidal wave. Hu Lily merely sneered. Facing the accusations from the crowd, she calmly took a step forward, stared directly at Wu Xiaofan, and questioned, "Do you know what she wants money from me for?" She scoffed, her laughter like a sharp blade, "It's for my brother to get married and buy a house." As soon as these words were spoken, the noisy discussion immediately stopped, as if a pause button had been pressed. There are more women than men in the publishing house, and many of them come from small towns. Some of the women even shared this sentiment, their faces showing complicated expressions. Upon seeing this, Wu Xiaofan's face instantly turned vicious. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes wide like copper bells, and said fiercely, "What's wrong with you, as the older sister, spending a little money on your younger brother? Besides, you earn so much money, and you feel bad about spending a little?" Her voice was sharp and piercing, as if it could pierce people's eardrums. Wu Xiaofan became more and more agitated as she spoke, "You're the only one in our family who earns money. I'm getting old and can't work anymore. You can't just watch your younger brother remain a bachelor, can you? Do you want our Hu family line to end? Tears welled up in her eyes, not from sadness, but to make her performance more realistic. Upon hearing this, Hu Lily remained surprisingly calm. She slowly walked to the bench beside her, sat down gracefully, opened her phone's memo app, and began to speak calmly. I've been sending you money every month since I started working. At first, I earned less, and when I was earning $8,000 a month, I sent you $5,000. I make $30,000 to $40,000 a month now, and I give you $20,000 every month. That's not bad, is it? She raised her head, her gaze sweeping over everyone present, and continued, my hometown is a tiny, third-tier city. Many families there only earn 20,000 yuan a year. Haven't I been good enough to you all? Wu Xiufan's face turned pale and then red. She never expected Hu Lily to reveal all these things in front of so many people. She opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but didn't know what to say. However, thinking that she was her own daughter and that giving her money was only right, Wu Xiufan stiffened her neck, put her hands on her hips, and launched into a tirade, spitting as she spoke. Your salary is so high now, what's wrong with getting your brother married? 500,000 is not a big amount for you. You must have saved a lot of money over the years. It's not a big deal to take it out. Hu Lily laughed in anger, a cold smile tugging at the corner of her mouth, her voice full of sarcasm. After I send you money every month, I have to pay for food, rent, and commuting. Where would I have any money left? Where would I have any money to give you? After she finished speaking, her eyes were piercing, and the corners of her mouth turned up, carrying a resolute smile. I send you so much money every month, it adds up to 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. I've done more than enough. Why should I pay for my brother's wedding? I'm not paying. Do whatever you want. Hu Lily had already given up all hope. Since Wu Xiufan had come to the company to cause trouble, she knew she couldn't stay there any longer, so she decided to make things clear. The employees around Hu Lily felt guilty after hearing her words. Especially the young receptionist, whose eyes were red and tears were welling up in her eyes, said, Editor-in-Chief Hu, I'm sorry. I criticized you without understanding the situation. I apologize to you. I didn't expect you to have suffered so much. I acted impulsively at the time, Editor-in-Chief Hu, please don't take what I said to heart. Other employees also gathered around, saying apologetically. Hu Lily looked at everyone, smiled, shook her head gently, and said, it's alright, you don't know the truth, I don't blame you. After all, everyone has a saintly heart and is easily misled by appearances. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Wu Xiufan, and their eyes were full of anger. Auntie, Editor-in-Chief Hu has already done enough. How can you still pressure her like this? I really doubt if you are her biological mother, a young employee said angrily. What obligation does an older sister have to help her younger brother get married or buy him a house? Besides, Editor-in-Chief Hu gives you so much money every month, haven't you saved any of it yourself? Another employee chimed in. Wu Xiufan's lips twitched, and the fat on her face trembled. She had already used the money Hu Lily sent her to build a small villa in the village, and now her house is the most impressive in the surrounding villages. Moreover, Hu Jigang was lazy and idle, spending his days idly, indulging in smoking, drinking, and gambling, so he had no spare money left. Hu Lily had not returned home since graduating from university, so she naturally did not know the true situation at home. She used to naively believe that as long as she gave her enough money, her mother would care about her more. If Wu Xiufan hadn't come to Shanghai to ask her for money, she really wouldn't have been able to see through her mother's hypocrisy over the years. If I don't meet her demands, she turns on me and doesn't care about my life or death at all. Last night, Hu Lily sat by the river, lost in thought, pondering all night long. At worst. Chapter 115. It's time to settle the score. Wu Xiufan, who was being criticized by everyone, felt her head buzzing, as if countless bees were flying around her ears, and her head was throbbing with pain. Her brows furrowed, her lips turned down, and her face was full of impatience and anger. She then glared at the crowd and said fiercely, This is our family matter, why are you all interfering? Go cool off somewhere else. With that, she put her hands on her hips and began pushing and shoving the crowd aggressively, looking like a fighting rooster. Everyone was startled by her sudden action and, fearing she might try to extort them, quickly backed away. Seeing Hu Lily's reckless attitude, Wu Xiufan's anger flared up instantly, as if the flames were about to engulf her. Enraged, she rushed forward, grabbing Hu Lily's hair with both hands like iron clamps, cursing incessantly, You little bitch, you won't give me the money, huh? You're my daughter, I'll beat you to death today. As Wu Xiufan spoke, she raised her arm, her face contorted with rage and her eyes filled with ruthlessness, as if she intended to kill Hu Lily. Just as her arm was about to swing down, a dignified voice suddenly came from behind her. Stop. The sound was like a thunderclap, exploding in the air and freezing Wu Xiufan's movements instantly. Immediately afterwards, a clear voice rang out. According to the criminal law of the Dragon Kingdom, anyone who intentionally injures another person shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years, criminal detention, or public surveillance. If you insist on taking action, you will be held legally responsible. The voice was steady and powerful, carrying an unquestionable authority. The visitors were Lin Muhong and his family of 3, along with a young man in a suit named Wang Manfei. He walked over with a steady gait, carrying a briefcase, and was the same person who had just spoken. From the moment he opened his mouth, it was clear that this person was a lawyer. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiufan's eyes flashed like 2 sharp knives as she fiercely glared at the crowd. Who are you? What business is it of yours if I discipline my daughter? I advise you not to meddle, or I'll beat you all up too. Her voice was sharp and piercing, full of threat. Seeing this, Wang Manfei remained expressionless, his eyes revealing calmness. According to Article 42 of the Longhua Public Security Administration Punishment Law, threatening the safety of others with words is punishable by up to 5 days of detention or a fine of up to 500 yuan. Please watch your words. Every word he uttered struck Wu Xiufan's heart like a heavy hammer. Upon hearing that the other party would detain her or even impose a fine, Wu Xiufan immediately shut her mouth. Her previously arrogant demeanor vanished instantly, and her raised hand fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. A hint of fear and panic flashed in her eyes. Seeing this, Xia Wanning quickly stepped forward, pulled Hu Lili to her side, and asked with concern in her eyes, "Are you hurt?" "No, thank you all." Hu Lili forced a smile. Although she was still a little shaken, she felt warm inside from the concern shown to her. Seeing these people standing aside, Wu Xiufan was furious, especially the annoying man in front of her who kept spouting legal regulations, which made her feel incredibly annoyed and helpless. Thinking about how much the other party was helping her daughter, she had another wicked idea. She went to Wang Manfei's side, her face full of fake smiles, and said with a smile, "Aren't you my daughter's boyfriend? As long as it's $1 million, I won't object to you two being together. I won't care what you do." Upon hearing this, Wang Manfei frowned slightly and said truthfully, "Auntie, please don't talk nonsense. This is the first time I've met her." Wu Xiufan didn't believe his answer at all. She pouted and said in a shrill voice, "Who would believe what you're saying? You don't even know each other. Why are you helping her like this? There must be something shady going on between you two." Wang Manfei frowned and immediately said seriously, "Auntie, please watch your words. According to Article 246 of the Criminal Law of China, publicly insulting or fabricating facts to defame someone constitutes a serious offense." "Stop, stop, stop." Wu Xiufan's head was throbbing. Seeing that Hu Lili was surrounded by so many people protecting her, and that there was also a young man in front of her who knew the law, the situation was very unfavorable for her. Wu Xiufan's eyes darted around, and she thought to herself, "You little bitch, you're lucky today. I'll deal with you another day." However, as she turned to leave, Lin Muhong blocked her way. He smirked and said in a chilling tone, "Auntie, don't go. We still have some scores to settle." His smile seemed gentle, but it carried a chilling undertone. Wu Xiufan's lips twitched. "Ha? What accounts? I don't even know you, I have nothing to settle with you." She wanted to push the other person away and then run away. But Lin Muhong wouldn't give her that chance. He moved swiftly and stood firmly in front of the door. To be honest, when he said that, not only was Wu Xiufan stunned, but Xia Wanning was also stunned, because this scene had not been mentioned when he came. Lin Muhong smiled, a smile as menacing as a tiger. "Of course it's because of the impact you had on our company by causing trouble today." Wu Xiufan's eyes darted around quickly as she found the right words. She said firmly, "I didn't come to your company to cause trouble. I just came to see my daughter, Hu Lili." Although her voice was loud, it lacked conviction. "Oh, I see." Lin Muhong nodded, revealing a meaningful smile. "In that case, let's talk about your daughter, Hu Lili." Then, he turned his gaze to the side and looked at Hu Lili, saying indifferently, "Your daughter has caused a lot of trouble for the publishing house because of her family affairs, so our company has decided to dismiss Hu Lili. Because she has caused significant harm to the company, she is being dismissed, and our company is not obligated to provide any compensation." To be honest, Hu Lili felt somewhat relieved after hearing these words. She lowered her head, her eyes were dull and lifeless, her hands hung limply at her sides, her heart filled with guilt and self-blame. Even if President Lin doesn't fire her, she's too ashamed to stay here any longer. Hu Lili bit her lip and said softly, "President Lin, I'm sorry, I'll go and process my resignation in a bit." Upon hearing this, Wu Xiufan's eyes lit up with joy, her smile blooming like a chrysanthemum. She hadn't expected that her outburst would ruin Hu Lili's job. It was truly an unexpected delight. She thought to herself with a smug smile, "This time, that little bitch will have to come back to my hometown with me." She could almost see piles of money beckoning to her, and her smile grew even brighter. "Fine, no compensation then." Wu Xiufan glared at Hu Lili, her eyes blazing with fury. "Why aren't you packing your things? What are you standing there for?" Lin Muhong waved his hand and said with a smile, "No rush, we haven't settled our accounts yet." "What other debts are there? Didn't you fire her?" Wu Xiufan asked, her brows furrowed and her face full of confusion. Chapter 116. Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. You should go find her for this. Of course, that's the loss she caused the company. Lin Muhong said slowly, a meaningful smile playing on his lips and a hint of mockery in his eyes. Now is the critical delivery period for some projects, and because of her personal reasons, the company has to postpone the delivery. According to the contract, she has to bear the penalty of breach of contract, which is a full 10 million. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze piercing, his voice low but carrying an undeniable authority. "We just checked her financial situation, and she simply cannot come up with this money right now. As her guardian and mother, we have every right to demand this money back from you." His voice, like a thunderclap, exploded in Wu Xiufan's ears. "Is that right?" Lin Muhong said, then turned to look at Wang Manfei beside him, his eyes filled with a question. Wang Manfei immediately understood, nodded hurriedly, cleared his throat, and began to rattle off the relevant clauses of the Dragon Kingdom's laws. Wu Xiufan felt a buzzing in her ears and couldn't hear a few words at all. Her mind was filled with the fact that Hu Lili owed the company money and that she had to repay it. At that moment, her face turned deathly pale, like a blank sheet of paper, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. She never imagined that her outburst would not only cost her her cash cow but also cause such a huge problem for her family. She was filled with deep regret. Moreover, from their conversation, she vaguely sensed that if she couldn't repay the money, she would definitely take away the valuables in the house. Thinking of this, her eyes darted around, and she thought to herself, if that's the case, won't all the houses in the village be lost? The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. She hadn't gotten any money, and she still had to pay off her daughter's debts. What a terrible thing she had done. At this moment, she no longer cared about Hu Lili's life or death. Her top priority was to sever ties and save her house. Immediately, Wu Xiufan pointed viciously at Hu Lili, her teeth grinding together. "This little bitch has already been kicked out of the Hu family by me. She is not my daughter, and I am not her mother." After saying that, she immediately put on a fawning smile, looked at Lin Muhong, and said with a forced smile, "She owes you money, you should go and ask her for it. This has nothing to do with me." Eager to shake off the impact of this incident, she rolled her eyes, smiled sinisterly, and came up with what she thought was a brilliant idea. "Well, she can't pay you back, right? I have a suggestion, let her go sell herself. In time, she'll definitely be able to pay it back." Hearing these words, Xiaowaning, who was standing nearby, was so angry that she trembled all over and wished she could go up and strangle the other person. She couldn't understand how a mother could say such vicious and inhumane things. Hearing these words, the surrounding colleagues looked disgusted and regretted speaking up for such a person. Hu Lili, on the other hand, showed no emotion on her face at this moment, probably because she was deeply hurt. At that moment, Wu Xiufan grinned, her smile full of flattery, and said in a fawning tone, "Hee, everything is clear now. If you want money, go find her. If it's nothing to do with me, then I'll be leaving now." After saying that, she turned around impatiently, wanting to escape this place that made her feel scared and uneasy. However, just as she turned around, Lin Muhong grabbed her arm and pulled her back. Wu Xiufan's face was filled with terror. Her brows were furrowed and her eyes were filled with deep doubt. She said loudly, "Didn't I make it clear to you all? If you want money, go to her. I have nothing to do with her now." Lin Muhong gave a cold laugh, snorted, and crossed her arms. "You're just spouting empty words. No matter how you argue, if you go out and unilaterally revert to your mother-daughter relationship, where will we go to seek justice? We'll have nowhere to cry." Wu Xiufan frowned even more, her impatience spreading like a tide, and she shouted impatiently, "Then what do you want?" Lin Muhong spread his hands and said slowly, "I'll trust you if you provide a written commitment to sever all parent-child ties. This matter won't involve you. The wronged will have their grievances addressed, and the debtors will have their debt settled. I'll only have Hu Lili pay back this money." Wu Xiufan's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. Is it so easy to sever ties? Lin Muhang nodded slightly and patiently explained, of course, this commitment letter is legally binding. After you sign it, nothing she does will concern you, and nothing you do will concern her. She will not be responsible for your retirement or anything like that in the future. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiufan's eyes flashed with urgency. She eagerly reached out and took the document, signing her name without hesitation, as if the letter of commitment was her lifeline to get rid of the burden. After signing the document, Wu Xiufan beamed with pride and said, I have a son, so I don't need her to take care of me in my old age. Then, with a look of disgust, he muttered, this burden will only drag us down. Then, she looked at Lin Muhang with a smile and asked impatiently, can I leave now? Lin Muhang nodded slightly and said softly, okay, we can go now. Hearing this, Wu Xiufan felt relieved and ran away. At this moment, Lin Muhang took the document signed by Wu Xiufan, walked up to Hu Lili, and handed it to her, saying, take this safe. You will be free from now on. Hu Lili's eyes reddened, and tears welled up in them. She said sincerely, President Lin, thank you so much for helping me. I couldn't have gotten this agreement on my own. As she spoke, she slowly bent down and bowed deeply. She gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and said gratefully, Mr. Lin, I'll pack my things and leave right away. I'm so sorry for the trouble I've caused you, the company, and all my colleagues. After speaking, Hu Lili bowed deeply to everyone again. She knew in her heart that her days at this company were over and it was time to leave. The employees were filled with heartache and reluctance when they saw this scene. Everyone looked at Lin Muhang, their eyes full of pleading, and began to beg for her life. President Lin, editor-in-chief who was also a victim in this matter. Could you please not fire her? Yes, Mr. Lin, editor-in-chief who was diligent and hardworking. Are you really willing to let such a good employee leave? As long as you can keep editor-in-chief Hu, I'll forego this month's bonus. President Lin, I hope you can seriously consider this. Everyone chimed in, hoping that Lin Muhang would change his mind and keep Hu Lili. Chapter 117 The publishing house was sold. Seeing everyone pleading for her, Hu Lili felt a surge of warmth in her heart, her eyes reddened slightly, and her gratitude was palpable. She knew that President Lin had already done so much for her and really didn't want to make things difficult for him anymore, so she took a deep breath, looked at everyone with a firm gaze, and slowly began to speak. I am truly grateful to everyone for pleading for me. To be honest, I feel extremely guilty for causing such a huge problem for the company, and I am ashamed to continue working here with you all. This was my own decision, but I am really lucky to have met such a wonderful group of colleagues like you. Xia Wanning stood aside, looking at Hu Lili's determined appearance, her heart filled with reluctance. She gently bit her lip, secretly tugged at Lin Muhang's sleeve, her eyes full of pleading, as if she also wanted to say a few good words for Hu Lili. Lin Muhang noticed Xia Wanning's subtle movements, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He then looked at everyone and revealed a meaningful smile, saying, when did I ever say that I was going to fire editor-in-chief Hu? That was just an act. Huh? Hu Lili's face was full of disbelief upon hearing this. Her eyes widened and her mouth was slightly open. President Lin, you mean, I can still stay at the company and continue working? Of course. Lin Muhang smiled gently, looking at Hu Lili with a warm gaze. Don't you want to make up for the losses you've caused the company? Yes, I definitely want to. Hu Lili's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this, and she nodded vigorously, her face full of eagerness. President Lin, I will definitely work hard from now on and will never cause any more trouble for the company. Lin Muhang nodded in satisfaction, then looked at everyone, waved his hand and said, all right, everyone go back to work. At this moment, Wang Manfei suddenly stood up, straightened his suit, and said, President Lin, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Attorney Wang, thank you for coming. Lin Muhang smiled and extended his hand to shake hands firmly with Wang Manfei. You're welcome. This is my job. Please contact me if you need anything. Wang Manfei replied politely before turning and leaving. After Wang Manfei left, Xia Wanning turned around, put her hands on her hips, looked at Lin Muhang coquettishly, and pouted, saying, you were really scary just now. I thought you were really going to fire Hu Lili and make her pay a huge amount of breach of contract fees. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhang deliberately feigned sadness, her brows furrowed and her eyes filled with grievance, and said, am I that kind of person in your heart? After saying that, he deliberately leaned against Wan, his body trembling slightly, trying to elicit his beloved daughter's sympathy. Wan, mommy misunderstood daddy. Daddy is so sad. Wan Wan was sitting on a small chair to the side, tilting her little head, looking puzzled. She tilted her head, blinked her big eyes, and thought for a while. Then, as if she understood something, she reached out her little hand and gently touched Lin Mohong's head, comforting him in a childish voice, "Daddy, don't be sad. I'll make Mommy apologize to you." After the little guy finished speaking, he came to Xia Wan Ning with great momentum, but when he got close, he was like a docile little rabbit, gently taking Xia Wan Ning's hand and leading her to Lin Mohong's side. Wan Wan stretched out her chubby little hand, grabbed her father's big hand, raised it high, and gently slapped Xia Wan Ning's bottom with a smack. The elastic feel surprised Lin Mohong. He was slightly taken aback, but couldn't help but smile, savoring the sensation. Xia Wanning was so startled by the sudden slap that she trembled all over, her body instantly stiffening as if she had been electrocuted. A blush instantly spread across her cheeks, reaching all the way to her ears, but her eyes were full of shyness and excitement, as if she really liked the feeling. However, she still glared at Lin Mohong, pretending to be angry. Her face turned red, and her lips pouted slightly, showing a hint of anger. Seeing this, Lin Mohong frowned, glanced at Wan Wan, and his eyes seemed to say, "This wasn't my idea, Wan Wan did it." Then, Wan Wan rushed into her father's arms, looked up with her innocent little face, and asked curiously, "Daddy, are you still angry now?" Lin Mohong asked with a smile, full of doubt. "Baby, why did you spank Mommy?" Wan Wan pursed her lips, revealing 2 shallow dimples on her face, and said happily with a smile, "Because Daddy is happy when he spanks Mommy's bottom." Lin Mohong was speechless for a moment. Now it seemed that this was indeed the case. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning's face turned as red as a ripe apple, the redness extending all the way to her neck. Even involuntarily, some inappropriate images surfaced in her mind, her heart raced, and her eyes became somewhat unfocused. A few days later, in a quaint tea house, Lin Mohong and Zhou Shudong sat facing each other, the atmosphere solemn yet harmonious. Hu Lili, dressed in an elegant cheongsam, gracefully brewed tea, the aroma of which rose and filled the air. Zhou Shudong broke the silence first, looking firmly at Lin Mohong, and said, "President Lin, I have the funds ready. When can we formally sign the contract?" Lin Mohong nodded slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips, before turning his gaze to Hu Lili. Hu Lili understood immediately. She took the contract out of her handbag, gently placed it on the table, pushed it in front of Zhou Shudong, and said softly, "Mr. Zhou, this is the contract. Please take a look." Zhou Shudong took the contract, his expression focused, and carefully studied it word by word, not overlooking any detail. After confirming that everything was correct, he picked up a pen and signed his name on the contract with a flourish. Immediately afterwards, he took out a check for 83 million from his briefcase, solemnly handed it to Lin Mohong, and said, "Mr. Lin, this is the check, please keep it safe." Lin Mohong took the check, nodded, and then put it in his pocket, thinking to himself, "This money is enough to support the factory through a difficult period." Then, the two exchanged a smile and said in unison, "It's a pleasure to work with you." At this moment, Zhou Shudong glanced at his watch and said apologetically, "President Lin, I'm really sorry, I have some urgent business to attend to at the company. Let's get together another day." Lin Mohong smiled and replied, "Okay, you go ahead and do your work." Zhou Shudong then turned his gaze to Hu Lili and gently instructed her, "Lili, everything at Wuyo Publishing House remains the same. If there are any issues, please call me anytime." Hu Lili nodded respectfully and said, "Okay, Mr. Zhou, don't worry." After Zhou Shudong left, Hu Lili looked at Lin Mohong with gratitude in her eyes. Looking back on that day, she was busy dealing with matters at the publishing house and didn't have time to thank them in person. This time, seizing the opportunity, she said with a slightly choked voice, "President Lin, if it weren't for your help, I'm afraid I would have given up on myself. I'm really grateful to you." Lin Mohong waved his hand lightly, looking relaxed. "It's just a small favor. Besides, if your mother's matter isn't handled properly, it will affect the publishing house's business. This is my duty, so you don't need to worry about it." However, Hu Lili kept this kindness in her heart and secretly resolved that she would repay the kindness properly if the opportunity arose in the future. Chapter 118, To Help or Not to Help? After thinking for a moment, Hu Lili cautiously said, "President Lin, I recently moved to a new house and would like to invite you and your family of 3 to my home as guests. Would that be convenient?" Lin Mohong smiled slightly, nodded gently, and said softly, "Okay." He thought to himself that Wan Wan and her daughter would be overjoyed if they knew the news. Seeing that Lin Mohong had agreed, Hu Lili's smile widened, and she immediately asked, "How about Saturday?" Her eyes were full of anticipation. "Okay." Hearing this answer, Hu Lili's face was full of excitement. She got into the car, waved with a smile, and said, "President Lin, see you on Saturday." Seeing the other person's excited expression, Lin Muhong smiled, hoping that she could forget the harm caused by her original family and embrace a new life. As he left the tea house, he subconsciously touched the large check in his pocket. Thankfully, it was still there. Lin Muhong dared not carry such valuable items with him, so he drove to the bank to transfer the money to the factory's account. Because of the large amount of the certificate of deposit, he was received directly by the bank manager, so the whole process was very quick. Not long after, he dialed Sun Dayon's number. Sun Dayon's voice came quickly from the other end of the phone. "President Lin, what are your instructions?" His voice was respectful. Lin Muhong remained calm and said, "I transferred some funds to the factory. Go to the finance department and check if the money has arrived." "Okay, sure." Sun Dayon quickly agreed and then jogged towards the finance department. At the same time, Lu Pingchuan, the head of the finance department, was sitting at his desk when he suddenly saw a huge sum of money deposited into the company account. His eyes widened instantly, and he rubbed them in disbelief. His fingers kept pointing at the screen, and he kept muttering to himself, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. He looked just like a miser counting his treasure. When he saw the 83 million that had suddenly appeared in his account, he was both surprised and delighted, and his smile stretched almost to his ears. But then, a thought flashed through his mind: could someone have made a mistake with the money? His heart skipped a beat. He quickly got up, drew the curtains, and then picked up his phone to call Lin Muhong. However, the phone was busy, and he couldn't get through. He paced back and forth in his office in a panic. Just as he was waiting anxiously, Sun Daong rushed over in a flurry of activity. He saw that the curtains in the finance department were drawn, and his heart skipped a beat. He thought Lu Pingchuan was doing something bad inside. He kicked the door open, intending to catch them off guard, only to see Lu Pingchuan standing to the side. Seeing this, Sun Daong couldn't help but complain, "Why are you drawing the curtains in broad daylight? You're up to no good." Lu Pingchuan was startled by the sudden noise. He quickly waved his hand and said, "No, no." Then, after looking outside and confirming that no one was around, he locked the finance office door from the inside. He then approached Sun Daong and boasted smugly, "Let me tell you, a huge sum of money has appeared in the company account, 83 million. I don't know which idiot made a mistake and transferred it to the company account." As he spoke, he smiled smugly. After all, in his opinion, President Lin couldn't possibly have that kind of ability. He became more and more excited as he spoke, his face beaming with barely suppressed excitement. "We have to tell President Lin about this right away, to make him happy." However, just as he was about to make the call, Sun Dayon's phone suddenly rang. "Don't tell me, I know about this, because that idiot is me." With that, he hung up the phone. Lu Pingchuan, still looking bewildered, stared wide-eyed like a saucer and asked incredulously, "Did President Lin just say he's an idiot?" Sun Daong rolled his eyes in annoyance, slapped him on the head, and said angrily that 83 million was transferred to the company account by President Lin. Only President Lin has a good temper and didn't hold it against you for calling him an idiot. Ha! Lu Pingchuan finally realized what was happening. He panicked instantly, grabbed Sun Dayon's shoulder worriedly, and asked anxiously, "Brother Sun, should I apologize to President Lin?" Sun Daong patted him on the shoulder and comforted him, "No need, President Lin isn't that petty." "Alright, get back to work." Lu Pingchuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Just as he sat down, Sun Daong kicked the door open and walked in with a bang. He frowned, pointed to the curtains beside him, and said loudly, "Why are you keeping the curtains drawn in broad daylight? Open them now, or people will think you're watching porn." Lu Pingchuan quickly nodded, then hurriedly pulled open the curtains. He stared at the computer screen, silently deleting several programs, inwardly grumbling, "Brother Sun is definitely targeting me." On the other side, Lin Muhong finished his business at the bank and walked for a long time under the scorching sun before finally reaching the parking lot. However, just as he was about to open the car door, he caught a glimpse of an elderly man with gray hair lying motionless on the ground 2 or 3 meters away from him. And this person just happened to be blocking his way. Lin Muhong frowned and strode forward. He saw that a crowd had already gathered around, but they were all just watching coldly, and no one stepped forward to help. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong with this person? Why is he lying on the ground without moving?" Seeing that no one was willing to help him, and that his car wouldn't be able to get out if he didn't help, he realized that no one was willing to help him. After thinking for a moment, Lin Muhong decided to step forward and help the old man to a shady spot. At this moment, an older woman in the crowd suddenly stopped his arm and kindly advised, "Young man, don't help him up, otherwise this person might try to extort money from you." As soon as he said this, several middle-aged women chimed in, "Yes, young man, you mean well, but some old people these days are too wicked. They don't want to pay for medical expenses, so they try to extort money from their saviors. There are too many cases like this on TV. Let's pretend we didn't see anything and hurry up and leave." After saying that, the group of middle-aged women left, chattering amongst themselves. Lin Muhong looked at the old man lying on the ground, his heart filled with mixed feelings. If I don't help, my car won't be able to get out, but if I do help, I'm afraid I'll really get into trouble. Suddenly, his grandfather's words came to mind. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, one cannot stand by and watch someone die. Although Lin Muhong was not a doctor, his grandfather's teaching still echoed in his ears. He gritted his teeth and decided that saving lives was the priority. Just in case, he first stopped a passerby to record a video as evidence, and then confirmed that the surrounding surveillance cameras had recorded his scene before carefully helping the elderly man into the car and speeding him to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Muhong took the elderly man to the emergency room, where the doctor immediately arranged for him to be taken to the operating room. Lin Muhong wanted to leave, but was stopped by the nurse, family member of the patient. "Hurry up and pay the bill." "I didn't." Lin Muhong was about to explain when the nurse turned and left. He sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, "Oh well, I might as well go all the way and do good deeds for Wan. He then went to the clinic, paid a deposit of 5,000 yuan, and left feeling reassured. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office, Liang Rufei was focused on processing the documents on his desk when suddenly the phone rang. He answered the phone, his expression immediately turning serious. "Okay, I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, he immediately grabbed the clothes from the hanger and rushed to the hospital. Chapter 119: Xia Waning's Mistake. The smell of disinfectant permeated the air in the hospital corridor. Liang Rufei sat opposite the doctor, his hands unconsciously clasped together, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. He asked anxiously, "Dr. Liu, how is my father?" Dr. Liu took off his glasses, gently wiped the lenses, and said slowly, "Fortunately, the patient was brought in time and is now out of danger. He will soon be transferred to a regular ward." Upon hearing this, Liang Rufei's tense nerves instantly relaxed. He let out a long sigh, leaned back slightly in his chair, and said in a slightly trembling voice, "Well, that's good." Then, he looked up, his eyes full of confusion. How did my dad get to the hospital?" Dr. Liu recalled, "It seems that a young man brought him here, and he even paid a deposit of 5,000 yuan. Liang Rufei frowned slightly, a feeling of gratitude welling up in his heart. He nodded and said, "Yes, I understand." The doctor gave some more instructions, which Liang Rufei listened to attentively. As he left the office, he took out his phone, his fingers swiping rapidly across the screen as he dialed a number. "Shaoli, can you check this out for me?" After hanging up the phone, Liang Rufei slowly walked to the door of the ward and looked at his father on the hospital bed through the glass. On the hospital bed, the old man lay there quietly, his face pale, with various tubes inserted into his body. A pang of sadness welled up in Liang Rufei's heart. He was grateful that he could still fulfill his filial duties. At that moment, Lin Muhong, the person involved, was leisurely playing with building blocks with Wan. His eyes were gentle and focused as he watched Wan earnestly building with the blocks, his heart filled with happiness. At this moment, Xia Waning walked out of the bathroom wearing the black lace camisole that Lin Muhong had bought for her. Her hair was wet, and water droplets slid down her hair, down her fair neck, and down to her chest, disappearing into her clothes. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Muhong's eyes widened instantly, his throat bobbed involuntarily, and a surge of heat welled up in his heart. Xia Waning blushed as Lin Muhong stared intently at her. She lowered her head shyly, unconsciously clutching the hem of her clothes, and said softly, "I didn't bring my pajamas, so I'll have to wear this." Lin Muhong smiled, her voice slightly hoarse. "Yes, it suits you very well." Suddenly, he felt something on his lips that smelled a bit bloody and was also sticky. He touched it with his finger and found it was blood. His face instantly turned pale, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. Wan was focused on building with blocks when she suddenly felt something drip onto her blocks. She looked up in confusion and saw 2 streaks of blood under Lin Muhong's nose. Seeing this, Wan's chubby little face was filled with worry. Her eyes instantly filled with tears, her little mouth was tightly pursed, and she sobbed, "Daddy, why are you bleeding?" Wan is so scared. She clung to Lin Muhong's arm anxiously, sobbing softly, "Daddy, you're not going to die, are you?" Wan doesn't want you to die. I haven't bought you any snacks yet. Hearing his daughter's words, Lin Muhong's tense mood was instantly amused. He couldn't help but smile and gently rubbed Wanwan's head, saying, "Baby, don't worry, Daddy just has a nosebleed, it's not serious at all." Wanwan blinked her big, watery eyes at Lin Muhong, her voice trembling with a hint of a sob. "Really?" Lin Muhong smiled indulgently, his eyes full of love. "Of course it's true. Daddy wants to see Wanwan grow up safe and sound and healthy." At this moment, Xiaowaning saw Lin Muhong's nose bleeding profusely, and her heart tightened. She quickly grabbed a few tissues, walked briskly to his side, and asked in a gentle and concerned tone, "Why did you suddenly have a nosebleed?" She leaned down slightly, half squatting in front of Lin Muhong, her face full of worry. Xiaowaning carefully wiped the blood off Lin Muhong's face with a tissue. Then, she looked up, her eyes serious, and instructed, "Remember, don't plug your nostrils with paper, otherwise the blood will flow back into your chest cavity, which is very dangerous." After saying that, she grabbed Lin Muhong's hand and placed it on his nose. "Pinch your nostrils tightly with your thumb and forefinger for 10 to 15 minutes, and the bleeding should stop." Lin Muhong nodded and obediently did as instructed. However, just as Xiaowaning bent down to stand up, the hem of her skirt drooped down, revealing the upper part of her body, so much so that the view inside was completely exposed. Lin Muhong happened to look up, and this scene caught him off guard. The nosebleed that had almost stopped started flowing out uncontrollably again. He inwardly groaned, "Am I making things worse?" After Xiaowaning stood up, she realized that she had just exposed herself, and her face instantly turned red to her ears, like a ripe apple. She turned around hastily and ran away, her face full of shyness and embarrassment. Lin Muhong watched her departing figure, shook his head with a wry smile. With the culprit no longer in front of him, his nosebleed quickly stopped. He sighed softly, thinking to himself, "Luckily I have strong self-control, otherwise I would have made a mistake." Just then, Lin Muhong's cell phone rang suddenly in his pocket. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Zhou Zhenfeng. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Zhenfeng's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. "President Lin, great news. Our groundbreaking electric tricycle has been successfully developed." Lin Muhong's pupils contracted slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected the progress to be so rapid. Zhou Zhenfeng's tone grew increasingly impassioned. "If the test goes smoothly tomorrow, we can immediately begin mass production. Thank you all for your hard work these past few days." Lin Muhong's grip on his phone tightened unconsciously, and his voice tinged with excitement. "I will be there in person tomorrow." He seemed to already see the wheels of history about to roll forward. "All right, Mr. Lin. See you at the factory tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, Lin Muhong was still immersed in the afterglow and could not calm down for a long time. Meanwhile, Ren Dajin was sitting in a luxurious private room, his eyes gleaming with cunning, seemingly plotting something. Ever since Qian Wenguang was taught a lesson by Sun Daong and others, he still needs to use crutches when he goes out. After all, it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone. Ren Dajin didn't expect his brother-in-law to accomplish anything. If he wanted to take back his factory, he would need to personally intervene. He had carefully considered that if he wanted to shut down Lin Muhong's factory completely, he would need to use some extraordinary means to strike decisively. He had been holding back for days, waiting for an opportunity, and today that opportunity finally arrived. Soon, the door to the private room was pushed open. Chapter 120 Real Name Report. The man who entered was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a gray-striped plaid t-shirt. The t-shirt looked ordinary, but it was made extraordinary by the aura he exuded. His hairstyle was a neat slicked back style, with every strand of hair combed in an orderly fashion. A pair of glasses sat firmly on his nose, and behind the lenses, a wise light shone. On his wrist, a silver watch gleamed under the light, and he exuded an aura of authority that could not be underestimated. Upon seeing this, Ren Dajin's already smiling face instantly became even more obsequious. He bowed and scraped as he quickly ran over, looking exactly like a lapdog. He smiled and pulled out a chair for her, saying ingratiatingly, "Director Zhu, I am truly flattered that you could accept my invitation amidst your busy schedule." After saying that, he carefully took out a bottle of red wine from the box next to him. Zhu Kaibin's gaze fell on the wine bottle. When he saw the words Maotai, the corners of his mouth turned up and he revealed a meaningful smile. He said, "President Ren is a well-known entrepreneur in our district. I certainly can't refuse you." "Director Zhu, you're joking. I don't have any face to offer, it's just that you've done me the honor." Ren Dajin had a big smile on his face, his wrinkles were all squeezed together, and his smile was full of flattery. Soon, the waiters filed in and began serving the dishes. One exquisite dish after another was brought to the table. Soon after the dishes were served, the waiters quietly left, leaving only Zhu Kaibin and Ren Dajin in the private room. Ren Dajin picked up his wineglass, tilted his head back, and downed the wine in one gulp. Then, he frowned, pursed his lips, and feigned a troubled expression, saying, "Director Zhu, to be honest, I called you here today because I have something to discuss. It's like this, my factory has recently run into some trouble." After saying that, he placed the gift box of wine next to Zhu Kaibin, staring intently at it. He gently patted the box and said, "Director Zhu, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it." Zhu Kaibin looked at the gift box, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes, but he pretended to decline, saying, "How could I accept this?" But his hands honestly accepted the gift box. "Tenhong Factory, right? I'll have my men take good care of it," Zhu Kaibin said with a grin, his eyes gleaming. Upon hearing this, Ren Dajin's smile was full of smugness, and he thought to himself, "Kid, your good luck is about to run out." He quickly picked up the wine bottle, filled Zhu Kaibin's glass, and said, "Director Zhu, I'd like to toast you. I hope you'll continue to look after me in the future." Inside the factory, all kinds of testing equipment were already in full swing, and the tests covered core performance indicators such as power and range. Before long, Lin Muhong arrived at the factory. Under the eager gaze of everyone, the highly anticipated and groundbreaking three-wheeled vehicle slowly started up, officially beginning its testing journey. The atmosphere at the scene was as tense as a fully drawn bowstring, with everyone's eyes fixed on the three-wheeled vehicle. It passed each test smoothly time and time again, and each success ignited a glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts. Finally, the highly anticipated final test arrived. The three-wheeled vehicle shot out like an arrow, crashing straight into the wall. With a loud bang, everyone's eyes widened, and their hearts seemed to leap into their throats. The noise stopped, and Sun Daong rushed forward to check the three-wheeled vehicle and the wall. He frowned, even somewhat doubtful, "Is this brick defective? The tricycle only scratched it a few times, but this wall has been dented in quite a bit. It's too sturdy." Lin Muhong watched this scene, a slight smile of satisfaction appearing on his lips. He had always longed to create such a sturdy and durable three-wheeled vehicle. After all, as an agricultural equipment, a three-wheeled vehicle can only stand out in the fiercely competitive industry and leave other three-wheeled vehicles far behind if it has the characteristics of good endurance, durability, and sufficient horsepower. Just as everyone was immersed in joy, Zhou Zhenfeng led the RD team to Lin Muhong in a grand procession. "President Lin, we have successfully completed the research." Lin Muhong responded with a smile, "Yes, everyone has worked hard." Just as everyone was immersed in the joyful and harmonious atmosphere, a figure sneakily slipped away from the edge of the line. Once the matter was settled, he took out his phone from his pocket, quickly swiped his fingers across the screen, typed out the good news, and sent it out without hesitation. At that moment, a pair of eyes were fixed on him like a shadow. After the person's figure disappeared into the distance, he couldn't wait to rush forward to check, but the scene before him instantly stunned him into standing there dumbfounded. Lu Zhiliang dared not delay and hurriedly reported the matter to Lin Muhong. Upon hearing the news, Lin Muhong's brows furrowed instantly. Sun Daon, standing to the side, looked even more puzzled and couldn't help but ask, "President Lin, he's acting suspiciously, he must have some ulterior motive. I'll bring him here right now and question him thoroughly. I don't believe he won't confess." After saying that, he stormed out. Seeing this, Lin Muhong quickly called him back. "We don't have any concrete evidence, so he won't admit it. Besides, if you go now, you'll only alert him. At this point, you might as well think about what his purpose is in doing this." The words had barely left his mouth when the room fell silent enough that you could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Lin Muhong quickly asked, "Did you see him moving things around at the back door?" "That's right, we were just moving some waste cardboard boxes," Lu Zhiliang nodded hurriedly in response. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong's face instantly turned terribly gloomy, and he had already figured out the reason behind the other party's actions. It has to be said that this move was really vicious. If it hadn't been discovered in time, the factory would probably have been finished. Lin Muhong raised his hand, gesturing for the two to come closer, and urgently ordered in a low voice, "Go immediately." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there was a gentle knock on the factory gate. Upon hearing the noise, Zhang Sanpo hurriedly ran out of the guard post. When he saw a group of people standing at the door, he did not show any surprise on his face. Instead, he warmly greeted them and invited them into the factory. He then jogged to the security booth and dialed the boss's office number. "Mr. Lin, the fire department is coming to inspect the factory." "Okay, I understand." Lin Muhong hung up the phone, straightened his clothes, and quickly went to the factory gate to greet them. Greetings, leaders. I am Lin Muhong, the factory owner. May I ask what aspects you are here to inspect today? Lin Muhong greeted everyone with a humble smile and a very polite attitude. The leader was a young man in his 30s named Shwedinka. Dressed in black work clothes, with sharp eyes, he looked Lin Muhong up and down and said coldly, "We received a report with real names that your factory has major fire hazards, and we need to conduct an inspection." Chapter 121. The stage is set. What? A major hidden danger? Lin Muhong's calm expression turned panicked the moment he finished speaking. His eyes darted around, and he subconsciously glanced back at Sun Daeong. He then deliberately raised his voice and asked, "Manager Sun, I entrusted you with full responsibility for the factory's fire safety. How did this go wrong? Did you not follow my orders?" As he said this, he crossed his arms and raised his chin slightly, adopting an accusatory stance. Sun Daeong trembled at the question, and beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. He quickly put on a smile and stammered, "Mr. Lin. I have always done as you instructed. The factory's fire safety is absolutely fine. You can rest assured." After saying that, he secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, his eyes filled with fear and unease. Then, Sun Daeong turned around with a fawning expression, bowed and scraped to Shwedinka, and said ingratiatingly, "Boss, our factory attaches great importance to fire safety. We conduct meticulous inspections every week, and it is absolutely legal and compliant. Please skip this inspection and don't waste your precious time." Just then, a figure slowly emerged from the crowd. The man was dressed in a white tang suit, with several strings of colorful beads around his neck. The beads clinked together as he walked, making a crisp sound. He was Ren Dajin, the former factory owner. He swaggered up to the crowd and said sarcastically, "Humph, I think you're all just feeling guilty and afraid to let the leader inspect you. Don't tell me you have something to hide?" After speaking, Ren Dajin turned to look at Shwedinka, his eyes instantly filled with confidence, as if victory was already in his grasp. "I, Ren Dajin, hereby report a serious fire hazard at Tianheng Factory. Leader, you must inspect it carefully. Fire safety is no small matter. If something goes wrong, it will be a matter of life and death." Shwedinka replied with a stern face and a serious expression, "Yes, we will strictly follow the rules and regulations and will never overlook any safety hazard." After saying that, he looked at Lin Muhong with a cold gaze and said in a firm tone, "President Lin, please lead the way." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong turned to Sun Daeong and said, "Manager Sun, you are most familiar with the factory's situation. You lead the way and take the leaders to inspect the factory. Please make sure nothing goes wrong." Sun Daeong nodded repeatedly, his smile more like a grimace, and then made a pleased gesture, leading the way. Seeing this, Ren Dajin smiled smugly, put his hands behind his back, and followed with leisurely steps. As he passed Lin Muhong, he deliberately slowed his pace, turned his head slightly, and whispered a harsh word in Lin Muhong's ear, "Kid, let me tell you, you're finished today." Lin Muhong, however, remained unfazed, his face still bearing a cheerful expression. "Oh? Then I'm really looking forward to it." Looking at the crowd, a smile appeared on his lips. The stage was set up and the actors had appeared, so let's enjoy the show. Upon entering the factory, Zhang Sanpo spotted Ren Dajin from afar, his eyes lit up, and he secretly made a gesture in front of him that only they could understand. Ren Dajin understood immediately, a barely perceptible smile appearing on his lips. He then quickly walked to Shwedinka's side, his face beaming, and said, "Boss, let me tell you, all the fire extinguishers in this factory are broken and unusable. What will we do if there's a fire?" "What?" Upon hearing this news, Shwedinka's expression instantly turned serious, his brows furrowing into a deep frown. He thought to himself, if the news is true, the factory's fire safety is seriously compromised, and the consequences of a fire would be unimaginable. Immediately, he waved his hand and said decisively, "Go and check it out." His men, upon receiving the order, immediately ran up to check. Upon seeing this, Sun Daeong became extremely anxious, veins bulging on his forehead. He quickly rushed forward, spreading his arms wide, and stood like a wall in front of the fire hydrant. With a broad smile, he hurriedly said, "Boss, please don't listen to this person's nonsense. Our factory's fire extinguishers are all in good working order. Moreover, we always put the safety of our employees first. How could we joke about their lives? There aren't many businesses like ours that are run with such dedication. Please don't listen to the slander of petty people." As he said this, he deliberately glared at Ren Dajin. Then, with a forced smile, he patted his chest and assured, "Sir, I can guarantee that the fire extinguisher will work perfectly." There's no need to check it, it'll save you the trouble. Upon seeing this, Run Dajin's face immediately darkened, and he sternly rebuked, I think you're all hiding something, that's why you're being so secretive and afraid to let the leaders inspect you properly. If the fire extinguishers are truly without any problems, then you should openly and honestly accept the inspection to prove your innocence. Upon hearing this, Sun Daeong flew into a rage. He pointed his finger at Ren Dajin's nose and glared at him, saying, "Don't you even know where you are? This is our factory. How dare you, an outsider, point fingers at us?" Although Ren Dajin was once the owner of this factory, he did all sorts of unethical things to exploit the workers' time. He was the epitome of wanting the horse to run but not wanting it to eat grass, and the workers had long harbored resentment towards him. At that moment, Ren Dajin's face turned pale and then red, and his mouth twitched slightly. "I am now a concerned citizen, and I really can't stand your behavior of disregarding the safety of your employees." Sun Daeong spat angrily and retorted fiercely, "I think you're just a busybody, minding your own business. Stop interfering." Just as tensions were about to rise, Lin Mohan quickly stepped forward, raised his hand to signal Sun Daeong to calm down, and said in a deep voice, "Old Sun, move aside. Since he insists that we have something to hide, let's let them investigate thoroughly and get justice for us." Although Sun Daeong was unwilling, he dared not disobey and could only retreat to the side in a huff. At this point, fire department personnel began to carefully inspect each fire hydrant. Ran Dajin stood to the side, a slight, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips, secretly gloating, Jung Sanpo destroyed all those fire extinguishers. Let's see how you clean this up now." Not long after, the inspectors returned in a hurry and went straight to Shwedinka, respectfully reporting, "Report, after careful inspection, all fire extinguishers are intact and within their expiration dates." Upon hearing this, Ren Dajin became excited before the report was even finished, shouting impatiently, See. I told you you had something to hide, now you've been exposed." However, as soon as he uttered the words, he sensed that something was amiss. His brows furrowed instantly, and his face filled with disbelief. He stammered, "The fire extinguisher isn't broken? How is this possible?" Chapter 122, You'll be crying soon. "It's definitely not broken." The staff member responded decisively, without the slightest hesitation. That confident attitude was like a bucket of cold water, splashing directly into Ren Dajin's heart, making him feel a chill. His lips twitched uncontrollably, and his gaze unconsciously drifted to Zhang Sanpo beside him, as if seeking a reasonable explanation. Zhang Sanpo's brows were furrowed, and the wrinkles on his forehead were so deep they could almost trap a fly. His eyes were full of confusion and helplessness as he muttered, "Huh? How is this possible? I went to great lengths to destroy all the fire extinguishers, so how come they're still sitting here perfectly fine?" He couldn't help but wonder to himself, could it be that I destroyed a factory in a parallel universe? What on earth is going on? Just then, Sun Daeong strode forward, looking smug and boastful. He said loudly, "I knew it. Our fire extinguishers are definitely fine. Leaders, I think we don't need to continue with the other inspections. One problem doesn't mean all tests are fine," Shwedinka said seriously and meticulously, his eyes revealing an unwavering determination. Upon hearing this, Ren Dajin's eyes lit up instantly, as if he had seen a new breakthrough. He immediately chimed in, "The leader is absolutely right. Just because your fire extinguishers are fine doesn't mean that everything else is up to standard." As he spoke, he glanced at Zhang Sanpo beside him, only to see the other man quickly make a concealed gesture. Ren Dajin understood immediately and raised his voice, saying, "This fire hydrant looks fine, and the fire extinguisher isn't broken either, but whether there's water inside is another matter." Zhang Sanpo secretly calculated in his heart that he had secretly closed the sluice gate tightly when he came, so even if there was water inside, it would definitely not be able to be pumped out now. Upon hearing this, Shwedinka felt a pang of anxiety and quickly turned to look at his team members. The team members understood immediately, turned around, and hurriedly went back to try it out. At this moment, Sun Daeong, quick-witted and agile, stepped forward, his face full of a caring smile, and while speaking, he shooed everyone behind him. Upon seeing this, Run Dajin frowned and asked with a puzzled look, "What are you doing? Is that even a question?" "Of course, we're afraid that water might suddenly spray out of the pipes and soak all the leaders' clothes, which would be a real problem," Sun Daeong explained with a smile. "I don't think it's necessary," Run Dajin scoffed, puffing out his chest with unwavering confidence. "I bet there's absolutely no water in that fire hydrant." After saying that, he deliberately took a few steps forward and stood straight in front of the water pipe, as if to declare to everyone that believing in him was the right thing to do. Seeing this, Sun Daeong shook his head helplessly, but a smug smile appeared on his lips. Ren Dajin, if you get soaked to the bone later, don't blame us for not warning you. Old son, don't tell the truth. Lin Muhong scolded Sun Daong, pulling his arm. He then looked at the employee beside him and said, pretending to be considerate, quickly go find a towel. What if Mr. Ren catches a cold? No need, I firmly believe in my judgment, there can't be any water here. Ren Dajin quickly stopped him, convinced that this was definitely a smokescreen used by the other party to scare him, so he stood there motionless, ready to die. Upon seeing this, Lin Muhong couldn't help but smile. As the valve slowly opened, a powerful surge erupted from the pipe, like an enraged beast breaking free of its restraints. In an instant, Ren Dajin was drenched by the sudden stream of water, looking like a drowned rat. He reappeared before everyone in a disheveled state, which drew laughter from those around him. Ren Dajin stared blankly at everything that was happening, seemingly unable to believe it was real. After regaining his senses, his eyes widened in anger, filled with both rage and irritation. Seeing this, Lin Muhong smiled knowingly. President Ren, old son warned you again and again that there was water hidden in that pipe, but you wouldn't listen and insisted on experiencing it for yourself. It really proves the old saying you can't reason with a damned devil. Before he finished speaking, a low, mocking laugh rang out from all around. Upon hearing this, Ren Dajin's face instantly turned ashen, and the hatred burning in his eyes seemed to spit fire, yet he couldn't find any words to refute it, and could only swallow his anger. Seeing Ren Dajin's eyes, which seemed to want to devour someone alive, Zhang Sanpo, who was standing to the side, was so frightened that he quickly turned away and pretended not to see it. However, he was full of doubts. He had clearly turned off the sluice gate himself, so where did the water come from? A gust of wind swept by, and Ren Dajin was soaked to the bone. The water was so cold that he couldn't help but shiver. Seeing this, Lin Muhong smiled even more brightly, his eyes narrowing into slits, and joked, President Ren, you just said you didn't need a towel, so I didn't have anyone bring one. I suppose you don't need one now either. After saying that, he deliberately looked up at the clear sky and said leisurely, look, what a beautiful day it is, with bright sunshine. Before long, your clothes will naturally dry. After saying that, Lin Muhong could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, his laughter filled with smugness and mockery. Seeing this, the people around him also burst into laughter, the laughter rising and falling like sharp blades piercing Ren Dajin's heart. Ren Dajin's face was so gloomy it seemed like ice crystals could form on it, and he gritted his teeth inwardly, you can laugh all you want, but you'll have your turn to cry later. Just then, Shwedinka led his men to conduct a thorough inspection of the fire prevention facilities. Seeing that the time was ripe, Zhang Sanpo, like an eel, quietly approached Ren Dajin's side. The moment Ren Dajin saw him, his anger flared up instantly. His eyes widened as if they were about to spit fire, and he lowered his voice, demanding sharply, didn't you say with absolute certainty that the fire extinguisher was broken and didn't have any water in it? Look at the sorry state I'm in now. Zhang Sanpo desperately suppressed his laughter, his face turning bright red as he tried his best to maintain a serious expression. But when he saw Ren Dajin's drenched and miserable state, looking like a drowned rat, his lips still twitched slightly involuntarily. He frantically searched his mind for those past memories that caused him unbearable pain, trying to forcefully suppress the smile. Then, he feigned a blank and innocent expression and said confidently, President Ren, I swear on my life, I did tamper with things, but I really have no idea what happened. Ren Dajin narrowed his eyes, his gaze full of suspicion. Could it be that this kid knew in advance that there would be a fire inspection today, so he deliberately set this trap for me? But then I thought about it again and realized it was utterly absurd. What kind of coincidence could happen in the world? Could it be that this kid just got lucky? Just as Ren Dajin was filled with doubt, Zhang Sanpo suddenly patted his chest and confidently assured him, President Ren, don't worry, I didn't just tamper with things in this one place. Just you wait and see, I'll definitely make that kid regret it and force him to close down. Upon hearing this, Ren Dajin's expression softened slightly. He nodded and said in a deep voice, all right, I'll trust you this one more time. But if you mess this up again, don't blame me for being ruthless and heartless. Chapter 123 I didn't do it, what law did I break? Before long, firefighters arrived at the back door of the factory and began a thorough inspection. The entrance was completely blocked by stacks of cardboard boxes of all shapes and sizes, along with various other odds and ends such as discarded planks and old toolboxes. When Ren Dajin saw this, a smug smile instantly appeared on his lips, his eyes filled with mockery and contempt. He crossed his arms and deliberately dragged out his words, saying in a sarcastic tone, President Lin, you can't pile up clutter in the escape route. You can't be unaware of such basic common sense, can you? As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Lin Muhong with a provocative look in his eyes. Then, he cleared his throat, feigning compassion, and said insincerely, I'm just kind-hearted. I can't bear to see anything happen to your factory. That's why I'm taking the initiative to help you correct your mistakes. Otherwise, if something really happens one day, all these employees in the factory will be in danger. Upon hearing his words, Lin Muhan let out a cold snort, his gaze sweeping coldly over the pile of clutter, his brows furrowing tightly into a deep frown. At this moment, Schwedinka, standing to the side, had a stern face and an expression as serious as frost in the cold winter. He said, word by word, President Lin, according to regulations, blocking a fire lane is punishable by a fine of 5,000. His voice was deep and powerful, carrying an unquestionable authority. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhan's expression underwent a complete 180-degree turn. His previously furrowed brows relaxed, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. He stretched out his hand, making a blocking gesture, and said unhurriedly, wait, who said I blocked the fire lane? His tone was as relaxed as if he were talking about a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Run Dajin flew into a rage. His face turned bright red, veins bulged on his forehead, his hands clenched into fists involuntarily, and his body trembled slightly with anger. He took a sudden step forward, pointed at the pile of junk, and roared angrily, it's all right here, and you still don't want to admit it? Do you think we're blind? Of course I don't admit it. Lin Muhang remained calm, looking at Rin Dajin with unwavering eyes, his tone showing no sign of wavering. Upon seeing this, Schwedinka frowned even more deeply, as if he could trap a fly between his brows. He stared intently at Lin Muhang and said coldly, you have violated the fire safety law of China. The facts are clear. Do you still want to deny it? Lin Muhang grinned, a smile that carried a hint of cynicism. He chuckled and said, you're wrong about that. Of course I won't admit to something I didn't do. Don't wrong an innocent person. As he spoke, he deliberately winked, feigning innocence. Ran Dajin felt both angry and anxious, yet also somewhat helpless, as he looked at Lin Muhan's arrogant demeanor. He strode forward aggressively, slamming the cardboard boxes down. He roared, kid, all this stuff is right here. I think you think we're idiots. His voice was full of anger and resentment. Seeing this, Lin Muhang simply waved his hand gently, still wearing that faint smile on his face. He smiled at Ren Dajin and said slowly, you're wrong, you're the only fool. Seeing that Ren Dajin was about to argue, Lin Muhang quickly interrupted him, deliberately raising his voice and saying, who said this is an escape route? I didn't say that. Did you? As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Sun Dayong beside him, his eyes filled with a question. Upon hearing this, Sun Dayong's face immediately lit up with a smile. He shook his head with a smile and said, I can testify that President Lin did not say that. He looked as if he was cooperating with Lin Muhang in a wonderful performance. At this moment, Schwedinka was filled with doubt. He frowned, a hint of confusion in his eyes, and asked, if this isn't the factory's escape route, then where is the real escape route? Upon hearing this, Lin Muhang immediately wore a smug expression. He stretched out his hand, pointed into the distance, and said loudly, look at the other side. Several workers quickly walked to a secluded spot and forcefully pulled open the sliding door hidden in the shadows. With a whoosh, the entrance opened instantly, revealing a spacious and brightly lit passageway before everyone's eyes. The door is ingeniously designed when closed, it blends perfectly with the surrounding walls, leaving almost no trace. However, Lin Muhang still had grid lines drawn in front of the hidden door, just in case some employees had poor eyesight and couldn't see the location of the passage. Seeing the surprised expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Muhang became even more smug. He raised his chin and said, the original escape route was rusted, so we've turned it into a storage room. Is that all right? His tone was full of smugness and provocation. Schwedinka looked carefully, shook his head, and replied, no, as long as there is an escape route, that's fine. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhang's eyes narrowed into slits with joy. He said, well, there shouldn't be any problems this time, right? As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Ren Dajin, his gaze filled with the smugness of a victor. Ren Dajin felt a mix of emotions as he looked at Lin Muhang's smug expression. When no one was watching, he secretly glanced at Zhang Sampo beside him, his eyes filled with anger. Soon after, the factory's fire safety inspection was successfully completed, and all procedures were passed. Schwedinka looked at Lin Muhang and earnestly instructed him, passing one inspection is just the beginning. You must not become complacent because of this. You must always strictly require employees to pay attention to fire prevention. Yes, we will be strict with ourselves, Lin Muhang replied solemnly. Just as everyone was about to get into the car and leave, a black sedan slowly drove up in the distance. Shwedinka glanced up casually, and when he saw who was getting out of the car, his eyes widened in shock. He blurted out, "Mayor Liang? Why is he here all of a sudden?" Doubts surged in his mind like a tide. Without time to think, he hurriedly called his men and left the factory in a hurry, as if some raging beast was chasing him. On the other side, Run Dajin was filled with resentment when he saw that his conspiracy had failed. He had intended to take advantage of today's fire inspection to shut down the factory. He thought the operation would be foolproof, which is why he took charge himself, but he never expected that even an old horse like himself could stumble. Today, Run Dajin felt worse than if he had swallowed a fly. At that moment, he glared fiercely at the factory, his eyes seemingly spitting fire. "Just you wait, one day I'll make you return this factory intact." Seeing that Run Dajin was about to leave, Zheng Sanpo was extremely anxious. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed him, pleading, "President Run, what about what you promised me? You can't go back on your word." Chapter 124 Lifesaver. At this moment, Ren Dajin was like a wild beast that had been completely enraged, his eyes wide open and bloodshot, and the veins on his neck bulging. His face was contorted with rage as he slapped Zhang Sanpo's arm away with such force that it seemed he was venting all the anger in his heart. Then, he roared at the top of his lungs, "Who knows if you're in cahoots with these people to scheme against me? You're not getting your things back." With that, he abruptly tossed his head and strode away. Zheng Sanpo stood there motionless, his eyes vacant and lifeless, his face filled with despair, as if all his strength had been drained away, and he was swaying precariously. Sun Daong had been closely watching the two men's movements. When he saw that Zhang Sanpo was trying to sneak away in the chaos, he rushed forward and grabbed Zhang Sanpo like an iron clamp, shouting sternly, "Where do you think you're going?" At this moment, Secretary Li, with a polite smile, asked softly, "Excuse me, is Lin Muheng here?" "Yes." Sun Daong nodded to the two men, his eyes full of vigilance, and asked in a deep voice, "What brings you to see our general manager Lin?" With a friendly smile, Liang Rufei replied, "We're looking for him because we have some private matters to discuss." "All right, come with me," Sun Daong said as he tossed the traitor Zhang Sanpo to the employees beside him, his movements clean and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. He then turned around and led the two men to the factory manager's office. After entering, Sun Daong turned slightly to the side, staring at the two men, and said, "President Lin, these two are looking for you." "Okay, I understand. You can go out now." Lin Muheng nodded slightly, then stood up, smiling warmly as he invited the two to sit on the sofa, asking with a smile, "What can I do for you?" Upon hearing this, a hint of excitement flashed in Liang Rufei's eyes. He quickly stood up, held Lin Muheng's hands tightly, and said in a slightly trembling voice, "Young man, thank you for saving my father's life. If you hadn't taken him to the hospital, the doctor said he might have." At this point, his eyes reddened slightly, and his voice choked up. "Oh, so you're that uncle's son." Lin Muheng was surprised to hear this. He never expected that the other party would come to his door. He quickly waved his hand, a humble smile on his face, and said, "It's just a small matter, anyone would lend a helping hand." Seeing that the other party did not take credit, Liang Rufei was full of appreciation. Then, he carefully took out a stack of envelopes from his bag. The envelopes were neatly wrapped. "Young man, thank you for saving my father. This is a small token of my appreciation, and I hope you will accept it." Liang Rufei handed the envelope to Lin Muheng, his eyes full of sincerity. Lin Muheng reached out and took the envelope, gently weighing it in his hand. He was secretly shocked it probably contained 20 or 30,000. To be honest, he was already grateful that the other party's family wouldn't try to extort money from him. He quickly took out some money from the paper bag and said, "This is too much. I'll only take what I'm entitled to. You should take the rest back. Besides, the old man needs money for medical treatment." Seeing how kind the young man was, Liang Rufei grew to like him more and more. He then stood up, looked around the factory, and asked with curiosity, "Is this factory yours? What does it produce?" Lin Muheng nodded and replied with a smile, "An electric tricycle." Upon hearing this, Liang Rufei smiled broadly. He glanced at his secretary, Xiao Li, and then slowly said, "The city is currently preparing for an agricultural machinery exhibition. Your factory might as well give it a try." Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng's brows furrowed instantly, and he said with a bitter expression, "You don't know, the trade fair has very high entry requirements. Only well-known and powerful companies in the city attend. Our small factory probably doesn't even qualify to enter." Liang Rufei waved his hand dismissively, his eyes full of approval. You can't say that. In my opinion, your factory's strength should not be underestimated. In fact, Liang Rufei, holding a high position, had seen all sorts of people on a daily basis and was well aware of the complexities of human nature. He secretly considered that if he revealed his identity now, the other party might make some unreasonable demands, so he decided not to reveal his true identity for the time being. After a moment's thought, Liang Rufei continued, I have some connections in the city. Could you compile a list of the products from your factory and send it to me? I'll have someone take a look. If they meet the standards of the trade fair, your factory can take this opportunity to receive more orders. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhan's eyes lit up with hope. He excitedly grasped Liang Rufei's hands tightly and thanked her repeatedly, saying, Thank you so much. Regardless of whether we are selected in the end, we are very grateful for your efforts for our factory. Liang Rufei waved his hand again, his expression calm, and said, I was just handing over some information, you don't need to take it to heart. This matter is nothing compared to my father's. He said truthfully, the reason your factory can help you is because it has the strength itself. The two exchanged pleasantries, one after the other. At this moment, Sun Daong rushed over, holding the latest product information for the three-wheeled motorcycle, and handed it to Lin Muhang. President Lin, the information is here. Lin Muhang took the documents, turned around and handed them to Liang Rufei, saying sincerely, Uncle Liang, then I'll trouble you to take care of them. After this conversation, the two had become quite familiar with each other. It was Liang Rufei who took the initiative to call him Uncle Liang, as he genuinely admired this down-to-earth and hard-working young man. Liang Rufei took the documents, smiled, and patted Lin Muhang on the shoulder. Ahang, I have something to do right now. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. Okay, Uncle Liang, I'll see you off, Lin Muhang said quickly, escorting Liang Rufei to the door. As the car drove away until only a blurry silhouette remained, Sun Daong frowned deeply, his face filled with confusion and bewilderment. Seeing this, Lin Muhang quickly stepped forward and asked with concern, Old son, what's wrong? Why do you look so worried? Sun Daong, still frowning, replied with a helpless expression, I feel like I've seen those two people somewhere before, but I can't remember where I've seen them no matter how hard I try. Lin Muhang couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. He stepped forward, gently patted Sun Daong's shoulder, and teased, Old son, do you treat everyone you meet like an old friend? No, I definitely saw them somewhere before, Sun Daong said with great certainty. Seeing his stubbornness, Lin Muhang smiled and waved his hand, interrupting him, all right, stop thinking nonsense here. Let's go and meet Zhang Sanpo. Chapter 125 Dad said life lies in movement. In the office, Zhang Sanpo stood trembling beside the desk like a frightened quail, his eyes darting around, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and wetting his collar. After Lin Muhang entered the room, he simply left him standing to the side without saying anything. The art of interrogation is all about this kind of psychological game. Time passed by, and the office was so quiet that you could hear each other breathing. Zhang Sanpo felt like an ant on a hot pan, extremely tormented. He already had a guilty conscience, and the other party's silence made him feel even more uneasy. Finally, he could no longer suppress his fear and panic. He knelt down with a thud and begged for mercy with tears streaming down his face. President Lin, I was bewitched. I'm sorry to you and to the factory. Ren Da-jin instructed me to do all this. Zhang Sanpo slapped himself, his face full of regret. I borrowed money from loan sharks when I was gambling. They threatened me, saying that if I didn't do what they said, they would give my home address to them. I was forced into this situation. I really had no other choice. As he spoke, he kept kowtowing, his forehead hitting the floor hard with a thud, and soon it became red and swollen. Seeing this, Lin Muhang felt great sympathy. However, there is always a reason why someone is pitiful, and he could not erase the things he had done. He took a deep breath and slowly asked, What did Ren Da-jin ask you to do? Zhang Sanpo truthfully stated, he asked me to do some tampering before the fire inspection so that the factory would be shut down for rectification or even closed down. Is this all Ren Da-jin asked you to do? Yes. Zhang Sanpo nodded and continued, it really was President Lin who had me do these things. I understand. Lin Muhang slowly closed his eyes, his expression calm, and said softly, Zhang Sanpo, I said before that once someone is disloyal, they will never be trusted again, so I will not hold your actions against you. However, you can no longer stay in the factory. I hope you will behave yourself in the future. Then, Sun Daong took Zhang Sanpo out. Sitting on the stool, Lin Muhang tapped his fingers lightly on the table, thinking to himself, Ren Da-jin has lost face today, he probably won't let this go so easily. On the other side, in the director's office, Shu Kaibin looked up from the pile of documents, turned his gaze to Shwedinka standing to the side, and asked, "How is the situation at the Tianheng factory?" Shwedinka looked somewhat flustered, but he forced himself to report truthfully, "All the fire safety inspection indicators were up to standard, and we really couldn't find any fault with him." "What?" Shu Kaibin's brows furrowed instantly, his face so dark it seemed like it could drip water. He muttered impatiently, "Didn't you say it would be foolproof? Now look what's happened." He waved his hand impatiently, indicating, "All right, you can go out and do your thing." Shwedinka did not turn around and leave immediately. Instead, he hesitated for a moment, then mustered his courage and said, "Director Zhu, there is something I have been thinking about and I feel I should tell you." Shu Kaibin turned his head impatiently and glanced at him. "What is it?" "Don't beat around the bush." "I saw Mayor Liang go inside the Tianheng factory," Shwedinka quickly said. "What?" Shu Kaibin slammed his hand on the table and stood up, a chill running down his spine. Meanwhile, inside the luxurious villa, Ren Dajin had just changed his clothes when a sudden, urgent telephone ring broke the silence of the room. When he saw that the caller ID showed Zhu Kaibin, his face immediately lit up with a fawning smile, and he quickly answered the phone. Before he could even exchange pleasantries, Zhu Kaibin roared like thunder from the other end of the phone, "Ren Dajin, I think you're tired of living. The mayor is behind Tianheng factory, and you still expect me to help you deal with it? You don't want to live, but I do. Come over here and take your things back. From now on, we'll pretend we don't know each other." Director Zhu, please let me explain." Ren Dajin was about to say something in his defense when the phone was abruptly cut off, giving him no chance to speak. Ren Dajin gripped his phone tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force, his nails almost digging into his flesh. His eyes widened, burning with fury, his expression chilling and terrifying. "Lin Muhong, if I don't get that factory back, I, Ren Dajin, swear I'm not a man." In the early morning, as the sunlight gently shone down, Xia Wan, with her hair tied in a high ponytail, emerged from the girls' dormitory building. She wore a pretty pink sun-protective outfit, as bright as a peach blossom in early spring. She paired it with fitted black yoga pants that accentuated her slender and straight legs, and white sneakers. She exuded youthful energy. She hadn't walked more than a few steps when her gaze was drawn to two familiar figures in the distance. Xia Waning's eyes lit up instantly. She excitedly ran forward, tilted her head, and asked with a puzzled look, "Why are you here?" "Dad says life is about movement, so he dragged me out of my warm bed first thing this morning," Wan said, yawning as she looked at Lin Muhong with her round eyes full of resentment, just like a lazy little cat that had been woken up. Hearing her beloved daughter's complaint, Lin Muhong coughed awkwardly a few times, then looked at Xia Waning with a smile and explained, "The air is fresh in the morning, so it's good for your health to exercise outside. This way, Wan won't get sick easily." "Oh, I see." Xia Waning smiled, a hint of mockery in her eyes, and looked Lin Muhong up and down, saying with a half smile, "I thought you wanted to run with me." Lin Muhong's ears turned red instantly after his thoughts were exposed. He quickly pretended not to hear, bent down to pick up Wan, and said with a smile, let's go to the park." Watching the father and daughter's retreating figures, Xia Waning followed them with a smile. Upon arriving at the park, Lin Muhong and Xia Waning began to do stretching exercises seriously, while Wan, like a cheerful little penguin, rode her scooter, spinning around in place with a whoosh-whoosh sound. Wan, glide forward for a little while, and Daddy and Mommy will catch up with you soon," Lin Muhong said gently, affectionately rubbing Wan's fluffy little head. "Okay, then you'd better hurry up and catch up with me." Wan smiled, revealing two sweet dimples on her face, and then she pushed off with her little legs and slid forward with all her might. As the little guy skated, he would occasionally look back, as if to say, "You'd better hurry up and catch up with me." After a while, Xia Waning turned to look at Lin Muhong and asked softly, "Are you done stretching?" "Okay, all done," Lin Muhong replied, and the two of them started jogging slowly. When Wan saw her parents catching up, she kicked her little legs even faster, like a little motor, but even so, she was quickly caught up by the two of them. Lin Muhong teased her with a smile, "Wan, Daddy and Mommy ran off first, you have to hurry up and catch up." The two deliberately slowed their pace, running steadily ahead of Wan. No matter how hard the little guy tried, he could only watch his dad and mom ahead, unable to catch up. Wan was a little discouraged. She pouted and got off the scooter, her face scrunched up like a little bun, full of disappointment. Pulling the stroller, she said anxiously, "Daddy, Mommy, wait for your little baby." Chapter 126: Dog Pulling a Twisting Car. When Lin Muhong turned his head, he saw Wan struggling to pull the balance bike, about 100 meters away from the two of them. That small figure seemed to struggle with every step it took. Upon seeing this, Lin Muhang ran over with a pained expression. When Wanwan saw her parents come to her, she suddenly fell to the ground with a thud, her little face full of displeasure. She angrily tossed the scooter aside, and it crashed to the side with a thud. She crossed her arms over her chest, her little mouth pouting so wide you could hang a small oil bottle on it. Then Wanwan complained in her childish voice, I don't want to come out with you guys in the morning anymore, I'm so tired. Seeing Wanwan throwing a tantrum, Lin Muhang was not angry at all. Instead, his eyes were full of tenderness and doting. He slowly knelt down, gently pulled Wanwan into his arms, and softly comforted her. Baby, are you tired from walking? Upon hearing this, Wanwan pouted, her brows furrowed, and tears seemed to glisten in her eyes. She said in a pitiful voice, Wah? Wanwan has tried so hard to catch up with Daddy and Mommy, but you walk too fast. Wanwan can't keep up. The way she pursed her lips as if she was about to cry was truly heartbreaking. Lin Muhang gently stroked Wanwan's fluffy little head, a smile playing on his lips, and said, Baby, you're still young, so your strength can't compare to your mom and dad's. It's because Dad didn't think things through and didn't consider your situation. Can you give Dad a chance to make it up to you? Upon hearing this, Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly, her brows gradually relaxed, and she nodded hurriedly, asking impatiently, Okay. Daddy, how are you going to make it up to me? Are you going to make me a delicious cake? Her expectant little eyes seemed to already see the delicious cake beckoning to her. Lin Muhang smiled and shook his head, saying mysteriously, No, how about Daddy takes you to play a super fun game? Okay, sure. Wanwan nodded, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lin Muhang carefully tied the rope from the scooter around his waist, then gently picked up Wanwan and placed her steadily into the scooter. He carefully instructed, Honey, you have to hold the handle tightly, or you'll fall. Wanwan nodded seriously, her little hands gripping the handlebars of the scooter tightly, her eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. Seeing this, Lin Muhang smiled and said indulgently, Then Daddy's starting to run, you'd better hold on tight. As soon as he finished speaking, he started running forward slowly. As he ran, the scooter behind him started moving as well. In the car, Wanwan instantly felt a gentle breeze on her face, as if all her fatigue had vanished with the wind. With a satisfied expression, she excitedly shouted, Daddy, this is so much fun. Wanwan loves it. As she spoke, she excitedly patted the handlebars of the scooter, happily urging, Daddy, run faster, faster. Xia Wanning stood aside, watching this heartwarming and amusing scene, and a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips, a smile full of happiness and contentment. Soon, Wanwan's soft, sweet voice reached her ears, Mommy, you'd better hurry up and catch up, or Daddy and I will fall behind. Okay, Mommy's coming to catch up with you. Xia Wanning nodded with a smile, then took a step and happily followed. At this time, you can often see elderly people leisurely strolling along the paths in the park. Upon seeing them, Wanwan excitedly waved and called out in her sweet, childlike voice, Hello, Grandpa. Hello, Grandma. Her clear voice seemed to add a touch of life and energy to the tranquil park. By the time the elderly realized what was happening and tried to respond, Lin Muhang had already dragged Wanwan far away. However, looking at this heartwarming scene, they couldn't help but smile, their eyes filled with envy. Look at this father and daughter, this method is really good. They can exercise and have fun playing with their child. It's great. No sooner had he finished speaking than a series of clanging wheels came from behind him, the sound growing clearer and clearer as it approached. Immediately afterwards, a white and gray Alaskan Malamute sped past the elderly couple. The dog was running happily ahead, pulling a scooter behind it, and a man was sitting on the scooter. The man gripped the handlebars of the scooter tightly with both hands, skillfully controlling the direction as the dog ran. It's clear that this dog is very familiar with this task, and it can even control the turn with ease. Its speed is truly unmatched. The elderly couple looked at each other and smiled, exclaiming, These days, even dogs have learned to pull carts and play with their owners. It's really quite amusing. A moment later, Wanwan heard a series of tap-tap-tap footsteps beside her, the sound crisp and rapid. Curious, she turned her head and saw a large, furry dog. It initially kept a parallel distance from Wanwan, but before Wanwan could even glance at it, it darted past her scooter like a gust of wind. Upon seeing this, Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly, and her little face flushed red with excitement. She called out to Lin Muhang ahead, Daddy, Daddy. That dog is so cute. Hurry up and overtake it. Her childish voice was full of anticipation. Lin Muhang watched the dog's figure gradually disappear into the distance, then helplessly tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a doting yet slightly wry expression, and said, "Baby, Daddy can't do it." At this moment, Xiao Waning's steps slowed down and she finally stopped. She supported herself on her knees with both hands and gasped for breath. She looked up at Lin Muhong beside her and saw that he was still calm and composed, without blushing or panting, and without a single bead of sweat on his forehead. Xiao Waning couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. How come he's not tired at all? Actually, it was all thanks to the system. Lin Muhong felt very comfortable at the moment. It seems that more exercise has many benefits. He glanced at Xiao Waning beside him and decided to go for a morning run every day. At this moment, Xiao Waning didn't have time to think too much. She simply sat down on the ground, casually put her hands on her sides, and breathed in the fresh air deeply. Seeing Xiao Waning sitting on the ground, Lin Muhong quickly walked over, squatted down, and said with concern, "You'll easily catch a cold sitting on the ground like this. Let's go rest on the bench over there." Xiao Waning waved her hand weakly and said, No, I'll rest here for a while. You take Wan over there." However, the next second, a pair of warm and strong hands gently brushed across the back of her knees. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Waning felt her body lighten, and she was lifted into the air. She subconsciously squinted her eyes, bit her lower lip, and a shy blush rose on her face. Then she gently placed her hands on Lin Muhong's broad shoulders. Xiao Waning slightly raised her head, her gaze falling on his sharply defined profile. His high nose bridge and deep eyes were captivating. Without realizing it, she gently leaned on Lin Muhong's shoulder, feeling the sense of security brought by his strong embrace. Lin Muhong held Xiao Waning steadily in one arm, while easily carrying Wan's scooter with the other. He turned back to the little one and instructed, "Wan, walk slowly ahead, and don't run around." "Okay, Dad." Wan replied cheerfully, then skipped and hopped ahead like a happy little rabbit. Soon, Lin Muhong gently placed Xiao Waning on a park bench. Xiao Waning's face was flushed, like a delicate peach blossom. She lowered her head and whispered, "Thank you." Lin Muhong smiled gently and said, "It's alright, you rest here for a while, I'll go check on Wan." Just now, the little one saw the dog that had excited her so much. Her eyes widened instantly, and she took off running towards the dog. When the dog saw Wan, it happily circled around her, wagging its tail incessantly. Wan mustered her courage, walked up to the man standing to the side, and timidly asked, "Uncle, can I pet this dog?" Upon hearing this, the man's brows furrowed instantly, and he was speechless. "I'm only 18 years old, do I look that old?" He pursed his lips, revealing a smile tinged with helplessness, and gently rubbed Wan's little head, saying, "Call me brother." Wan tilted her head, thought about it seriously for a moment, and then asked in her childish voice, "Uncle, can I touch this older brother?" Chapter 127. Dad said children shouldn't lie. Wan's voice was so sweet it could drip honey, yet it made the man called Uncle twitch at the corner of his mouth. The man was puzzled. Was it really that hard for this little girl to call him brother? He glanced at Lin Muhong beside him, who was trying to suppress his laughter. He saw that Lin Muhong was pursing his lips and his shoulders were shaking slightly, clearly trying to hold back his laughter. At this moment, Lin Muhong cleared his throat, held Wan's shoulder and explained, "Baby, he wants you to call him brother, not that big dog brother." Upon hearing this, Wan's brows furrowed instantly. She looked the man up and down, then waved her hand seriously and replied, "No, Daddy said children shouldn't lie." Lin Muhong couldn't help but burst out laughing, while the man was on the verge of tears. Seeing her father beaming with joy, Wan innocently muttered, "Dad, call the more mature one's uncle and the younger one's brother, right? I did the right thing." That self-righteous little face made the man feel as if he had been hit by a cold arrow, and his smile was full of bitterness. He waved his hand helplessly, pretending to be magnanimous, and said, "Little sister, go play with the big dog." After Wan skipped away, Lin Muhong looked at the bearded man in front of him with an embarrassed expression. He opened his mouth, but found that any explanation seemed so pale and powerless in the face of such adorable childish words, so he could only laugh awkwardly and say, "My daughter, please don't take it to heart." Upon hearing this, the man waved his hand heartily, a cheerful laugh emanating from his thick beard. It's nothing. Your daughter has a very straightforward personality, I like her very much." He grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, but the smile was more like a grimace. At that time, Wan and the big white dog were having a great time playing together. She would chase after the dog for a while and then squat down to gently stroke its soft fur. But happy times are always short-lived, and the man had to go home. Wan watched longingly as the man led the big white dog away, her small figure looking somewhat forlorn in the sunlight. However, the little guy suddenly ran after him on his short legs and called out in his childish voice, "Goodbye, uncle." Goodbye, Big White. The man stopped and waved. After turning around, he subconsciously touched his full beard and muttered, "Where am I old?" Back home, Wan plopped down at the dining table, propped her chin on her little hand, and asked in her sweet, childish voice, "Daddy, Mommy, are we going out to exercise again tomorrow?" Her expectant little eyes seemed to hold the stars of the whole world. "Go ahead," Xia Wanning replied gently, reaching out to softly rub the little one's fluffy head. "Why is Wan asking this? I want to go with you guys tomorrow too." Wan's face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling. "I want Daddy to pull me on the scooter, and I want to see Baymax again." "Okay, then you'll have to get up early tomorrow." Xia Wanning looked at her daughter with doting eyes, her eyes full of love. Wan nodded vigorously after hearing this, looking extremely serious. Before going to sleep, the little guy looked at Lin Muhong and repeatedly reminded him, "Daddy, you have to wake me up tomorrow morning." "Okay, Daddy knows." "Go to sleep now," Lin Muhong said gently, then tenderly covered the little guy with the blanket. As dawn broke, a cool breeze carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees gently brushed against Lin Muhong's nose. He was now downstairs at Xia Wanning's dormitory, a hint of barely perceptible anticipation in his eyes. Before long, that familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the building. Xia Wanning was dressed in a simple white tracksuit, her ponytail tied high, with a few strands of hair fluttering gently in the breeze. The moment she saw Lin Muhong, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up. Her smile was like a flower blooming in spring, sweet and touching. She strode forward, gently patted Lin Muhong's shoulder, and softly asked, "Have you been waiting long?" Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Muhong turned around, rubbed his head, and said with a slightly awkward smile, "I just arrived not long ago." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning's bright eyes swept around, and then she asked with a puzzled look, "Where's Wan? Didn't she say she was going to come out with us this morning? When I called Wan in the morning, she was sleeping soundly and refused to get out of bed, so I couldn't T-bear to call her again." Oh, Xia Wanning's lips curled up, revealing a sly smile. She deliberately leaned closer to Lin Muhong, blinked her big, watery eyes, and teased, "You didn't deliberately not call her, did you?" "Of course not." Lin Muhong's pupils contracted slightly, and he quickly retorted, his voice unconsciously rising a few decibels. Fearing that Xia Wanning might notice something amiss, he quickly grabbed her wrist and said urgently, "Let's run quickly, or Wan might wake up and not be able to find us." "Mum." Xia Wanning let Lin Muhong pull her arm and followed him half-heartedly, her heart pounding like a rabbit's. Perhaps because we arrived exceptionally early today, there were very few people exercising or taking a walk in the park. Xia Wanning and Lin Muhong ran side by side, but before long, Xia Wanning began to feel weak, her steps became heavy, and her breathing became rapid and disordered. Lin Muhong noticed her unusual behavior, stopped, reached out and firmly grasped her hand, looking at her with a determined gaze, and said, "I'll hold your hand, and from now on you'll follow my instructions." Feeling the other person's warm and strong palm, Xia Wanning felt her cheeks instantly burn as if a ball of fire was burning, and her heart was like a frightened deer, pounding wildly in her chest. Just as she was immersed in this subtle atmosphere, Lin Muhong's steady and powerful voice came to her ear, "Inhale. Exhale." Xia Wanning quickly took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, repeating this process. After a while, she was pleasantly surprised to find that running seemed to be much less strenuous, and her steps gradually became lighter. Under Lin Muhong's careful guidance, Xia Wanning gritted her teeth and persevered step by step, and actually completed the 3,000-meter race for the first time. After finishing the run, she could no longer hold on and collapsed onto a park bench, panting heavily. Her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and her hair was soaked and stuck to her cheeks. Seeing that Lin Muhong was still full of energy and seemed perfectly fine after running 3,000 meters, Xia Wanning asked with a puzzled look, "Didn't you feel tired?" "No." Lin Muhong shook his head with a smile, his eyes sparkling with confidence. "I just feel comfortable all over." Xia Wanning looked at him as if he were a monster, her eyes full of envy. "How did you train to this level?" "It's simply amazing." "Nothing special, just familiarity with the routine," Lin Muhong replied with a smirk, feigning profundity. In truth, he knew that this was mainly due to the system's help, but he could only keep the secret to himself. Looking at Lin Muhong's slightly Versailles-like expression, Xia Wanning felt like crying but had no tears left. She thought to herself, how can the difference between people be so big? At this moment, Lin Muhong inadvertently noticed that Xia Wanning's tense calves were trembling slightly. He crouched down in front of Xia Wanning and slowly approached her. Upon seeing this, Xia Wanning tensed up instantly, her eyes darting around in a panic. She stammered, "There are people everywhere. What do you want to do?" Her cheeks flushed red, and she felt both nervous and excited. However, it was really inappropriate to do this in public, as it was as if her every move was being played in real time. Looking at her flushed face, Lin Muhong couldn't help but chuckle. He simply placed his hand gently on her calf and began to massage it rhythmically, his movements soft and practiced. This is your first time running 3,000 meters today. Your legs will be a little sore afterward. Let me help you relax your muscles, otherwise you'll feel uncomfortable tomorrow, Lin Muhong explained patiently. Oh, I see. I thought you. Xia Wanning muttered softly, her voice barely audible, her face full of shyness. Seeing that her little head was wandering off again, Lin Muhong's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He then leaned forward, his eyes fixed on her, his eyebrows slightly raised, and said in a playful tone, "What do you think I want to do?" Xia Wanning felt flustered under his gaze and quickly lowered her head, avoiding his eyes. Her cheeks burned like ripe apples, and she stammered, I didn't say. Lin Muhong smiled, his eyes full of laughter, and said leisurely, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. How are you feeling? Are you feeling any better?" Chapter 128 Dad, Mom, you two are so mean. Xia Wanning was immersed in the comfortable massage. At the beginning, the pressure stimulated her tense muscles just right, bringing a tingling sensation, as if an electric current was running through her body. Gradually, an indescribable feeling of comfort spread, as if all the fatigue in my body was gradually dissipating with the massage. She squinted her eyes slightly in comfort, and even secretly prayed that these hands could keep pressing down like this forever. At this blissful moment, Lin Muhong's magnetic voice entered his ears. Xia Wanning snapped back to reality, a blush instantly spreading across her fair cheeks. She nodded shyly, her voice barely a whisper, "My calves feel much less tight now, thank you." Lin Muhong smiled and waved his hand casually, "It's nothing, no need to be so polite, it was just a small favor." After the stretching was finished, he raised his head, looked at Xia Wanning with tender eyes, and said softly, "Let's go, we need to go somewhere before we go home." After a while, Xia Wanning looked at the bustling market in front of her, full of doubt. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she couldn't help but ask, "What are we doing here?" Lin Muhong smiled and explained, "Wanwan told me yesterday that she wanted to eat wontons, so let's buy some wonton wrappers and some meat filling to make some for her." Oh. Xia Wanning nodded, then stood beside Lin Muhong. Soon, the two arrived at a stall. The stall owner was a burly man, like a small mountain. He held a whetstone in one hand and a knife in the other, sharpening it skillfully back and forth. The cha-cha-cha sound of the sharpening made people's skin crawl. Seeing a customer stop, the owner immediately stopped what he was doing, his face beaming with a warm smile. "Young man, what kind of meat do you want to buy?" "My meat is very fresh." Lin Muhong extended a slender finger and said with a smile, "Give me a pound of pork belly, minced into filling." "All right," the boss replied cheerfully. As soon as he finished speaking, a long, thin piece of pork belly was cut neatly and placed on the scale. It weighed exactly 1 pound, no more, no less. Lin Muhong took the minced meat and said with a smile, "Boss, the money has been transferred to you. All right, come back when you're done eating." Watching Lin Muhong effortlessly buy groceries and meat, Xia Wanning's heart inexplicably quickened. She couldn't help but move closer to Lin Muhong, her eyes filled with a hint of probing. "There aren't many good men like you who are good at staying at home. Whoever marries you will be very happy." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong tilted his head slightly, looking at her with gentle and profound eyes. A knowing smile appeared on his lips, and his voice was deep and magnetic. "Then are you happy?" Upon being asked this question, Xia Wanning's expression froze instantly. She felt as if her heart had been suddenly gripped by an invisible hand and began to pound wildly. She stared blankly at Lin Muhong. After a long while, she opened her mouth, but still couldn't make a sound. Lin Muhong couldn't help but smile as he looked at her cute yet flustered appearance. He gently reached out and patted her head, teasingly saying, "You are Wanwan's mother, and I am Wanwan's father. In a sense, aren't you already married to me in the future? That's why I asked casually." Lin Muhong gently flicked Xia Wanning's forehead with a light touch. "Are you starting to overthink again?" Hearing this, Xia Wanning slowly came back to her senses. She gently bit her lip, her voice tinged with shyness and panic. "No. I was just thinking about something else." Seeing her expression, Lin Muhong smiled and said, "There are a lot of people at the market, so you'd better stick close to me and don't get lost." "Oh." Xia Wanning nodded, watching Lin Muhong's retreating figure, and suddenly murmured, "Happiness." After buying wonton wrappers and other ingredients, the two walked side by side toward home. However, as soon as she stepped out of the slightly old iron gate of the market, Xia Wanning suddenly stopped. She tilted her head slightly, as if she had suddenly remembered something important. Wait, there's something I haven't bought yet. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked, what didn't you buy? Cilantro, Wan Wan loves cilantro. Xia Wanning smiled indulgently, as if her heart would melt at the mere mention of Wan Wan. Upon hearing this, a smug glint flashed in Lin Muhong's eyes. He gently shook the heavy plastic bag in his hand, held it up in front of Xia Wanning, and said with a smile, I knew you two would love this, so I bought it a long time ago. Xia Wanning let out a long "oh," her voice carrying a hint of surprise and emotion. She hadn't expected Lin Muhong to remember such trivial things. Although it might be because of Wan Wan, this thoughtfulness still warmed her heart. When I got home, I had just changed into my slippers when I saw Wan Wan walking out of the bedroom with her little feet bare and wearing pajamas with cartoon patterns. Her rosy cheeks still held the languidness and bewilderment of someone who had just woken up. Seeing this, Lin Muhong asked softly, Baby, when did you wake up? Just woke up. Wan Wan yawned and rubbed her sleepy eyes. At this moment, the little one saw his parents carrying a lot of things and asked in surprise, You've come back from outside? Yes, that's right. Xia Wanning smiled gently, walked over, picked up her precious daughter and sat on the sofa, teasing her on purpose. Our little lazy cat was in bed too late today, so we didn't wait for you. Upon hearing this, Wan Wan's smiling face instantly puffed up into two little buns, and she grumbled angrily, I didn't stay in bed, it's just that my stinky dad didn't wake me up. He looked like an angry kitten, his fur standing on end. Ha! Xia Wanning looked at Lin Muhong with a surprised expression, only to see a hint of unease flash across his face and his eyes darting away. At this moment, Wan Wan crossed her arms over her chest, her little mouth pouting so much it could hold an oil bottle, and glared resentfully at Lin Muhong, continuing her accusation, Mom, I told Dad yesterday to call me, but he deliberately didn't. As she spoke, she sniffled pitifully, her eyes slightly reddening. However, upon hearing these words, Xia Wanning thought to herself, Lin Muhong probably wanted to be alone with her. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile. Seeing her mother smiling with pursed lips, Wan Wan's tone changed abruptly, and she questioned, Did you two agree not to take me with you to play this morning? Am I still your little darling? The little one became more and more aggrieved as she spoke, her little mouth pouting as she cried out in a tearful voice, Daddy and Mommy are true love, but Wan Wan was picked up from the trash can. Wha? After saying that, she turned her body away angrily, tilting her head to one side, deliberately refusing to look at the two of them. Even when Xia Wanning reached out to grab her hand, she flung it away with a whoosh. Chapter 129, so skilled it seemed unreal. Looking at his daughter's adorable appearance when she was angry and ignored everyone, Lin Muhong couldn't help but smile slightly, his eyes full of doting affection. He tiptoed to Wan Wan, slowly squatted down, and then reached out his hands to gently hold her small shoulders, explaining softly, Baby, Daddy really did call you this morning, but you were probably sleeping too soundly, so you didn't hear Daddy call you. Wan Wan blinked her big, watery eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering like little fans, her gaze full of disbelief. But the little one still asked in her childish voice, Really? Daddy can't lie to Wan Wan, okay? Seeing that Wan Wan's attitude had softened, Lin Muhong quickly straightened his back and showed an extremely sincere expression on his face. He patted his chest and said confidently, Of course it's true. When has Dad ever lied to Wan Wan? Seeing that there was still a hint of doubt in Wan Wan's eyes, he had a sudden idea and quickly added, Wan Wan said she wanted to eat wontons last night, how about Daddy makes them for you now? Upon hearing the word wonton, Wan Wan's slightly disgruntled face instantly lit up, her eyes sparkling. Her little head nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice, her face flushed with excitement. Then, the little one put on a magnanimous act, crossed her arms, and said lazily, All right then, for the sake of wontons, Wan Wan will forgive Daddy this time. But Daddy, you must wake me up before you go running next time, okay? You can't leave me behind again. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong quickly nodded. Looking at Wan Wan's mischievous and clever antics, he couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. Wan Wan was getting old and wouldn't be so easy to fool anymore next time, he wouldn't be able to leave her behind. After appeasing Wan Wan, Lin Muhong got up and went to the kitchen to start preparing the meat filling. Wan Wan likes to eat pork and cabbage wontons, and he skillfully cuts the cabbage into small, fine pieces. After chopping the cabbage, he poured the diced cabbage into the meat filling bowl, then added various seasonings in turn, and stirred it continuously in a clockwise direction with chopsticks. Soon, a distinct aroma wafted from the minced meat. Wan Wan, who was playing in the living room, suddenly twitched her nose and, like a little glutton, followed the aroma. She stood on her tiptoes, her eyes fixed on the bowl of meat filling, her little mouth smacking occasionally, as if she couldn't wait to taste the delicious wontons. At this moment, Lin Muhong picked up a wonton wrapper with practiced ease. He gently placed the meat filling in the center of the wonton wrapper, then moistened the edge of the wrapper with water with his fingers, and with a gentle twist of his hands, a wonton that looked just like a gold ingot was wrapped up. Wanwan watched her father do these things and felt as if it were magic. Her little eyes widened in amazement. She excitedly turned her head, waving her little hands and shouting, "Mommy, Mommy, come and see. Daddy's wontons look so good." Hearing Wanwan's voice, Xia Wanning curiously came over. When she saw that Lin Muhong could wrap a wonton in just over 10 seconds, and that each one was wrapped so delicately, she looked surprised. She raised her head slightly, a hint of doubt in her eyes, and asked softly, "Did you work at a breakfast shop before?" Lin Muhong smiled and asked in return, "Why do you say that?" Xia Wanning tilted her head and said seriously, "It's too skillful, so skillful it's unreal, it feels like a professional." Lin Muhong crossed his arms and said confidently, "This is talent, you can't learn it." Before long, the wontons were put into the pot one by one, and a few minutes later, steaming hot wontons appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Lin Muhong carefully placed the chopped cilantro into Wanwan and Xia Wanning's bowls. The rich aroma of cilantro instantly filled the air, and the mother and daughter smiled contentedly as they smelled it. During the meal, Xia Wanning suddenly seemed to remember something important. She snapped out of her daze, put down her chopsticks, looked up at Lin Muhong with a hint of anxiety in her eyes, and asked, "It's Saturday today, right?" Lin Muhong was engrossed in his meal when he heard Xia Wanning's words. He looked up at her, puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong?" Xia Wanning patted her head and said in alarm, "I almost forgot something so important. We were supposed to go to Lily's house today." Lin Muhong put down his bowl, thought for a moment, and then said, "Well, before we go to her house this afternoon, let's pick out some housewarming gifts. We can't go empty-handed." Xia Wanning nodded, a relieved smile on her face, and said, "Okay, you've thought of everything." Knock, knock, knock. A crisp knock sounded at the door, and Hu Lily's ears twitched. She then ran towards the door like a gust of wind. Upon opening the door, one is greeted by Lin Muhong and his family of 3. Hu Lily's face instantly lit up with a bright smile, and she greeted them warmly, "Come in, please come in." The group entered the room, and Xia Wanning looked around. Although the room was not spacious, every detail was cozy. Just then, Wanwan, holding a gift bag in both hands, took small steps to Hu Lily and said in her childish voice, "Auntie Lily, this is a gift that Wanwan carefully picked out for you." Hu Lily was overjoyed, her eyes lit up. She quickly took the gift bag and exclaimed, "While Wanwan picked this out for Auntie." "Thank you, sweetheart." Wanwan smiled, blinking her big, watery eyes, and urged expectantly, "Aunt Lily, please open it and take a look." Upon hearing this, Hu Lily happily opened the box, only to find an exquisite crystal ball inside. Inside the ball was a little princess, dressed in a gorgeous dress, standing gracefully in a dreamlike scene. Wanwan tilted her head slightly, a sweet smile playing on her lips, and said in a clear, crisp voice, "Wanwan hopes Aunt Lily can be like a princess, carefree every day." Hu Lily felt a lump in her throat and her eyes reddened slightly. She bent down and gently hugged Wanwan tightly, saying gratefully, "Thank you, Wanwan. Auntie really loves this gift." After Wanwan finished introducing the gifts, Lin Muhong picked up a small box from behind her and placed it steadily on the table. Seeing this, Xia Wanning smiled and said, "Lily, congratulations on your move. This is a projector we gave you. You can watch movies or TV series in your spare time to pass the time. You're too kind. Why did you bring gifts?" "It's too formal," Hu Lily said sincerely. "Don't bring anything next time, or I won't let you in." "Okay." Xia Wanning nodded with a smile, and then the group took their seats in the living room. After a while, Xia Wanning asked worriedly, "After that, they haven't contacted you again, have they?" Hu Lily naturally understood who Xia Wanning was referring to. She smiled and shook her head, "I changed my phone card and moved house. Even if they wanted to find me, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Besides, they probably dream of severing all ties with me." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning quickly comforted her gently, "Don't worry, we'll be your family from now on, and we won't leave you all alone." Upon hearing this, Wanwan came closer, nodding her head vigorously and saying, "Aunt Lily, you're my aunt, don't worry, Wanwan will protect you too." Hu Lily smiled slightly at Wanwan's adorable appearance, thinking to herself, "This clever little thing still remembers this." Meanwhile, in a small mountain village in Guizhou province, thousands of miles away, a disheveled figure pushed open a security door, only to be knocked to the ground as soon as he opened it. "You old bastard, you've stolen from my house. You're blind as a bat. I'll beat you to death." Hu Jigang saw the man acting suspiciously as he walked to the door. He picked up a broom and smacked the man. At that moment, the woman lying on the ground cried out in pain, "Gangzi, don't hit me, I'm your mother." Chapter 130, How did it get into such a terrible state? I'm still your father. Hu Jigang spat a mouthful of phlegm at the woman who was slumped on the ground with a look of disgust, and said impatiently, "Go ask around and find out that my mother is the best dressed in the neighborhood. Look at yourself." The woman on the ground was dressed in tattered clothes, her clothes covered in stains and holes, looking exactly like a homeless person on the street. What he found even more unbearable was the pungent stench of sweat emanating from the woman, a smell that assaulted his nostrils and made him dizzy. I wonder how many days this woman hasn't showered to smell like that. Hu Jigang frowned, his face full of disgust as he quickly covered his nose with both hands, his eyes filled with revulsion. He kicked the woman's thigh hard, and shouted angrily, "Get the hell away from me. Don't stand here like a dead dog blocking our front door. You're an eyesore. If you're going to die, go die somewhere else and don't dirty my place." After saying that, he turned around and strode home. But just as he was about to step into his house, a heart-wrenching roar suddenly came from behind him, "Hu Jigang, I really am your mother." The voice, filled with boundless anger and grievance, pierced straight into Hu Jigang's ears like a sharp blade. When Hu Jigang heard the angry shout, his heart skipped a beat, and he felt a strange sense of familiarity. He frowned, turned around with a suspicious look on his face, and slowly squatted down in front of the woman. He squinted, scrutinizing the woman's face. When he saw Wu Xiufan's haggard yet familiar face, his eyes widened instantly, his face filled with surprise, and his mouth gaped open as if he could fit an egg inside. "Mom? It really is you? What happened to you?" However, despite his surprise, he still frowned, his hand pinching his nose not loosening at all, his disgusted expression as if Wu Xiufan were some kind of monster. Seeing this, Wu Xiufan felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Ah. It's a long story." She sighed softly, her face full of pleading, and her lips trembled slightly as she said, "Gangzi, Mom really can't get up. Please help Mom up." Upon hearing this, Hu Jigang not only did not step forward to help her up, but instead took a step back, as if afraid that the stench on Wu Xiufan's body would taint him. He still covered his nose, frowning in annoyance, and said irritably, "Mom, you stink. These clothes are brand new, don't ruin them. You can use the stick to get up yourself." With that, he casually tossed a wooden stick next to him to Wu Xiufan, the action both casual and indifferent. Looking at the wooden stick on the ground, Wu Xiufan could only grit her teeth, reach out with difficulty, grasp the stick, and use all her strength to support herself as she shakily stood up. After finally getting home, Wu Xiufan couldn't wait to take a hot shower and change into clean clothes before she felt a little better. Hu Jigang sat on the sofa in the living room, legs crossed, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his face full of impatience. After Wu Xiufan finished getting ready and came out, he slowly approached her, frowning as he asked, "Why did it take you so long to get home? Did something happen on the way?" Wu Xiufan sat on a chair to the side, her face full of bitterness. She lowered her head slightly and clutched the hem of her clothes tightly with both hands, as if she wanted to bring out all her grievances. She sighed and slowly said, "I took a train from Shanghai for 2 days and 2 nights to get to the county. The train was so crowded that I could hardly breathe. As soon as I arrived in the county, I ran into a thief who robbed me of my wallet. I didn't have a single penny on me, and I was exhausted and hungry, so I had to walk all the way back. It really wore my mother out." As she spoke, her lips trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with weariness and helplessness. The more she spoke, the drier her mouth became. She raised her head, her eyes full of pleading, her voice choked with emotion, "Gangzi, go get Mom a glass of water. Mom's so thirsty, her throat is practically burning." Upon hearing this, Hu Jigang reluctantly stood up, muttering, "What a hassle." He strolled over slowly, carrying a glass of water, then suddenly seemed to remember something. He paused, frowned, and asked, "Why did you come back alone? Where's that rebellious daughter? Didn't she come back with you?" Upon hearing this, Wu Xiufan's face instantly darkened, her eyes filled with resentment and venom, as if she wanted to tear someone to pieces. She clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth, saying, "That little bitch is a jinx to our Hu family. Since she was born, nothing good has ever happened to her. There is no such person in our Hu family. Don't mention her again." Upon hearing this, Hu Jigang's brows furrowed instantly, and his impatience became increasingly apparent. He stomped his feet, his face flushed with anger, and shouted, "If you don't bring her back, how are we going to sell her to the stupid son of the Sun family for a bride price? Mom, are you getting senile? That's a lot of money. He pointed angrily at Wu Xiufen, his eyes full of resentment, as if questioning why Wu Xiufen was so stupid. Seeing this, Wu Xiufen quickly pulled her son to sit down beside her. She gently patted Hu Jigang's hand and said earnestly, "Son, forget about exchanging the bride price. If we bring that little bitch back, our family will be doomed." "Huh? What do you mean by that?" Hu Jigang's brows furrowed instantly, his face filled with confusion and bewilderment, his eyes fixed on the other person. Seeing this, Wu Xiufen said helplessly, "Sai, it's all because I went to that company to cause trouble. Now look what's happened, that brat got fired and the company is making her pay compensation for the losses, a whole 10 million. What? 10 million? Hu Jigang's eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open for a long time. If she can't pay this money, the company will come after us. We can't pay this money to her for nothing. That is 10 million, not 1,000 yuan. Wu Xiufen stamped her feet anxiously. Upon hearing the whole story, Hu Jigang felt a surge of anger rush from his feet to his head. He trembled with rage, and with a sudden swing of his hands, he smashed the cup on the coffee table onto the ground. The cup shattered into several pieces with a crack, splashing water everywhere. He pointed a finger directly at Wu Xiufen's nose and roared, "It's all your fault. You're good for nothing and good for nothing. You can't even handle such a small matter. What am I supposed to do with the dowry for my wedding? How am I supposed to get a wife?" After being scolded by her son, Wu Xiufen grinned, her eyes brimming with tears, and stammered, I only did it because you told me to. It's all that lousy company's fault for being so ruthless, making us lose so much money. They're utterly despicable." Hu Jigang was so angry that he spun around in circles. "So what are we going to do now? I've already spent almost all the dowry the Sun family gave me. Where am I supposed to get so much money to pay them back?"